Chapter 1. A Century of Sinan, Unmatched Upon Emergence. In the early morning, the kingdom of Dezhou. The rising sun should have manifested as a resplendent orb. Yet at this moment, it was encircled by 9 spiraling golden threads. Initially, the 9 golden threads appeared diminutive, akin to wriggling earthworms. Twisting beside the sun, however, as the radiance intensified, the 9 threads gradually enlarged and became distinct. Only then did the numerous nobles and dignitaries discern. These were no mere earthworms, they were, unmistakably, 9 golden dragons. As the sun ascended steadily, the 9 golden dragons radiated an immense golden light, their claws and fangs bared, exuding an imposing aura. They gazed more intently, and behind the 9 golden dragons, there appeared a jade chariot, gliding gracefully towards them. The 9 dragons pulling the chariot. The sun rises in the east. Surrounded by golden dragons, the 9 dragons draw the chariot, heralding celestial auspice. Your Majesty, our Dezhou shall undoubtedly flourish for all eternity. May the heavens bless our Dezhou, Your Majesty. Ha ha ha. With such auspicious signs arriving, our Dezhou is destined to prosper and endure through the ages. The multitude of nobles and dignitaries stepped forward to congratulate His Majesty, Chen Qianqing, of the kingdom of Dezhou. Ah! Chen Qianqing's laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Whoosh! At that moment, the 9 golden dragons, drawing the jade chariot, descended rapidly from the heavens, landing within a certain area of the imperial palace. He has arrived, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Zhang Zidao hastened forward to report. The 9 dragons have landed within our Dezhou's imperial palace, Your Majesty. Quickly, notify everyone in the palace guards, eunuchs, and maidservants ensure they locate the 9 dragons and the jade chariot at the earliest opportunity. Whoever finds it shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and granted the title of Marquis. At this moment, Chen Qianqing's heart surged with excitement. The arrival of celestial auspice was indeed a tremendous blessing. Furthermore, the jade chariot drawn by the 9 dragons was a monumental fortuity. If he could acquire this fortuity, Chen Qianqing found himself unable to calm the tempest of his thoughts. Your Majesty, the eunuch in charge of delivering orders, Gong Gao, suddenly stepped forward. It seems the jade chariot drawn by the 9 dragons has fallen into the cold palace. Upon hearing this, the entire grand hall fell into silence. The cold palace was not a favorable place. 3 years prior, the emperor's beloved consort, the Tang Guifei, had an illicit affair with a guard. The guard was subjected to capital punishment. Torn apart by 1,000 cuts, the Tang Guifei was cast into the cold palace. And within 3 days, she perished, her demise gruesome in the extreme. 10 years ago, the 13th prince had plotted rebellion. The emperor, recalling their brotherly bond, spared his life, yet he too was imprisoned in the cold palace. And within 5 days, he wailed in agony until death. The following day, numerous guards discovered pools of blood and remnants of flesh at the entrance. A century ago, Jiang Yin, the son of the then general, sought to violate a princess and was banished to the cold palace, where it was said he vanished without a trace after just 1 night. Thus, the cold palace was deemed an ominous place within the Dezhou dynasty. Go! Chen Qianqing's gaze turned icy, and he spoke in a low voice. Even if it is in the cold palace, we must retrieve the jade chariot drawn by the 9 dragons. While the cold palace was indeed a sight of ill fortune, as long as one entered during the day, no harm would befall them. However, after nightfall, one could not linger. Thus, entering now posed no issue. Yes, Gong Gao accepted the command and proceeded. Yet, upon his arrival at the cold palace, he was instantly taken aback. Inside sat a remarkably handsome young man. It was none other than Jiang Yin, the son of the general, who had been cast into the cold palace a century ago. You! Gong Gao was momentarily stunned, pointing at Jiang Yin, his words faltering. Behind him, the noblemen and dignitaries who had accompanied him were equally astounded upon seeing Chen Wuyin, their shock reaching its peak. Jiang Yin, who had vanished after being cast into the cold palace a century ago, how could he possibly reappear? So many who had been banished there had met untimely fates. How had he survived? It was utterly inconceivable. What of it? Jiang Yin smirked slightly. Gong Gong Gao. How have you been? 100 years have passed. It must be quite surprising to see me now, isn't it? Humph. Enough with the pleasantries. Gong Gong Gao had come bearing the emperor's command and spoke directly. Jiang Yin, have you seen the jade chariot drawn by the 9 dragons fall into the cold palace? The jade chariot drawn by the 9 dragons? It was merely a minor disturbance of his own, making Jiang Yin suppress a chuckle, but shook his head, replying, I have not. Preposterous. A guard stepped forward, rebuking him. We all witnessed the jade chariot fall into the cold palace. It was in plain sight, yet you dare claim otherwise? Do you intend to hoard it for yourself? Slap. Before he could finish, Jiang Yin delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him flying to the ground, unconscious. Once again, the crowd was taken aback. The man who had just spoken was Wang Luan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, a formidable figure and one of the palace's most skilled warriors. Yet he had been bested by this so-called waste with a single blow? I said I have not seen it. Jiang Yin coldly reiterated. If you do not believe me, feel free to search for yourselves. His gaze was frigid, and not a soul dared meet his eyes. Gong Gong Gao, apprehensive, led a large entourage past him into the cold palace. The curious nobleman dared not utter another word. Indeed, the system is a remarkable thing, Jiang Yin mused with a nonchalant demeanor, an air of superiority about him. In truth, he was not Jiang Yin at all, merely a lowly individual who had traversed time and space. Fortuitously reincarnated within Jiang Yan's form, the true Jiang Yin had perished long ago when he was cast into this place. Upon his arrival, however, Jiang Yin had activated a sign-in system. His first task was to sign in within the cold palace for a century. The reward for this task was to grant him the strength of the Tao Tribulation realm. Lacking power, he had no choice but to cower and develop gradually. Yet today marked the completion of his century-long sign-in, and he had received his reward, attaining the strength of the Tao Tribulation realm. The jade chariot drawn by the 9 dragons was merely a manifestation of the system's reward. Buzz! At that moment, Jiang Yin felt a tremor within his body. This was not the first occurrence. It had happened sporadically over the past century. Jiang Yin understood that this was the lingering obsession of the original owner's soul within him, not yet fully dissipated. He was the son of the general, yet a mere waste, subjected to endless humiliation. He had a princess fiancée who wished to dissolve their engagement. A century ago, after the general's departure for war, his family fell into decline, their wealth divided among rival clans. Soon after, their estate was slaughtered by enemies, and his only sister vanished without a trace. Do not worry, I now possess strength. I shall help you cleanse the humiliation and hatred you once endured. Indeed, as he spoke, the trembling sensation faded away. Jiang Yin felt an unprecedented sense of ease, fully mastering his body. Chapter 2. The Hall of the Celestial Gods? A mere trifle. However, achieving these feats was not a matter of haste. Jiang Yin needed opportunity. He needed to bide his time. Gong Gong Gao and his entourage searched the cold palace for a considerable time, but found nothing, leaving in disappointment. The news of Jiang Yan's reappearance in the cold palace soon spread. Before long, a throng of people arrived at the cold palace. Leading the group were a man and a woman. The man was dashing and handsome, while the woman possessed a complexion as fair as snow, her beauty exquisite, a true match made in heaven. Yet, both bore expressions of palpable disdain. It was none other than Jiang Yan's fiancée, Wang Kiki, and her suitor, Zhang Junling, the son of Prime Minister Zhang Zidao. You've finally shown yourself? Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Wang Kiki's face flickered with a hint of mockery. I thought you would hide away for eternity. Zhang Junling added with a sly grin. After 100 years, he must have realized he is unworthy of marrying you, hence his emergence. Jiang Yin cast a glance at the pair, coolly stating, Speak your piece, make haste. You! Wang Kiki was provoked, her face displaying a trace of anger as she produced a marriage contract, placing it before Jiang Yin, her voice icy. Jiang Yin, our fathers were once prominent officials, and a marriage contract was established, however. Now your Jiang family is but a memory, and you, like a dog, cling to life. Thus, this marriage contract is rendered unnecessary. This is the dissolution of our engagement. Sign it. Indeed, sign it. Zhang Junling chimed in coldly. Kiki is a paragon of virtue. While you are a mere waste, your statuses and strengths are worlds apart. You are not fit to even carry her shoes. Hurry and sign. Jiang Yin thought it was quite the commotion for such trivial matters. Ah, so it was to dissolve the engagement. He promptly signed his name with a flourish, a mysterious smile gracing his face. You are correct. Kiki, indeed, our strengths and statuses are vastly different now. We are no longer of the same world, and you are unworthy to carry my shoes. With the system at his disposal, Jiang Yin would undoubtedly become invincible, standing atop the world. His system was simple. Sign in at increasingly perilous and mysterious locations to earn powerful techniques, strength, and treasures. Having merely completed the sign-in in the cold palace of the Dezhou Kingdom, he had acquired the strength of the Dao Tribulation Realm, capable of defeating even the commander of the Imperial Guards with ease. Given time, would he not be capable of vanquishing the heavens, the earth, and the very air? At that point, what beauties would he not attract? Thus, Wang Kiki was nothing more than refuse. Easily discarded, however, the abrupt and decisive actions of the individual provoked an immediate dissatisfaction in Wang Kiki and Zhang Junlin. In their perspective, Jiang Yin ought to be weeping and pleading with Wang Kiki to not annul their engagement. Why was it not so? Zhang Junlin, unusually incensed, exclaimed, Kneel. You are nothing but a wretched stray dog. On what grounds do you speak of Kiki in such a manner? Jiang Yin, I command you to kneel and apologize to Kiki this instant. Apologize? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin burst into laughter, radiating confidence. From this day forth, no one shall compel me to apologize. Seeking death, Zhang Junlin, in a fit of rage, drew his sword, his expression darkening to an extreme. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Apologize to Kiki at once, otherwise I shall not hesitate to end your life. The only reply was the calm utterance from Jiang Yin. Bring forth the sword. With his palm raised to the heavens, a resplendent sword materialized in Jiang Yan's grasp. With a gentle flick, Zhang Junlin's face changed dramatically. He hastily raised his sword to parry, only to hear a sharp crack as his weapon was effortlessly severed. The brilliance of the sword's light remained undiminished, easily piercing through his shoulder. The might of a single strike was utterly terrifying, and the instigator of it all, Jiang Yin, had already departed with effortless grace. Ding! Task received. Sign in at Qinkuan Palace. Task reward: Divine level martial art, Aolong Ju. Along the way, Jiang Yin received a new mission. Qinkuan Palace. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled like the stars, narrowing slightly. Qinkuan Palace is the most enigmatic force in the kingdom of Dazhou, rumored to be led by the exquisite Zhuang Xinyue, the most beautiful woman on the continent, who once captivated even the emperor himself. Regrettably, Zhuang Xinyue is not only an icy beauty, but possesses unfathomable strength. Having reached the level of Dao Tribulation under her command, Qinkuan Palace boasts numerous skilled individuals. Even the emperor cannot simply force Zhuang Xinyue into becoming a concubine. For ordinary folk, the location of Qinkuan Palace remains a mystery, and many have never even heard of it. This illustrates the enigma surrounding Qinkuan Palace. I find this place quite appealing. Jiang Yin smiled. While Qinkuan Palace may appear inscrutable to the average person, it holds no such mystery for Jiang Yin, who possesses a system, and the more perilous and enigmatic a place, the greater the rewards. Thus he must venture there. Heading westward, Jiang Yin arrived at a rather desolate area, devoid of villages or inns, making it exceedingly difficult to even procure a drink of water. Hey kid, come here. At that moment, a voice called out from ahead. Jiang Yin looked up to see a horse-drawn carriage halted by the roadside. Upon approaching, he discovered that the horse had succumbed from exhaustion during its long journey. Kid, my horse is beyond endurance. It has died. A burly man emerged from the carriage, exuding arrogance. We are in a hurry, and since you seem to possess a sturdy build, you shall replace this dead horse and pull our carriage. Ha ha ha. What? Jiang Yin could hardly believe his ears. Was he truly being asked to pull a carriage? What an absurd request. Without sparing a glance, he coldly retorted, Get lost. The burly man was instantly enraged, his face darkening as he said, Kid, do you comprehend the consequences of angering the temple of the celestial gods? The Temple of the Celestial Gods? Such grandiosity! Jiang Yin could not help but scoff internally. The Temple of the Celestial Gods is the most esteemed lineage within the continent's mightiest empire, priding itself as descendants of celestial beings, perpetually looking down upon others and treating them as mere slaves and servants. Any hint of defiance would result in a brutal beating or even death on the spot. The overwhelming majority of individuals bow and scrape before the Temple of the Celestial Gods, further emboldening their arrogance. However, to Jiang Yin, they were utterly insignificant. After all, with a system at my disposal, who do I have to fear? Thus, Jiang Yin chuckled. I truly do not know what fate awaits one who angers the Temple of the Celestial Gods. I am rather keen to find out. Very well. The burly man, filled with venomous rage, nodded furiously. Then you shall meet your demise. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yan's lips. The one who is destined to die is you. Swish! As his words fell, a tremendous sword aura surged skyward. Amidst the radiant sword light, a severed head spun rapidly into the air, wearing a disdainful smile, with a look of terror in its eyes that never had the chance to manifest.
Chapter 3. The Secret of the Beautiful Palace Master. Finally, the evening has arrived, and Jiang Yin has made his way to the Qian Kuren Palace. Sign in, ding, task sign in at Qian Kuren Palace completed. You have received the Oolong Ju at level 10, as the voice echoed in his mind. A surge of formidable power coursed through Jiang Yan's body, far surpassing his previous strength at the Dao Tribulation Realm. However, after completing the task, Jiang Yin did not hastily depart. The Qian Kuren Palace is steeped in mystery, and its master, Zhuang Xinyue, is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm. Jiang Yin could not afford to leave without uncovering more. With his newfound strength, he reasoned that even if discovered, escaping would pose no challenge. Thus, he concealed himself and ventured deeper into the palace. He arrived at a tranquil hall, brightly lit and suffused with an air of serenity. Quietly approaching the window, he broke through the paper barrier, intending to survey the interior before deciding whether to infiltrate. What he beheld nearly caused his nose to bleed. A large bath filled to the brim with steaming water lay before him. Adorned with countless floating petals, within it, a breathtaking beauty bathed, her back as white as jade, graceful and alluring. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Jiang Yin felt an overwhelming urge to lose control. He sensed that this enchanting figure must be Zhuang Xinyue, the one hailed as the most beautiful woman in the land. Just then, Zhuang Xinyue emerged from the bath, water splashing around her. With a delicate gesture, a nearby gauzy towel flew into her hand. She done bathing already? Jiang Yin felt somewhat unsatisfied, but his pupils suddenly constricted. As Zhuang Xinyue turned around, he caught sight of a slave mark on her abdomen. A shocking secret, explosive news. The master of the enigmatic Qian Kuren Palace, the realm's most beautiful woman, Zhuang Xinyue, is, in fact, someone else's slave. Jiang Yin was taken aback. A long-lost exclamation almost escaping his lips. It was the first time he had lost his composure since arriving in this world. However, as he opened his mouth, Zhuang Xinyue noticed him. Who goes there? Hearing the voice of an unfamiliar man, Zhuang Xinyue was equally startled, wrapping herself in a bathrobe as she rushed out. Before Jiang Yin could react, Zhuang Xinyue had already spotted him. You saw everything? Her face turned as cold as ice. Jiang Yin instinctively glanced at the mark on her abdomen and nodded. I saw it. Since you have seen it, then you must die. Zhuang Xinyue's expression was frosty, and she lunged at him, declaring, this secret cannot be known by anyone. Even if it costs me my life, it must remain hidden. Now that you are aware, I must kill you. Only the dead can keep the secret. With that, she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, each one faster and more precise than the last. As the intensity of her attacks escalated, Jiang Yin found himself forced to take the fight seriously. Yet, the more he resisted, the angrier Zhuang Xinyue became, her techniques growing increasingly ferocious. Enough! Jiang Yin shouted, his voice booming, as a powerful sword aura surged forth like a silken thread across the sky. He aimed to bring some sense to Zhuang Xinyue, but she seemed devoid of reason, showing no intention of defense. In the next moment, Zhuang Xinyue was critically injured by Jiang Yin's strike, blood spilling forth. Are you all right? Jiang Yin hurried to support her. Assassin, quick, capture the assassin. At that moment, distant footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of others from the Qiankuan palace. Jiang Yan's expression changed. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Xinyue's eyes glinted with a chilling light. In the next instant, a frigid energy surged from her chest. Jiang Yan was alarmed. Could it be that this girl truly intends to kill him? Surely not. He was confident he could evade the strike, his body instinctively moving aside. But Zhuang Xinyue remained oblivious to the fact that her dramatic motion had caused her bathrobe to come undone. Jiang Yan noticed this, realizing that if he dodged, he could escape unscathed, but Zhuang Xinyue would be left exposed, and the slave mark would undoubtedly be discovered by others in the palace. Considering how much she valued this secret, even above her own life, Jiang Yan sighed and chose not to evade, instead tightening her robe for her. With a soft gasp, the chilling sensation pierced his chest, and Jiang Yan fell into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in a room filled with a youthful fragrance, pristine white curtains, a soft bed, and a lingering hint of a delicate floral scent. "You're awake?" A familiar voice reached his ears. It was Zhuang Xinyue. Her gaze was complex, reflecting the turmoil within. This man had discovered her greatest secret, yet he had risked his life to help her keep it hidden. "Look at us. Sitting here calmly chatting would have been far better than resorting to violence," Jiang Yan remarked, somewhat at a loss. He had not expected that, in the end, it would be this girl who saved him. He begrudgingly acknowledged her sense of fairness. His efforts had not been in vain. Zhuang Xinyue's face momentarily clouded with pain. "This is the slave mark of the Celestial God clan. I despise them." Her voice brimmed with hatred. "The previous master, my mother, was murdered by the Celestial God clan, and they branded me with this mark when I was just a child. But what can I do?" In that moment, Zhuang Xinyue appeared pitiful, frail, and helpless. "The Celestial God clan is the most powerful race in the entire continent, descendants of the gods. No one dares to oppose them. I wish to escape their grasp, but I cannot." Tears streamed down the face of the continent's most beautiful woman, as delicate as jade. Jiang Yan laboriously sat up and patted her shoulder, understanding her sense of helplessness. "Palace Master," at that moment, a maid entered to report. "Scouts have brought news that someone has killed members of the Celestial God Palace in the boundless desert within our Qiankuan Palace's territory. There is also a recording crystal as evidence." Zhuang Xinyue quickly wiped her tears, regaining the composed demeanor of the Qiankuan Palace Master, and instructed the maid to bring forth the recording crystal. Upon opening the crystal, she was left utterly astonished. The one who had slain the members of the Celestial God Palace was none other than Jiang Yan. Chapter 4. "I didn't say you could leave. You are mistaken. These are not the Celestial God clan's people," Zhuang Xinyue coldly declared, shattering the crystal. "We know nothing of this matter." She resolved to conceal the incident. Jiang Yan's willingness to sacrifice himself to protect her secret garnered her favor. Moreover, she yearned to avenge the Celestial God clan. The deed she dared not commit had been executed by Jiang Yan, and thus, she felt compelled to protect him. "Understood." The maid bowed and retreated in the Qiankuan Palace. Zhuang Xinyue held the utmost authority. Once she spoke, no one dared to defy her. In the days that followed, Jiang Yan remained in the Qiankuan Palace to recuperate. Meanwhile, the Celestial God clan received word of a family member's murder. "Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How dare anyone kill a member of my Celestial God clan? Investigate. We must uncover who is responsible. I will flay him alive and make him into a human drum. I will strip his tendons to craft a bow from his bones. Then I will hang his corpse at the gates of every major empire and kingdom, to serve as a warning to others." The highest palace of the Celestial God clan erupted with furious roars. "Indeed, we, the Celestial God clan, stand above all. We are the rulers of the continent. How dare anyone lay hands on us? We must not only capture the culprit but also eradicate their entire lineage, along with their city and country. Only in this way can we demonstrate the inviolable majesty of the Celestial God clan." An elder stepped forward, his voice sharp and commanding. "That is how it should be. These wretched lower beings have already forgotten who the true masters are. We cannot let them off easily. It has been too long since our Celestial God clan asserted its dominance on the continent. Let us use this opportunity to remind them." Another elder chimed in ominously. Thus, a battalion of envoys set forth, heading to various empires, kingdoms, and sects, rallying everyone to hunt down the true murderer. They would dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth this individual. At the Qian Kuren Palace, where is the master of the Qian Kuren Palace? The envoys of the Celestial God Clan have arrived. Do you intend to wait for death? A brazen voice boomed from outside. Bang, bang. In the next moment, several maids were sent flying, landing before Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue, blood spilling from their mouths. A flash of hatred flickered in Zhuang Xinyue's eyes. However, under the immense pressure of the Celestial God Clan, she could only take a deep breath, suppressing all her anger and hatred. She exchanged a glance with Jiang Yin and stepped out. Are you the master of the Qian Kuan Palace? The envoy, with nostrils flared, gazed upon Zhuang Xinyue, his expression gradually shifting to one of lasciviousness, his eyes brimming with unabashed desire. Zhuang Xinyue, with a faint nod, feigned ignorance and inquired, Might I ask the purpose of your visit to my Qian Kuan Palace? A matter of great significance, he replied, his voice cold. A member of my Celestial God Clan has been slain within the bounds of your Qian Kuan Palace's territory. I require you to scour the earth to unearth the murderer. However, as he spoke, a lewd grin crept across his face. But before addressing this grave matter, there is another task at hand. Zhuang Xinyue, puzzled, asked, What task? Rest, he smirked, his demeanor oozing malevolence. The journey from my Celestial God Clan has been arduous, and I am in dire need of rest. Specifically, the company of the beauties from your Qian Kuan Palace. I find you quite appealing. He stepped forward and seized Zhuang Xinyue's delicate hand, caressing it. Pain and despair flickered across her face, yet she felt powerless. Before the might of the Celestial God Clan, she was but a fragile woman, devoid of any means for resistance. To oppose them would lead only to death, and the entirety of Qian Kuan Palace would share her fate in the grave. Silent tears streamed down Zhuang Xinyue's cheeks. The continent's most beautiful woman had resigned herself to her fate. Jiang Yin, unable to bear the scene any longer, intervened. Enough! He grasped the envoy's wrist with a vice-like grip. The envoy winced in pain, promptly releasing Zhuang Xinyue's hand. She looked at Jiang Yin in disbelief. This man dared to stand against someone from the Celestial God Clan, striking down their kin right before his eyes, and yet he saved her. This audacious sense of security stirred something deep within Zhuang Xinyue. Meeting her gaze, Jiang Yin smiled. Initially perplexed by the slave mark on her, he now felt a pang of sympathy upon understanding the circumstances. Eventually, Zhuang Xinyue did not end her own life, but rather saved herself. She destroyed the recording crystal to eliminate evidence and sealed the information, ensuring the maidens of Qian Kuan Palace remained silent. This benevolent beauty, with her principled demeanor, was indeed worthy of his support. How bold! The envoy seethed, his wrist aching. Who are you to thwart the affairs of my Celestial God Clan? Do you wish for death? Silence, Jiang Yin retorted, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed throughout the grand hall of Qian Kuan Palace. The envoy stood stunned, as did Zhuang Xinyue and everyone present. Jiang Yin had the audacity to strike a member of the Celestial God Clan? How utterly defiant! Recovering from his shock, the envoy trembled with rage. You dare strike me? In response, Jiang Yin delivered another slap. Fool! You are as good as dead. Even the celestial gods cannot save you. Mark my words. The envoy's fury reached a boiling point. Tell me your name, and I shall ensure your entire family pays for this. Listen well. Jiang Yin narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, I am Jiang Yin. Jiang of Jiang Yin. I do not fear revealing that I was the one who killed the last member of your Celestial God Clan. To dare bully Zhuang Xinyue, to engage in such vile acts before me, I initially intended to kill you. However, I shall spare your life for now, lest I be left without a messenger. His words ignited a venomous rage within the envoy, who had never before faced such humiliation. Yet as he prepared to retaliate, he was met with a flurry of slaps. Realizing he could only retreat to seek reinforcements, he coldly replied, What news shall I bring back? Return and inform your kin of my actions. Jiang Yin declared boldly, I am the one who killed that individual. Whatever means of vengeance you have, let them all come at me, should you dare provoke me. I shall not hesitate to raise your Celestial God Clan to the ground. Very well. The envoy's face darkened with fury, a twisted smile forming. If you seek death, I shall gladly fulfill that wish. At this moment, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yin for a brief moment before turning to leave. Ding! Just then, a system notification chimed. Mission accepted. Sign in at the Celestial God Clan. Mission reward: 9 heavens and 10 earths creation fist. Another task. Jiang Yin chuckled, nonchalantly stating, Hold on. I never said you could leave. Chapter 5. The Celestial Hall? Merely a fade. The envoy's heart sank. He turned back, asking, What else do you want? A grand gift. Jiang Yin grinned wickedly, swiftly drawing his sword and severing the envoy's arm. Lead me to the territory of your Celestial God Clan, or face the loss of your other arm. Since the task required him to check in at the Celestial God Clan, Jiang Yin had no reason to refuse, and this unfortunate fellow would serve as his guide. Zhuang Xinyue, standing nearby, hesitated to speak. Jiang Yin had saved her twice, and she felt an undeniable connection to him, especially after hearing his audacious proclamation. Yet, this only deepened her desire to prevent him from recklessly placing himself in danger. The might of the Celestial God Clan was a well-established truth. No one on the continent dared challenge them. She feared for Jiang Yin's safety. Understanding her unspoken concern, Jiang Yin offered her an assuring smile, stating, I shall return shortly. His casual demeanor was disconcerting, yet inexplicably, Zhuang Xinyue felt a sense of calm wash over her, perhaps influenced by his unwavering confidence. The territory of the Celestial God Clan. He signed in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward: 9 heavens and 10 earths creation technique. Boom. Within Jiang Yin, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, shattering his previous limitations and propelling him to a higher realm. His confidence soared. With the system at his disposal, the world was his to conquer. Celestial God Clan, come forth and meet your demise. With that, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Is he insane? Has he lost his mind? The onlookers, gathered outside the territory, were stunned. Jiang Yin had audaciously come to provoke the Celestial God Clan. Did he wish for death, or was he simply tired of living? The crowd, filled with countless spectators, had gathered due to the sensational news of the envoy's severed arm. What could be more explosive than this revelation? Jiang Yin reveled in the attention, for he intended to ascend to power within the Celestial Hall. The Celestial Hall also welcomed this spectacle as they sought to make an example of him. Impudent fool! How dare you wreak havoc in the territory of my Celestial God Clan? Where's the guard? Seize him at once. How dare a mere mortal challenge fate and seek death? The air was thick with the roars of outrage from the Celestial God Clan. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged into the sky, with individuals soaring into the air. Each one possessed strength that rivaled the Tao Tribulation realm. Legend had it that the Celestial God Clan boasted 8 elders, each a master of unparalleled skill. Now, 5 of them had emerged, clearly enraged. This youth was as good as dead. To oppose the Celestial Hall was to invite disaster. The youth was indeed handsome, but alas, he lacked common sense. How could he provoke the Celestial Hall? What a pity! The crowd shook their heads, their faces etched with regret. You, who have slain a member of my Celestial God Clan, dare to boast of flattening our Celestial Hall? An elder glared at Jiang Yin, his voice cold as ice. As he spoke, the temperature around them plummeted, as if frost had settled. The spectators instinctively recoiled, retreating several dozen paces. Jiang Yin glanced at the elder, dismissively retorting, Old man, you are no match for me. Go back and fetch your strongest fighter. Gasp. His words drew sharp intakes of breath from the crowd. How audacious, they murmured, stunned by his bravado. The elder's fury ignited. You seek death, Celestial Quake Fist. Before his words faded, the elder was already upon Jiang Yin, the air around them trembling violently, causing pain to the onlookers' faces. He's starting with his ultimate technique. He is truly determined to kill. The crowd was certain of his demise. Yet, in an instant, a colossal hand of primal energy materialized, shattering the elder's fist and striking him squarely in the face, producing a crisp sound that silenced the arena. A slap? An elder of the Celestial Hall had been struck? This was a harbinger of calamity. I warned you, you are no match for me. I could take on 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Jiang Yin nonchalantly declared, All of you, come at me together. How outrageous, boundless in its ferocity, to the point of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. This time, every elder present at the Hall of Celestial Gods was consumed by rage. unleashing their ultimate techniques. Celestial Goddess Earth-Shaking Fist, Celestial Goddess Heaven-Shaking Palm, Sword of the Sky, Celestial Goddess Profound Origin Technique. In an instant, the surging primordial energy caused the very mountains to crumble and the sun and moon to lose their radiance. Yet at the center, Jiang Yin remained as tranquil as a gentle breeze and soft clouds. Only when all the attacks converged did he utter softly, 9 heavens and 10 earths creation technique. With a single strike, all was annihilated. As his move was unleashed, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The winds ceased, the rain halted, and silence reigned supreme. Only a few elders were sent flying, spitting blood as they collapsed to the ground. Teetering between life and death, Jiang Yin scoffed. Is this all the Hall of Celestial Gods has to offer? With several elders grievously injured and unconscious, no one dared respond. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Paralyzed with fear, this young man was not simply boasting. He was genuinely formidable. This battle, witnessed by a multitude, rapidly spread across the continent. It was indeed astonishing, unfathomable, and utterly bizarre that someone could tread upon the Hall of Celestial Gods to gain fame. The news was hard to digest, and perhaps none felt the weight of regret more than Wang Kiki. Jiang Yin. He actually fears not even the elders of the Hall of Celestial Gods. How strong could he be? If I had not called off our engagement, would I not be the wife of the strongest young man on this continent, commanding the winds and rains at will? How could I have been so foolish? At this moment, a complex array of emotions washed over Wang Kiki's face. Shock, fear, and profound regret intertwined. Simultaneously, the Hall of Celestial Gods disseminated a bounty across the continent. Anyone who could slay Jiang Yin and present his head would be rewarded with gold, beauty, power, an empire, and all manner of techniques. Furthermore, a drop of celestial power would be granted. As this news spread, the entire continent was set abuzz. Celestial power, a force derived from the ancient celestial gods, would obtaining even a drop not make one the mightiest man on the continent? With the enticing offers from the Hall of Celestial Gods, people descended into madness. It was only through madness that one could slay that little beast. If that little beast was not killed, how could they set an example and restore their dignity? The elders of the Hall of Celestial Gods wore expressions of utmost gloom. Chapter 6. Returning home regarding the assassination order from the Hall of Celestial Gods. Jiang Yin was utterly unconcerned. He had already crossed into the territory of the Zhou Kingdom, having been away from home for over a century. Jiang Yin wished to see what had become of the former general's mansion. The bustling streets welcomed him, revealing a dilapidated residence in what was once prime real estate, now marked by the words General's Mansion. Jiang Yin gazed upon the crumbling abode and sighed softly. Though I may not be the true Jiang Yin, I shall carry his identity and live well, striving to become the pinnacle of this world. However, just as Jiang Yin prepared to depart, a voice called out to him. Young Master Jiang Yin, you are still alive. Hearing this voice, Jiang Yin turned in confusion to find an elderly man behind him, eyes brimming with tears. Who are you? Jiang Yin inquired, for he was not truly Jiang Yin and thus did not recognize the man before him. Young Master Jiang Yin, I am Cheng Kuan, the steward of the general's mansion. On the day of the massacre, I had stepped out to procure supplies, thereby escaping the calamity. I thought you all had perished. Yet here you stand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin studied the elderly man, noting the deep wrinkles on his face and the tears in his eyes, a visage of heartfelt emotion. Young Master Jiang Yin, have you returned to see your home? Cheng Kuan said, his excitement palpable. In truth, Jiang Yin himself was uncertain of the reason for his return. He had wandered here in a daze, surmising that the real Jiang Yin must have longed for home. Yes, I have merely come to take a look, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Where are you currently residing? If you have nowhere to stay, you may lodge with me. Although my place is somewhat shabby, it can at least provide shelter from the wind and rain, Cheng Kuan proposed eagerly. Jiang Yin, glancing at the sealed and dilapidated entrance, felt a twinge of confusion. Given his abilities, he should not fear the Hall of Celestial Gods. Why could he not return to this, his own home? With that thought, Jiang Yin tore down the seal from the door. Seeing this, Cheng Kuan hurriedly blocked Jiang Yin, saying, Young Master Jiang Yin, please refrain. You cannot tear down the seal. His Majesty will not spare you. Come with me. Hearing Cheng Kuan's words, Jiang Yin chuckled and, with a swift kick, forced the door open. The door swung wide. Jiang Yin surveyed the disheveled courtyard and hesitated before speaking. Steward Cheng Kuan, rest assured, with my presence, no one shall dare harm the general's mansion. Not even the emperor of the Zhou kingdom. Go fetch your wife and children and bring them here to reside. You were the steward before, and you shall remain the steward of the general's mansion. With that, Jiang Yin strode confidently into the residence. Jiang Yan's actions drew the attention of the surrounding onlookers. Who is this person? He dares to tear down the emperor's seal. He treats the imperial edict with such disdain, as though it were naught but a piece of paper. I just heard that old man say this is Jiang Yin. If it truly is him, this is extraordinary. He has openly defied the hall of celestial gods. As the whispers of the crowd reached his ears, Cheng Kuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined the once playful Jiang Yin would now be at odds with the hall of celestial gods. In the royal palace, Chen Qianqing smashed a jade cup in fury. What does Jiang Yin intend to do? If he wishes to return to his mansion, he could have simply asked me for permission. How dare he tear down my seal in front of so many people? He is truly audacious. At Chen Qianqing's words, Prime Minister Zhang Jidao's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, for Jiang Yin had injured his son. Your Majesty, Jiang Yin has been marked for assassination by the Hall of Celestial Gods. Their influence is vast, and we cannot provoke them. However, Jiang Yin is but one man. I believe we can manage him. We should invite the royal sect and the sacred order to deal with Jiang Yin. Hesitating, Chen Qianqing replied, but what if Jiang Yin discovers it was us? There is no one in our palace who can restrain him. No one will know. We can send assassins from the sect, Zhang Jidao suggested quietly. Hearing Zhang Jidao's proposal, Chen Qianqing remained hesitant. After all, Jiang Yin had openly defied the Hall of Celestial Gods. Should he go mad? No one in the entire Zhou Kingdom's palace could stop him. Your Majesty, do not hesitate. Even if Jiang Yin possesses the strength of a dragon, he is not someone we can control, since we cannot rein him in. It is better to eliminate him. Killing Jiang Yin would be a favor to the Hall of Celestial Gods. In return, they would assist us. Wouldn't that be more beneficial than any dragon's might? Zhang Jidao's words sparked a realization in Chen Qianqing, who immediately commanded, notify the sacred order to mobilize the assassins at once. They must ensure Jiang Yin is killed. Tell them that whatever he desires, they shall provide. Understood. At the general's mansion, Jiang Yin surveyed the dilapidated courtyard, feeling no spark of enthusiasm. However, a thought crossed his mind, the true Jiang Yan's sister. How could a person simply vanish in such an environment? Had someone rescued her? But if she had truly been saved, surely someone would have known. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Yin was soon approached by Cheng Kuan, who smiled and said, Young Master Jiang Yin, no, I should say Lord Jiang Yin. I have brought my entire family here. I shall begin tidying up the courtyard at once. As Cheng Kuan busied himself, Jiang Yin smiled, realizing that this place felt right. Reflecting on his previous humble existence, he recognized that this life was the one he had longed for. Yet, the moment of tranquility was short-lived as several individuals forcefully kicked the door open. Jiang Yin regarded the intruders and coldly inquired, Who are you? We are here to take your life, one of them retorted, drawing their swords and charging at Jiang Yin. Master Jiang Yin, flee. I will hold them off, Cheng Kuan cried, rushing to shield Jiang Yin. A warm sensation coursed through Jiang Yan's heart upon hearing this, and he smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Cheng Kuan's shoulder. Fear not. As long as I am here, not a blade shall touch the general's mansion. Bring me my sword, Jiang Yin commanded. As the sound fell, a luminous sword appeared in his grasp. With a gentle flick, he cleaved through the first assailant, reducing him to mere fragments. With a swift motion, the intruders fell before Jiang Yin, except for one, whom he spared for questioning. Who sent you? Jiang Yin gazed at the individual he had spared, his voice dripping with coldness as he inquired. However, upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the man hesitated for a moment before attempting to bite his own tongue to end his life. Chapter 7. The Sacred Gate. Jiang Yin, of course, noticed the man's actions and immediately reached out to stop him. Realizing he had even lost the right to die, the man collapsed to the ground, remaining silent. Jiang Yin, understanding the futility of the situation, was on the verge of executing the man when Cheng Kuan arrived at his side. Cheng Kuan glanced at the individual in shock and remarked, I have seen this person before. He was once the emperor's personal guard. Seems the one who orchestrated this attack must be the emperor himself. The emperor of the Great Zhou. It appears a visit to the palace is in order, Jiang Yin stated before striding towards the exit. Cheng Kuan, witnessing this, quickly called out, "My lord, where are you going? It is nothing for you to concern yourself with. Tidy up the residence. I expect to find it immaculate upon my return, or else you shall forfeit your dinner," Jiang Yin declared, vanishing into the streets. Cheng Kuan, with a resigned smile, muttered softly, "My lord remains as mischievous as in his youth." Upon reaching the palace, the guards surrounding the area recognized Jiang Yin, yet none dared to approach him. He strolled effortlessly to the quarters of Chen Qianqing. "Your Majesty, it has indeed been a while," Jiang Yin said with a smile, gazing at Chen Qianqing. "Jiang Yin, how did you get in? What of the guards at the entrance?" Chen Qianqing inquired, looking at Jiang Yin. "Guards? Do you think they would dare to stop me? Now, tell me, why did you send someone to assassinate me? Was it merely because I tore up the imperial seal?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qianqing's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, and he immediately replied, "What do you mean I sent someone to assassinate you? When did this happen? I was unaware." "Unaware? Are you certain, Your Majesty? I believe you should be well aware of my capabilities. I possess 1,000 methods to make your existence a living hell." Jiang Yin chuckled softly. At Jiang Yan's words, Chen Qianqing trembled, and with tears in his eyes, he exclaimed, "I did not send anyone to kill you. It was the people of the Sacred Gate. They do not heed my commands and have dispatched assassins to eliminate you in pursuit of the divine power from the heavenly temple." "The Sacred Gate? The sect revered by the great Zhou dynasty?" Jiang Yin murmured to himself. Receiving a notification, task, check in at the Sacred Gate. Task reward, 10 levels of the Proud Dragon technique. With the system alert in mind, Jiang Yin decided that regardless of the truth of Chen Qianqing's claims, a trip to the Sacred Gate was unavoidable. "Please inform me of the Sacred Gate's location. It should not be far from the palace, I presume." Jiang Yin smiled at Chen Qianqing. Upon hearing this, Chen Qianqing quickly nodded, "Not far at all." Guided by the map provided by Chen Qianqing, Jiang Yin soon found himself at the foot of the Sacred Gate. Observing the winding mountain path, he shook his head in exasperation. What were the people of the Sacred Gate thinking to establish themselves in such a treacherous location? "It is far too arduous to traverse." As he made his way along the mountain trail, he muttered, "Check in, ding. Task completed. Checked in at the Sacred Gate. 10 levels of the Proud Dragon technique awarded." Currently at 20 levels, upon receiving the system notification, Jiang Yin felt a wave of lightness envelop him, a surge of vitality coursing through his body, solidifying his energy even further. Shortly, Jiang Yin reached a point halfway up the mountain, where 3 young men clad in white blocked his path. "This is the Sacred Gate. Those who are not disciples may not enter," one of the young men stated coldly. "You are disciples of the Sacred Gate?" Jiang Yin inquired curiously. "Indeed, and who are you to dare trespass upon our sacred grounds? If you wish to join the Sacred Gate, the time is not yet ripe. When the time comes, the Emperor of Dazhou will issue a proclamation." The young man replied, nodding, "Join the Sacred Gate? With the system at my disposal, why would I need to join any sect? There is not a single sect on this continent that piques my interest." Having thought this, Jiang Yin cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Please return and inform your sect master that Jiang Yin has come to pay a visit." Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the 3 men widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him in astonishment. "You are Jiang Yin?" "Indeed," Jiang Yin nodded in affirmation. With Jiang Yin's confirmation, the 3 men grew somewhat frantic. All were disciples of the Sacred Gate, and Jiang Yin was known for his tumultuous reputation with the Heavenly Temple. Should Jiang Yin choose to act, they would not even have time to await reinforcements from their sect before being eradicated by him. "Fear not. I harbor no interest in you. Quickly summon your sect master. I wish to inquire why he has sent assassins to kill me." Jiang Yin observed the 3 trembling individuals and sneered. At his command, the 3 men scrambled towards the summit in a panic. Observing their retreat, Jiang Yin expressed his dissatisfaction. Such disciples surely indicate that the sect is not of high caliber. Rather than allow such a sect to persist, it would be better to obliterate it altogether. Yes, destroy it. Unbeknownst to the Sacred Gate, their demise was imminent, all due to the actions of the 3 disciples. When Jiang Yin reached the mountaintop, he found a throng awaiting his arrival, all brandishing their swords. "Oh, so many have come to welcome me. I am truly flattered," he remarked. "Welcome you? Jiang Yin, you truly overestimate yourself. Do you not perceive the murderous intent we carry? As the words fell, the large doors swung open, revealing an elderly man stepping forth, his countenance icy. "You are the sect master?" Jiang Yin inquired, smiling at the old man. "Indeed, I am the sect master of the Sacred Gate, Xian Shengzi." "Jiang Yin, you have come here of your own accord. So do not blame us for taking action. Form the formation." With the old man's command, Jiang Yin observed as the disciples of the Sacred Gate surrounded him, moving in a circular formation. 10,000 swords formation, the elder intoned. Soon, the disciples encircling Jiang Yin halted, drawing their swords with a flourish. Jiang Yin regarded the oncoming barrage of swords with a sense of disappointment. "Is this truly all you can muster? 9 heavens and 10 earths creation fist." As the words left his lips, the surrounding space fell into an eerie silence. In an instant, all the flying swords shattered, and their wielders spewed blood, careening backward. None witnessed the nature of Jiang Yan's attack. In a mere heartbeat, all were sent hurtling away. Upon witnessing this scene, the sect master of the Sacred Gate grew visibly anxious. "What have you done?" "Jiang Yin? What have I done? You shall soon find out." With that, Jiang Yin extended his hand, summoning a radiant sword that materialized in his grasp. A swift thrust pierced the sect master of the Sacred Gate. Jiang Yin observed the fallen disciples with a sigh, shaking his head in resignation. With the sect master deceased and so many disciples gravely injured, the Sacred Gate would likely cease to exist. However, just as Jiang Yin prepared to depart, the system notification chimed once more. Received task. Check in at the reincarnation path of the Sacred Gate. Task reward, God-level body refinement technique, 10,000 thunder body. Upon receiving the task, Jiang Yin turned to a still conscious disciple of the Sacred Gate, inquiring curiously, "Do you possess a place known as the reincarnation path?" Chapter 8. Reincarnation. The disciples of the Sacred Gate, having never encountered such a scene, were utterly terrified. Now, under Jiang Yan's scrutiny, they lamented their fate, mustering the courage to rise. I might know." Before he could finish, Jiang Yan's sword rested against his neck. The cold blade pressed against his skin extinguished any bravado. He immediately knelt, his face a mask of despair as he pointed towards the mountain behind the sect. "Ice over there. Please, don't kill me." Jiang Yin scoffed, dragging the disciple to his feet. "Lead the way." The disciple, trembling, dared not utter a word as they traversed through the training grounds of the Sacred Gate, arriving before a dark cave. "This is the fabled reincarnation path?" Jiang Yin scrutinized the cave entrance, which was shrouded in darkness, obscuring what lay within. The disciple's gaze faltered, his legs shaking as he nodded vigorously. "Indeed, great hero, this is the reincarnation path, where our Sacred Gate has stored treasures throughout the ages. You must enter quickly, great hero." Jiang Yin chuckled, flattered by the title, albeit for the first time. "Very well, having located the place, it is time for me to check in," he declared. Though he inwardly questioned why the esteemed Sacred Gate would hide its treasures in such a dismal cave, his goal was merely to sign in, with the system at his disposal. He had little regard for the supposed treasures of the Sacred Gate. Jiang Yin strode boldly into the cave, oblivious to the growing excitement of the disciple behind him. Suddenly, an immense force emanated from within the cave, pulling him in. The Sacred Gate disciple, witnessing this, rejoiced and fled, muttering to himself, "Fool! Do you think anyone can just enter the reincarnation path? This is our Sacred Gate's forbidden ground. Even the sect master would not dare to approach it lightly. Sect master, I shall avenge you." Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, sensing something amiss, activated all his strength, channeling his energy into his legs as he attempted to retreat. Yet, the pulling force felt as though it aimed to draw out his very soul, thwarting his every effort to move. "This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. System, save me." Jiang Yin cried out in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered a crisis since he had emerged from the cold palace. The power of the Tao Tribulation realm was sufficient to allow him to roam freely, yet who could have anticipated that there would be a force he could not withstand? Nevertheless, he was aware that the system only manifested during the sign-in process, and on ordinary days, its presence eluded him entirely. Gradually, Jiang Yin found himself exhausted. His primordial energy could no longer contend with the overwhelming force. Darkness enveloped him, swallowing him whole. In a daze, he felt his body becoming weightless, and the surroundings transformed into an opulent courtyard. he beheld a father and son standing at the center of the yard, each wielding a wooden stick. The child, not yet as tall as the stick, skillfully twirled it in his hands, effortlessly executing movements that, while somewhat unrefined, were nonetheless impressive for his age. The father, clad in armor, exuded an air of majesty as he parried the child's strikes, exclaiming words of encouragement with a smile of pride upon his face. Jiang Yin observed the scene, entranced. Moments later, a gentle yet exasperated voice called from within the house, "All right, it's time for dinner. You two should not start brandishing your weapons the moment you return." Though the words were scolding, the instant the woman appeared, Jiang Yin felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, quickening his heartbeat. The woman, though not breathtakingly beautiful, embodied the gentle grace of an ancient lady from head to toe. Jiang Yin gazed at the trio, momentarily forgetting his predicament. Upon seeing the woman, the father and son finally sheathed their sticks and entered the house, their laughter echoing in the air. The scene shifted again, remaining within the grand estate of the general, but the boy had grown into a tall and handsome young man, brandishing a long spear with formidable might. The woman, supported by a maid, nodded approvingly. As Jiang Yin studied the young man's face, it grew increasingly familiar, yet before he could fully grasp the recognition, the scene changed once more. The general was met with tragedy. On the battlefield, he found himself surrounded by numerous sect members. The general, in disbelief, looked upon them with righteous indignation, his words lost to the wind. Ultimately, his blood stained his robes as he fell in battle, and soon after, a group stormed the general's estate, capturing all within, including the young man who ultimately fell prey to the imperial guards, cast into the cold palace. Jiang Yin felt as though he were merely an observer, quietly witnessing the unfolding events, his heart swelling with rage. He understood that the general had been betrayed, ensnared by those sect members who had orchestrated this downfall of what was once a happy household, and the young man cast into the cold palace was none other than he. Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin sensed his consciousness gradually returning, as if awakening from a great dream, experiencing the sensation of reincarnation. As an onlooker, he had witnessed the fate of Jiang Yin in this lifetime, while he himself existed as a sort of ethereal entity, only able to observe, devoid of tangible presence. Soon, Jiang Yin felt his body lift, becoming lighter and lighter. A resounding boom jolted him back to reality. His form had ascended into the air, surrounded by a tempest of thunder and lightning. This was the path of reincarnation, a passage from life to death, witnessing the cycles of existence. His mind seemed to grasp something profound. However, the storm clouds before him were destined to be his final resting place. This place, deemed a forbidden zone by the holy sect, was notorious for the absence of survivors. Having regained his composure, Jiang Yin suppressed the turmoil within him, observing the terrifying clashes of thunder and lightning that reverberated around him. An unprecedented sense of peril paradoxically instilled a calmness within him. Was this truly the path of reincarnation? Was that just Jiang Yin's past life? No time to ponder, the path of reincarnation awaited. Sign in. Jiang Yin, witnessing the flashes of lightning surrounding him, shouted with fervor. Ding! Task completed. Signed in at the path of reincarnation. Reward acquired. God-tier body refinement technique, myriad thunder body. As the system's notification echoed, Jiang Yin felt a tempestuous energy erupting from within, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. This newfound power bolstered his confidence immensely. As he surveyed the tumultuous storm around him, the sense of danger dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Crack! A thunderclap, akin to the tearing of the heavens, struck directly at Jiang Yin. Chapter 9. Sign in. Cloud thunder sect Jiang Yin's body jolted. Lightning flickering, yet he emerged unscathed. He pierced through the storm clouds, the blinding light compelling him to shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself back in the pitch-black cave. The cave remained enveloped in darkness. Yet the intense suction had vanished. Jiang Yin moved, feeling a tangible sense of existence and the overwhelming power still contained within him. What treasures could possibly deceive me? Jiang Yin surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the disciple of the holy sect had deliberately misled him, intending to bring about his demise. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, lightning crackling faintly around him as he strode out of the cave. Just as he prepared to confront the guiding disciple for retribution, he sensed several distinct energies nearby. Among them were several presences that seemed even stronger than the holy sect's leader. Could it be that the holy sect has found allies? Jiang Yin had traversed the realm of reincarnation, gaining considerable insight, yet the near-death experience left him feeling apprehensive. Regardless of how many allies the holy sect had, he was determined to eliminate that disciple. Nonsense! With your mere holy sect, how could you possibly deal with Jiang Yin? Hand him over quickly. Indeed, with your lot. My sect's disciples far surpass you in strength. I suspect you have allied yourselves with Jiang Yin. Daring to provoke the divine. We, the apostles of the divine, shall not let him escape easily. Hand over that Jiang Yin brat at once. Within the holy sect, numerous powerful figures gathered, and their steady auras indicated they were no mere royal guards. These individuals were formidable, and no wonder they dared to provoke Jiang Yin, even after knowing he had toppled the divine sect and threatened to capture him alive. They must possess some capability. Elders, sect leader. Our holy sect's leader has already fallen to that beast. How could we ally with him? If he were not already dead, we would have offered his corpse to you all, the elder of the holy sect. Bearing severe injuries, spoke. Having just awakened from a grievous wound inflicted by Jiang Yin, he learned from the disciples that Jiang Yin, unaware of his impending doom, had brazenly entered the forbidden zone of the back mountain, the path of reincarnation. Once one enters the path of reincarnation, life and death are no longer in their hands. With no news for so long, he must have long since turned to ashes. Now, this group of sect members has come together to hunt Jiang Yin. How could our holy sect possibly surrender him? Ha! Your holy sect leader has been slain. How could you hope to confront Jiang Yin? Spare us your grandiloquent words. I suggest we search the area. The speaker was an elder from the Cloud Thunder sect, and as his words fell, a chorus of agreement erupted. The elder of the holy sect fumed. They were not here to find Jiang Yin, but rather to take advantage of their misfortune, seeking to carve up the resources of the holy sect now that their leader had perished. How could the elder of the holy sect allow this group to intrude upon his domain? He stepped forward to block them. However, a flash of cold light pierced through, and the elder's eyes widened as he collapsed. Lifeless? Humph! Ignorant fools, do you truly believe that being a royal sect of the Zhou kingdom grants you immunity from retribution? The assailant scoffed, wiping the blood from his blade. Those present, accustomed to such occurrences, began to plunder the holy sect. After all, it was a sect favored by the royal family of Zhou kingdom, and its cultivation resources were considerable. Yet, following the earlier display of strength, the crowd regarded the Cloud Thunder sect with a newfound caution. Anyone they encountered was treated with deference, and none dared to contest them. You dare seek death? How audacious to challenge the Cloud Thunder sect for resources. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the crowd, eliciting expressions of schadenfreude. To witness a conflict with the Cloud Thunder sect was a delightful prospect. If both sides engaged in a fierce battle, they would no longer need to fear the Cloud Thunder sect. The elder of the Cloud Thunder sect furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he followed the source of the noise. It was a young man clad in simple garments, presumably a disciple brought by another sect. Displaying a lack of understanding, the elder of the Cloud Thunder sect secretly sighed with relief, stating sternly, "Hand over your possessions and take your sect members out of the holy sect at once. Or do not blame the Cloud Thunder sect for being merciless." He had anticipated that a single statement would suffice to intimidate the youth. However, to his astonishment, the young man showed no sign of fear and instead appeared to be collecting treasures. Seemingly oblivious to the elder's words, "Brat, seeking death," enraged, the elder of the Cloud Thunder sect commanded his subordinates to draw their weapons, aiming them at the youth. Only then did the young man look up, stowing his treasures and brushing off the dust from his garments. This holy sect is rather impoverished, by the way. What did you just say your sect was called? The speaker was none other than Jiang Yin. Having just returned from the path of reincarnation, upon his return, he beheld a tumultuous scene where everyone was fiercely vying for the coveted treasures. Without uttering a word, he joined the fray, only to find himself the target of hostility from the Yunlei sect. It was only then that he chose to withdraw. Which sect does this lad belong to? How dare he show such disrespect? The Yunlei sect is not one to be trifled with, and he is likely to bring calamity upon his own sect. Indeed, the Yunlei sect stands as one of the foremost powers in the Zhou kingdom, wielding formidable lightning techniques. Even our sect would hesitate to confront them directly. Observers lowered their heads, murmuring amongst themselves, convinced that a thoughtless disciple from a lesser sect had stirred up a grave disaster. Since no sect has come forward to defend him, young man, you shall bear the consequences of your own actions. With a sweeping gesture, the elder of the Yunlei sect summoned his disciples to advance. True to its reputation, the Yunlei sect's might was awe-inspiring, akin to a clap of thunder as they made their move. Jiang Yin assessed the onslaught of his adversaries, casually waving his hand, conjuring a massive hand of ethereal energy that sent a group of them sprawling. In an instant, he flashed before the elder of the Yunlei sect and inquired, "What is the name of your sect? Who are you?" The Yunlei sect is not one you can simply. Before he could finish, Jiang Yin delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. So you are from the Yunlei sect? He remarked. Ding. Task received. Check in at Yunlei sect. Task reward, Purple Thunder Beast.as. The system's notification chimed. A smirk crept across Jiang Yan's lips. He was certain that as long as there was a location, the system would issue a task. It seemed his next destination was indeed the so-called Yunlei sect. Yet, the task's reward, Purple Thunder Beast, left him puzzled. Wasn't it customary for such rewards to be divine techniques or legendary treasures? Chapter 10, Elder of Yunlei Sect. Not long after Jiang Yin departed from the Holy Gate, the news reached the ears of the Yunlei sect's leader, Bang. The intricately carved wooden table adorned with lightning motifs was overturned with a crash. How dare Jiang Yin kill one of our own? Does he not hold the Yunlei sect in any regard? An elderly man thundered. Jiang Yin dared to provoke the celestial palace. What do we have to fear from the Yunlei sect? A watchful disciple muttered under his breath. Upon hearing this, the elder shot a fierce glare at the disciple, then, with a swift motion, curled his fingers into a claw, summoning the disciple to him with an unseen force. What did you just say? The elder demanded coldly. Nothing, great elder, I was wrong. I shall never speak out of turn again. The disciple, trembling, burst into tears. Yet, the elder's heart held no pity. A spark of lightning flickered in his hand, which soon coursed through the disciple's body. Releasing his grip, the disciple collapsed, convulsing briefly before drawing his last breath. The elder of the Yunlei sect turned to the others and declared, "Remember this. We are not inferior to the celestial palace. Our time to rise and make a name for ourselves has come. By eliminating Jiang Yin, our reputation will eclipse that of the celestial palace." Yes. The other disciples, having witnessed the elder's ruthless methods, dared not voice any dissent. Is this truly the Yunlei sect? This place certainly lives up to its name. At that moment, Jiang Yin had reached the periphery of the Yunlei sect, gazing up at the ominous clouds and the lightning that threatened to descend. He couldn't help but murmur, "System, why do you always seem to respond one step behind? Shouldn't I have checked in by now?" Jiang Yin shook his head in mild frustration. However, the system remained unyielding. It refused to acknowledge his check-in until he had done so. Jiang Yin had long since lost his patience with the system, having never seen its true form throughout the centuries. As he pressed onward, a notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Check-in successful. Task completed at Yunlei sect. Reward, Purple Thunder Beast. With a mix of incredulity and amusement, Jiang Yin remarked, "I was just 2 steps away." Just then, a rift in the sky opened, and a small, rotund creature plummeted onto him. Jiang Yin examined the little being, which resembled a pig with its snout and ears. "Are you the Purple Thunder Beast? Surely you are not just a purple thunder pig?" Upon hearing this, the beast looked at Jiang Yin, then unleashed a bolt of purple lightning that struck him. Jiang Yin winced. "Now I believe it." Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, he continued, "With the Purple Thunder Beast in hand, I shall venture into the depths of the Yunlei sect. Task received. Check-in at Yunlei Valley. Task reward, Divine Grade Yuan Artifact, 10,000 Thunder Spear." Jiang Yin was astonished at how swiftly the system issued another task. What manner of place was Yunlei Valley? Was it akin to the reincarnation path? While he pondered this, dozens of figures appeared before him. "Ah, so many have come to welcome me?" Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. "The Great Elder has arrived." An unknown voice's command. Everyone parted to create a path as the Great Elder of the Yunlei sect ambled toward Jiang Yin. "You are Jiang Yin?" the Great Elder sneered. "Congratulations on your correct guess. Your reward is death," Jiang Yin retorted, extending his hand as a radiant sword materialized. "You wish for my demise? I doubt you possess the ability to carry it out." Heavenly God Thunder Array. As the Great Elder's voice resonated, All the disciples of the Yunlei sect swiftly repositioned themselves, forming an array. The dark clouds above began to coalesce ominously. Seeing this, Jiang Yin simply sheathed his sword and spread his arms. Preparing to embrace the impending lightning, fall, commanded the Great Elder. Upon his command, all Yunlei sect disciples expelled a mouthful of essence blood, which vanished upon hitting the ground, conjuring a crimson bolt of lightning above Jiang Yan's head that surged downward. Jiang Yin stood his ground, allowing the blood-red lightning to strike him. Boom. After the impact, Jiang Yin stood unharmed before the astonished onlookers. Impossible. This cannot be. The Great Elder gazed at Jiang Yin in sheer disbelief. Having acquired the power of 10,000 thunder, Jiang Yin needed not even to activate the proud dragon technique. His body alone could withstand the assault of such lightning. Is this all you've got? Jiang Yin scoffed at the disciples of the 10,000 thunder sect. Keep it coming. Unyielding, the Great Elder commanded, all disciples, unleash another round of essence blood. Once more, crimson lightning descended. Once, twice, thrice. Countless bolts rained down, yet Jiang Yin remained unfazed. While many disciples of the Yunlei sect succumbed to exhaustion from their drained blood, collapsing one by one, as the numbers dwindled, the power of the blood-red lightning diminished correspondingly. How dull. It seems this is all your ability amounts to. Now, it's my turn. With that, Jiang Yin grasped his sword, unleashing a golden sword aura that felled all remaining conscious disciples of the Yunlei sect. The Great Elder, realizing the futility of the blood-red lightning against Jiang Yin, had already begun to flee. Run? Let's see where you think you can escape to. Jiang Yin sneered, striding confidently into the depths of the Yunlei sect. Along the way, numerous disciples lunged at him, but he dispatched them with ease. Before long, Jiang Yin burst into the inner sanctum of the Yunlei sect, where dozens of figures stood guard at the entrance. What do you intend to do, Jiang Yin? You may leave now. We of the Yunlei sect can overlook your previous transgressions. The Great Elder hid behind his disciples, his voice trembling with fear. While they may choose to overlook Jiang Yan's actions, he had no intention of letting the Yunlei sect off the hook. I have no grand ambitions. My desire is simple. To eradicate you all. With that, Jiang Yin charged into the throng of disciples. Every attack aimed at him was effortlessly absorbed by his body. And soon, the formation of Yunlei sect disciples was thrown into disarray. Jiang Yin reached the Great Elder, seizing him by the throat. Where is Yunlei Valley? Jiang Yin demanded, uninterested in further pleasantries. Yunlei Valley? Why do you seek it? Our sect's leader is there. Chapter 11. The 30th layer. Spare me the pleasantries. Jiang Yin interrupted, his grip tightening. I'll tell you everything. Just proceed deeper into the inner sanctum. At the very back lies Yunlei Valley. If you spare my life, I will divulge all I know. Enough with the empty words. Even if I were to spare you, someone else would ensure your demise. After finishing his words, Jiang Yin flung the corpse of the Grand Elder of the Yunlei sect to the ground. Following the Grand Elder's guidance, Jiang Yin swiftly located the Yunlei Valley. Ding. Check-in. Task completed. Checked into Yunlei Valley, rewarded with the divine weapon, the 10,000 Thunder Spear. The system's voice echoed once more, and Jiang Yin beheld a silvery white spear materializing before his eyes. He reached out to grasp the spear, and an overwhelming surge of thunderous power instantly enveloped him. Jiang Yin couldn't help but shiver, feeling an immediate lightness in his body and a noticeable enhancement in his speed. Soon, having acclimated to the 10,000 Thunder Spear, Jiang Yin directly entered the Yunlei Valley. Boom. Crack. Strikes of lightning appeared above Jiang Yan's head, signaling an impending thunderstorm. Just as he prepared to endure it, a small figure leaped from his shoulder. A thick bolt of lightning descended from above. Yet before it could unleash its fury, it was devoured by the small figure. Indeed, the 10,000 Thunder Beast was truly formidable. As Jiang Yin marveled, he sat on the ground, observing. You are spending your last moments alive on this? Hearing this voice, Jiang Yin turned to find a middle-aged man in white standing beside him. Watching the purple Thunder Beast consume the lightning. You must be the leader of the Yunlei sect. I never expected to encounter you so soon. You should really take a look around, as this may very well be the last thing you see. Jiang Yin retorted to the middle-aged man, then stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Jiang Yin, I have heard of you. It is said that you defeated several elders of the Heavenly God Hall with a single strike. I would like to test that technique on you, the middle-aged man said with a smile. You wish to try? I shall not permit it. What qualifications does a dying man have to dictate to me? With that, Jiang Yin extended his hand, and the 10,000 thunder spear appeared in his grasp. What a splendid artifact, though it is truly a pity for you. Lightning spirit, come forth and slay this man. As the leader's voice fell, several bolts of lightning transformed into demonic beasts before Jiang Yan's eyes. Not enough, Jiang Yan declared, brandishing the 10,000 thunder spear, charging toward the nearest lightning beast. With a flick of his wrist, several dazzling sparks flared from the spear's tip in no time. The lightning beast bore multiple wounds. Boom. The lightning beast exploded, and a stream of lightning was absorbed into the 10,000 thunder spear. Seeing Jiang Yin dispatch the lightning beast with such swiftness, the leader of the Yunlei sect lost his composure. He waved his hand, and the beasts formed from lightning surged toward Jiang Yin. In response, Jiang Yin wielded the Thunder Dragon Spear, unleashing a gigantic lightning dragon that sent all the lightning beasts flying. Their bodies shattered midair, and strands of lightning flowed into the 10,000 thunder spear. As the lightning dragon barreled toward him, the leader of the Yunlei sect felt a surge of panic and turned to flee. But the lightning dragon was swift, quickly catching up to the leader. "Father, save me!" The voice echoed as the lightning dragon closed in on the leader of the Yunlei sect, poised to strike. Just then, a massive bolt of lightning appeared, scattering the lightning dragon. Jiang Yin saw an elderly man materialize before him. "Jiang Yin, one should show mercy when possible. Do you not understand this principle? Why must you make things so absolute?" the old man said, shaking his head in resignation. Hearing the elder's words, Jiang Yin shrugged helplessly, then sensed that the elder's cultivation level had reached the transformation realm, a full tier above him. "System, lend me a hand. This is an entire level difference. Even in the Heavenly God Hall, such a formidable master has yet to appear." Although Jiang Yin thought this, he did not reveal any fear on his face. Instead, he planted the 10,000 thunder spear into the ground and said nonchalantly, "A transformation realm cultivator dares to contend with a mere Dao tribulation realm practitioner? How can you even utter those words? A mere Dao tribulation realm? You are no ordinary Dao tribulation cultivator. Those who are pursued by the Heavenly God Hall are certainly not common folk." The elder replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Task received. Pass through Yunlei Valley. Task reward, 10 additional layers of the Proud Dragon technique. Pass through Yunlei Valley. Does that not imply that I must defeat the person before me?" Jiang Yin did not expect the system to hold him in such high regard, expecting him, a Dao tribulation cultivator, to conquer a transformation realm master. "Jiang Yin, leave this place. I can overlook your past actions if you depart now. Otherwise, you shall face certain death," the elder insisted. Jiang Yin wished to leave, but the system seemed intent on preventing him from doing so, even issuing a task to tempt him. "Apologies, but I must execute the 9 heavens and 10 earths transmutation fist." Jiang Yin understood that against someone of such superior cultivation, his only option was a surprise attack. Only by catching the opponent off guard could he hope to injure them. The elder was taken aback that Jiang Yin dared to strike. "Boy, you seek death." The elder summoned his energy to block the attack, intending to counter Jiang Yin. However, he soon realized his mistake. Despite his considerable strength, Jiang Yan's strike was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The energy barrier he casually formed was instantly shattered by Jiang Yan's assault. Buffed. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time Jiang Yin had used the 9 heavens and 10 earths transmutation fist without killing, merely injuring his opponent. "Young man, I underestimated you. Remember this well." With that, the elder, along with the leader of the Yunlei sect, vanished from Jiang Yan's sight in a blink. Jiang Yin was astonished that his single strike had frightened the elder away. Truly, the older one becomes, the more one fears death. Just a minor injury, and he already fled. Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation, with the elder and the leader of the Yunlei sect no longer obstructing him. And with the assistance of the purple thunder beast shielding him from the lightning above, Jiang Yin soon exited Yunlei Valley. Ding. Check-in successful. Task reward, 10 layers added to the Proud Dragon technique. Current level, 30 layers. System alert, 50 layers of the Proud Dragon technique required to enter the transformation realm. 50 layers. How long will that take? Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation and leisurely made his way home. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly God Hall, an elderly man bellowed furiously, "These useless fools. They failed to hunt down Jiang Yin, and instead, He annihilated 2 sections. How can they be so foolish, daring to call themselves a sect? Chapter 12. The Secrets of the General's Manor within the Heavenly God Hall. An elder shouted in anger. Elder, calm your rage. This merely reflects the incompetence of the sects within the great Zhou dynasty. After all, there are still many dynasties and sects beyond this. This is just the tip of the iceberg, a messenger replied with a smile. Upon hearing the messenger's words, the elder turned to him, coldly asking, "So you have a candidate in mind?" "Of course. Have you ever heard of the Snow Nation?" the messenger replied. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "I had almost forgotten. The Snow Nation was exiled to the snowy region for opposing our heavenly God Hall. I did not expect them to establish a nation. Indeed, the snowy region is resource depleted. Yet it is said that a cultivation sect has emerged within the Snow Nation. We can issue a command." The messenger's words trailed off, but the elder already understood. Go. Take care of it. If you handle this matter properly, I shall grant you a drop of heavenly God power. The elder laughed heartily upon hearing the messenger's words. Understood. The messenger, filled with joy, turned to leave. "Jiang Yin, let us see how you escape this time." The elder coldly muttered as he watched the messenger depart. At this moment, Jiang Yin had returned to the general's manor. Though his recent battles had significantly enhanced his strength, the mental toll had also been considerable. Chang Kuan approached Jiang Yin, smiling. "My lord, the former lord had a room that we were forbidden to enter. Now that he is gone, what shall we do about it?" After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yin replied, "I will take a look with that." He walked to the door of the room. Upon seeing the large lock on the door, Jiang Yin recalled that the real Jiang Yin had once wished to enter, but was soundly punished by his father, the general, and had never dared approach since. "Let me see what lies within," he muttered, before forcefully breaking the lock and pushing the door open. Upon entering, Jiang Yin was greeted by a room thick with dust, causing him to cough as he stepped inside. However, after taking a tour of the room, he found nothing of interest. This should not be. If there is nothing here, why was I forbidden entry? Jiang Yin muttered to himself softly. Ding. Task received. Exit the secret passage. Task reward, 10 layers added to the Proud Dragon technique. Jiang Yin had initially resolved to abandon his quest, but upon receiving the mission, a sudden surge of vitality coursed through him. The system would not jest with him. The emergence of a task signified the existence of a hidden passage that he was yet unaware of. Contemplating this, Jiang Yin commenced a thorough search throughout the room. However, despite his diligent efforts, he could not uncover the location of the secret passage. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a table cloaked in dust, upon which lay a solitary bamboo slip. Initially, Jiang Yin suspected it might have been inadvertently left behind by the general. Yet, with the mention of a secret passage, this bamboo slip appeared increasingly suspicious. Approaching the slip, he reached out to touch it, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Though he had attained the immunity of the thunderbolt body, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets, the moment his hand made contact with the bamboo slip, he felt a sharp pain, and a drop of blood fell onto it. Almost instantaneously, the slip emitted a blinding red light that shot towards the mirror embedded in the wall. Refracting into a corner where dust elawite to his astonishment, he discovered that what he initially perceived as a mirror was merely a polished crystal stone. Losing interest, Jiang Yin moved towards the dust marked by the red light. Upon dispersing the dust, he uncovered a circular bronze bead beneath it. This must be the mechanism to the hidden passage, he mused. With that thought, he stepped upon the bead, and with a resounding thud, a wall swung open, revealing the secret passage behind it. Stepping inside, Jiang Yin found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern anything around him. Just as he pondered his next move, the surrounding candle flames flickered to life, and the passage door behind him closed with a definitive thud. Frowning at the stone wall's thickness, Jiang Yin remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to break through. He ventured deeper into the passage and soon arrived at a candlelit altar where a long blade was reverently displayed. "What is this?" he muttered, furrowing his brow as he examined the blade. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Divine-grade artifact, the Dragon Slayer blade, on par with the Thunderbolt spear. Jiang Yin paused momentarily, realizing the significance of the Thunderbolt spear. An artifact of divine caliber, it was a treasure that many would covet across the continent. Even the Yuan Shan Temple might not possess such a relic. He speculated that the families who had annihilated the general's estate must have sought this divine weapon. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to take the Dragon Slayer blade, but instead left it on the altar, as he had already acquired the Thunderbolt spear and had no need for another weapon. Nevertheless, uncertainty loomed over how to exit the passage, as the system's task was to depart from it. Could there be another exit? As he scrutinized the walls surrounding the altar, he noticed one candle, markedly shorter than the others. Attempting to grasp it, he found it stubbornly unyielding. Regardless of his efforts, I refuse to be thwarted, he declared, vigorously shaking the candle. Yet, while the candle remained steadfast, the altar shifted with a resounding crash. A large black door materialized before him. Jiang Yin opened it, only to be greeted by a narrow alleyway. Upon exiting the alley, the system's notification chimed. Sign-in complete. Task accomplished. Successfully exited the secret passage. Reward, 10 levels added to the AO Longju, currently at level 40. A smile graced Jiang Yan's face as he considered his next move. Promptly returning to the general's estate. Upon his arrival, Cheng Kuan expressed surprise. My lord, when did you step out? When you were otherwise occupied, Jiang Yin replied, retreating to his chamber. He had no intention of divulging the family's secret to anyone. As memories of the families that had decimated the general's estate resurfaced, he clenched his fists. Chen family, Lu family, Zhao family, Tian family, await my return. For I, Jiang Yin, shall soon seek you out, he declared with a cold chuckle before retiring to bed. Eager to catch up on the rest he had long been denied. However, he was unaware of how long he had slept. My lord, there are people outside seeking you. Cheng Kuan's voice broke through his slumber. Groggily, Jiang Yin opened the door, irritation evident on his face. Tell her to wait. I'm trying to sleep, he grumbled before shutting the door again. Yet, after returning, Jiang Yin found himself restless, unable to find solace in sleep. Just as he sat up in bed, the system notified him. Task received. Rescue Zhuang Xinyue. Task reward, 10 levels added to the AO Longju. With this announcement, Jiang Yan's spirit soared. Zhuang Xinyue was the first person he had encountered in this world who had caught his eye. He could not turn a blind eye to her predicament. He flung open the door, and Cheng Kuan, who had been waiting outside, immediately informed him, My lord, the ruler is awaiting your presence. Frowning at the mention of the ruler, Jiang Yin muttered, What a troublesome woman. Lead the way. Although anxious, he understood that if he did not intervene, she would continue to pester him. Soon, Cheng Kuan escorted him to the reception hall. I have been waiting for you, Wang Kiki remarked, her displeasure dissipating into a smile upon seeing him. Jiang Yin, however, was not swayed by her demeanor. What do you want? He inquired coldly. My father has already petitioned His Majesty to arrange our betrothal. Soon, the Emperor shall serve as our witness, Wang Kiki replied with a grin. Betrothal? Have you not already cast me aside? On what grounds does the Emperor presume to consent to a union I have not even acknowledged? Jiang Yin retorted icily. Wang Kiki stumbled back, taken aback by his audacity. Aside from those from the Divine Temple, none had dared to speak of the Emperor in such a manner, making Jiang Yin the first. Yet, this is what the Emperor decreed, though you intend to defy the imperial command. You are the general of the Zhou Kingdom, she pressed. Before she could finish, Jiang Yin raised his hand, cutting her off. Remember this, my father once held the title of general in the Zhou Kingdom. But now, I am Jiang Yin, yet I am not a subject of the Zhou Kingdom. I merely reside here by coincidence. Butler, see her out. With that, Jiang Yin strode from the general's estate. Wang Kiki watched his retreating figure, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Nevertheless, recalling her father's words, she suppressed her ire. Jiang Yin, you cannot escape, she murmured softly. Upon leaving the estate, Jiang Yin hurried to the Qian Kuan Palace. Upon arrival, he was met with a gruesome sight. The bodies of disciples strewn across the ground. Frowning, he dashed into the Qian Qing Palace, only to be met with an immediate attack. A surge of energy shot toward him, and Jiang Yin deftly dodged, turning to confront his assailant. Who dares to ambush me? Those of the Snow Valley. Vacate the premises immediately, a man's voice resounded around him. Even the Divine Temple dares not speak to me in such a manner. What authority does the Snow Valley possess? Jiang Yin scoffed. That moment, a robed elder appeared before him. You are Jiang Yin? He asked, astonished. Indeed. Where is Zhuang Xinyue? Step aside, or face death, Jiang Yin demanded coldly. The elder hesitated before responding. Jiang Yin, I admire your courage to stand against the divine temple. However, admiration aside, we cannot refuse the benefits bestowed by the divine temple. Therefore, I regret to inform you, but we cannot comply. The elder's tone conveyed both respect and resignation. Sighing, Jiang Yin drew the thunderbolt spear, declaring, if you refuse to move, then I shall force my way through. Thunder Dragon, appear. With those words, a massive thunder dragon burst forth, charging towards the elder. Caught off guard, the elder scarcely had time to react before the dragon reached him. Attempting to retreat proved futile, as the dragon's whiskers brushed against his hand, sending arcs of electricity coursing through him, rendering him incapacitated. Jiang Yin seized the opportunity, wielding the thunderbolt spear to strike, sending the elder crashing to the ground. Unconscious. Given your flattering words, I shall spare your life, he concluded. Gazing at the unconscious elder, Jiang Yin smiled and remarked. Subsequently, he made his way to the spot where he first encountered Zhuang Xinyue. Soon, he beheld Zhuang Xinyue fiercely battling 3 elderly opponents. Palace Master Qinkuan, come with us. The decree of the Heavenly God Temple is not to be defied, as long as you accompany us. We assure you that no one from your Qinkuan palace will be harmed. One elder proclaimed with fervor, Himph, your snow domain was once considered valiant for daring to oppose the Heavenly God Temple. Although you lost, in the eyes of those of us who resist the temple, you were at least heroes. However, now you have become mere lapdogs of the Heavenly God Temple. It is truly disappointing. Zhuang Xinyue replied helplessly. Palace Master Qinkuan, regardless of your words, we shall not waver from our purpose. You must come with us, the elder insisted. Apologies, she cannot accompany you. Who are you? My Snow Valley's affairs with the Qinkuan Palace are not for you to meddle in, the elder retorted, turning to Zhang Nan, only to pause in astonishment, exclaiming, You are Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin was taken aback that the elder recognized him so swiftly. I didn't expect you to recognize me. You are far more perceptive than the one at the entrance. He replied with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, fury ignited in the elder's eyes as he bellowed. What have you done to the third elder? The third elder? You mean the one at the entrance? I see now. But fret not, I did nothing but render him unconscious. Jiang Yin responded with a grin. You seek death. With that, the elder charged at Zhang Nan, wielding an icy sword, aiming to strike Jiang Yin. If you desire my demise, you may find yourself ill-equipped for the task, Jiang Yin declared, swiftly brandishing the WNLI spear, summoning a thunder dragon that enveloped the elder. The elder, struck by the electricity coursing through the thunder dragon, quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. The thunder dragon soon flung the incapacitated elder to the ground, and Jiang Yin rushed to Zhuang Xinyue's side, grinning as he said, How about that? Impressive, right? Himph, who asked you to save me? Zhuang Xinyue shot Jiang Yin an exasperated glance, then continued. Hearing her words, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. Ding, mission accomplished. Rescue Zhuang Xinyue. Check-in successful. Mission reward. Aolongju 10 levels. Aolongju now at level 50. Successfully advancing to the transformation realm. Upon receiving the system's notification, Jiang Yin felt an exhilarating lightness throughout his body, as a surge of power erupted from within. Sensing Jiang Yan's newfound aura, Zhuang Xinyue exclaimed in astonishment. UVE leveled up? Indeed, Jiang Yin nodded affirmatively. Ding, new mission received. Proceed to Snow Valley. Mission reward, divine level martial technique, annihilation seal. Upon hearing the mission reward, Jiang Yin's interest peaked. At present, aside from the 9 heavens and 10 earths creation fist, he possessed no other martial skills. While it was indeed powerful, relying solely on one technique would surely expose its weaknesses over time. Do you seek vengeance? Jiang Yin inquired, directing a smile at Zhuang Xinyue. Vengeance? Are you planning to confront the Heavenly God Temple? Zhuang Xinyue assumed Jiang Yin intended to pursue trouble with the temple and was about to dissuade him. Not at all. The Heavenly God Temple is no longer worth my time. What I mean by vengeance is to strike back at Snow Nation. The ones who attacked your Qinkuan Palace were from the Snow Valley. Shall we exact retribution? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Zhuang Xinyue felt a flicker of excitement, but her concern for her sect's current plight returned. Rest assured, it won't take long, and given your sect's current state, how much worse can it possibly get? Jiang Yin assured her with a grin. After considering Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xinyue realized that despite their harshness, they held a kernel of truth. Her sect was already in ruins. It had reached its nadir. Very well, since the Snow Valley has inflicted such considerable losses upon my Qinkuan palace, I shall ensure they receive a lesson they won't forget. Zhuang Xinyue clenched her delicate hands, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Let us proceed. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin turned and set off. Wait for me. Zhuang Xinyue hurriedly followed. The two traversed the great Zhou dynasty, arriving at an expansive plain. Beyond this lies the Wind Nation, where the emperor is a staunch supporter of the heavenly god clan. Are you certain you don't want to take a detour? Zhuang Xinyue queried, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yin. At a detour? Do they think they can compel me to take one? They hardly have the standing. Jiang Yin scoffed, unwilling to appear diminished before Zhuang Xinyue. However, despite his bravado, he remained on high alert, fully aware of the unwavering loyalty the people here held for the heavenly god temple. Yet, upon entering the city, they discovered that the Wind Nation was under a semi-lockdown, permitting entry but barring exit. Consequently, they would be obliged to remain within the city until the restrictions were lifted. We're in for a delay. It seems, Jiang Yin remarked, understanding the situation. Indeed, let us find an inn to stay at, Zhuang Xinyue replied with resignation. Before long, they located an inn, but upon entering, Jiang Yin found himself in a predicament. He had vanquished and even obliterated numerous sects. Yet he had neglected to loot their yuan crystals. According to his recollection, yuan crystals served as currency in this realm, categorized into ordinary and premium yuan crystals, yet he found himself without a single one. What troubles you? Zhuang Xinyue inquired, regarding Jiang Yin with curiosity. Do you happen to have any yuan crystals on you? Of course I do. You mean you don't have any? Zhuang Xinyue asked, astonished. None. Jiang Yin had initially intended to feign nonchalance, but realizing they would be together for the foreseeable future, he opted for honesty. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinyue burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks from mirth. What is so amusing? Jiang Yin asked, somewhat disgruntled by her laughter. Nothing. I simply didn't anticipate that the renowned Jiang Yin would turn out to be a pauper. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Xinyue chuckled softly, erupting into laughter once more. Jiang Yin, now visibly displeased, wore a dark expression. Sensing that her laughter had gone too far, Zhuang Xinyue stifled her amusement, turning to the innkeeper and stating, Innkeeper, we require 2 rooms. The innkeeper glanced at Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue, hesitating momentarily before replying, we only have 1 room available. Will that suffice? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin exchanged glances with the innkeeper, a knowing smile spreading across his face. 1 room? Surely you have no others? Or perhaps there are other inns in this city? Zhuang Xinyue queried, puzzled by the innkeeper's implication. There are none. This is Wind Nation. Virtually no one stays at inns here, so I am the sole proprietor. If you don't wish to stay, I suggest you leave quickly. I have other guests to attend to, the innkeeper urged. Very well, I shall stay, Zhuang Xinyue declared promptly. Just as Zhuang Xinyue was finalizing arrangements with the innkeeper, a notification chimed. Ding, new mission received. Uncover the secrets of the Wind Nation's royal family. Mission reward. Aolong-ju 5 levels. Only 5 levels? Why did 2 missions appear at once? Jiang Yin wondered, taken aback by the unexpected task and its meager reward. This is a temporary mission assigned by the system, thus the lower reward. The host may choose to forego it, the system explained. Forgo it? Not a chance. 5 levels are better than none, Jiang Yin asserted, determined to accept the task. After Zhuang Xinyue completed the check-in process, she turned to Jiang Yin and asked, Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and head upstairs. Finally snapping back to reality, Jiang Yin offered the innkeeper a friendly smile and followed Zhuang Xinyue upstairs. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. I suppose I have performed a good deed. Accumulating some merit, the innkeeper mumbled softly to himself. Zhuang Xinyue surveyed the room and began tidying up, stating, Let us take a good rest. The innkeeper mentioned that this lockdown will last at least 3 more days. We can rest and then check out the auction later. He mentioned there would be many intriguing items. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin glanced at Zhuang Xinyue, who was reclining on the bed, and nodded before climbing onto her bed. What are you doing? Zhuang Xinyue eyed him warily. Resting on the bed, Jiang Yin replied straightforwardly, Who allowed you to come up here? Where else should I go? The floor. Their rapid exchange yielded an unsatisfactory conclusion for Jiang Yin, who was not pleased. You will regret this. When the time is ripe, I shall avenge today's humiliation, Jiang Yin vowed. staring at the resting Zhuang Xinyue. Chapter 15. Worthless, what did you say? Nothing. Jiang Yin quickly shook his head at Zhuang Xinyue's inquiry, then lay down on the floor. Seeing Jiang Yan's predicament, Zhuang Xinyue couldn't help but smile. As night fell, both Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue awoke. Let us go. Zhuang Xinyue finished speaking and immediately exited the room, prompting Jiang Yin to hastily follow her. Upon arriving at the auction, they found the venue teeming with people. Do you possess invitations? A guard approached Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue with a smile. Zhuang Xinyue shook her head in response. I'm afraid that means you must wait here. Only those with invitations may enter first. The guard's demeanor shifted upon hearing they lacked invitations, while Jiang Yin remained unfazed by the guard's snobbery. Zhuang Xinyue, as the master of the Qin Kuan Palace, was not accustomed to such disrespect. What is your attitude? Is the auction in the Wen Nation always this elitist? However, the guard disregarded Zhuang Xinyue's words entirely. There are many people like you every day. If I were to respond to each one, I wouldn't know when I'd finish. Hey, don't walk away. Zhuang Xinyue attempted to stop the guard to seek clarification. Jiang Yin intervened, smiling as he said, let us just wait a moment. There's no rush. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xinyue managed to suppress her frustration. Yet, their commotion caught the attention of another individual. Miss, are you troubled by the lack of an invitation? Zhuang Xinyue turned to the speaker with curiosity. Wasn't this the third prince of the Wen Nation? Oh no, a girl is about to be ensnared. What a pity! Jiang Yin realized from the surrounding murmurs that the man before them was far from benevolent. Sorry, we do not require an invitation. Jiang Yin quickly positioned himself in front of Zhuang Xinyue, speaking coldly. The third prince's expression shifted upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, yet he smiled and said, my dear friends seem quite wary of me, I assure you. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely noticed that this lady appears frail, and standing to watch the auction may not be suitable. Jiang Yin initially felt anger rising but suddenly reconsidered. Nodding in agreement, you make a valid point. Please take us inside. Zhuang Xinyue gazed at Jiang Yin in astonishment. Based on her understanding of him, he should have been furious, yet he was accommodating the third prince of the Wen Nation. The third prince chuckled upon hearing this, giving Jiang Yin an approving look before leading them into the auction hall. As they entered, a few personal guards accompanied the third prince, while the rest remained at the entrance. Jiang Yin surveyed the guards at the door, calculating his next move. Soon, the auction commenced, and a man took to the stage, presenting a white, fluffy item. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer for this event, and our first item up for bid is the ice velvet mask. Wearing this item can alter one's appearance. With a starting price of 100,000 crystals, Jiang Yin was taken aback, staring at the object in the auctioneer's hands, astonished that such a thing existed in this realm. Third prince, I desire this, he said with a smile, and no problem. The third prince replied, and with his bid, no one dared to contest him, leading to the mask being acquired for the minimum price of 100,000 crystals. Soon, a servant delivered the ice velvet mask. The third prince accepted the mask and handed it to Jiang Yin, saying, here you go, young brother. Jiang Yin took the mask, prompting a system check. Ding, ice velvet mask. No attributes, no level, worthless. Jiang Yin felt a bitter smile forming at the system's assessment. Observing Jiang Yin's silence regarding the mask, the third prince assumed he was simply embarrassed and laughed. No need to feel shy, this small sum is insignificant to me. With that, the third prince moved closer to Zhuang Xinyue. She frowned at the sight, realizing Jiang Yin was about to cause trouble again. Thank you, third prince, Jiang Yin remarked, watching the prince's actions without intervening. The third prince waved his hand dismissively, feeling embarrassed. You underestimate me. Those who dare to cross me will regret it. I'll make you aware of what it means to lose everything. Jiang Yin mused to himself as the auctioneer presented another item. This is the fire cloud pendant. While it may not seem particularly valuable, it can prevent fire poison from entering the body. I trust everyone knows what fire poison is. The auctioneer offered little explanation, but Jiang Yin recognized that fire poison arises only in extremely hot environments. Although it might not be of immediate use, it would be beneficial for their upcoming journey through a desert. This item is truly beautiful. It would look splendid on a lady, Jiang Yin remarked playfully. The third prince, understanding Jiang Yin's implication, replied, I see. I'll buy it.as. The third prince placed his bid. Jiang Yin was busy checking the fire cloud pendant with the system. Ding, fire cloud pendant, ordinary artifact, Worthless. Another worthless item. What kind of treasure does one seek? Jiang Yin couldn't believe that both items he checked were deemed worthless. The fire cloud pendant was soon acquired, and the third prince handed it to Zhuang Xinyue, smiling. This suits you perfectly, my lady. Zhuang Xinyue glanced at Jiang Yin, who nodded in encouragement. Thank you, third prince, she replied with a smile. There is no need for formality between us, the third prince said, leaning in to touch Zhuang Xinyue. Ah, Jiang Yin suddenly exclaimed. What is wrong? The third prince asked, visibly displeased. Look, Jiang Yin gestured towards the auctioneer, astonished. Isn't that just a broken cauldron? Are you an alchemist? If so, I can buy it for you. The third prince, clearly irritated, responded, I am. Jiang Yin chuckled. Ding. Cauldron of the clouds. Rare sacred artifact. Still worthless. System check complete. Waste. As the third prince continued to display his wealth by purchasing every exhibit at the auction, Jiang Yin scoffed derisively. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xinyue fidgeted uneasily. It was evident the third prince was deliberately trying to provoke them. She pondered Jiang Yin's intentions while watching the valuable items being bought one after another. Weighing her own crystals and frowning slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Though many of these items were used by cultivators, they offered little assistance to her cultivation method, making their acquisition feel futile. Moreover, the exorbitant prices at the auction were overwhelming, even for her as the master of the Qianqing Palace. Zhuang Xinyue discreetly tugged at Jiang Yin's sleeve, signaling him with her eyes. However, Jiang Yin appeared oblivious. Engrossed in observing the auction items, occasionally offering comments. For every item Jiang Yin praised, the third prince would unhesitatingly purchase it. What is this? What relevance does this auction hold for us? It's pointless to be here. Indeed, we can't buy anything. It would have been better not to come. Sigh, after saving for so long, I've already bid on 3 or 4 cauldrons, yet Haven Tea secured a single one. How can I, as an alchemist, continue my practice? Discontent began to surface among the attendees, all of whom were wealthy nobles and heirs of the Wind Nation, reluctant to openly compete with the third prince. However, as he purchased item after item, their frustration grew. Yet, they could only suppress their grievances. In the auction house, they were powerless against the third prince's behavior, which had always been this way. Observing the unrest in the crowd, Jiang Yin smirked slightly. It seemed the third prince did not enjoy a stellar reputation in the Wind Nation. He approached the third prince with a flattering remark. Your Highness, your generosity is truly remarkable. It speaks volumes of your character. However, as mere travelers, we cannot accept such extravagant gifts from a royal prince. Oh please, what are you being polite about? These trinkets are nothing in the eyes of a prince of the Wind Nation. Since this is our first meeting, consider them gifts from me to you and your sister. The third prince gestured grandly, his gaze lingering on Zhuang Xinyue, tracing the line of her fair neck. Igniting a fire within him, I had no idea you two were siblings. May I ask for your names? My name is Jiang Yin, and this is my sister, Jiang Yu. We hail from a humble background. Merely the offspring of an innkeeper. Out of sheer curiosity, my sister wished to visit this place, and I remarked that these items indeed resemble those found on the streets. Yet, she was reluctant to believe me. Look, the Prince of the Wind Kingdom has declared that these trinkets hold little value. Now do you believe me? Jiang Yin was well aware of the third prince's intentions. Noticing the somewhat unfriendly gaze from Zhuang Xinyue, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Setting aside his presence here, the prowess of the master of Qianqing Palace was certainly not something a mere third prince from the Wind Kingdom could covet. With a single remark, Jiang Yin left the third prince momentarily speechless, nearly prompting him to order Jiang Yin to be dragged away and executed. These are among the most valuable exhibits at the auction. Even the third prince had expended considerable wealth to acquire them. How could this ignorant fellow compare them to street wares? Had he not squandered a fortune in yuan crystals? While these items may not be priceless, they certainly eclipse the value of street commodities, and bestowing them upon a lady does not constitute waste. Clenching his teeth to suppress his anger, the third prince feigned charm as he addressed Zhuang Xinyue. Jiang Yu, what a lovely name. The person by the lamp appears like the moon, her fair wrists akin to frost and snow. Surely a description fitting for such beauty. Might I ask if you two would care to accompany me to the palace for a visit? Would that be too much trouble? Jiang Yin pretended to be hesitant, yet inwardly he rejoiced. The system had just issued a task to explore the secrets of the Wind Kingdom's royal family. and he knew he must find a way to draw closer to them. One must venture into the tigeress den if they wished to seize the tiger cub. How could Jiang Yin let slip such a legitimate opportunity to enter the royal palace? Ha! What is there to hesitate about? Come, accompany this prince back to the palace. Such a beauty deserves the finest adornments. These mundane items from a trivial auction cannot compare to the treasures of my court. The third prince rose, and his attendants promptly lifted the curtain and set down the stools. He ushered Zhuang Xinyue into the palanquin, preparing to lower the curtain when Jiang Yin, without hesitation, squeezed in beside her. Grinning broadly at the third prince, the attendants were unable to stop him, casting furtive glances at the third prince, fearful of incurring his wrath. Truly, the prince of the Wind Kingdom is deserving of his title. Such luxurious transport, sister, you must express your gratitude for the third prince's hospitality. Jiang Yin feigned naivety, surveying the interior of the palanquin with wide-eyed wonder, chatting animatedly with his sister. Though the third prince was secretly annoyed at how this individual disrupted his atmosphere, he grudgingly accepted it, considering Jiang Yin to be the brother of a captivating lady. After all, there would be ample time in the future. Once they entered the palace, he would be the one in control. The third prince's carriage was indeed spacious, with the three of them seated opposite one another. A round table of maple wood adorned with an array of wines and fruits was set before them. Throughout the journey, the third prince continually probed their identities. With Jiang Yin present, he found it difficult to approach Zhuang Xinyue. What are you planning? Zhuang Xinyue discreetly asked Jiang Yin, taking advantage of the third prince's inattention. According to her original plan, they were supposed to bypass the Wind Kingdom and head directly to the Snow Valley. However, now they had entered the Wind Kingdom, where entry was permitted but exit was forbidden. And they had caught the attention of this third prince. The Wind Kingdom was no insignificant realm. Were it not for Jiang Yan's presence, she, as the master of Qinqing Palace, would not dare linger here. The Wind Kingdom was teeming with formidable cultivators, and even though her own strength was considerable, she dared not act recklessly. Yet, having been rescued by Jiang Yin twice, Zhuang Xinyue instinctively trusted him, thus refraining from exposing his presence. The third prince noticed Zhuang Xinyue's subtle movements, but paid them no mind, considering it normal for these siblings to whisper among themselves, being inexperienced in the ways of the world. Jiang Yin, understanding the situation, chose not to respond directly, instead quietly grasping Zhuang Xinyue's hand and inscribing a few words in her palm, conveying his intent to keep her reassured. He had his own plans. Feeling a tingling sensation in her palm, Zhuang Xinyue shot Jiang Yin a glare but fell silent. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. Chapter 17. The protective golden bell, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the crowd outside as the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Who dares to obstruct the carriage of the third prince? A commanding voice boomed from outside. The voice was deep and resonant, unmistakably belonging to a skilled warrior. Surrounding the carriage, guards drew their swords, while the common folk scattered in every direction, fearing for their safety. Humph! The royal family of the Wind Kingdom is tyrannical and corrupt, especially the third prince, who bullies the weak and commits all manner of evil. Today, I shall act as heaven's avenger and smite you all. A figure clad in a brown robe, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, stood defiantly before the carriage, his presence exuding an air of formidable strength. Just you? Kill him! The expert who had been guarding the third prince barked orders, and several guards surged forward to confront the swordsman. With a swift leap, the swordsman launched himself into the crowd, his blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The guards were no match for him. Their weapons clashed against his, only to be sent flying by a forceful strike. The swordsman wielded his blade with ferocity, moving with a grace that belied his power. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the guards lay defeated on the ground, leaving only one standing. This, Jiang Yin had not anticipated such an event. Is this truly the Wind Kingdom? Fear not. A mere band of ruffians, audacious and reckless. Recently, the Wind Kingdom has been unsettled, prompting the emperor to issue a decree forbidding entry and exit. You two may remain in my palace for the time being. I shall ensure your safety. The third prince displayed no hint of surprise at such occurrences. He was accustomed to them. Thank you, your highness, Jiang Yin replied. Beast, how long will you cower like a turtle? Step down at once and meet your doom. A voice from outside reverberated with authority, sending shockwaves into the carriage. Unbeknownst to the speaker, Zhuang Xinyue was the first to be affected, her ears ringing as she instinctively covered them with her hands. Seeing this, the third prince erupted in anger and exited the carriage. "You have some nerve. If I do not have you executed by slow slicing, you shall learn that the royal authority of the Wind Kingdom is not to be trifled with." The third prince pointed accusingly at the swordsman, his fury palpable. The guards were taken aback, realizing they had inadvertently provoked the third prince. They hastily drew their weapons, their confidence bolstered. "Seek death, Clang." An urgent system task was announced. "Rescue the assassin." Task reward: Protective Golden Bell, usable only once. Jiang Yin felt a jolt of energy at the proclamation. Without regard for Zhuang Xinyue's astonishment, he leaped from the carriage to stand alongside the third prince. "Bold assassin, if you dare to harm the third prince, I shall fight you to the death." Jiang Yan's demeanor and actions were so convincingly earnest that even the third prince was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with a hint of admiration. To his surprise, this insufferable fellow displayed loyalty in a crisis. The third prince had initially contemplated eliminating him once he secured Zhuang Xinyue, but perhaps keeping him around as a loyal dog in the palace would suffice. The swordsman, however, had no time to acknowledge Jiang Yin, as he was engaged in combat with the third prince's personal guard. Being the third prince's bodyguard, this individual possessed exceptional strength. Jiang Yin could tell at a glance that the guard had already reached the Dao tribulation stage. No wonder the Wind Kingdom boasts such powerful individuals. Even within their sects, they would be considered elders. Though the swordsman was skilled with his blade, he ultimately fell short in strength, gradually losing ground in the battle. And it became evident he was on the brink of capture. "Since I cannot kill that beast, I shall first slay you, royal lapdog." The swordsman realized he was outmatched, his technique shifting to a desperate offensive stance, abandoning defense altogether in a reckless gamble for survival. This was a fight to the death, however. The guard regarded the swordsman with disdain, fully confident that the Dao tribulation stage was beyond his capabilities. As the swordsman sustained more and more injuries, the guard remained unscathed. The outcome was clear. The third prince scoffed, "Take this man and hang him in the marketplace as a warning. I want everyone to know the consequences of harboring treasonous thoughts. Let us go back. There's no need to concern ourselves with such a fool." The third prince returned to the carriage, his demeanor darkening. Jiang Yin cast a glance at the ongoing battle, subtly gathering his energy to unleash a powerful force toward the fray. Then, he returned to the carriage, thumping his chest as he declared, "Fortunately, the third prince's guards are formidable. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament." On the other side, the guard's sword was poised to pierce the swordsman's throat when a sudden sound of slicing air erupted from behind him. The guard instinctively flinched and dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. The energy struck the nearby stall, exploding in a shower of debris. Realizing he was outmatched, the swordsman fled, and when the guard attempted to pursue him, the swordsman had vanished without a trace. The guard turned back, casting a wary glance in the direction of the energy, filled with uncertainty as he approached the carriage to apologize. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" "Indeed, and what of the assassin?" the third prince inquired, his expression darkening. The guard met Jiang Yan's gaze with a hint of suspicion before reporting, "The assassin escaped." A mysterious figure intervened and struck from the shadows, allowing him to slip away. "Useless. Return to the palace. Dispatch men to track him down. I want that person captured, or you will answer for it." The third prince, upon hearing this, was filled with fury. The carriage of the third prince moved slowly along the deserted street, and no one dared to approach. Ding! An urgent mission from the system was accomplished. Save the assassin. Reward: 1 protective golden bell. A voice echoed in Jiang Yan's mind, and upon glancing at his waist, he indeed found a golden bell hanging there. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but knowing it was bestowed by the system, he was certain it was no ordinary item. Satisfied, Jiang Yan gently touched the bell, pondering how to complete the next task. This kingdom of wind was truly a marvelous place, having triggered so many missions in an instant. "Your Highness, we have arrived," came the voice from outside the carriage as they reached the third prince's palace. "Ah, Wu Qiong, arrange a residence for him and take him there," commanded the third prince as he alighted from the carriage. "Yes, this young master, please follow me," said a butler-like figure as he approached Jiang Yin. This was clearly an indication that Jiang Yin was to be separated from them. Zhuang Xinyue, witnessing this, became somewhat flustered and intended to follow Jiang Yin. However, before she could voice her intention, the third prince grasped Zhuang Xinyue's arm and smiled, saying, "Let your brother rest for now. I shall take you back to the palace to admire some jewels. I am certain there are many rare treasures you will adore." Once back in his own territory, the third prince revealed his true nature. He believed that these women, coming from humble backgrounds, would be captivated by his wealth. Why bother with pretense? Zhuang Xinyue shook off the third prince's hand, her brow furrowed, ready to retaliate. Seeing this, Jiang Yin hurriedly stepped forward. "Ah, my younger sister has never been away from me. Your Highness, please forgive me. Allow me to speak with her for a moment." With that, Jiang Yin pulled Zhuang Xinyue aside and deftly unfastened the golden bell from his waist, personally fastening it around Zhuang Xinyue's neck. Chapter 18. The Chamber of Secrets. Once you enter the palace with the third prince, be sure to observe and refrain from taking anything. Keep this bell on. Do not remove it, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Hearing his words, Zhuang Xinyue looked at him in confusion but eventually nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhuang Xinyue boarded the third prince's carriage. After their departure, a cold smile crept across Jiang Yin's lips. "Young master, please follow me," Wu Qiong said with a smile as he gestured for Jiang Yin to accompany him. Before long, Wu Qiong led Jiang Yin to a room. Upon entering, Jiang Yin frowned. "Is this where I am to stay? Are you certain this is a room? It looks more like a storeroom." Jiang Yin regarded Wu Qiong with a puzzled expression. "Don't be ungrateful. Even if it is a storeroom, it is a storeroom of the royal palace. Once the third prince returns with your sister, you may leave. The reward bestowed by the third prince will suffice for a lifetime for someone like you." Wu Qiong retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yin before exiting the storeroom. Jiang Yin, hearing this, could only chuckle helplessly before stepping inside the room. After closing the door, he donned the ice velvet mask he had acquired at the auction. Seeing the unfamiliar reflection in the bronze mirror, he felt quite pleased. Quietly, he opened the door, and after confirming that no one was around, he leapt onto the rooftop. However, just as Zhang Nin clambered onto the roof, Jiang Yin suddenly sensed that his aura had been locked onto. Suspicion arose within him, for Jiang Yin knew that such a situation should not ordinarily occur at his level. If it did, it would necessitate a report to the Temple of the Gods, which would subsequently compel the individual to join the temple. Yet now, within the borders of this kingdom of wind, someone had managed to lock onto his presence, indicating that this person was undoubtedly of superior cultivation. As Jiang Yin hesitated, he caught sight of the third prince and Zhuang Xinyue strolling through the garden. "Young friend, daring to intrude upon my royal palace. What brings you here?" As Jiang Yin observed the third prince, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Who are you?" Jiang Yin turned to face the figure behind him, only to discover a cloaked individual, shrouded in dark garments, who coldly inquired, "Young friend, do not be alarmed. I see you are not of the Temple of the Gods, which is why I dared to approach. May I ask who you are?" "What I am is of no concern to you," Jiang Yin replied frostily. "Such words, young friend. This is the royal city of the Kingdom of Wind, and I am a citizen here. My presence is entirely normal. Yet you do not belong here, which raises significant questions. Therefore, I believe it prudent to inquire further." The cloaked individual smiled. Jiang Yin scrutinized the figure before him, hesitating momentarily before stating, "My name is Yin Jiang. Do you have business with me? You are quite young, yet possess such remarkable cultivation. The Temple of the Gods would surely not overlook you. It appears your relationship with them is rather tenuous." The cloaked individual continued, "Indeed, our relationship is quite poor. The Temple of the Gods has made considerable efforts to hunt me down." Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "Then please, young friend, come with me," the cloaked figure said. Turning to lead the way, Jiang Yin remained stationary, continuing to observe the third prince and Zhuang Xinyue. "Do not worry about your friend. I will send someone to bring them to you immediately," the cloaked figure assured. After considering the elderly man for a moment, Jiang Yin hesitantly nodded in agreement. Soon, Jiang Yin followed the cloaked figure to a rockery. At that moment, Zhuang Xinyue had also reached Zhang Nan's side. "What brings you here?" Zhuang Xinyue asked, astonished as she regarded Zhang Nan. "You should inquire of this person," Jiang Yin said, pointing to the figure before them with a hint of exasperation. Zhuang Xinyue observed the cloaked individual thoughtfully for a moment before they all followed him into the rockery. Quickly, Jiang Yin noticed numerous individuals bustling about. What is happening here? Zhang Nan asked, glancing around in confusion. Welcome, young friends, to the Chamber of Secrets, the cloaked figure announced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan and Zhuang Xinyue exchanged glances. Both filled with a sense of puzzlement. Ding sign successful. Mission reward completed. Secrets of the royal family of the Kingdom of Wind. Reward, 5 layers of the Proud Dragon Technique. Currently, Proud Dragon Technique is at 55 layers. Who would have thought this was the secret of the Kingdom of Wind? Jiang Yin mused in surprise, taking in his surroundings. Young friends, please follow me, the cloaked figure instructed, leading Zhang Nan into a secret chamber. Upon entering, Zhang Nan noticed several people garbed in black, all observing Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue intently. Zhuang Xinyue, the sect leader? I did not expect you to join the Chamber of Secrets, one black-clad individual exclaimed excitedly as he approached. At this, Zhuang Xinyue looked at him in confusion and asked, Who are you? Do we know each other? The black-clad figure paused, then removed his hood. Now do you recognize me? He asked with a smile. Jiang Yin regarded the man with a puzzled expression. The individual appeared quite ordinary, yet his restrained aura suggested he was no commoner. Upon seeing the man, Zhuang Xinyue's eyes widened as she recalled. I remember you now. I saved you once, did I not? The black-clad figure nodded, replying, Yes, you are indeed my savior. Jiang Yin observed their exchange with a sense of bewilderment, and noticing his confusion, Zhuang Xinyue explained. This man is named Heiying. He was once an assassin for an organization linked to the Temple of the Gods. He was tasked with eliminating a family but spared the women and children. Leading to his pursuit by the temple, I happened to pass by and saved him. Zhuang Xinyue smiled as she recounted the tale. Jiang Yin nodded, understanding the situation. However, as they conversed, the black-clad figure interjected. Since you are all acquainted, the conversation will flow more easily, I will explain. Young friend Yin Jiang, our Chamber of Secrets was established specifically to resist the Temple of the Gods. Everyone here harbors deep-seated grievances against the temple. And I assume you do as well. Thus, I, as an envoy of the Chamber of Secrets, invite you to join us. Envoy of the Chamber of Secrets? What does that mean? Is the chamber not yours? Jiang Yin inquired, gazing at the cloaked figure with curiosity. Of course not. I could never support so many powerful individuals. The highest authority in the Chamber of Secrets is someone whose identity I cannot disclose at this moment due to their special status. However, rest assured, when the time is right, this individual will meet with you, the black-clad figure replied. Chapter 19. The royal palace of the Snow Kingdom. Hearing the envoy's words, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and remarked, I see no sincerity among you. If you wish for us to serve, is it not somewhat unreasonable for the leader to remain concealed from us? At Jiang Yin's statement, the others present fell silent, turning their gazes toward the envoy. Well, Mr. Yin Jiang, the envoy began, but was interrupted as another black-clad figure entered. Enough, I shall speak, the newly arrived figure declared, prompting recognition from the previous envoy. Very well, please proceed, the envoy acquiesced. The figure cloaked in black retreated directly behind the man after speaking. Moments ago, the young man from Yinjiang claimed that he lacked sincerity, yet I wish to inquire, dear Yinjiang, do you possess sincerity? I just consulted the archives of the Divine Hall, and I found no mention of the name Yinjiang in the bounty issued by the Divine Hall. There is but one name present, that of Jiang Yin. Thus, I am left to wonder whether you are indeed Yinjiang or Jiang Yin. Upon hearing the words of the man in black, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and replied, It appears your identity is quite extraordinary. Very well, I shall speak plainly. I am Jiang Yin. Now that I have confessed, might I ask if you, too, should reveal your true self? The man in black chuckled softly and said, All right then, I shall unveil my mask. However, I must ask, if I do so, will Brother Jiang Yin be permitted to join our Celestial Intelligence Agency? Perhaps I could, Jiang Yin replied with a hint of resignation. The man in black promptly removed his mask, and upon witnessing the true visage of the man, Jiang Yin's brow knitted in confusion. What? How could it be you? Are you surprised, Mr. Jiang? The man in white inquired with a smile. The individual was none other than Feng Qiong, the servant who had initially mocked him. Aren't you affiliated with the third prince? Is it possible that your companion is the third prince? Jiang Yin questioned. Furrowing his brow, Nay, our sovereign is not involved. It is the boss who has no intention of entangling others in this matter, Feng Qiong stated directly. Understanding the situation, Jiang Yin nodded. albeit he had not anticipated that the faction most supportive of the Divine Hall was secretly cultivating its own forces in opposition to the Divine Hall. Very well, I shall join you, Jiang Yin declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiong nodded and welcomed him warmly. Then let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Jiang Yin. Ding, emergency mission activated. Identify the traitor within the Celestial Intelligence Agency. Mission reward, 10 levels of the Proud Dragon Technique. At the mention of the system, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected that the Celestial Intelligence Agency harbored traitors. Pondering the task at hand, Jiang Yin surveyed the crowd, unable to discern who might be behind this treachery. Mr. Jiang, since you have joined the Celestial Intelligence Agency, it is customary that you provide a head from the Divine Hall each month. Feng Qiong said with a grin. To this stipulation, Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. I have already visited the Divine Hall. As for its affiliates, I am uncertain. That is certainly acceptable, Feng Qiong replied with a smile. Shall we proceed now? We are bound for the Snow Valley. Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. The Snow Valley? Of course, Feng Qiong affirmed cheerfully. With Feng Qiong's assurance, Jiang Yin departed with Zhuang Sinui. As Feng Qiong observed the retreating figures of the two, he hesitated momentarily before swiftly departing himself. Jiang Yin, what troubles you? Is there an issue? Zhuang Xinhua asked, puzzled. Indeed, there is a problem. There are traitors among us. Though I do not know their identity, I am certain of this fact. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Zhuang Xinhua gazed at him and, with a resigned shake of her head, said, very well, let us proceed according to your judgment. She understood that Jiang Yin was not one to speak lightly. If he had voiced such concerns, it was evident he had uncovered something significant, yet he seemed reluctant to share the details. Upon returning to the inn, the two quickly gathered their belongings and departed Feng City. While the guards at the city gate feigned ignorance of their presence, on what grounds do they leave? Did you not prohibit anyone from exiting? A commoner questioned as he observed Jiang Yin and the others. By order of His Majesty, we are bound to comply. Now, return to your homes, the guard replied, somewhat impatiently. However, Jiang Yin overheard these words and mused. It appears my suspicions were correct. Indeed, the Celestial Intelligence Agency is closely connected to the Emperor of Feng Kingdom. Hearing Jiang Yan's remarks, Zhuang Xinhua glanced at him but chose to remain silent. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the Snow Kingdom. Upon entering, Jiang Yin noted that all the inhabitants possessed some level of cultivation. There are numerous cultivators here. Not a single person is an ordinary individual. Even the children exhibit some degree of prowess, he exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, these individuals are also pitiful souls. They were dispatched here to resist the Divine Hall, and the harsh conditions have led many to perish from the cold. Without cultivation, they face certain death. Thus, those you see are merely the survivors who possess some level of cultivation. The rest have succumbed. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed upon hearing this revelation, and an unexpected surge of compassion welled within him. The two sought information from the locals regarding the location of the Snow Valley. Yet, upon arriving at the spot indicated by the locals, they were astonished to discover that it was, in fact, the royal palace of the Snow Kingdom. Shall we proceed inside? Zhuang Xinhua asked with a hint of resignation. Of course, but it is unlikely that this is the main headquarters of the Snow Valley. Jiang Yin replied with a smile, his confidence stemming from the absence of a notification from the system. Soon, they entered the palace, where a guard intercepted them, coldly demanding, "Halt! Who are you?" This is the royal palace of the Snow Kingdom. An entry is forbidden for unauthorized personnel. Is the headquarters of the Snow Valley located within the palace? Jiang Yin inquired, his tone icy. The guard scrutinized Jiang Yin and retorted, "Who are you to ask such questions? This matter is classified within our kingdom, a state secret, you say? A matter known to the common populace hardly qualifies as a secret. This is an affront to outsiders," Jiang Yin replied, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Regardless of its classification, based on my intelligence, the headquarters of the Snow Valley is indeed within this palace. Summon the members of the Snow Valley at once and inform them that Jiang Yin has arrived. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yin, the guard quickly shouted, "Intruders!" In an instant, numerous guards surged forth from within the palace, encircling Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinhua. Jiang Yin had no desire to engage in conflict with them. I shall count to 3. Should the members of the Snow Valley fail to emerge, this palace's gates will be strewn with corpses. Chapter 20. A moment of fear as Jiang Yan's voice echoed. The surrounding guards stared at him in terror. Jiang Yin, How could you, a hero, resort to violence against civilians? A few elderly men clad in white robes emerged from the palace. "At long last, you have appeared. I have awaited your arrival for an extended time. Before I eliminate you, I have but one question. Where is the Snow Valley's main base located?" Jiang Yin inquired with a smile as he beheld the few men. "Humph, Jiang Yin, how dare you? A mere child, harbor ambitions of killing us. You ought to assess your own capabilities," one of the elders scoffed. Unfamiliar with Jiang Yan's prowess, the elder was only aware of the rumors regarding his strength, and thus felt a sense of defiance. With that, the elder charged towards Jiang Yin. 10,000 Thunder Spear. As the words left his lips, the 10,000 Thunder Spear materialized in Jiang Yan's grasp. With a flourish of the spear, a lightning dragon erupted forth, surging directly toward the elder. Upon witnessing the lightning dragon, the elder's entire being trembled, and he hastily formed hand seals. "Ice dragon, soar to the heavens." As the incantation rang out, an ice dragon emerged. However, even without the user needing to observe, it was evident to outsiders who possessed the greater strength. The ice dragon was but a fraction of the size of the lightning dragon, rendering it akin to a child in comparison. Faced with the ice dragon, the lightning dragon displayed an air of disdain, swiftly shattering the ice dragon with a single swipe of its claw before barreling towards the elder. The elder, realizing the imminent danger, retreated in a panic. Yet the speed of the ice dragon was far beyond his capacity to match in no time. The ice dragon caught up with the elder, pinning him to the ground with a single paw. The onlookers who had prepared to intervene halted their steps, fully aware of their impotence against Jiang Yin. "Speak. Where is your headquarters located?" Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Observing the retreating group of individuals, "Humph, Jiang Yin, you may as well give up. We shall never divulge that information." An elder sneered defiantly. Jiang Yin nodded in response, then commanded the lightning dragon to seize the already unconscious elder from the ground, only to hurl him back down with great force. Witnessing the elder being subjected to such humiliation, the others could no longer bear to watch and collectively lowered their heads. "Quickly, tell me where your headquarters is." "He may not withstand another 3 strikes. After 3 attempts, I shall select another target," Jiang Yin said with a grin, observing the Snow Valley's group. Upon hearing that Jiang Yin was seeking another target, panic spread among the crowd, for none of them were capable of standing against him. "It is atop the snow-capped mountains behind the palace," one elder lamented. "Elder Liu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Another elder questioned. "Indeed, Elder Liu, you are foolish. The inner sect elders will not spare you for this," the others chimed in, their voices filled with concern. "Will you all cease your incessant chatter? If you continue to make such noise in my presence, why not confront Jiang Yin yourselves? Who among you dares to speak up? I shall inform Jiang Yin of the location, and you will find no respite thereafter." Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, they all exhaled in relief. "All right, Elder Chen, everyone means no offense. You are well aware of our awkward position as outer gate elders. The inner gate elders will not let us off easily." An elderly man stepped forward, smiling as he spoke to Elder Chen. Jiang Yin observed the few elders lamenting in silence, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, "Did I ever say I would release you? Furthermore, do you believe that from this day forth, Shuegu will continue to exist?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the outer gate elders of Shuegu instantly grasped his intent. "Jiang Yin, we have divulged everything we know. What more do you desire?" One of the outer gate elders retorted angrily. "I believe I mentioned that none of you will live to see another day," Jiang Yin declared as he prepared to act. Just then, a small boy dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Elder Chen. "Do not harm my grandfather?" Jiang Yin halted at the sight of the child, hesitating momentarily before approaching the young one. "Jiang Yin, what do you intend to do? One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Why direct your ire at a child?" Elder Chen, witnessing Jiang Yan's approach towards his grandson, spoke with fervor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin paused, glancing at Elder Chen and then at the other elders, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Just as Jiang Yin was contemplating, Zhuang Xinyue arrived by his side, observing both Jiang Yin and the small boy, and whispered in his ear, "Spare them. I do not wish for this child to be left without a grandfather." Acknowledging Zhuang Xinyue's plea with a nod, Jiang Yin turned to the outer gate elders and said, "You may leave, but do not let me see you within Shuegu again." Upon realizing Jiang Yin was willing to let them go, The outer gate elders hurriedly fled towards the exterior of the Shuegu royal palace. As Elder Chun passed by Jiang Yin, he quietly warned, "Be wary of the Emperor of Shuegu." With that, Elder Chun vanished from sight. Jiang Yin scoffed at Elder Chin's words, feeling that with his own strength, he had no need to be cautious of anyone. No one could harm him. With the elder's escape, the guards of Shuegu Palace dared not obstruct Jiang Yin, allowing him to proceed uninterrupted towards the palace's rear mountain. Upon reaching the mountainside, a system prompt resonated. Ding, task completed. Arrived at Shuegu. Task reward, Aolongju increased by 10 levels, now at level 65. Ding, due to the host's compassionate heart, Aolongju increases by an additional 5 levels, now at 70. Receiving 2 task notifications, Jiang Yin was somewhat astonished. Can releasing someone grant rewards as well? He pondered in disbelief. What are you doing? Zhuang Xinyue, noticing Jiang Yin's sudden halt, assumed he was intimidated and inquired with confusion. Nothing. Let us proceed. We shall explore Shuegu, Jiang Yin replied, shaking his head with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Zhuang Xinyue paused, hesitating before suggesting, Jiang Yin, if you are reluctant, we need not visit Shuegu. I am fine. I have come to terms with it along the way. Jiang Yin was surprised that Zhuang Xinyue would suddenly waver. What is the matter? Are you afraid? He asked with a smile, looking quizzically at her. No. I simply do not wish to burden you. If you are unwilling to ascend, we can leave right now. Once we return to Qinkuan Palace, the people of Shuegu will not dare to harm us. Zhuang Xinyue quickly shook her head. Understanding her perspective, Jiang Yin realized that Zhuang Xinyue believed his previous inaction stemmed from fear, thus now seeking an exit for him. Do not overthink it. I have never been afraid, even of the Divine Hall. For Shuegu to intimidate me is utterly impossible. Hesitating to expose the existence of the system, Jiang Yin refrained from elaborating further. Chapter 21. The Emperor of Shuegu. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Zhuang Xinyue smiled and said, "Since you are unafraid, shall we proceed?" "That suits me perfectly," Jiang Yin replied with a nod. The two swiftly ascended to the summit of the snow-capped mountain. "This is not a place for you. Leave at once." A disciple of Shuegu appeared before them, speaking coldly. Taken aback by the disciple's words, Jiang Yin responded icily, "Summon your valley master and tell him that I, Jiang Yin, have come to see him." Upon hearing that Jiang Yin knew the valley master, the disciple's demeanor immediately shifted to one of obsequiousness. You are a friend of the valley master. My sincerest apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. I shall escort you to meet him at once." Jiang Yin, puzzled, turned to Zhuang Xinyue and asked, "Was my earlier attitude inappropriate?" "Not at all." Zhuang Xinyue shook her head helplessly. "If that is the case, then this disciple must be mad, unable to discern right from wrong," Jiang Yin remarked with resignation. Shortly thereafter, they followed the disciple to the peak to, "Oh, junior brother Ma, you have returned so soon. Do we have guests?" Another disciple of Shuegu inquired, puzzled upon seeing Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue. "Indeed, they are friends of the Valley Master," the disciple leading Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "Since they are friends of the Valley Master, take them in quickly. Do not delay the Master's meeting." Nodding in agreement, the disciple smiled and departed. Soon, they were ushered into a reception room. "Please have a seat. Our Valley Master will arrive shortly. I shall fetch him at once." With that, the disciple named Ma hurriedly exited. Are the people of Shuegu all foolish? Can they not even recognize that we have come to cause trouble? Zhuang Xinyue scanned the surroundings, frowning in exasperation. Can they truly not tell? I highly doubt it. We have likely fallen into a trap, Jiang Yin replied, pulling Zhuang Xinyue to leave. However, just as they were about to exit, a beam of light encircled them, trapping them within. Jiang Yin inwardly cursed his own carelessness. "Ha ha, Jiang Yin, you have fallen into my trap," a voice echoed, and countless disciples of Shuegu rushed in. An elderly man led this group, gazing at Jiang Yin with a cold smile. "Who are you?" Jiang Yin asked coldly. "Regarding the elder, I am the supreme elder of Shuegu, and I have been waiting for you here for quite some time." Jiang Yin chuckled softly, gripping his Wanlei spear tightly. "Did you truly believe this object could confine me?" With that, Jiang Yin thrust the spear against the light barrier. Bang! The barrier shuddered violently, yet remained intact. However, the spirits of the Shuegu disciples plummeted. How is this possible? This is the strongest formation of our Shuegu, the Golden Light Formation, which even the elders of the Divine Hall cannot breach. How can you manage to disrupt it? The Supreme Elder looked on in disbelief as the barrier trembled intensely. Jiang Yin smiled, tightening his grip on the Wanlei spear once more and stabbing at the barrier again. With a crack, fissures appeared in the barrier, which rapidly expanded until it shattered entirely as the barrier collapsed. The Supreme Elder's eyes filled with terror. Run! In the eyes of the Shuegu disciples, the barrier represented the strongest defense of their sect, and now that it had been effortlessly destroyed by Jiang Yin, their only option was to flee. What are you all doing? Return at once, the Supreme Elder bellowed. Yet, by then, no one was listening to him. They were all preoccupied with escaping for their lives. It seems you are not inclined to leave, Jiang Yin stated, approaching the Supreme Elder with a mocking smile. Jiang Yin, I will kill you, the Supreme Elder declared, channeling all his true essence to attack Jiang Yin. However, such an attack was far too easy for Jiang Yin to evade. Jiang Yin wielded the Wanlei spear to block the assault, then struck the Supreme Elder with a single thrust. Where is your Valley Master? Jiang Yin inquired, not in a rush to kill the Supreme Elder, merely curious as to why the Valley Master had yet to appear despite the chaos at their doorstep. You need not seek the Valley Master. We at Shuegu have no Valley Master, the Supreme Elder retorted with a mocking laugh. Although the Supreme Elder claimed this, Jiang Yin did not believe him. Is that so? Then I shall make you speak. With that, Jiang Yin charged towards the Supreme Elder, activating the Wanlei body, forgoing the use of true essence, and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Initially, Jiang Yin assumed that without the use of true essence, he would not be able to kill a fellow practitioner. But he soon realized his mistake. With the enhancement of the Wanlei body, his fists and feet crackled with electricity. Each punch and kick that struck the Supreme Elder sent currents of lightning coursing through his body. Ultimately, the Supreme Elder was not slain by Jiang Yin's blows but rather electrocuted to death. Observing the lifeless body of the Supreme Elder, Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation and discarded the corpse onto the ground. What is the Valley Master doing? The sect has been decimated, yet he still does not show himself? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Zhuang Xinyue was filled with skepticism. Just as the two were in doubt, a notification chimed. Mission received. Proceed to the Snow Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Mission reward, 10,000 array map.at. The sound of the system's prompt. Jiang Yin suddenly recalled Elder Qin's parting words. Realizing with alacrity that the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom was none other than the Master of Snow Valley. After expressing his thoughts, Jiang Yin led Zhuang Xinyue directly towards the Imperial Palace. As the palace guards spotted Jiang Yin and his companion returning, they immediately took cover. Jiang Yin made his way straight to the Grand Hall of the palace. Ding! Check-in successful. Mission completed. Proceed to the Snow Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Mission reward, 10,000 array map. With the announcement, Jiang Yin felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, but he had no time to explore it, as the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom sat before him. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom said with a smile as he looked at the two. Should I address you as the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom or the Master of Snow Valley? Jiang Yin inquired, slowly stepping further into the palace alongside Zhuang Xinyue. Hesitating momentarily, the Snow Kingdom Emperor replied with a chuckle, Either is fine. In truth, I never intended to establish Snow Valley. I was compelled by circumstances. Jiang Yin was puzzled by the Emperor's candidness, given that they were adversaries, yet the conversation felt more like that of old friends. Are you awaiting reinforcements? If I am not mistaken, it should be from the Temple of the Gods. Jiang Yin remarked with a grin. The Emperor's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup, then he chuckled. I do not comprehend what you mean, young friend Jiang Yan. Do you not know? Would you like me to refresh your memory? I can assure you that before the Temple of the Gods arrives, not a single soul here will survive, Jiang Yin replied, still smiling. At his words, the Emperor set down his teacup, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Jiang Yin, what exactly are you plotting? The Emperor demanded angrily. It is not a matter of what I wish to do. Rather, your people from Snow Valley have indiscriminately slaughtered almost everyone from the Qinkuan Palace. Shouldn't we address this issue? Jiang Yin replied with a smirk. In truth, his words were somewhat exaggerated. While the Qinkuan Palace had suffered damage, it was not as severe as he claimed, though the casualties were indeed substantial. Sighing in resignation, the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom said, I understand you harbor much discontent, but we are in the same predicament. We do not desire further bloodshed. yet we cannot defy the orders of the temple of the gods. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yin responded, very well, if that is the case, then let your life be the price to pay for the souls lost from Qinkuan Palace. With that, he began to stride toward the emperor. The emperor, seeing this, rose from his seat and shouted, Jiang Yin, I have attempted to negotiate amicably with you. If you insist on pursuing me, do not blame me for being ruthless. Guards, to me! As his voice fell. Countless guards surged into the hall. I know you, Jiang Yin, are formidable, and I am indeed no match for you. However, I am aware that you are but 2 individuals, whereas I command countless citizens of the Snow Kingdom. I refuse to believe you can slay 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. I will exhaust you. And the people from the Temple of the Gods are bound to arrive soon. The Emperor of the Snow Kingdom laughed heartily. Hearing this, Jiang Yin wavered. The Emperor had a point. He could not possibly eliminate that many foes. Besides being the master of Snow Valley, he was also the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom, capable of commanding millions, even tens of millions of citizens. Just as Jiang Yin hesitated, several figures appeared before him. Jiang Yin, we have sought you for quite a while. Today, let us see where you can escape. An elderly man proclaimed. Recognizing them, Jiang Yin laughed. Ah, it's you. I was wondering who it might be. Just a group of defeated foes. The elders flushed at his words. Indeed, they were the very ones Jiang Yin had previously incapacitated. Humph, Jiang Yin, do not be too arrogant. Last time, we were careless. This time, let us see you try again, they declared, charging towards him. Although the elders had recovered physically, Jiang Yin was no longer the person he once was. He had grown significantly stronger. Thunder Dragon, arise! Jiang Yin commanded, and the Thunder Dragon erupted from the Thunder Gun, charging towards the elders. Seeing this, the elders abandoned their assault and activated their defenses. However, their defenses were no match for the Thunder Dragon. Soon, their combined efforts were shattered, and all the elders were sent sprawling, bloodied, and unconscious on the ground. After dispatching the elders of the Temple of the Gods, the Thunder Dragon turned its attention towards the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom. Realizing the imminent danger, the Emperor hastily retreated, but his speed paled in comparison to that of the Thunder Dragon. In no time, the Emperor was caught up, sent flying with a single swipe of its claw. Everyone fell into unconsciousness. Jiang Yin turned to Zhuang Xinyue with a smile. Now you may exact your revenge. Zhuang Xinyue stood in a state of shock, having never witnessed the Temple of the Gods suffering such a significant defeat. What are you doing? Jiang Yin asked, noticing her confusion. It's nothing. I have them handled, she replied, still bewildered. Yes, indeed, I originally intended for you to deal with them. Now, hurry and collect their heads. We have other places to go. He urged with a grin. Zhuang Xinyue, still puzzled, looked at him. Oh, you'll understand once this is over, Jiang Yin said cheerfully. After a nod from her, she began to deliver the final blows to each fallen opponent. Jiang Yin was anxious because the system had issued him a new task. Ding, mission received. Destroy the branch of the Temple of the Gods. Mission reward, Qing Songzi. Qing Songzi? What is that? What purpose does it serve? A multitude of questions flooded Jiang Yin's mind as he pondered its significance. Just as he was curious, Zhuang Xinyue had finished dispatching all the enemies. All right, let's go. I will take you to wreak havoc at the Temple of the Gods, Jiang Yin said with enthusiasm. According to the system's hint, Jiang Yin had learned that the well-known Temple of the Gods was merely a branch. The location of the true main temple remained unknown to them. Zhuang Xinyue gazed at him in confusion, but Jiang Yin did not allow her much time to ponder. He led her away from the Snow Kingdom. Where are we headed now? She asked, puzzled. To the branch of the Temple of the Gods. Jiang Yin replied with a grin. Branch? Zhuang Xinyue was unclear about his meaning. You see, with the vigilance of the Temple of the Gods, how could they possibly consider a well-known location as their headquarters? Thus, that is merely a branch, and there are countless such branches along the main roads, Jiang Yin explained. Zhuang Xinyue stared at him in astonishment, unable to fathom how he could possess knowledge of matters that eluded everyone else, including her as the master of Qinkuan Palace. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me? Are you perhaps a little infatuated? Do not be enamored. I am merely a legend, Jiang Yin said proudly, smiling. Hearing his words, Zhuang Xinyue's cheeks flushed as she glared at him, retorting, You think I would become enamored with you? It's too early for that. With that, she chose to ignore Jiang Yin and quickened her pace. Jiang Yin chuckled softly and quickly caught up with her. The two traveled on, eventually arriving at the branch of the Temple of the Gods. Along the way, Jiang Yin had taken the opportunity to learn about the 10,000 array map. He discovered that this map was a tome composed of countless formations. However, he was unable to cultivate any of these formations, as they all required something known as spiritual power, while he could only cultivate the barrier known as the 10,000 Forest Realm. To condense the 10,000 Forest Realm, he needed a specific item, Qingshangzi, the very reward of this task. As they reached the entrance of the Temple of the Gods, the grand doors swung open, revealing only a solitary figure emerging. Who are you? Has the Temple of the Gods been reduced to sending but one person? Jiang Yin asked with a smile, addressing the elderly man. I am the Grand Elder of the Temple of the Gods. Jiang Yin, I offer you a chance. Join the Temple of the Gods, and I will spare your life, the Grand Elder stated calmly. What? Did I hear that correctly? You expect me to surrender? With so many elders unable to defeat me, what can you, as the Grand Elder, possibly do? Jiang Yin said with a smile. The Great Elder, upon hearing this, helplessly shook his head and then spoke. Jiang Yin, I understand your intention, but you must realize that since I have aged, it signifies that we are indeed prepared. A well-prepared heavenly temple is a stark contrast to one that is not. Jiang Yin, uninterested in further discourse with the Great Elder, promptly drew forth the Wanlei spear and remarked with a grin, Let me see what a prepared heavenly temple looks like. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the Great Elder, resigned, clapped his hands, and soon an innumerable throng of disciples from the heavenly temple surged forth, quickly surrounding the two. Is this all? Jiang Yan questioned, gazing around in puzzlement. Have you heard of formations? Activate the demon sound formation, the Great Elder proclaimed with a smile. As his voice fell, all the members of the heavenly temple drew forth a unique long sword. In unison, they activated their swords, and a profound resonance filled the air, piercing into Jiang Yan's ears. Noticing this, Jiang Yan hastily sealed his ears with his true essence, alleviating some discomfort. However, while Jiang Yan managed to cope, Zhuang Xinyue, beside him, was not so fortunate. Her cultivation was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the sword's resonance. The moment she heard the sound, she instinctively curled up on the ground, clutching her head, her face contorted in pain. Yet, to avoid distracting Jiang Yin, she bore the agony in silence. Soon, Jiang Yin turned to Zhuang Xinyue and realized she had succumbed to the pressure. Just as Jiang Yin hesitated on how to assist her, he suddenly noticed the pain etched on Zhuang Xinyue's face dissipate, replaced by a serene expression. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a luminous barrier surrounding her, which effectively shielded her from the cacophony of sword sounds. What is happening? Jiang Yin murmured softly. Everyone, increase the speed of the sword's resonance, the Great Elder commanded, observing Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue's defiance against the sound. Hearing the Great Elder's words, everyone hastened to amplify their efforts. Jiang Yan's head throbbed. Despite filtering the resonance with his true essence, he still found it increasingly difficult to endure. Get away from me! Jiang Yin cried. Wielding the Wanlei spear, a thunderous dragon materialized, and with a mighty roar, it sent all the disciples of the heavenly temple flying. Witnessing the disruption of the demon sound formation, the Great Elder's eyes widened in horror. Jiang Yan's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. With the pressure of the sword's resonance lifted, Jiang Yin gradually approached the Great Elder. Jiang Yin, what do you intend to do? If you kill me, the Hall Master will not spare you, the Great Elder said, his voice tinged with fear. Jiang Yin chuckled softly and replied, What? Do you believe that if I were to release you, the heavenly temple would abandon their pursuit of me? You must understand that it is precisely because of the assassination order that I live in constant trepidation. I intend to have you experience this feeling as well. Realizing he had no hope of salvation, the Great Elder understood Jiang Yan's words held truth. Even if he were released, the heavenly temple would not cease their pursuit, and in doing so, they would likely execute him to demonstrate their resolve. With this grim realization, the Great Elder reluctantly halted his escape. The Thunder Dragon surged forward, delivering a powerful blow that buried the Great Elder's head into the ground. In that singular moment, he breathed his last. As the Great Elder perished, panic ensued among the disciples of the heavenly temple, who frantically fled towards the temple's exit. Jiang Yin had little interest in these disciples. Instead, He commanded the Thunder Dragon to obliterate the branches of the Heavenly Temple entirely. The Heavenly Temple has been destroyed. Jiang Yin is truly formidable, they murmured. With its destruction, no one will fall under the Heavenly Temple's dominion. Hearing the whispers around him, Jiang Yin smiled. Ding. Check-in successful. Mission accomplished. Destroy the branch of the Heavenly Temple. Reward. Qing Songzai.as. The system's voice faded. Jiang Yin felt a new presence in his possession. When he retrieved it, he found it to be the Qing Songzi. With this, if I gather a few more materials, I can commence my cultivation of formations. I am the realm of Wanshan. I wonder what surprises you will bestow upon me. Jiang Yin mused, admiring the Qing Songzi in his hand. What is this? Zhuang Xingyue asked. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Yin chuckled and replied, It's nothing extraordinary, merely a material for forming formations. Now, let us hasten our return. If I am not mistaken, the Heavenly Temple will soon make a statement. Indeed? Jiang Yin's foresight proved accurate. Just one day after his departure, the Heavenly Temple released a notification, declaring that the branch Jiang Yin had destroyed was merely one of many, and there were still over 10 such branches along the main road. The populace of the continent was urged not to panic or fear. Reading the Heavenly Temple's notification, Jiang Yin chuckled and said, It appears their response is rather swift. They have issued a notice so quickly. Yet, what use is it? They have already lost the support of many. Zhuang Xingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, there should be sects announcing their disassociation from the Heavenly Temple. However, as they conversed, a group of individuals suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Who are you? This mountain path is owned by me. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll. A burly man laughed heartily. Frowning at the man's words, Jiang Yin was about to take action when Zhuang Xingyue presented some crystal coins, saying, Are these sufficient? The man examined the coins and hesitated before replying, This is insufficient. Taken aback, Zhuang Xingyue responded, Not enough. Do not be so greedy. This is more than enough for you. If you continue to be greedy, I assure you, you will receive nothing and may even lose your life. My friend has a rather volatile temper. Chapter 24. General Chen, however, upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, the burly man hesitated but ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, No, it's not enough. Zhuang Xinyue was momentarily stunned, while Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and stepped forward, coldly stating, Not enough. I'll give you enough. Do you have a life to spend? Apologies, it truly is not enough, the man replied. His teeth clenched in resignation. Jiang Yin was taken aback, not for any other reason than the word apologies that escaped the man's lips. He had encountered bandits before. In fact, he had once led troops to quell some. Yet, never had he heard a bandit utter the word apologies. If you have difficulties, feel free to express them. If we can assist, we will certainly help. Otherwise, do not expect to rob us of more money. You all combined are no match for me, Jiang Yin said, exasperated. Hesitating, the burly man finally said, Please, follow me. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue followed the bandit to a cave. Is this where you reside? Jiang Yin inquired. Puzzled in his memory, bandits typically had their own strongholds, replete with whatever they desired, yet the current situation starkly contrasted with his recollections. To be frank, we are not bandits. We are merely forced into this position, having no choice but to act as such, the bandit confessed. Jiang Yin was taken aback but chose not to pry further, instead following the burly man deeper into the cave, the innermost part. Jiang Yin discovered the cave was filled with people, all adorned in fine clothing, clearly not of common origin. Who are you? Jiang Yin asked, bewildered by the sight before him. In his memory, this area should lie within the borders of the Great Zhou. While the Emperor of Great Zhou may not possess admirable character, he had a knack for governance, which was why Jiang Yin had refrained from killing him. Under the Emperor's rule, such circumstances should not have arisen. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces of Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue, all present displayed expressions of terror, with some children even bursting into tears. Do not cry. I am not a villain. Can anyone tell me what is happening? By your attire, you seem far from ordinary, Jiang Yin inquired, frowning that a few women stepped forward to comfort the frightened children. Esteemed sir, I can tell you are no ordinary person. We are the family of General Chen. General Chen has been falsely accused and is currently imprisoned. We have been exiled, and shortly after our departure, we were ambushed. Those capable of fighting have nearly perished. One of the women sighed. General Chen? Jiang Yin recalled that this General Chen was a renowned military leader, once the vice general of the general's mansion. However, after the Jiang family's downfall, General Chen had been reassigned to a remote area, relegated to a position of insignificance. How could someone in such a position be falsely accused? You claim to be General Chen's kin? Do you have any proof? Jiang Yin asked, intrigued. Jiang Yin inquired with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes filled with a trace of bewilderment. Just then, a sudden thought struck her, and she produced a jade pendant, saying, "We were raided and left with nothing. Yet this jade pendant was entrusted to me by my husband before he left, instructing me to safeguard it. I wonder if it holds any significance?" Jiang Yin examined the pendant, and a memory surfaced in his mind. This pendant belonged to General Chen, who had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, but the accolades could not be attributed solely to him. Ultimately, Jiang Yan's father, the Grand General, had given his own pendant to General Chen as a token of reward. Jiang Yin was astonished that General Chen had treasured such a pendant, keeping it close as a prized possession. Noticing Jiang Yan's engrossed gaze upon the pendant, the woman curiously asked, "Do you know the origin of this pendant?" "Indeed, I do. That I can ascertain that you are kin to General Chen. Come with me." "As long as I am present, no one would dare to harm you," Jiang Yin stated directly. "May I ask your name?" The woman regarded Jiang Yan's words with skepticism, for in the kingdom of Zhou, no one dared to defy the emperor's decree. She believed that Jiang Yan's intention to protect them was tantamount to opposing the emperor. "I am Jiang Yan, the master of the Grand General's residence," he replied, before leading Zhuang Xinyue out of the cave. "Jiang Yan? The one who obliterated the branch of the Celestial Hall? No wonder he speaks so boldly. If he can disregard the Celestial Hall, what is a mere Zhou dynasty to him?" One of the Han soldiers exclaimed with momentary excitement. The woman, too, had some knowledge of Jiang Yan's reputation, and her expression reflected her exhilaration. Before long, they quickly tidied up and followed Jiang Yan out of the cave. As they journeyed toward the royal city of Zhou, Jiang Yan grasped the situation. General Chen had been tirelessly forging connections to vindicate the Grand General's residence for nearly a century, but his recent actions had come to the emperor's attention, and given Jiang Yan's strained relationship with the emperor, it seemed General Chen had become the scapegoat. Yet, the pressing question remained. Who had informed the emperor of General Chen's movements? This query lingered in Jiang Yan's mind. After inquiring with the woman, Jiang Yan learned of the Yin family. The Yin family was a prominent clan within the royal city, with several members holding positions within the palace. Moreover, their involvement in the troubles surrounding the Grand General's residence was evident. The Yin family has once again stirred up trouble. If that is the case, I shall take my leave with them first," Jiang Yin remarked with a cold smile. Hearing his words, the woman initially intended to dissuade him, as the Yin family held significant power and had risen to the ranks of first-class families within the royal city. However, considering Jiang Yan's strength, she chose to remain silent, harboring a desire to witness the downfall of the Yin family, who had shattered the network her husband had painstakingly built over his lifetime. Just as Jiang Yin concluded his statement, a notification chimed in his mind. "Ding mission. Arrive at the Yin family, reward, essence technique." The system's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Jiang Yan's face. The timing of the system's arrival was fortuitous. He was just contemplating taking action against the Yin family, and now he had a mission to fulfill. As he pondered, Jiang Yin continued forward, and soon they reached the gates of the royal city. At the entrance, the guards did not recognize Jiang Yin but were familiar with those accompanying him from General Chen's household. "Oh, aren't you the kin of General Chen? Were you not exiled? What brings you back? Do you not fear the emperor's wrath?" One guard sneered at the woman and her companions. Had General Chen still been at large, these guards would never have dared to speak so insolently to his family. However, with General Chen imprisoned, they perceived his kin as mere commoners, treating them with disdain. Jiang Yin had encountered such disdainful behavior before, so he harbored no resentment towards the guards. Instead, he calmly stated, "The emperor decreed that they are not to be exiled," but rather moved directly to the Grand General's residence. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand General's residence, the guards' arrogance evaporated. They were acutely aware of its legendary status, where the National Grand General stood resolute on the battlefield, and his son, Jiang Yin, had decimated the Celestial Hall's branch. "Theo, think you have entered the Grand General's residence. You must be incredibly fortunate," a guard remarked with a frown. After recounting the events, Jiang Yin led the woman and her companions into the royal city. Upon arriving, Zhuang Xingyue turned to Jiang Yin and asked, "Are we going to the royal palace now?" "Why would we go to the palace?" Jiang Yin queried with curiosity. "They are, after all, guilty. Bringing them back defies the emperor's orders." "Do you not intend to inform the emperor?" Zhuang Xingyue inquired, puzzled. "The emperor? He is your emperor, not mine. The one who could be my emperor has yet to be born. Our immediate course of action is to return to my residence, settle them in, and then we shall proceed to the Yin family," Jiang Yin stated with a smile laced with murderous intent. Recognizing the malice in Jiang Yin's demeanor, Zhuang Xingyue understood that the Yin family was to be eliminated today. Before long, they arrived at the Grand General's residence. Cheng Kuan, the old steward, efficiently organized the newcomers despite Jiang Yin's arrival with a large group. "Steward, why have I not seen your children? Where could they be?" Jiang Yin noticed the emptiness within the residence. Previously, he would see Cheng Kuan's children playing in the courtyard, but now it seemed only Cheng Kuan and his wife remained. Upon hearing Jiang Yin mention his children, Cheng Kuan trembled slightly before responding, "They have all gone out to play." Jiang Yin regarded Cheng Kuan for a moment, then nodded, though a sense of doubt lingered in his mind. After a brief hesitation, he said, "If there are any difficulties, please speak up. We are family. There is nothing that cannot be shared." Cheng Kuan trembled again, glanced at Jiang Yin, nodded, and then turned to leave. "What is it?" Zhuang Xingyue asked curiously. Observing Jiang Yin's demeanor, "I just have a feeling that the steward is concealing something from me. But if he chooses not to share, I trust he can handle it. I shall intervene if it becomes unmanageable. For now, let us pay a visit to the Yin family," Jiang Yin suggested. Though he claimed it was merely a visit, Zhuang Xingyue sensed the undercurrents of his murderous intent. Before long, the two arrived at the Yin family estate. Perched atop a hill, upon reaching the entrance, the system's voice chimed once more, "Ding. Check-in. Successful mission. Arrive at the Yin family. Reward. Essence technique. As the notification faded, Jiang Yin felt an influx of knowledge entering his mind. However, he had no time to delve into the essence technique at that moment. He had arrived at the gates of the Yin family. "Who are you?" "This is the Yin family. Do you have an invitation?" a guard demanded, blocking their path. "Summon your dogs from the Yin family," Jiang Yin replied coolly. The guard's expression shifted at Jiang Yin's audacity, and he retorted, "What did you say?" "Repeat that." "I said, let your dogs from the Yin family come out." Jiang Yin enunciated each word clearly. Hearing this, the Yin family guards immediately shouted, "Intruders! Everyone, come out!" As the command echoed, the courtyard doors swung open, and numerous guards rushed out. "Who dares to cause a ruckus at the gates of the Yin family?" An elderly man ambled forward. However, upon seeing Jiang Yin, his expression morphed into one of terror. "You are Jiang Yin?" The elder trembled, pointing at him. The mere mention of Jiang Yin's name instilled panic among the guards. They were well aware of his reputation for obliterating the branch of the Celestial Hall, an organization of formidable power. However, if Jiang Yin could vanquish a branch of the Celestial Hall, it signified that they were insignificant before him. While the guards quaked in fear, the elder quickly waved his hand, commanding, "Seize him." The guards exchanged bewildered glances, their fear palpable. "Seize Jiang Yin? Did I hear you correctly, steward?" The captain of the guards asked, perplexed. "Indeed, seize him. Just because the Celestial Hall could not apprehend him does not mean you cannot. Do you genuinely believe you are on par with the Celestial Hall?" The elder continued to manipulate the guards' minds. The guards hesitated, but soon their eyes glinted with determination after the elder's incitement. Jiang Yin, taken aback by how easily the guards were swayed, decided to demonstrate the disparity in strength. "Since you believe there is no difference between you and the Celestial Hall, allow me to enlighten you on what true disparity is," he declared, raising his voice to call forth Heavenly Transformation Fist. At the moment Jiang Yin made his move, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The force of his punch was formidable enough to subdue everyone present. Soon after, in the aftermath of his display of power, none of the guards could muster the strength to remain standing. The old steward had already fled into the residence, disappearing from sight. Jiang Yin, accompanied by Zhuang Xingyue, entered the estate, but shortly thereafter, several middle-aged men emerged. Upon seeing them, Jiang Yin smiled and inquired, "And who might you be?" "We are the Imperial Guards, captain of the 8th Squad, Yin Xiang," one of the middle-aged men replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin realized that this man was likely the highest-ranking official from the Yin family within the palace. "The captain of the Imperial Guards, I find myself quite curious about how you attained such a position, Jiang Yin remarked, before dashing toward the middle-aged man and delivering a punch to his abdomen. This strike was devoid of any true energy. It was simply a straightforward blow. Yin Xiang was sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Observing this, Jiang Yin chuckled. The title of Imperial Guard carries quite a weight. Yet your personal strength appears remarkably lacking. Did you perhaps purchase it? A flicker of anger ignited in Yin Xiang's eyes at Jiang Yan's words. Chapter 26. Convergence at the Yin family. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Xiang produced a pill and consumed it without delay. Once the pill entered his system, Jiang Yin sensed a rapid surge in Yin Xiang's cultivation level. What on earth is happening? Jiang Yin asked. Intrigue.it seems he has ingested a pill that enhances cultivation.at this rate. His prowess has likely reached the transformation realm, soon to enter the Nine Thunder realm, Zhuang Xinyue expressed, her concern evident. A pill to enhance cultivation? I've never encountered such a thing. The system is rather unhelpful, Jiang Yin muttered with dissatisfaction. However, the system paid no heed to Jiang Yan's complaints and chose not to respond. Having grown accustomed to being ignored, Jiang Yin shifted his focus back to Yin Xiang. Before long, Yin Xiang's ascent came to a halt. After all, a pill was merely a pill. Its medicinal power could only elevate him to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Once its effects waned, he would likely plummet into the path of tribulation realm. Zhuang Xinyue sighed helplessly. It appears there's little hope for him. Furrowing his brows at Zhuang Xinyue's comment, Jiang Yin realized this was the first time he had heard of such a pill. Clearly, there were many things in this world that eluded his understanding, and relying solely on his memories would not suffice. What were you just saying? Zhuang Xinyue inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Jiang Yin. Nothing, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. As Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue exchanged light-hearted banter, seemingly unperturbed by their surroundings. Yin Xiang felt a sense of disdain wash over him, prompting him to exclaim furiously, "You are pushing your luck. Unleash the pack of wolves." With that command, countless spectral wolves materialized from the surrounding energy, converging behind Yin Xiang. Seeing the energy wolves, Jiang Yin couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Despite the boost from the pill, it was clear that Yin Xiang lacked the martial skills to match his newfound strength, a pity indeed. With a swift motion, Jiang Yin summoned the Thunder Dragon to his hand. "Let us have some fun with him," he declared. Upon the Thunder Dragon's emergence, every wolf in the pack trembled. These energy wolves were simply not on the same level. The Thunder Dragon possessed sentience. While the wolves were driven solely by instinct, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, in no time, the Thunder Dragon descended upon the pack, resulting in a one-sided massacre. How could this be? I clearly surpassed you by 2 tiers. How am I being so thoroughly defeated? Yin Xiang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Did I not mention? To cultivate, one must not only focus on their cultivation level but also possess corresponding martial skills. Unfortunately, your skills are woefully inadequate. However, I suspect the effects of your pill are nearing their end. Do you have any alternative methods? Jiang Yan's intent was unmistakable. If Yin Xiang had no other tricks up his sleeve, he would face dire consequences. Clearly, Jiang Yan's patience was wearing thin. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Yin Xiang, though reluctant, realized he was indeed out of options. When silence fell upon him, Jiang Yin understood that Yin Xiang had exhausted his means. With a smile, he lunged at Yin Xiang, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. Though Jiang Yin harbored no deep-seated hatred for the Yin family, he had his own grievances to settle. Thus, he resolved to take these individuals back for further judgment. Just as he prepared to deal with the others, an elderly figure stepped forward. "Jiang Yin, I wish to speak with you," the elder stated calmly. "Speak? And who might you be?" Jiang Yin asked, curiosity piqued. "I am the head of the Yin family." The elder replied, maintaining his composure. "Exercise caution. I can't shake the feeling that the Yin family is merely stalling for time," Zhuang Xinyue whispered. Jiang Yin had already noticed this too. They consistently deployed only a handful of their members. Allowing him to progress through a series of challenges, it was evident they were buying time. But this head of the family was likely the final obstacle. "Very well, I shall speak with you." Jiang Yin acquiesced. Despite recognizing their tactics, he did not perceive them as a threat. Before long, Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue found themselves in a room with the head of the Yin family. "Jiang Yin, could you enlighten me on what it would take for you to spare us?" the elder asked, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Spare you? Tell me, Was your Yin family not complicit in the destruction of the general's manor? Jiang Yan's tone turned cold. Indeed, we were involved, but considering the power and status of the general's manor at that time, how many families do you think participated? I can assure you, all the families in the capital were involved. And our Yin family was merely a small player among them. It took us a century to rise to our current status, the head of the Yin family replied, a note of helplessness in his demeanor. I care not for your struggles. I am unconcerned with how many families were involved. What I know is that you participated, and rest assured, I will seek out every family involved to hold them accountable for their grievous mistakes. Jiang Yin retorted with a sneer. The head of the Yin family hesitated. What are you planning? Do you intend to cleanse every family in the capital? Are you aware of the consequences? Many high-ranking officials in the Great Zhou Empire hail from these families. Are you prepared to slaughter them all? What will become of the court? What will happen to the Great Zhou dynasty? The elder gazed at Jiang Yin, astonished. What concern is that of mine? Jiang Yin replied with a chuckle. At this, the head of the Yin family fell silent. Indeed, Jiang Yin had never acknowledged himself as a citizen of the Zhou state. The rise and fall of the Zhou state held no significance for him. It appears the Yin family has reached its end, the head of the Yin family concluded, no longer hoping for mercy from Jiang Yin. He leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes. Before long, Jiang Yin exited the room. As he stepped outside, the members of the Yin family, upon seeing him, rushed into the room in a frenzy. Head! A voice filled with agony echoed from within. The head of the Yin family is dead. With that, Jiang Yin completed his task and left the Yin estate with Zhuang Xinyue. However, at that moment, countless figures surged up from the mountains below, encircling Jiang Yin. What have you done to the Yin family? A middle-aged man asked Jiang Yin, his tone icy. Jiang Yin regarded the man, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, yet he quickly recalled information about this individual from the true memories of Jiang Yin. Sun family? He stated, casting his gaze toward the others. Tian family, Zhang family, Wu family, Guo family, Li family. It seems you've all come together for this little reunion. Are you hoping to repeat the events of a century ago? Chapter 27. The 10th layer of essence technique. Jiang Yin recognized these families as the principal perpetrators in the annihilation of the general's manor, all prominent families within the royal city. However, according to Jiang Yin's recollections, the primary culprits behind the destruction of the general's manor were the top 3 families in the capital. Humph! Jiang Yin, do not push your luck. That incident occurred a century ago. Even if there is enmity, it should have faded by now. What more do you seek? A member of the Guo family retorted angrily. 100 years have passed, and I should simply forget. Do you think what you did was inconsequential? That was the grudge of a slaughtered clan. Your words ring rather hollow. Nevertheless, since everyone is gathered here today, let us settle this matter directly, Jiang Yin declared, summoning the technique, 9 heavens and 10 earths creation fist. As his voice resonated, silence fell once more, and in an instant, all present were sent flying, blood spraying as they soared through the air. The disparity between these families and sects was vast. If Jiang Yin could contend with sects, these families posed no challenge whatsoever. Once the members of these families landed, Jiang Yin chuckled, wait for me. I shall be with you shortly. After speaking, Jiang Yin left the Yin family directly. Upon returning to the Grand General's residence, Jiang Yin summoned the woman and informed her of the situation. After hearing his words, the woman glanced at Jiang Yin, hesitated for a moment, and said, let them go. Since their family head is already dead, our grudge is avenged. I do not wish to harm the innocent. Hearing her words, Jiang Yin fell silent, reflecting on himself. However, he soon reaffirmed his conviction. In his view, this was his path. Moreover, if he were to let them go, who could guarantee that the next family head would not be just like the previous one? After receiving the woman's affirmation, Jiang Yin dismissed her. Ding. Task received. Proceed to the Sun family. Task reward. Increase of 10 levels in essence technique. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Yin realized that the system was endorsing his thoughts. Sun family, wait for me. Jiang Yin was in no rush to head to the Sun family, for it was not far, and they could not escape. Yet, he was eager to discover what the essence technique truly entailed. Soon, Jiang Yin examined the essence technique and was astonished to discover that it was precisely the method required to cultivate the spiritual energy necessary for array formations. Furthermore, according to what he observed, spiritual energy could not only be used for array formations, but also for pill refinement. After understanding this, Jiang Yin exited his chamber. Despite the addition of the woman and her companions, he still felt that something was amiss within the residence. As Jiang Yin pondered, the figure of Cheng Kuan appeared before him. It was at this moment that Jiang Yin realized what was lacking. Cheng Kuan's children. Cheng Kuan had two 3-year-old children who, upon their arrival, would chatter every night, causing Jiang Yin great annoyance. Yet, the sudden absence of their laughter and cries left the courtyard devoid of vitality. "Steward, have your children not returned yet?" Jiang Yin called out to Cheng Kuan, puzzled. Cheng Kuan, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, then looked at Jiang Yin, hesitating before smiling and replying, "Not yet. They have not returned. Ding. Urgent task received. Rescue the steward's children. Task reward, 10 levels in the Proud Dragon technique." Upon receiving the task notification, Jiang Yin turned to Cheng Kuan and asked, "What happened to the children?" Cheng Kuan, astonished, gazed at Jiang Yin, tears welling in his elderly eyes. "My lord, please save my children. I beg you." Cheng Kuan cried as he knelt on the ground. Hearing Cheng Kuan's plea, Jiang Yin quickly helped him to his feet and said, "All right, tell me what happened." Cheng Kuan nodded and recounted, "After you left, I thought the house was too empty. Realizing the Grand General's residence needed more life, I sought to recruit some guards and servants. However, I did not expect that my actions drew the attention of the Sun family. They approached me, intending to infiltrate the Grand General's residence with spies." "You did not agree?" Jiang Yin inquired. "Of course not. The late family head treated me well. I survived the day the Grand General's residence was destroyed. I have already wronged the late family head, and I cannot betray you as well. But I never anticipated that on the very night I refused, someone would break into the residence and take my children away." Cheng Kuan lamented. Hearing Cheng Kuan's account, Jiang Yin smiled slightly and said, "It seems these matters are indeed orchestrated by the Sun family. Do not worry. I was already planning to settle the score with them and will conveniently bring your children back." Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Cheng Kuan looked at him and quickly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, my lord. Cheng Kuan and my family are willing to serve the Grand General's residence for life, and we will never betray it." With that, Cheng Kuan took a knife and made a cut on the back of his hand. From this wound, blood flowed out, forming an eerie symbol. Jiang Yin recalled from the true memories of Jiang Yin that this was a blood contract. Should either party breach their promise, their blood would evaporate instantaneously, leaving them a mere corpse. What is the need for this? I am merely acting in passing. There is no need for such drastic measures. Jiang Yin felt somewhat helpless, for now that the blood contract was established, he lacked the strength to annul it. "My lord, rest assured, neither I nor my children will ever betray the Grand General's residence." Cheng Kuan declared passionately, all right, I understand. Get up quickly. I am headed to the Sun family now," Jiang Yin said, turning to leave. Though he had been in this world for quite some time, he could not bear to see others kneeling before him, which he considered a humiliating act. Soon, Jiang Yin arrived at the grand estate of the Sun family, only to find the gates firmly shut, with not a single guard in sight. "They must know I am coming for revenge," Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. "Shall we proceed inside?" Zhuang Xinyue asked, grinning. "Of course," Jiang Yin replied, pushing open the gates of the Sun family. The moment Jiang Yin opened the door, ding. Check-in successful. Task completed. Enter the Sun family. Task reward. Increase of 10 levels in Essence Technique. Now, the Essence Technique totaled 10 levels. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yin felt a new awareness blossom in his mind, though he could not discern exactly what it was. He merely sensed that when he closed his eyes, he could perceive everything outside with clarity. Noticing Jiang Yin's pause, Zhuang Xinyue looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Jiang Yin, what is wrong?" Chapter 28, Silver Moon. "Nothing. Let us proceed inside." Jiang Yin replied with a smile, then walked into the Sun family estate. "Jiang Yin, what brings you here?" An elder recognized him and said warily, "I have two purposes for being here. One is to demand the return of your people, and the other is to settle old scores," Jiang Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the elder realized that Jiang Yin would not leave easily today and immediately shouted, "Someone, Jiang Yin has arrived." As his voice echoed, countless guards and several elders rushed out from within the estate, swiftly surrounding Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue. "Where are the children?" Jiang Yin inquired calmly, showing no signs of panic. "What children are you referring to? We know nothing of them," an elder retorted coldly. "I am speaking of my steward's children. You had best hand them over. If you do so, I might consider only killing your family head to avenge past grievances." Otherwise, today, not a single soul shall remain in the Sun family, Jiang Yin declared with anger. Upon hearing his words, everyone from the Sun family trembled. You have committed grave sins, Jiang Yin. Such actions will not lead you to the pinnacle of cultivation. An elder from the Sun family said helplessly. Jiang Yin scoffed at the elder's words. For him, possessing a system meant he had no need to fear such threats. Release those who captured your people. Or today, the Sun family will run red with blood. After stating this, Jiang Yin began to count down. 3, 2, 1, wait. We will release them. An elder from the Sun family hesitated before speaking. If you had done so earlier, there would have been no need for this hassle, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Before long, 2 children were brought out by an elder from the Sun family. Jiang Yin, these are the hostages you sought. You may leave now, the elder said coldly. Leave? Did I ever say I intended to leave? Now that the first task is complete, it is time for the second. Surrender your family head. He must explain certain matters, Jiang Yin said with a cold smile. Hearing Jiang Yin's demand, the elders of the Sun family looked at him in terror. Please, let our family head go. He has only recently taken office and knows nothing of these matters. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. We old folks are nearing the end of our days. If killing us can quell your anger, then do so, one elder immediately proposed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin regarded the elders with curiosity. He was astonished that the family head of the Sun family could be so esteemed that the elders would vie to protect him. Your eagerness to shield him only piques my curiosity. What manner of person is he that warrants such loyalty? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. The elders exchanged resigned glances and slowly stepped forward. Seeing this, Jiang Yin grasped his thunder spear with one hand. Since you have spoken, I shall oblige. With that, Jiang Yin swung the spear, aiming to strike the elders. However, just as the thunder spear was about to reach them, a shimmering barrier appeared before the elders. Intercepting the spear. Who goes there? Jiang Yin shouted in fury. Young friend Jiang Yin, I am the Grand Elder of the Sun family. Might we discuss matters in detail? An ancient voice resonated in the air. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice, the elder's eyes filled with hope. Grand Elder? He must be involved in the incident at the Grand General's residence. Very well. I shall converse with you. Jiang Yin nodded and said. Soon, an elderly man appeared before him. Are you the Grand Elder of the Sun family? Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, replied the Grand Elder with a smile. Very well then, what is it that you wish to discuss? Jiang Yin asked directly. It is as follows. A century has passed since the incident with the General's manor. Yet the hatred stemming from the annihilation of your clan lingers, making it rather difficult to forget. Therefore, my intention is to convey that our Sun family is willing to offer some compensation to alleviate your pain. The Grand Elder chuckled. Compensation? What sort of compensation? Jiang Yin queried with intrigue. A celestial artifact, specifically a rare celestial artifact, the Grand Elder replied with a grin. A rare celestial artifact? Zhuang Xinyue clearly showed signs of interest. What? You require one? As the master of Qian Kuan Palace, do you not possess even a single celestial artifact? Jiang Yin, filled with curiosity, turned to Zhuang Xinyue and asked. We do have celestial artifacts in Qian Kuan Palace. And I happen to possess one, but it is merely an ordinary celestial artifact, not a rare one. Rare celestial artifacts are exceedingly hard to come by and are of an entirely different caliber than ordinary ones. Zhuang Xinyue sighed. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yin nodded, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly noticed the 2 children of the steward, who appeared terrified and had remained silent since approaching him. Very well. I agree. Please present the rare celestial artifact, Jiang Yin said, nodding with a smile. Jiang Yin, I do not particularly need a rare celestial artifact. Do not concern yourself with me. Revenge is paramount. Although Zhuang Xinyue longed for the rare celestial artifact, the thought of Jiang Yin forsaking his vengeance for her sake made her heart ache, especially given the deep-seated hatred of clan annihilation. Hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Jiang Yin smiled and said, It is quite all right. This hatred has endured for a century, and I have indeed begun to forget. Very well, Zhuang Xinyue nodded. All right, please wait a moment. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. Soon, a silver longsword was produced by the Grand Elder. This is called Silver Moon, a long-lost celestial artifact that I wonder if either of you has heard of it? The Grand Elder inquired with a smile. On a dark and windy night, silver moon shines in the sky. This refers to this very sword? Does it not? Zhuang Xingyue asked in astonishment. Indeed. It appears that the master of Qian Kuren Palace has a wide network of information, the Grand Elder replied with a smile. Zhuang Xingyue took the silver moon from the Grand Elder's hands, playing with it with great interest. Well then, since we have acquired silver moon, we shall take our leave. With that, Jiang Yin turned to leave with the two silent children. Wait a moment. The Grand Elder hesitated and called out, looking at the two children. Do you have something to say? Jiang Yin asked coldly. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the Grand Elder fell silent, quickly responding, No, I merely wish to say that I would not see you off. No need for farewells. I am departing. From this day forth, the enmity between the Sun family and the General's manor is hereby erased. I hope your Sun family will conduct themselves properly and refrain from recklessly annihilating other clans in the future. Chapter 29. The Malice of the Sun Family having spoken. Jiang Yin left the Sun residence directly. As he departed, the Grand Elder sighed and immediately ordered all disciples of the Sun family to retreat from the imperial city. Furthermore, all guards below the rank of Elder were to vacate the Sun family. What are you doing? Grand Elder? Hasn't Jiang Yin already left? Is there any need for such concern? A puzzled Elder inquired. Do you not understand the consequences of your own actions? The Grand Elder replied angrily, hearing his words. The other elders fell silent. They are merely children. How could you be so ruthless? Moreover, they are the children of the steward. Have you all gone mad to act in such a manner? The Grand Elder, seeing the silence of the others, added helplessly, They are just the steward's children, mere commoners. Jiang Yin should not take it too seriously, right? We are also worried that if these two children run away, they might disclose the location of our dungeon, and our Sun family has always acted this way. An unwilling elder remarked. The Grand Elder sighed and, after a moment of reflection, conceded, Perhaps that is the case. Jiang Yin returned to the general's manor with the two children. Upon seeing them, Cheng Kuan rushed forward and embraced his children. Children, you have finally returned. Are you unharmed? Cheng Kuan anxiously examined them for any signs of injury. Rest assured, they are fine. I checked on them during our return. There are no wounds or internal injuries, Jiang Yin assured with a smile. If they are safe, then I am relieved. Thank you, my lord. Quickly express your gratitude to him, Cheng Kuan urged. The two children knelt before Jiang Yin, bowing their heads, yet remained silent. Why are you two not speaking? This is your benefactor. You must express your gratitude, Cheng Kuan said, excitedly urging them. However, the children looked at him with tear-filled eyes, opening their mouths but remaining mute. At that moment, both Jiang Yin and Cheng Kuan sensed something was amiss. Jiang Yin crouched down and opened the children's mouths. Sun family, if I do not annihilate you, I shall not bear the surname Jiang, Jiang Yin exclaimed with anger upon seeing the state of their mouths. Cheng Kuan also noticed the condition of the children and, overwhelmed, fainted. Jiang Yin turned to Zhuang Xingyue and said, This child, along with the steward, I entrust to you. Go to the manor, gather some people, and take them away. I shall pay a visit to the Sun family. Witnessing the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yin, Zhuang Xingyue nodded, equally furious about the Sun family's actions towards the children. Jiang Yin returned to the Sun family, where guards were now stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Yin approach, they shouted, Jiang Yin has arrived. After the cry, the guards dashed into the compound. Observing their retreat, Jiang Yin chuckled coldly and strode into the Sun family's residence. What brings you here again? An elder of the Sun family immediately stepped forward and asked. Jiang Yin had no desire to waste further time with the Sun family. With a swift motion, he summoned a light sword into his hand, and with a gentle sweep, the head of the Sun family elder fell to the ground. From this day forth, the Sun family shall cease to exist, Jiang Yin stated blandly. Moments later, the other elders of the Sun family rushed out, shocked at the sight of the headless corpse and the figure of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin? Did you not say you would not seek revenge anymore? Why have you returned to kill? Several elders of the Sun family exclaimed. Humph, to commit such atrocities against children no older than a few years. I find your Sun family no longer worthy of existence. Jiang Yin declared, swinging his light sword and striking one of the elders. Ah! The elder screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as his body was cleaved in two. Witnessing the gruesome death of their comrade, the other elders rushed toward Jiang Yin, but none could match his strength, all falling victim to his wrath. Before long, All the elders lay dead. The Grand Elder emerged, resigned, and said, "I knew you would return." Jiang Yin, upon hearing this, regarded the Grand Elder coldly, asking, "So, are you prepared to die?" "I am ready, but I hope you will spare our family's master. He is but a child," the Grand Elder replied. Shaking his head helplessly at this juncture, Jiang Yin was beyond heeding the Grand Elder's words, swinging his light sword to strike him down. After completing the grim task, Jiang Yin proceeded to the innermost chamber. Opening the door, a young man appeared before him. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" the young man asked, astonished. "Ding system detection, pure physique, high level, pure physique." Jiang Yin was taken aback, realizing for the first time that the system could detect such traits. "It seems you are the clan leader that the Sun family has been protecting all along. Your kin no longer remains. None are left to protect you," Jiang Yin scoffed. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the young man momentarily froze before exclaiming in excitement, "They are all dead. Impossible. The elders were so strong. How could they all perish? You must be lying," the young man insisted vehemently. Jiang Yin, uninterested in debating, seized the young man and dragged him outside. Upon seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, the young man shrieked. Dropping to his knees, Jiang Yin was astonished that a scion of a prominent family could be so easily frightened by a sight of death. "Enough of this cowardice. Tell me, has anyone ever spoken to you about your special physique?" Jiang Yin inquired immediately. "Yes." The Grand Elder mentioned it. "The future of the Sun family rests upon me, so the Great Elder forbids me from doing anything else, allowing me only to study and cultivate every day." The man sprawled on the ground spoke, and upon hearing him, Jiang Yin cast a glance at him. He contemplated killing the man, yet found himself at a loss on how to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Very well, since it has come to this. I shall leave a flicker of hope for the Sun family. However, you must remember, the Sun family must refrain from committing any more heinous acts, lest I return to exact my vengeance at any moment." "Heinous acts? What deeds have the Sun family committed? Are your own actions not equally atrocious? You have slaughtered all the elders of my Sun family. Do you comprehend the gravity of such an act? My Sun family now stands on the brink of becoming even less than a common family. Do you believe that after your departure, my Sun family will endure? What difference is there between your actions and the annihilation of our clan?" The man exclaimed, his voice brimming with agitation. Jiang Yin responded with a cold laugh and proceeded to recount the tale of the two children. "You speak nonsense. How could the elders possibly commit such atrocities?" The man retorted, his agitation palpable. "Come with me. I shall show you," he insisted. Chapter 30. A soft heart. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the man nodded. Jiang Yin led him back to the Grand Marshal's residence, where the man beheld the two children. "Did our people do this?" he exclaimed in shock. "What else could it be?" Jiang Yin replied with a chilling laugh. The man, now despondent, sank to the ground and gazed at Jiang Yin, questioning, "Is my family truly so cruel?" Jiang Yin regarded the man, unsure of how to respond. Soon, the man, shrouded in despair, departed from the Grand Marshal's residence. Chung Kuan approached Jiang Yin, tears streaming down his face. "Master, is there any way you can help my children regain their tongues? They are still so young. They cannot afford to be left disabled," he pleaded. Jiang Yin reassured him, "Do not worry. I will find a way to heal the children. We are all family, and your children are as dear to me as my own." Chung Kuan, grateful, bowed his head in respect before returning to the Grand Marshal's residence. Lost in thought, "Is there any method in the Qin Kuan Palace to restore them?" Jiang Yin inquired of Zhuang Xinyue. "None. If it had just happened, we might have had a way to mend it, but given the current circumstances, the wounds of the two children have already healed." Making it impossible, Zhuang Xinyue replied helplessly. As she spoke, Jiang Yin suddenly recalled a family, the Tian family. According to his memory, the Tian family was a lineage of healers, but after entering the ranks of officials, they became arrogant and dismissive of others. If the Tian family were willing to lend a hand, they should be able to reattach the children's tongues. "Let us go to the Tian family," Jiang Yin declared, leading Zhuang Xinyue directly towards their residence. Upon arriving at the grand estate of the Tian family, the guards at the entrance, upon seeing Jiang Yin, became tense and hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Yin has arrived." Hearing this, numerous guards rushed out, blocking Jiang Yin at the entrance. "Bring your patriarch out, or else the Tian family will be the next to suffer the fate of the Sun family, Jiang Yin warned coldly. The guards exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the Tian residence. Jiang Yin, the mistakes of the Tian family are mine to bear alone. The troubles with the Sun family arose from their offense against you. I implore you, spare the Tian family, the man spoke, his tone icy. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yin scoffed. While sparing you is not out of the question, I have two conditions. Speak, the middle-aged man replied promptly. First, I am aware that your Tian family is a lineage of healers. I have two patients. If your family can heal them, I shall refrain from causing you any troubles. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before agreeing. No problem. What is the second condition? The second condition is rather simple. I know the reasons behind your attack on my Grand Marshal's residence. Therefore, I require your family's treasury as recompense. I am here today for the very reasons you attacked my residence. Jiang Yin stated with a smile. Hesitation flickered across the Tian patriarch's face. The treasury was something the Tian family ancestors had sacrificed their lives to accumulate, and relinquishing it so easily was difficult to justify. I apologize. I cannot comply with your request regarding the treasury. Even if I agree, the elders of the Tian family would not let me off easily. I can offer my name in exchange for the Tian family's treasury. The patriarch sighed. Very well, it is a deal, Jiang Yin acknowledged. He understood the significance of the Tian family's treasury. For a prominent family, the patriarch's authority is often diminished, requiring consensus from the elders for any actions. If the elders disagree, the patriarch's intentions become moot. Thus, Jiang Yin anticipated this possibility when he proposed his condition. This also serves as an explanation for my Grand Marshal's residence. Now, you should fulfill the first requirement. Jiang Yin asserted. Nodding, the Tian patriarch stated, All right, please bring the patients here, and our Tian family will do everything in our power to heal them. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement and then departed with Zhuang Xinyue. Soon, they returned to the Tian family estate with the two children. Upon seeing the children's missing tongues, the Tian patriarch frowned. The wounds have already healed. This complicates matters. I shall need to reopen the healed areas to prevent excessive blood loss. I will need to sedate the two children. Do you have any objections, Jiang Yin? He inquired. None at all, Jiang Yin replied. However, should you entertain any treachery, rest assured, your life will be forfeit. But consider your kin and siblings. The Tian patriarch chuckled helplessly. Mr. Jiang, you truly underestimate me. Before long, the Tian patriarch had sedated the two children, all while under Jiang Yin's watchful gaze. Once the treatment was complete, the Tian patriarch produced two rare herbs. Ding, life-renewing herb, grade, high, rare. Upon hearing the system's appraisal, Jiang Yin smiled. He had heard of the life-renewing herb. According to popular belief, as long as a person still draws breath, this herb can revive them. Although such claims may be exaggerated, it is true that it possesses remarkable vitality. Soon, the two children swallowed the life-renewing herb, Mr. Jiang. Everything has been completed. As long as there are no unforeseen complications, they should be fine, the Tian patriarch remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Yin fell into deep contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, the Tian patriarch had indeed rendered him a favor. To kill him now would seem ungrateful. Yet, if he refrained from killing him, he had made a promise to the true Jiang Yin to avenge him and his family. Zhuang Xinyue, having noticed Jiang Yin's predicament, anticipated this moment. Jiang Yin, come with me, she urged, observing his hesitation. Jiang Yin, unsure of her intentions, nodded and followed her outside the room. What is it? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. Are you finding it difficult to harden your heart? Zhuang Xinyue inquired playfully. Indeed, after all, he is somewhat of a benefactor. It seems unjust to slay him. Yet, if I spare the Tian patriarch, how shall I account to the ancestors? Jiang Yin questioned, vexed. Chapter 31. Betrayal of a family. This matter can be resolved quite easily. Zhuang Xinyue replied with a smile. How so? Jiang Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Have you ever considered that no matter how powerful you become, without your own strength, what can you accomplish? You stand against the Divine Hall, which has numerous branches. Destroy one, and they can easily establish another. Can you keep up with that? The number of people you kill in a day pales in comparison to how many they recruit. Zhuang Xinyue explained, her tone light. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yin suddenly grasped her meaning and exclaimed, You mean I should establish my own power? Precisely. There are many who oppose the Divine Hall, yet none have the courage to genuinely raise the banner against them. You are that person, Zhuang Xinyue affirmed with a smile. With Zhuang Xinyue's insight, Jiang Yin felt a wave of clarity wash over him. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, he said, returning to the room. Mr. Jiang, I assure you that I will fulfill your first request. You may now proceed with your second requirement, the Tian Patriarch stated, producing a broken blade and moving it towards his neck. Wait, Jiang Yin called out. Hearing his voice, the Tian Patriarch halted his actions and looked at Jiang Yin in confusion. Tian Patriarch, I have a better idea. Let us discuss it, Jiang Yin suggested with a smile. That a better idea? Please, Mr. Jiang, do share, the Tian Patriarch urged. The head of the Tian family spoke directly. It is as follows. I am currently battling against the Celestial Hall, as you are aware. Although I have annihilated one of their branches, the Celestial Hall has swiftly established a second branch. Therefore, I seek to cultivate my own strength with the ultimate goal of eradicating the Celestial Hall. I wish for you and the Tian family to join my faction. What are your thoughts on this matter, esteemed leader of the Tian family? Jiang Yin smiled and replied. Upon hearing that you do not have to face death, a glimmer of hope ignited within the Tian family leader's heart. However, upon hearing Jiang Yin's request, the hope in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by disappointment. Alas, Mr. Jiang Yin, it is not that I do not wish to comply, but our elders would never agree. To join your organization would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the Great Zhou Empire. As you know, our Tian family has invested considerable effort to establish a foothold within the Great Zhou Empire. Those elders would never consent to such a course of action, the Tian family leader said helplessly. Ding, task received, reward for the host's own faction. Task reward, primordial element of wind. Initially, upon learning of the Tian family leader's rejection, Jiang Yin was about to abandon the idea of forming his own faction. However, upon receiving the system's notification, his interest was rekindled. He then turned to the Tian family leader, smiling as he said, I care not for the attitudes of the other members of the Tian family. I wish only to inquire about your thoughts, esteemed leader. Regarding joining my faction, I certainly agree. If it means I can avoid death, what is there to disagree with? The Tian family leader said with a resigned smile. Since you agree, the rest shall be easily arranged. As for your family's elders, I can assist you in dealing with them. Gather all the elders together. I wish to meet them, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Yin's intentions were clear, and as the head of the family, the Tian family leader could easily surmise them. Yet, when considering the obstinate elders of his family, who prioritized their own interests over the lives of family members, he felt a sense of unwillingness. As the patriarch, he was aware that those elders could exploit him at any moment. Thus, he wished to use Jiang Yan's influence to impose some discipline upon them. Very well, I shall summon them immediately, the Tian family leader said before turning to depart. Before long, he returned with several elders in tow. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, the elders clearly exhibited signs of fear. Their gazes toward the Tian family leader tinged with resentment. Tian family leader, did you not say we were to discuss matters concerning our future? Why have you brought us here to Mr. Jiang Yin? One elder said, clearly displeased. Do not be hasty, third elder. This time it is not I who has summoned you, but rather it is Mr. Jiang Yin who seeks your presence, the Tian family leader replied with a smile. At the mention of Jiang Yin's name, the elders visibly trembled. Jiang Yin was a notorious figure in the capital, a ruthless killer who had obliterated a branch of the Celestial Hall. Such a person was to be avoided at all costs. Yet here they were, brought before him by their own patriarch. However, now that the situation had progressed to this point, the elders felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. They immediately turned to Jiang Yin and inquired, Mr. Jiang Yin, may we ask what business you have with us? The Tian family leader was momentarily taken aback by the elders' respectful demeanor towards Jiang Yin, a treatment he had never received from them. A flicker of murderous intent appeared in the Tian family leader's eyes. Jiang Yin noticed the Tian family leader's reaction and understood that in this scenario, the patriarch could be utilized to his advantage. He then addressed the elders with a smile. The purpose of my visit is to inform you that I intend to establish my own faction. However, as it is just beginning, I require assistance. And your Tian family would be an excellent choice. What are your thoughts on this matter? The elders were momentarily stunned by Jiang Yan's words, and then they turned in unison to the Tian family leader. Tian Wang, did you summon us here to discuss this matter with Mr. Jiang Yin? Have you agreed to join him? Have you truly betrayed the Tian family? One elder exclaimed angrily, glaring at the Tian family leader. The Tian family leader's face flushed with embarrassment at the elder's accusation. Mr. Jiang Yin has not coerced me. I stated that I lack the authority to make decisions for the family, which is why I brought you all here for you to deliberate. He explained. With Jiang Yin stepping in to alleviate the tension, the Tian family leader has only brought you here to consult with Mr. Jiang Yin. Hearing this, the elder's expression softened slightly. My apologies, Mr. Jiang Yin. Our roots lie firmly within the royal city of the Great Zhou. Our ancestors have resided here for generations. We cannot acquiesce to your request. However, we can agree to the 2 conditions you have set forth, one elder said, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, the Tian family leader's expression grew icy. His resentment toward the family for abandoning him while blaming him for betrayal intensifying. What do you think, Tian Wang? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. At that moment, the Tian family leader was utterly disillusioned with his family. I agreed to join Mr. Jiang Yan's faction, he declared through gritted teeth. Tian Wang, have you truly betrayed the Tian family? Do not forget who has provided you with everything you possess, an elder shouted, pointing an accusing finger at him. The Tian family leader's face turned crimson with rage. You claim my every possession is a gift from the Tian family, yet I ask you, aside from the name, what have I truly received? You have always made the decisions for the family, rendering me a mere puppet. Tell me, what has the Tian family truly given me? He retorted, his voice filled with indignation. The elders fell silent, realizing they had indeed granted the Tian family leader little authority. Regardless, the fact remains that you have betrayed the Tian family, one elder insisted angrily. Yes, I have indeed betrayed them. But was it not the Tian family that first cast me aside? Remember this. It is not I who betrayed the Tian family, but rather the Tian family that betrayed me, the Tian family leader shouted defiantly. Watching the heated exchange, Jiang Yin grew impatient and interjected, Enough! I did not come here to witness your squabbles. Speak now. Who among you stands in support of me? Those who do, step forward and stand behind me. Upon hearing this, the Tian family leader stepped forward to stand behind Jiang Yin, while the other elders remained rooted in place, unmoving. It seems that you alone do not support me, in that case. Jiang Yan's voice trailed off as he extended his hand, summoning a sword of light that materialized within his grasp. With a swift motion, he struck at the group of elders. Ah, they cried in unison. Their bodies cleaved in two by the radiant blade. Witnessing Jiang Yan's ruthless display, the Tian family leader felt a surge of relief for having chosen to align himself with him. Enough, Tian family leader. I have done all that I can. The remaining matters are now yours to resolve. Do not tell me you cannot handle the issues within the Tian family, Jiang Yin said coldly. I can manage it. Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang Yin, the Tian family leader replied hastily. Good. Once the child awakens, send him to my general's residence. I shall take my leave now. With that, Jiang Yin took his leave alongside Zhuang Xinyue from the Tian family estate. As they made their way along the path, Jiang Yin pondered aloud. Have I been too harsh? Although those elders were somewhat lacking in strength, they were still respectable figures. Is it not a pity to have eliminated them all? Zhuang Xinyue frowned slightly and replied, These individuals would never heed your words. For the sake of their family's interests, they would betray anyone. Such people are beyond control. It is best not to recruit those whom you cannot manage. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, realizing that while he could single-handedly defeat a group in combat, when it came to establishing a faction, even 10 of him would be no match for the influence of Zhuang Xinyue. Before long, they returned to the general's residence, where Jiang Yin briefed Cheng Kuan on the situation regarding the child. Cheng Kuan was once again overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling before Jiang Yin in gratitude. Jiang Yin helped him to his feet and said with a smile, I have mentioned before, we are family. There is no need for such formalities. Furthermore, your child is as much mine as he is yours. I am his godfather. After all, if there is a matter concerning the child, it is my duty as a godfather to intervene. By the way, do we have the capacity to accommodate hundreds of people? Hundreds, my lord. What are you planning? Are you forming a sect? Why would you need space for hundreds? Cheng Kuan inquired, astonished. Indeed, I intend to establish a sect and require my own strength, Jiang Yin confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Cheng Kuan nodded thoughtfully and replied, You make a valid point, my lord. It is indeed necessary to have our own strength, especially since the Celestial Hall remains formidable. However, our residence cannot accommodate hundreds of people. 100 might be feasible, but anything beyond that would be challenging. Realizing the weight of the task assigned by the system, Jiang Yin understood that he had a long way to go. As he contemplated his next steps, Cheng Kuan suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, please wait a moment." Upon completing his turn, Cheng Kuan promptly departed from this place. Jiang Yin was left in a state of uncertainty regarding Cheng Kuan's intentions. Yet he opted to remain. Before long, Cheng Kuan returned, carrying a burlap sack. "Master, within this sack lies 10,000 essence crystals, which I have diligently saved. Our current residence cannot possibly accommodate hundreds of individuals. However, we can expand our estate. Though this sum may not seem substantial, it should suffice for the preliminary phase of the expansion. I shall return shortly to sell my ancestral home. For the midterm, this amount should be adequate, yet I fear I shall be powerless when it comes to the concluding arrangements." Cheng Kuan sighed as he spoke. Upon hearing Cheng Kuan's words, a flicker of emotion appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes. And he replied with a smile, "I possess essence crystals of my own, so there is no need for your funds. You should keep your money for any urgent needs in the future." With that, Jiang Yin attempted to return the sack of essence crystals to Cheng Kuan. "No, master," Cheng Kuan insisted, "as you mentioned, I am also a member of this household. As such, the matters of the family are my concerns as well. Allow me to contribute my share. Besides, do you truly believe I am unaware of the state of our general's mansion? Do you think you have any essence crystals left now?" Cheng Kuan chuckled helplessly. Realizing that Cheng Kuan had unveiled his financial predicament, Jiang Yin offered an awkward smile and said, "Very well, under these circumstances, I shall accept this sack of essence crystals, but the ancestral home cannot be sold. It is a legacy from our forebears and should not be relinquished. As for the remaining essence crystals, I will find a way to acquire them, trust me." Cheng Kuan regarded Jiang Yin thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, Cheng Kuan doubted Jiang Yan's ability to procure the essence crystals, and unbeknownst to Jiang Yin, he proceeded to sell his ancestral home. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yin looked at Zhuang Xinyue beside him and sighed. "I never imagined I would be so impoverished. Indeed, I did not foresee that. Yet, what does it matter? I possess essence crystals and can contribute to the expansion of the estate. However, there is a pressing question. Are you truly intent on establishing a sect? And do you plan to situate it within the general's mansion?" Zhuang Xinyue inquired, puzzled. "What is the issue? Is that not feasible?" Jiang Yin asked, casting a curious glance at Zhuang Xinyue. Observing Jiang Yan's confusion, Zhuang Xinyue sighed. "It appears you are utterly ignorant of the essentials of founding a sect." Jiang Yin had not anticipated that his knowledge gap would pertain to the formation of a power. "Very well, let me enlighten you on the key elements of establishing a sect. It is a significant endeavor that cannot be achieved casually," Zhuang Xinyue asserted as she seated herself on a stool. Jiang Yin recognized that Zhuang Xinyue, as the leader of the Qingkuan Palace, held invaluable insights. First and foremost, location. "You have erred from the outset. The site of a sect must be exceedingly tranquil and protected by natural geographical features. After all, while you may be formidable, the disciples of the sect are not necessarily powerful. They require the sect's protection, which is why they choose to join. A naturally secure location will provide them with a sense of safety." Zhuang Xinyue explained with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Yin replied, "If that is the case, it seems the general's mansion is unsuitable. Its location in the heart of the imperial city is less than ideal, especially considering our strained relationship with the emperor of the Zhou kingdom." Zhuang Xinyue acknowledged his assessment and continued, "To establish your own power, you must have a loyal foundation. This foundation must include an array master to construct protective formations for your sect." Jiang Yin nodded in understanding and remarked, "This is attainable. The Tian family should be relatively loyal. As for the array master, I myself possess some skills in array formation and can conjure simple arrays." Although Jiang Yin had previously lacked this capability, the rewards from the system had endowed him with sufficient strength in his essence technique, allowing him to create some basic formations. Zhuang Xinyue was taken aback upon hearing Jiang Yin claim he could forge arrays. The role of an array master typically required innate talent, with only 1 in 100 individuals capable of achieving it, underscoring the rarity of success. Yet, Jiang Yin was indeed that exception. "I had not anticipated you possessed such abilities." Thus, we are left with a third point, reputation. Zhuang Xinyue said with a smile. "Reputation? Is my reputation not sufficient?" Jiang Yin inquired, grinning. Zhuang Xinyue, realizing the truth in his words, agreed, "Indeed, your reputation is already substantial. Should you take the lead, those forces suppressed by the Celestial Temple will undoubtedly flock to you." Now only the first point remains, the location. Have you decided where to establish it? Zhuang Xinyue asked cheerfully. Jiang Yin fell into silence, intently scrutinizing the map but failing to identify a suitable spot. If you cannot find one, I can suggest a location, Zhuang Xinyue offered with a smile. What place? Jiang Yin inquired excitedly. There's a rather peculiar area I have yet to fully investigate. Known as the Valley of Death. Legend has it that those who enter never return alive. However, I ventured in myself and found nothing amiss, emerging unscathed, though I kept it to myself, Zhuang Xinyue explained with a smile. The Valley of Death, that indeed sounds fitting for my needs. I shall go examine it, Jiang Yin declared with enthusiasm. Ding. Task received. Sign in at the Valley of Death. Task reward. Essence technique increased by 10 levels. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yin's interest in the Valley of Death intensified. Zhuang Xinyue hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded in agreement. Before long, Zhuang Xinyue led Jiang Yin directly to the Valley of Death. Upon arrival, Ding. Sign in successful. Task completed. Sign in at the Valley of Death. Task reward. Essence technique increased by 10 levels. Jiang Yin smiled as he acknowledged the system's report, then turned his gaze toward the Valley of Death. This is the entrance to the Valley of Death. Beyond it lies a vast canyon, flanked by steep cliffs, with only a narrow crevice allowing a glimpse of the sky above. Only beyond this point shall one truly enter the Valley of Death. Zhuang Xinyue explained. Jiang Yin nodded thoughtfully, then ventured into the Valley of Death. Seeing this, Zhuang Xinyue had no choice but to follow suit. Soon, they found themselves within the expansive canyon Zhuang Xinyue had described. Jiang Yin surveyed the cliffs on either side, noting their sheer height. He understood that even with his own cultivation, scaling these cliffs would be no simple task. Should any disciples of a sect hinder their ascent, even he would struggle to succeed. This location indeed aligns perfectly with our requirements for geographical advantage, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Indeed, but the real entertainment is yet to come, Zhuang Xinyue replied as she continued deeper into the valley. Leading Jiang Yin along, before long, they emerged from the canyon, only to find themselves in a primeval forest. Is this the conclusion? Jiang Yin questioned, gazing at the trees before him, perplexed. You have truly underestimated the situation. This is merely the interior of the Valley of Death. Have you not noticed anything amiss? Zhuang Xinyue asked curiously. If I must point out a single discrepancy, it would be the overwhelming silence. Jiang Yin answered after surveying his surroundings. Indeed, it is excessively quiet. Under normal circumstances, such a primeval forest would be teeming with magical beasts, or at the very least, one would expect to see flying creatures overhead. Yet here, there is nothing. An unsettling silence pervades, Zhuang Xinyue remarked, her brow furrowed. Jiang Yin continued to scan the area and began searching the ground. Seeing Jiang Yin searching for something, Zhuang Xinyue inquired, What are you looking for? I once knew a hunter who told me that wherever there is a primeval forest, magical beasts are sure to be present. If none can be found, it only signifies that even the surrounding magical beasts dare not inhabit this area due to the presence of a more formidable creature. Jiang Yin explained with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Xinyue nodded and responded. So you propose there are even more terrifying magical beasts here? But if such beasts exist, can we truly contend with them in our current state? Jiang Yin shared her concern, as he too felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite having the system as an ally, much of what he could achieve still depended on his own abilities. Surely, we shall be fine. Let us observe the situation further, Jiang Yin replied cheerfully. Zhuang Xinyue was taken aback to see Jiang Yin lacking his usual confidence, her own worries intensifying. The pair searched for some time, yet failed to uncover anything. Just as they were preparing to abandon their quest, a voice resonated from above. Humans, are you searching for me? Upon hearing these words, the two individuals immediately raised their heads towards the sky. Upon witnessing the phenomenon above, Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, and his concerns deepened significantly. A golden rock, moreover, a golden rock that can articulate human speech. How could such a mythical beast exist here? It is said that the golden rock possesses the bloodline of the dragon clan. Albeit a rare and diluted lineage, nevertheless, it is, by all accounts, a dragon bloodline. Chapter 34. The golden rock. Zhuang Xinyue gazed at the golden rock and spoke nervously. Ding, system detection complete. Golden rock, intermediate. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yin wore a look of helplessness. This spirit beast, possessing dragon blood, was merely classified as intermediate by the system. It should be noted that such a creature is likely to be fewer than 10 across the continent. Regardless, if we wish to establish a sect here, we must eliminate this creature. Having concluded his statement, Jiang Yin drew forth the thunderous spear and charged towards the golden roc. In no time, a thunder dragon erupted from the spear, hurtling directly towards the golden rock. Merely a spear spirit. Were it a true thunder dragon, I might feel some trepidation, the golden rock remarked as it swiped at the thunder dragon with its claw. Boom! The thunder dragon was instantly shattered. Witnessing the destruction of the thunder dragon, Jiang Yin began to contemplate escape. Human, you possess a thunder dragon spirit? Who are you, really? What is your purpose for being here? The voice of the golden rock resonated. Hearing the golden rock's inquiry, Jiang Yin sighed and replied, I acquired this thunderous spear by chance. As for my purpose here, it is to establish a sect. Establish a sect? You are not here to seize the black rock, are you? The golden rock asked in astonishment. Taken aback by the rock's words, Jiang Yin responded, Black rock? What is that? The golden rock shook its head in exasperation and then said, You should have mentioned that earlier. If you wish to establish a sect here, I have one condition. Fulfill this requirement, and I shall ensure the safety of your sect. What requirement? Please state it, Jiang Yin inquired eagerly. The prospect of protection for his sect implied that as long as they did not provoke trouble, no one would dare to attack them. An alluring proposition that Jiang Yin was inclined to accept. I have discovered a black rock mine, but my own collection efforts are too slow. I am aware that humans possess unique insights regarding collection, so I wish to enlist your sect's assistance. As for the shares, we shall split it 50-50, the golden rock stated after a moment's hesitation. In response, Jiang Yin chuckled and said, That is acceptable, but the share needs to be adjusted to 70-30. You shall receive 30 while our sect takes 70. You are merely providing a location, yet you expect half. I am contributing both manpower and resources. That seems rather unreasonable. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's proposal, the golden rock furrowed its brow and coldly retorted, Human, do not be overly greedy. 30% is far too little. I have kin to consider, and I require the black rock to establish my domain. After pondering the rock's words, Jiang Yin replied, How about this? You take 40%, and we take 60. I will arrange for the construction of your domain. What do you think? After all, my sect will also involve many people. And we need to sustain ourselves. Deal, the golden rock declared flatly. Jiang Yin, taken aback by the rock's swift agreement, found himself contemplating that perhaps he had conceded too much. Had he known, he would have settled for a 30% share for construction assistance. He realized that the percentage offered was insignificant. What mattered was aiding the Golden Rocks clan in building, a method that humans excelled at and was favored by the mythical beasts. With the matter concerning the Golden Rock resolved, the next step was to determine the location for the sect's establishment, including the scale of the construction, the number of buildings, and the initial investment in essence crystals. Jiang Yin entrusted these details to Zhuang Xinyue. Initially, Zhuang Xinyue had been troubled by the issue of essence crystals. Although the Qinghuan Palace possessed some, it was insufficient for the expenses involved in founding a sect. She had considered selling the Qinghuan Palace. But with the discovery of the Black Rock mine, the issue of essence crystals was promptly resolved. These black rocks represented wealth. After finalizing arrangements with Zhuang Xinyue, the two returned to the general's mansion. At that moment, Master Tian was already waiting for Jiang Yin at the mansion. Upon Jiang Yin's return, Master Tian immediately approached him, saying, Mr. Jiang Yin, you have returned. The two children have already awakened, and I have informed the steward of the necessary precautions. Jiang Yin nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Very well, I understand. You should return now and make preparations. In a few days, we will head to the Valley of Death. The Valley of Death, that is a forbidden area. Your sect will not be located there, will it? Master Tian exclaimed in shock. Why not? Jiang Yin inquired curiously. Nothing, it's just that I have never heard of any sect existing in the Valley of Death. Master Tian responded, puzzled, Ahem, you may have misunderstood. What I meant is that I currently do not have a sect. I am merely in the process of establishing one and designating the Valley of Death as its location. Jiang Yin stated, awkwardly clearing his throat. Master Tian felt a twinge of regret for joining Jiang Yin's sect. The early stages of establishing a sect are the most challenging, and it was clear that he had been led astray by Jiang Yin. Very well, I shall return to prepare. Despite his regrets, Master Tian recognized the necessity of aligning with Jiang Yin. Otherwise, he would risk losing Jiang Yan's support, and even if he escaped unscathed, his family members would not hesitate to turn against him. After Master Tian departed, Zhuang Xinyue chuckled softly. The Master Tian has truly fallen victim to your schemes. What of it? I did threaten to kill him, and now that I spare his life, does that not mean he owes me a life debt? Compared to life, being taken advantage of is hardly significant, Jiang Yin replied, rolling his eyes at Zhuang Xinyue. Indeed, indeed, Zhuang Xinyue said, amused. It was her first time witnessing someone so brazenly exploit another. Throughout the day, two major families either aligned themselves with Jiang Yin or faced annihilation, resulting in a reduction of the officials within the Great Zhou dynasty by a fifth. Humph, what exactly does Jiang Yin intend to accomplish? Is he attempting to assert dominance over the Great Zhou dynasty, believing it to be devoid of capable individuals? Qin Xinqing seethed from his dragon throne. Zhang Zidao hastily stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, please calm your rage. Jiang Yan's current strength far surpasses our own. There is no one within the Great Zhou dynasty capable of opposing him. We must endure this moment for now. Humph, enduring? Is that all you know how to do? You, as the Chancellor, have achieved your position through mere endurance? You officials, drawing royal salaries, do you possess no means of action? Qin Xinqing retorted angrily. However, the officials present were largely preoccupied with their own thoughts. Most hailed from prominent families that had participated in the siege against the general's mansion. With Jiang Yan's recent elimination of two families, his intentions were glaringly apparent: revenge. They deliberated whether to hastily evacuate their families from the Great Zhou dynasty, lest they be too late when Jiang Yin came seeking retribution. Zhang Zidao's family was also a prominent one, but due to their prior ties with the general's mansion, they had managed to evade involvement in the assault. Yet, Zhang Zidao understood the current sentiments among the influential families. Chapter 35. The humiliation of Wang Kiki. Your Majesty, the most pressing matter at hand is not Jiang Yin, but rather the sentiment among the people of the Great Zhou. Zhang Zidao cautioned, reminding Qin Xinqing of the family ties behind the officials. Upon receiving Zhang Zidao's counsel, Qin Xinqing's understanding deepened. Observing the distracted expressions of the officials, he revealed a bitter smile. Just as Qin Xinqing was at a loss for what to do, Zhang Zidao spoke up, Your Majesty, the princess is betrothed to Jiang Yin. Have you forgotten? Once the princess marries Jiang Yin, he will be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou, and I believe he will take our current situation into account. Zhang Zidao's words, though directed towards Qin Xinqing, were also intended for the other officials present. Upon hearing Zhang Zidao's proclamation, the officials turned to him with hopeful expressions. Very well. Immediately arrange for the princess to make contact with Jiang Yue and Dio, not allow her to throw a tantrum any longer. Qin Xinqing commanded without delay. Acknowledging the emperor's words, Zhang Zidao nodded and promptly exited the court. The general's mansion. Jiang Yin was examining a map that depicted the entire expanse of the Valley of Death, with various circles and dots marking the buildings intended for the sect's establishment. Just as Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue were engaged in discussion, Cheng Kuan entered. Master, the princess has come again, Cheng Kuan whispered. The princess? Which princess? Zhuang Xinyue inquired curiously, glancing at Jiang Yin. She was the betrothed mentioned during the master's childhood, but the engagement was later annulled due to the decline of the general's mansion. Cheng Kuan replied somewhat begrudgingly. An engagement? Jiang Yin, why did you not mention this to me? Zhuang Xinyue asked, her curiosity piqued. Sensing the underlying tension in Zhuang Xinyue's tone, Jiang Yin chuckled awkwardly and responded. Our engagement was nullified over a century ago'd. By the time I left, we had already severed ties. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xinyue retracted her murderous intent and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yin, noticing this, let out a sigh of relief, then cast a glare at Cheng Kuan. Cheng Kuan, realizing he had spoken out of turn, awkwardly smiled and fell silent. How could this woman be so bothersome? Had I known it would come to this, I should have eliminated her from the outset, Jiang Yin thought, furrowing his brow helplessly as he spoke. My lord, the princess has already arrived. What shall we do? Cheng Kuan inquired, puzzled. What else can we do? We should go and meet her. Since she has come, it would be rude not to receive her. I'll simply send her away, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. He then made to leave the room. Wait, I will accompany you, Zhuang Xinyue said with a smile, stepping beside Jiang Yin. Upon hearing that Zhuang Xinyue intended to join him, Jiang Yin helplessly frowned and said, Perhaps you should refrain from going. I can handle rejecting her on my own. No. I want to see what kind of woman is so shameless, Zhuang Xinyue replied, shaking her head and speaking coldly. Hearing her words, Jiang Yin could only sigh in resignation and silently pray for Wang Kiki. Soon, the two women met, as the princess. Wang Kiki completely ignored Zhuang Xinyue, as she did not recognize her. Jiang Yin, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Wang Kiki remarked. Oh, dear sister, are you unwilling to wait even a little longer? If you're so impatient, you need not come at all. Zhuang Xinyue said, taking a seat at the head of the table, gazing at Wang Kiki. Sister? Who exactly are you? Jiang Yan's sister? Wang Kiki asked, frowning at Zhuang Xinyue. Do not forget. Those noble families have wiped out the Zhang family. Do you really think he could still have a sister? Zhuang Xinyue replied with a smile. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Wang Kiki frowned and said, if you are not his sister, then why do you call me sister? Are you implying? Wang Kiki suddenly considered a possibility, one she least wanted to confront. You are Jiang Yan's legitimate wife. Wang Kiki exclaimed in shock. What do you think? Zhuang Xinyue replied ambiguously. What on earth is going on here? Wang Kiki shouted angrily. It's really quite simple. Haven't I made it clear enough? Jiang Yin concluded, leaning in to plant a kiss on Zhuang Xinyue's stunning face. You? How could you both do this to me? Wang Kiki said, her voice quivering as she sat in her chair. How am I treating you? Wang Kiki, do you recall how you treated me? When my family fell, you abandoned me and even humiliated me, calling off our engagement. Now, we are free of any bond, so I am free to do as I wish, Jiang Yin retorted with a cold smile. Wang Kiki immediately stood up, saying, I know I was wrong back then. I am here seeking your forgiveness. I've even come twice. What more do you want from me? Twice? Indeed, it is quite something for a noble princess to plead twice. I, as a mere subject, should not take such liberties. Jiang Yin said, shaking his head in feigned shame. Yes, you acknowledge this now. However, I have a singular demand. To marry me, plain and simple, Wang Kiki declared, oblivious to Jiang Yan's sardonic smile, taking on a haughty demeanor. She continued, do you think just because you are a prince, everyone must bow to you? You may be a princess of Zhou, but you are not my princess, and I am not a subject of Zhou. If you come here to cause a scene again, I will have no qualms about killing you. I doubt even Chen Qinqing would hold it against me. Would he? Jiang Yin said, suddenly exuding a threatening aura. Wang Kiki, being of high status, had never encountered such intimidation and turned pale, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Yin, are you going to kill me? She stammered, if you do not leave now and continue to make a scene, I won't hesitate to end your life. I suspect that even if I did kill you, Chen Qinqing would not seek retribution. Would you not agree? Jiang Yin replied with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki turned on her heel and fled. Watching her leave the Grand Marshal's residence, Jiang Yin let out a sigh of relief. Tio exerts such pressure on a young girl. Jiang Yin truly possesses a remarkable spirit, Zhuang Xinyue remarked with a smile. Then what exactly do you want me to do? Jiang Yin replied helplessly. You saw how clingy she is. Do you expect me to take her in? That is not my concern, Zhuang Xinyue said before walking out of the parlor. After Wang Kiki burst out of the Grand Marshal's residence, a group of mysterious individuals appeared and swiftly captured her. Their speed was so remarkable that the guards and attendants who followed closely behind had no inkling of what transpired, believing Wang Kiki to be merely ahead of them. As night fell over the prince's residence, the lord exclaimed, What? You say the princess has not returned? Is she staying over at the Grand Marshal's residence? Hearing the steward's report, the lord became agitated. Why, lord? Do not be angry. It seems that she has indeed gone missing. I heard from the attendants and guards that she vanished right after exiting the Grand Marshal's residence. Those who pursued her saw no sign of the princess. However, the guards in the residence have not reported her return. Perhaps she simply got carried away with play, the steward said softly. Carried away with play? Humph. The princess may be fond of amusement, but when have you ever seen her out at this hour? With curfew approaching, where could she possibly be? The lord retorted angrily, leaving the steward unable to speak further. I suspect she is with Jiang Wei and it is quite possible that my daughter is being mistreated by him. Steward, you must immediately send skilled individuals to infiltrate Jiang Yan's residence and ascertain whether the princess is indeed there, the lord commanded after a moment's contemplation. If you believe the princess is with Jiang Yan, why not go boldly to demand her return? Why resort to stealth? The steward questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Do you know what you are saying? In this current climate, who would dare provoke Jiang Yin? Even my royal brother must tread carefully around him." "I have no desire to incite Jiang Yan's wrath and risk our estate's destruction," the lord replied helplessly. The steward nodded in understanding and proceeded to carry out the orders. However, having been in the prince's residence for so long, he did not perceive Jiang Yin as particularly formidable in his mind. Despite any prowess Jiang Yin might possess, he was still merely a commoner, and the prince's residence held authority over him. The steward casually selected a guard to carry out the task. At that moment, Jiang Yin was in his chamber, immersed in cultivation. Soon, he opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he rose to open the door. The prince's guards, clad in night attire, stealthily infiltrated Jiang Yan's residence. They quietly searched each room. When they reached Jiang Yan's chamber, as the guard was scanning the area, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "What are you searching for? Do you need my assistance?" Taken aback by the voice, the guard initially responded, "No need." However, he quickly turned around and found Jiang Yin standing at the door, watching him. "Jiang Yin, what are you doing here?" the guard asked, astonished. "What do you think? This is my room. Why are you asking me?" Jiang Yin replied, furrowing his brow. Realizing his error, the guard straightened up and, relying on his status as a prince's guard, cleared his throat and stated ahem, "I am a guard of the prince's residence. The princess has gone missing, and the lord instructed me to check here to see if you have concealed her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin burst into laughter, saying, "Your princess? I wouldn't take her even if offered for free. Now be off with you, and tell your lord that if he is searching for her, he ought not come here. I have no interest in his daughter. She is nothing but a nuisance to me." The guard, astonished, regarded Jiang Yin, taken aback that someone would dare speak to the lord in such a manner. "You have quite the spirit. I will remember you. The lord will come looking for you," he said, turning to leave, unaware of the murderous glint in Jiang Yan's eyes. As the guard brushed past Jiang Yin, he discreetly unleashed a burst of energy, shattering the guard's leg. The guard let out a cry, collapsing to the ground. "What happened? How did you bow to me so deeply? I have no crystal for you." Jiang Yin feigned concern. The guard, aware of Jiang Yan's involvement, understood that if Jiang Yin could so easily break his leg, his own fate would be similarly precarious. Thus, he could only swallow his anger. The guard limped away from the Grand Marshal's residence. "Humph, a mere guard acting so audaciously. This prince's residence is in need of some discipline," Jiang Yin mused. Jiang Yin returned to his room after speaking. The guard returned to the prince's residence, embellishing the events that had transpired at Jiang Yan's manor. "What? This Jiang Yin is so unreasonable?" The steward was well aware that the guard's account might not be entirely truthful. Yet the fact that the guard's leg was indeed broken left him quite displeased. Even when the guards of the prince's residence went outside, no one dared to speak against them. But at Jiang Yan's place, one leg had been completely rendered useless. "You should return and tend to your injuries. See if you can mend your leg. I will avenge this grievance for you." After all, he had personally dispatched the guard on the mission, and since he had been injured, the steward felt it necessary to take some responsibility. He patted the guard's shoulder reassuringly and said, "Very well, thank you, steward." The guard responded before turning to leave. The next morning, at the Valley of Death, Jiang Yin looked at the map in his hand and exclaimed, "This construction is not correct. This is not how we agreed yesterday." "What are you shouting about? This is how I instructed it to be built." "What's incorrect? Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. Why are you making such a fuss?" Zhuang Xinyue replied, somewhat displeased. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Jiang Yin immediately lost his temper, realizing that she was the one financing the project. Although he had contributed a bag of yuan crystals, the preliminary construction had already consumed dozens of bags. His contribution hardly amounted to even a tenth of the total. "Fine, however you wish to construct it, so be it," Jiang Yin said helplessly. After speaking, he left the Valley of Death. Since his words seemed to hold little weight and he was unfamiliar with the construction of the sect, he thought it better to return to his own affairs. Ding, check-in successful. Task completed. Establish your own influence. Task reward, original element of wind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yin turned around in confusion, noticing that the construction was still ongoing. "Did the system reward me too early?" Jiang Yin murmured. However, the system offered no response, as was its custom. Apart from granting rewards and issuing tasks, It never provided Jiang Yin with any unnecessary commentary. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Yin sensed the sudden influx of wind elements within his body. Soon, he was astonished to discover a remarkable increase in his speed, and even his body felt considerably lighter. Chapter 37. The prince's visit. After returning to the Grand General's residence, Jiang Yin immediately shut himself in his room and began to attune himself to the power of the wind element. However, it wasn't long before Cheng Kuan knocked on Jiang Yin's door. "Sir, the prince's steward has arrived," Cheng Kuan said softly. "Understood. Please show him to the reception room." "I will be there shortly," Jiang Yin replied. Frowning slightly, Cheng Kuan nodded and departed the room. Shortly after, Jiang Yin tidied himself up and entered the reception hall. "Mr. Jiang Yin, you certainly arrived quickly. I have nearly finished this cup of tea. I wonder if Mr. Jiang Yin's household is able to provide a refill?" the prince's steward said coldly. "Oh, is the steward of the prince in such a hurry? If that's the case, then please take your leave," Jiang Yin stated. Turning to walk away. "Leave? What kind of nonsense is this? I've waited this long and you expect me to go?" Does Jiang Yin think of himself as something special? Thinking this, the prince's steward became utterly enraged and slammed his teacup onto the table. "Jiang Yin, you, a mere son of a useless minister, what do you intend to do? Are you attempting to rebel? I am the steward of the prince. My presence here already shows you considerable respect. Do not overstep your bounds." Though Jiang Yin did not turn around, the murderous aura he exuded caused the prince's steward to take 2 steps back. "What do you intend to do? Do you plan to kill me?" the steward asked in fear. "Kill you? I fear it would soil my hands. Now, if you have something to say, do so quickly. Do not waste my time," Jiang Yin replied, frowning. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the steward believed that he was merely posturing. When it came to actual confrontation, he would surely back down. With this in mind, the steward's tone grew more assertive. "Humph, is our princess here? Hand her over at once. I shall say this once more. I do not have the princess here." Jiang Yin replied coldly. "Fine, I shall not argue further on this point. Our prince will find evidence of this in due time. Next, why did you break the leg of one of our princess guards?" "Are you unaware that he is one of our guards?" the steward questioned icily. "His hands and feet are unclean. Naturally, I had to break his leg," Jiang Yin remarked casually while examining his fingernails. Hearing Jiang Yin's nonchalant tone, the steward was utterly enraged. "Jiang Yin, what do you think you are? You dare lay a hand on the guards of the prince? Do you believe that with a mere word from me, the Grand General's residence would be reduced to ashes once more?" the steward shouted furiously. Jiang Yin merely smiled at the steward's threats, remaining silent. Seeing Jiang Yin disregard him, the steward snorted coldly and turned to leave. After all, if Jiang Yin was not going to engage with him, there was little point in him staying, and he was already plotting how to teach Jiang Yin a lesson. "Leaving already? Do I permit you to go?" Jiang Yin asked with a smile. "What, do you wish to keep me here?" the steward sneered. "If I am not mistaken, this is my residence. I will allow you to leave when I see fit." "Which hand was it that smashed my teacup?" Jiang Yin queried immediately. "The left hand," the steward replied without hesitation. "That teacup of mine costs 1,000 yuan crystals. But seeing as you have none, how about you leave behind one hand?" With that, a shadow of a sword sliced through the air, severing the stewardess' hand. "Ah!" the steward screamed in agony, nearly fainting from the pain, though not scream. "Your hand is already quite valuable. One hand equals 1,000 yuan crystals. How precious," Jiang Yin said with a smile. The steward gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he dared not utter another word. Sensing a hint of irritation emanating from Jiang Yin, "May I leave now?" the steward asked through clenched teeth. "Exactly, that is the correct attitude." "Very well, you may go now. Hurry along, you've made a mess of my floor with blood. It's quite bothersome," Jiang Yin remarked, frowning. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the steward nearly fainted again. Shortly thereafter, the steward exited the reception hall. Jiang Yin furrowed his brows and then left the hall himself to ask for the princess and her whereabouts. Jiang Yin had little interest in pursuing. After all, his memories of Wang Kiki were not favorable, and he had no ties to her any longer. The steward, clutching his severed hand, returned to the prince's residence. Upon seeing the steward's injury, the prince shouted furiously, "What has happened? Who dares to sever my steward's hand? Who is so audacious?" "Your Highness, it was Jiang Yin. I intended to inquire if the princess was at his place." But he berated me. In my anger, I threw a teacup at him, and he retaliated by severing the hand that had thrown it. The steward lamented, kneeling on the ground in tears. Hearing the steward's account, the prince was infuriated. Who allowed you to provoke Jiang Yin? Did I not say that you must not provoke him? Why do you refuse to heed my words? Now you've brought this upon yourselves. Do you think I can help you? I am no match for Jiang Yin. The steward finally realized he had picked the wrong fight, having underestimated Jiang Yan's influence over the prince. Your Highness, does this mean my hand was lost in vain? The guard who went to Jiang Yan's manor also had a leg broken. The steward protested bitterly. A guard with a broken leg, a steward with a severed hand. Jiang Yin, you are truly ruthless. If this is the case, I shall confront you personally. Let us see what else you can sever, the prince declared excitedly after hearing the steward's report. 2 days passed. Zhuang Xinyue had been tirelessly working in the Valley of Death for 2 whole days and nights without returning, and the construction workers continued their labors without pause, even at night. According to Zhuang Xinyue, the workers were paid daily. A single day's absence meant a day's pay lost. Jiang Yin internally condemned Zhuang Xinyue's exploitative behavior towards the workers, yet felt powerless. He had no authority in the matter, as the funds came from her. It would be inappropriate for him to impose his views, and Zhuang Xinyue would certainly not allow him to meddle. While Jiang Yin was lost in thought, Cheng Kuren entered his room. Sir, the prince has arrived with his men, Cheng Kuren said, sounding somewhat anxious. Ding, task received. Proceed to the Zhang residence. Rescue the princess. Task reward, martial technique, annihilation seal. Just as Jiang Yin was preparing to meet the prince, the system unexpectedly issued a task. To be honest, Jiang Yan's initial inclination was to refuse, as he felt that the life or death of Wang Kiki was of no concern to him. Ding, task update. Complete within 5 hours, before nightfall. Chapter 38. The rice has been cooked. Is there still a supplementary task with a time constraint? What is this task? Just as Jiang Yin pondered these questions, Cheng Kuren noticed that Jiang Yin had stood up but remained motionless. He hastily inquired, My lord, what is the matter? Nothing, Cheng Kuren. How much time do we have before nightfall? Jiang Yin asked, filled with curiosity. Cheng Kuren glanced at the sky, contemplated for a moment, and replied, There should be approximately 5 hours remaining. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded and said, Very well, let us proceed to meet our esteemed prince. With that, Cheng Kuren escorted Jiang Yin to the reception hall. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Yin beheld the prince seated comfortably, surrounded by a throng of guards. Oh, is this not our prince? Why bring such a retinue to my humble abode? Are you afraid I might devour you? Jiang Yin jested with a smile. The prince's face flushed crimson at the remark, and he cleared his throat before coldly stating, Mr. Jiang Yin, I would like to inquire about the incident where you broke my guard's leg and severed my steward's hand. What exactly is the meaning of this? It means nothing. Each of them must bear the consequences of their actions. I need to elaborate further? Jiang Yin replied, increasingly impatient. Jiang Yan's assertive tone. The prince's guards tensed up. These guards were the prince's personal retinue, most of whom hailed from noble clans. They were well aware of the outside world, particularly the matters concerning Jiang Yin, and harbored a deep-seated fear of him. Very well, since Mr. Jiang Yin prefers not to divulge further, I shall change the subject. Might I inquire if you have any knowledge of my daughter's whereabouts? The prince, sensing Jiang Yan's annoyance, quickly shifted the topic. I have told you countless times, she is not here. Do you still not comprehend? She is truly not with me, Jiang Yin exclaimed, rising in frustration. Hastily retreating, the prince laughed nervously. Mr. Jiang Yin, I fear you may have misunderstood my words. What I meant to ask is, do you know where my daughter is? What? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback by the prince's inquiry, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile. Ah, the prince is indeed the prince. Even a simple question is layered with depth. Very well, I shall inform you. Check the Zhang family. Upon hearing the mention of the Zhang family, the prince's expression shifted to one of concern. He knew that the Zhang family was one of the 3 foremost clans within the imperial city, their influence surpassing even that of the prince's own household, though they remained weaker in overall strength due to the royal family's backing of the prince. Yet, the prince was apprehensive, for the 3 top clans were known to band together. Should one family encounter trouble, the others would undoubtedly intervene. While the prince's household could contend with a single top clan, facing all 3 simultaneously would require the intervention of the royal family, as it would be impossible for the prince's household alone to withstand such a united front. However, the prince understood that the royal family would not come to his aid. For the very hand that guided the three top clans was the royal family itself, intent on curtailing the power of the prince's household to prevent any one faction from becoming too dominant. As the prince contemplated this, Jiang Yin calculated the time and declared, "You have 4 hours remaining. Should you fail to rescue your daughter within that time frame, irreversible consequences will ensue, as for what those may be. I suggest you ponder that yourself. It was not that Jiang Yin wished to withhold information from the prince. Rather, he was uncertain himself. Yet, he was confident that the system never spoke falsely, nor did it embellish matters. Since the system had set a time limit, something would undoubtedly transpire when that time elapsed. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the prince's expression turned to one of shock, and he hurriedly asked, "What precisely will happen to my daughter?" "I beseech you, Mr. Jiang Yin, to clarify. Some matters are best left unknown. There is no need for inquiry. What you are meant to know will reveal itself in due time. Remember, you have but 4 hours." Jiang Yin stated directly. Upon hearing this, the prince, no longer hesitating, rushed out of the Grand General's residence, accompanied by his guards, the Zhang family residence. Zhang Zhidao looked at his son, Zhang Junling, and warned, "Son, if the prince or Jiang Yin discovers what you have done, our Zhang family could face dire consequences. Fear not, father. No one witnessed my abduction of the princess, and I sent only the deathly shadows." "Who will remain silent?" Zhang Junling replied with a grin. Zhang Zhidao nodded but felt a tremor of unease in his heart, for they were dealing with the prince's household and an even more formidable figure, Jiang Yin. "Rest assured, father. Once I have consummated my union with the princess, even if the prince's household disapproves, they will be powerless to act against us. Should we succeed, we will pull the prince's household into our camp, forming a coalition of 5 factions against Jiang Yin. Surely, we will not be outmatched," Zhang Junling declared with confidence. Hearing his son's words, Zhang Zhidao could only nod in resignation. He understood the magnitude of the risk involved. Yet he often endeavored to fulfill his son's desires. Once he departed from Zhang Junling's chamber, Zhang Zhidao hesitated briefly before producing a carrier pigeon, scribbling a note to send forth. "Let us hope it reaches in time," Zhang Zhidao sighed. However, shortly after the pigeon took flight, a voice echoed through the Zhang residence. "Zhang Zhidao, you old rascal, come forth. What brings you here, my lord?" Zhang Zhidao inquired, aware that he was in the wrong but mustering the courage to appease the prince with a smile. "Humph, do you truly not know why I am here? Where is my daughter? Return her to me at once," the prince demanded with a cold huff. Zhang Zhidao nearly collapsed at the prince's words. "And why, lord? Who told you that she is here?" he asked hastily. "Jiang Yin." The prince replied matter-of-factly, "Jiang Yin? My lord, can you truly trust his words? That man speaks naught but falsehoods. Why would you heed his claims?" Zhang Zhidao protested. As he spoke, Zhang Junling emerged, grinning. "Indeed, my lord. You cannot possibly believe Jiang Yin. He has no credibility to speak of. Is my daughter truly not with you?" The prince asked the two, doubt creeping into his voice. "Indeed, she is not, if you doubt my word." "Feel free to search," Zhang Junling replied, smiling. Nodding, the prince commanded, "Search the premises." The prince's guards nodded in agreement and began their thorough search of the estate. Chapter 39. The abduction of Wang Ku. The guards searched meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. "Report, my lord, nothing found." "Report, my lord, nothing found here either." "Nothing here." "Nothing at all." As each guard returned with the same report, the prince began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Jiang Yin is indeed toying with me? But for what purpose? "I cannot say, my lord, but you must understand that Jiang Yin has never regarded us as ordinary individuals. Has any of your men not fallen prey to his schemes?" Zhang Zhidao interjected, seizing the opportunity to affirm the prince's suspicions. Initially, the prince had merely questioned Jiang Yin, but after Zhang Zhidao's words, he was now convinced that Jiang Yin had indeed orchestrated the abduction. "Humph, this Jiang Yin dares to deceive me. I shall confront him directly." With that, the prince turned on his heel and departed the Zhang residence. This is bound to be entertaining. Tonight, we shall witness a spectacle while also celebrating the wedding night. Zhang Junling chuckled. Before long, the prince arrived at the Grand General's residence. "Jiang Yin, come forth. Jiang Yin, reveal yourself," the prince bellowed upon entering. "What is all this ruckus? Will it never cease?" "Jiang Yin, recognizing the prince's voice, emerged from his chamber, visibly annoyed. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, the prince appeared momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yin, you have kidnapped my daughter and shifted the blame onto the Zhang family. Is this not rather unbecoming? The emperor has already issued a decree. My daughter will inevitably be yours. Why the urgency? The prince spoke earnestly, attempting to reason with Jiang Yin. Stop, halt. What do you mean by that? Did you not visit the Zhang family? How can you possibly place the blame on me when you found nothing there? Jiang Yin inquired, perplexed. Indeed, I found nothing, but all evidence now points to you, the prince retorted, his anger boiling over, disregarding their respective statuses and directly accusing Jiang Yin. Do not dare point your finger at me. Lower your hand now, or you may find that finger severed. I care not for your title or identity. Jiang Yin sneered coldly. At these words, the prince hastily withdrew his hand. Staring at Jiang Yin in silence, I have repeated myself countless times. It is truly not me. If you do not believe me, then very well. I shall accompany you to see for yourself who holds your daughter. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yin led the prince directly to the Zhang family mansion. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of numerous guards affixing red characters, a clear indication of an impending marriage. How fortuitous, thought Jiang Yin, for the prince's daughter had just gone missing, and now the Zhang family was hastily preparing for a wedding. With a smile, he made his way to the reception hall of the Zhang residence. Your Highness, what brings you back here? Inquired Zhang Zhidao, surprised to see both the prince and Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin? What brings you here as well? Zhang Zhidao looked at the prince and exclaimed. What is this? The Zhang family has a joyous occasion, yet no one thought to inform me. Am I to be treated as an outsider? The prince replied coldly, No, I wouldn't dare. I merely thought you were preoccupied. Your Highness, is it necessary to make such a fuss over my son taking a concubine? With a chuckle, Zhang Zhidao responded, I wonder which fortunate young lady has managed to ascend to your family as heights. It is nothing much, merely a dancing girl, Zhang Zhidao said with a grin. Yet, not only Jiang Yin found this hard to believe, even Zhang Zhidao seemed dubious. Minister Zhang, I have heard from the prince that the princess is in your custody. Is there any truth to this? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Well, how should I put it? I didn't mean to imply anything definitive, merely that there might be a chance she could be here. Zhang Zhidao replied, laughing. Next time, be more careful with your words, he added hastily. Seeing through Zhang Zhidao's pretense, everyone in the room sensed something amiss. Jiang Yin could no longer play along and declared, Minister Zhang, it would be prudent to cease this charade. Hand over the princess, and we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, the Zhang family shall face annihilation. At Jiang Yan's words, Zhang Zhidao trembled slightly before saying, Now that you've laid your cards on the table, I shall abandon the pretense. The princess is indeed in my possession, yet I cannot relinquish her to you. Your Highness, I believe our interest would be better served in alliance against Jiang Yin. The prince regarded Zhang Zhidao with a steely gaze and asked, What have you done with my daughter? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhidao replied, She is currently in my son's chamber. A hush fell over the room. You scoundrel, Zhang Zhidao! I will not let this go unpunished, the prince roared. Just as the prince prepared to strike Zhang Zhidao, a man intervened, saying, Your Highness, please calm your fury. Might we not discuss this matter further? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Junlin, who continued, Discuss. You dare show your face, Zhang Junlin? I was just about to seek you out. What have you done with my daughter? If a single hair is harmed on her head, I shall station men at your doorstep and eliminate anyone who dares to emerge. Please, Your Highness, why must this become a life-and-death struggle? There are ways for us to reach a mutually beneficial resolution. Zhang Junlin said with a smile. The prince fell silent at Zhang Junlin's words. Jiang Yin, however, was primarily concerned with the system's task and its rewards. Initially, he contemplated abandoning the mission and revealing everything to the prince, considering there would be other tasks in the future. However, he did not anticipate the prince's incompetence and the unfolding of events suggesting a sale of his daughter. I care not for your affairs. But since I am here today, I shall certainly retrieve Wang Kiki. My word is my bond, Jiang Yin stated coldly. Mr. Jiang Yin, Wang Kiki is my daughter, and I possess the authority to decide her whereabouts. The prince retorted, his urgency palpable. You seem to have misunderstood my intentions. Today, I shall take Wang Kiki with me. Should you object, you may pursue me to the Wang residence afterward, Jiang Yin declared resolutely. Humph, Jiang Yin, do you not realize your doom is upon you? I have heard your sect is based in the Valley of Death. Do you think your actions have gone unnoticed? The Celestial Temple has long had its eye on you. I suggest you pay a visit to the Valley of Death, Zhang Junlin sneered. Upon hearing Zhang Junlin mention the Valley of Death, Jiang Yin felt an ominous premonition wash over him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he demanded, "What of the Valley of Death? Speak clearly." Sensing Jiang Yan's murderous intent, Zhang Junlin faltered, stepping back in fear. "Jiang Yin, you ought to visit the Valley of Death while you still have time. Otherwise, you may miss your beloved's final moments," he stammered. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yin dashed into the room where Wang Kiki was held. Wang Kiki, Zhang Junlin realized Jiang Yan's intent, but knew they could not deter him at this point. Wang Kiki was bound to the bed, and upon seeing Jiang Yin, she cried out, "Jiang Yin, save me!" Nodding, Jiang Yin delivered a swift blow, rendering Wang Kiki unconscious, then scooped her up and dashed out of the Zhang residence. "Zhang family, the day I return will be the day of your family's obliteration," Jiang Yin vowed as he departed, his words echoing ominously above the Zhang household. Upon witnessing Jiang Yin rescue his daughter and make his escape, the prince found himself at a loss. He turned to Zhang Zhidao, saying, "I shall return after some time. For now, I must take my leave." Zhang Zhidao understood the implication. The prince had already offended Jiang Yin and was merely biding time to see who would ultimately prevail, the Zhang family or Jiang Yin. Should the Zhang family emerge victorious, Wang Kiki would wed Zhang Junlin. If Jiang Yin triumphed, Wang Kiki would be betrothed to him. In either case, the royal household would incur no loss. Upon realizing Jiang Yan's clever machinations, Zhang Zhidao remarked coldly, "This prince is quite the schemer. Father, do not fret. Even without the royal family's backing, we still have the support of the other two great clans. We are all branches of the same tree. They would not abandon us," Zhang Junlin said, somewhat flustered. In that moment, Zhang Zhidao struck Zhang Junlin across the face. "You foolish boy! Do you not comprehend the gravity of your situation? Jiang Yin is not someone we can afford to provoke. If you persist in this manner, not even the three great clans will be able to protect you." Zhang Junlin, stunned, realized the magnitude of his error. "Father, I understand my mistake now. Please, save me," he pleaded, desperation flooding his voice. Sighing, Zhang Zhidao replied, "This time, even I may be powerless to help you. But do not despair. You are my son, and I shall find a way to aid you. I have already contacted the Celestial Temple, and they have responded. The ones attacking the Valley of Death are indeed from the Celestial Temple." With a heavy heart, Zhang Zhidao lamented the folly of his son. Though he recognized his son's foolishness, he could not bear to watch him face destruction at the hands of others. "Father, do you truly believe the Celestial Temple can assist us?" Zhang Junlin asked. Still apprehensive, "Rest assured, the Celestial Temple is more than capable. They are fully prepared for this operation and will surely eliminate Jiang Yin," Zhang Zhidao reassured him, seeking to comfort both his son and himself. Jiang Yin placed Wang Kiki at the entrance of the Wang residence. Ding. Check-in successful. Task complete. Rescue the princess. Task reward. Godslaying technique. As the system notification sounded, Jiang Yin hurried along, examining the godslaying technique. With the infusion of wind attributes, his speed surged. What would normally take a day to reach the Valley of Death was now reduced to mere hours. However, upon arriving at the Valley of Death, the cacophony of battle cries signaled that calamity had indeed struck. "Zhang family, once this matter concludes, your demise is assured," Jiang Yin seethed. With that, he charged into the depths of the Valley of Death. Inside, he beheld the Golden Rock Beast assisting Zhuang Xingyue and others in fending off the Celestial Temple's forces. "Celestial Temple, you possess remarkable audacity to attack my people. Do you dare to jeopardize your existence?" Jiang Yin bellowed, his voice echoing with fury. "At last, you have shown yourself, Jiang Yin. I have awaited your arrival. Since you are here, do not attempt to flee. Brothers, form the formation." A young man sneered, signaling his comrades. In no time, the Celestial Temple's forces assembled into a peculiar formation. Destruction of Heaven and Earth formation, first array. Rampaging Dragon Claw. As the command was issued, Jiang Yin observed a massive golden dragon claw materializing behind them, an ominous manifestation born of their collective strength. "Ah, so the Celestial Temple has developed new techniques. No wonder you feel emboldened to challenge me. However, relying solely on this seems somewhat insufficient," Jiang Yin remarked, assessing their formation with a discerning gaze. Jiang Yin, after concluding his words, promptly brandished the Wanlei gun. With a vigorous sweep, a thunderous dragon erupted from the weapon, hurtling towards the golden dragon claw in a fleeting moment. As the dragon claw made contact with the thunder dragon, it was swiftly devoured. Numerous disciples of the celestial temple spewed forth blood, regrouping to initiate their second formation. The youthful man beheld once more the cataclysmic destruction array, the second formation, with the emergence of the war dragon. As the words echoed, a colossal black dragon gradually materialized. Having awaited you for so long, you dare present such a contraption? Let the thunder dragon instruct you on the art of dragonhood, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the thunder dragon roared towards the heavens before charging directly at the black dragon. The black dragon was a manifestation of the collective will of the celestial temple's members. Yet none among them were unafraid of Jiang Yin. Thus, as his voice fell, the thunder dragon had already torn the black dragon asunder, causing all members of the celestial temple to once again spew blood. How could this be? We painstakingly formed this. How could it fail? The bewildered youth gazed at Jiang Yin, perplexed. Rubbish is still rubbish. Even if you have concocted something impressive, in my eyes, it remains mere refuse. Jiang Yin retorted coldly. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the young man rose and looked to the sky, declaring, "Youngster, strike. We are not Jiang Yan's match. Our arrogance has led us astray. You did not lose to Jiang Yan, but to yourselves. Deep down, you fear him. Only by conquering that fear can you wield the essence of the recent technique." As his words fell, an elder appeared before the assembly. "Who are you?" Jiang Yin inquired. Eyeing the elder with curiosity, "I am Zhenanzi. Have you heard of me, young friend?" The elder responded with a smile. Chapter 41. The Hidden Palace. While the elder spoke, Jiang Yin had approached Zhuang Xinyue's side. Upon hearing the elder's name, Zhuang Xinyue furrowed her brow, saying, "I never expected it to be Zhenanzi." "You have heard of him?" Jiang Yin asked, glancing at Zhuang Xinyue. "Of course, Zhenanzi's reputation among sect leaders is well known. His renown is not insignificant, yet he is affiliated with the Celestial Temple," Zhuang Xinyue whispered. "Seeing as the little girl recognizes me, that simplifies matters. Surrender, and I shall escort you to meet the temple master, thus fulfilling my duty and sparing me from wasting time here. Would it not be more enjoyable to drink instead?" Zhenanzi chuckled. "Heh, the illustrious name of the elder from the Hidden Palace precedes you. I have indeed heard of it. Though the Hidden Palace is affiliated with the Celestial Temple, I recall that you do not partake in its affairs, yet now you seem unable to resist." Zhuang Xinyue retorted with a cold smile. "I say, young lady, cease your remarks. I am left with no choice. That is the power of the gods, and the Hidden Palace is in dire need of it. If Jiang Yin accompanies me, I shall acquire the divine power." Zhenanzi replied with a smile. "Senior, are you not being excessive? You single-handedly challenged a third-rate sect back in the day, exhibiting immense bravado. Yet now, for the sake of divine power, you have become so humble. You have truly shattered the reputation you once held." Zhuang Xinyue mocked. "Humph, insolent wretch. Must you evaluate my actions? Regardless of my choices, I remain a hero. At least in the eyes of the Celestial Temple," Zhenanzi retorted angrily. Seeing the conversation between Zhuang Xinyue and Zhenanzi reach an impasse, Jiang Yin chuckled and said, "At times, diplomacy proves futile. What truly holds value is the strength of one's fists." With that, Jiang Yin stepped forward, addressing Zhenanzi. "I have heard you annihilated a sect single-handedly. What a coincidence, I did the same. Shall we compare strengths and see who is superior?" "Humph, you insolent child. I obliterated a third-tier sect, while you merely vanquished some insignificant factions that do not even qualify as sections. How dare you make such comparisons? Perhaps a mere Snow Valley might barely qualify as a third-rate sect, yet you defeated their patriarch only to be expelled in return. With such a record, you dare to stand against me?" Zhenanzi scoffed. Upon hearing Zhenanzi's words, Jiang Yin lost interest in further discourse. He declared, "Since you claim superiority, then let us see if you can withstand my newly acquired martial technique, the Annihilation Seal." As his voice fell, Jiang Yin formed a hand seal, summoning a colossal golden seal behind him. Sensing the destructive force emanating from the golden seal, Zhenanzi exclaimed in shock, "How could this young child possess such a terrifying martial skill? It seems I have underestimated you. But even if I did, What of it? I refuse to believe you can defeat me in a single blow. With that, Zhang Nanzi commenced his full defensive stance. However, as the seal descended, he finally grasped the disparity between himself and Jiang Yin. Yet it was too late. By the time the seal was lifted, Zhang Nanzi had been crushed into a mere pulp, devoid of any trace of life. Thus perished a renowned figure, Zhang Nanzi, sigh. It appears that more and more individuals seek fame at your expense, Zhuang Xingyue remarked helplessly, gazing at Zhang Nanzi's lifeless body. If they desire fame, they must possess the corresponding strength. Without strength, how can one achieve renown? Jiang Yan replied with a cold smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xingyue chuckled and said, "All right, you have strength. You are indeed the strongest." In response to Zhuang Xingyue's words, Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course. If I am not formidable, then who is? However, this hidden palace is unfamiliar to me. What level of power does it possess? You may not know, but sects are categorized into 6 tiers. The highest, as you are aware, is the Celestial Temple. The second is the top-tier sect. The third is the first-tier sect. The fourth is the second-tier sect. The fifth is the third-tier sect. And the sixth is the unranked sect," Zhuang Xingyue explained with a smile. Upon hearing Zhuang Xingyue's words, Jiang Yin nodded and asked, "What level were the sects I previously eradicated? Surely they aren't as insignificant as Zhang Nanzi claimed, not even reaching the 3rd tier? I am aware of your exploits. Aside from Snow Valley, they truly do not even qualify as 3rd-tier sects." Zhuang Xingyue replied with a grin. Hearing this, Jiang Yin frowned and said, "How could they all be so mediocre? What about the Qiankuan Palace? Is it a 3rd-tier sect? It barely qualifies, but in terms of heritage, it is still inferior to Snow Valley. Otherwise, it would not be so suppressed," Zhuang Xingyue lamented. After hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded, having a clearer understanding of the Qiankuan Palace's status. "Very well, I understand now. But what tier does the Hidden Palace belong to?" Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. "It is a 2nd-tier sect," Zhuang Xingyue replied solemnly. "A 2nd-tier sect? No wonder they look down upon other sects in Snow Valley. In that case, I shall teach the Hidden Palace a lesson. I want all who dare challenge me to understand the consequences of defeat," Jiang Yin declared resolutely. "You intend to confront the Hidden Palace? That is a 2nd-tier sect, and our approach would be perilously reckless." Zhuang Xingyue frowned. "Isn't the Celestial Temple ranked first?" Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Zhuang Xingyue realized Jiang Yan's intent and shook her head, saying, "Jiang Yin, listen carefully. I speak of the Celestial Temple, not its branches. Understand my meaning. The Celestial Temple, its branches, what does that mean? Is there a distinction?" Jiang Yin inquired curiously. "Certainly, there is a distinction. The Celestial Temple has countless branches. Yet there is only one main temple, and branches exist to supply talent to the main temple. All individuals you see in the branches, including elders, are cast-offs from the main temple. The true elite reside in the Celestial Temple's main hall." Zhuang Xingyue explained with exasperation. "What tier do the Celestial Temple's branches rank among sects?" Jiang Yin asked inquisitively. "The branches of the Celestial Temple rank merely as 3rd-tier sects," Zhuang Xingyue responded with a smile. Upon hearing Zhuang Xingyue's words, Jiang Yin nodded and sighed. "It seems I must embark on another journey. Just when I had the chance to rest, I find myself tasked with more work. You could choose not to go. After all, the Hidden Palace is a 2nd-tier sect, which is unlike the sects you faced before," Zhuang Xingyue said helplessly. Chapter 42. Signing in at the Hidden Palace. Hearing Zhuang Xingyue's words, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and replied, "It's fine if I let the Hidden Palace go this time. Many more sect members will come to provoke me in the future. Am I to accept their challenges daily? My intention for this visit isn't to destroy a sect. After all, we are short on essence crystals, and this presents an opportunity for them to offer us resources. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding, task received. Sign in at the Hidden Palace. Task reward, Annihilation Seal, 2nd level Annihilation Light. Upon hearing the task prompt, Jiang Yin realized that he truly had to go this time. "All right, I shall depart now. I leave matters here in your capable hands. Rest assured, when I return, I will bring ample yuan crystals." With that, Jiang Yin vanished from the sight of the crowd. He did not pause along the way but hastened his journey. After several days of travel and countless inquiries, he finally located the Hidden Palace. It really wasn't easy, he muttered under his breath as he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ding. Check-in successful. Task completed. Check in at the Hidden Palace. Task reward, Annihilation Light. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Jiang Yin felt a surge of new knowledge. He began examining the newfound information while ascending towards the mountain's peak. Before long, upon reaching the summit, a group of disciples from the hidden palace appeared before him. Jiang Yin, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. One disciple spoke coldly. Ah, it seems you were aware of my arrival? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. I asked that even a question? Do you think our hidden palace lacks informants? You asked so many along the way, the disciple retorted, casting Jiang Yin a disdainful glance. Realizing the foolishness of his own words, Jiang Yin coughed lightly and said, Let us not dwell on that. Bring your palace master out. I have some matters to settle with him. The palace master? This is the outer gate of the hidden palace. You won't find him here. He resides within the inner gate. You'll have to seek him there. The disciple replied matter-of-factly, The outer gate? Then where is the inner gate? Just tell me, and I shall go directly, Jiang Yin asked with a grin. Tell you? What makes you think you're entitled to that? The location of the inner gate is a closely guarded secret. Not even we outer disciples have any knowledge of it, the disciple shot back. Hearing this, Jiang Yin sighed in resignation. Even though you've said everything you could, I still don't believe you. I shall see if I can raise the outer gate of your hidden palace and whether the inner gate disciples will come forth. With that, Jiang Yin conjured the annihilation seal and aimed it at the disciples. Stop! Just as the seal was about to strike, a voice intervened. What is it? Jiang Yin turned to the source of the voice, only to find an elderly man before him. I am the master of the outer gate of the hidden palace, called Dugu Yi. You must be Jiang Yin, and I apologize on behalf of Elder Zhenanzi. But the actions of Zhenanzi have nothing to do with our outer gate. We were unaware of his deeds until we received the news from the inner gate after his demise. Dugu Yi explained helplessly, I care not for the distinctions between inner and outer gates. As long as it pertains to the hidden palace, that suffices. I have come to seek the hidden palace. Jiang Yin replied coldly, Jiang Yin, Zhenanzi is a member of the inner gate. You cannot implicate others. These disciples are still young. I beseech you to show mercy, Dugu Yi implored urgently. Jiang Yin scrutinized Dugu Yi, sensing something amiss. Under normal circumstances, individuals from the inner gate should have arrived by now, unless they had forsaken the outer gate entirely. Have you been abandoned? Jiang Yin inquired curiously. Our outer gate has always been a gathering of the abandoned. Hastily assembled, Dugu Yi lamented. Jiang Yin observed the other disciples and noted their lack of prowess. These disciples were hardly formidable enough to be considered even a secondary sect, let alone garner the attention of a prominent sect like Qian Kuan Palace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yin hesitated but ultimately refrained from taking action. In that case, I shall spare you. There is no point in killing you. However, you must agree to 2 conditions. Please, state them, Dugu Yi nodded. First, you must disclose the location of the inner gate, Jiang Yin demanded. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yi shook his head. It is not that I refuse to tell you. I genuinely do not know. Outer gate disciples are eternally kept in the dark about the inner gate's location. While Dugu Yi spoke, Jiang Yin observed his expression, which was filled with disappointment and despair. Jiang Yin understood that the existence of these outer gate disciples was merely a shield, a scapegoat. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to confront him with such meager capabilities. Very well, since you cannot fulfill the first task, let us move on to the second matter. Your hidden palace elders have injured disciples from my sect and damaged my buildings, thus impeding the construction of my sect. Surely, you must provide some form of compensation? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Dugu Yi forced a smile. Please, follow me. With that, Dugu Yi led Jiang Yin to the entrance of a warehouse and, looking defeated, said, Jiang Yin, take whatever you deem worthy. Master, this is our entire fortune. One disciple protested bitterly. Dugu Yi waved his hand dismissively. These are mere external possessions. What matters is that we are still alive. Ignoring their protests, Jiang Yin opened the decrepit warehouse door. Upon entering, fury ignited in his eyes. Is this all you have to offer me? Jiang Yin pointed at the paltry yuan crystals scattered on the ground. Please, Jiang Yin, do not be angry. I mean disrespect. We genuinely possess only this, Dugu Yi implored helplessly. Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and asked, Do you not have any supplies? Surely the hidden palace has cultivation resources? We do have cultivation resources. However, by the time they reach us, each person receives only a few ordinary yuan crystals. The worst part is that they are not distributed regularly. We never have enough each month. These are merely the remnants after our master sold his old residence to support us, an outer gate disciple lamented. Chapter 43. Entrance to the inner gate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin sat down heavily on the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "Have I come here for nothing today? You haven't come in vain. These yuan crystals should amount to 2 bags. They should adequately compensate for your losses, right?" Dugui said awkwardly at this moment. Dugui was at a loss, having agreed not to harm them while presenting 2 requests, one regarding the inner gate, which he truly did not know, and the other concerning yuan crystals, which he still lacked. He now awaited Jiang Yan's response with a heavy heart. "How much is this? Merely compensating for losses. What about my mental anguish?" Jiang Yan retorted. "What compensation? Your spirit. Has your spirit been harmed?" Dugui asked in astonishment. "Forget it. You won't understand. 2 bags it is. At least it covers my losses. I cannot leave empty-handed, or else Shuang Xinue will mock me again," Jiang Yan said as he gathered the yuan crystals. "You cannot take everything. If you take it all, what will we do? What will we eat and drink this month?" An outer disciple shouted in agitation. Jiang Yin widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "With this paltry amount, you still want to let me take it all? Do you lack sincerity? I spared your lives." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Dugui shook his head helplessly. "Jiang Yin, do not take the child's words to heart. Please, take what you wish, master. If he takes everything, it is akin to taking our lives. What difference does it make?" The outer disciple protested vehemently. With that disciple's words, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of guilt. He glanced at the 2 bags of yuan crystals in his hands and suddenly had an idea. "Tell me, why do you continue to stay in the hidden palace after being abandoned? Have you not considered seeking refuge elsewhere? Elsewhere? Do you think I haven't wanted to? But we are all too aware of our own talents. No sect would want us. My master defected from the hidden palace for our sake. Yet upon leaving, he was stripped of his memories of the hidden palace. We are left to rely on one another," an outer disciple of the hidden palace lamented. "Come with me. Y sect has just been established and is in need of people. I can provide you with cultivation resources," Jiang Yin offered after a moment of hesitation. "Really? You would be willing to take us in?" the disciple asked, excitement lighting up his face. "Of course, I am not lacking in yuan crystals. As long as you come with me, I shall provide you with whatever cultivation resources you desire," Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "But if we abandon the hidden palace, will they not pursue us?" Dugui expressed his concerns. "You abandon the hidden palace? I believe you have misunderstood. Was it not the hidden palace that abandoned you?" Jiang Yin asked curiously. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence. "Master, Jiang Yin is right that it was the hidden palace that abandoned us. Just think about how we've been treated all these years. Are you still unclear?" a helpless outer disciple of the hidden palace remarked. Upon hearing this, Dugui hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well, it's settled. I shall pack my belongings and accompany you." "Pack your belongings? Do you really have anything worth taking here?" Jiang Yin responded with a sense of resignation. The outer disciples of the hidden palace exchanged awkward smiles upon hearing his words, and soon, they were prepared to leave the outer gates of the hidden palace. Ding! Task received. Enter the inner gate of the hidden palace. Task reward, 10 layers of the Proud Dragon technique. Upon hearing the task notification, Jiang Yin halted his progress and glanced back at the hidden palace. "What's wrong?" Dugui inquired curiously. "Are you certain that you don't know the entrance to the inner gate of the hidden palace?" Jiang Yin asked, intrigued. "We truly do not know," Dugui replied helplessly. After hearing this, Jiang Yin surveyed the group and nodded. "All right, in that case, you all wait for me here. The entrance to the inner gate of your hidden palace should be nearby." The group looked at Jiang Yin in astonishment. "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Jiang Yin questioned, puzzled. "Are you saying that you've discovered the entrance to the inner gate here? That's impossible. We've been here for so long and never heard where the entrance is." "How would you know?" Dugui asked with confusion. "I just know. You all wait for me here. I will go take a look." With that, Jiang Yin began to search around the outer gate. The outer gate was quite simple, consisting of a few houses and a well in the middle, with nothing else around. However, as Jiang Yin searched, he received a sudden alert. Ding! System alert. The water is toxic. Frowning at the system's warning, Jiang Yin approached the well and examined it carefully. "This must be the secret that all of them have forgotten about the hidden palace," Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. After searching for a while without success, Jiang Yin finally set his sights on the well. Hesitating for a moment, he jumped in. Seeing Jiang Yin leap into the well, Dugu E and the others immediately gasped in alarmed, "I don't know. Is this our fault? The renowned Jiang Yin has jumped into the well because of us." One of the outer disciples of the hidden palace lamented, shaking his head helplessly. Hearing the disciple's words, Dugu E reassured, "It's all right. Don't worry, we still have our master, right? We have Yuan crystals. We can return to our previous lives. Master, it seems our Yuan crystals are in Jiang Yan's possession," one disciple whispered. "What? Quickly, jump into the well. We must rescue Jiang Yin," Dugu E urged anxiously. After plunging into the well, Jiang Yin hurriedly enveloped himself in Yuan Qi for protection. Ding! Alert! The water is toxic. The water is toxic. The system's warning echoed again. Jiang Yin was well aware of the water's toxicity, but he had no choice. According to his deduction, the entrance to the hidden palace lay within this deep well. Soon, he noticed a hole at the bottom of the well. "This is it," Jiang Yin stated. Before entering the opening, upon entering, he felt himself fall and landed on the ground. When Jiang Yin stood up, he found himself surrounded by a dense forest. "Is this the hidden palace? The entrance is so well concealed?" Jiang Yin remarked, glancing at the pool of water above him, frowning as he muttered to himself. Chapter 44. The inner gate of the hidden palace. Just as Jiang Yin was murmuring, two disciples of the hidden palace approached. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the hidden palace?" One of the disciples shouted coldly. "Trespass into the hidden palace? What is so impressive about it?" Jiang Yin retorted with a scoff. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the disciple's eyes flared with anger as he shouted, "Do you think someone like you can invade our hidden palace? Behold my sword." With that, the disciple charged at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, unfazed by such a low-level disciple, easily dodged the attack and countered with a punch to the disciple's abdomen. The disciple winced in pain and quickly retreated. Seeing his companion injured, the other disciple rushed forward. "Thunderous body," he shouted, unleashing two sharp blades aimed at Jiang Yin. However, as the blades made contact with Jiang Yan's body, they shattered instantly. "What is going on? How could this happen? These are rare Yuan artifacts," the disciple exclaimed, astonished as he stared at the broken sword in his hand. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly and walked toward the disciple. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer," the disciple stammered, stepping back in fear. "I'm not interested in you." "Hurry and call your sect leader," Jiang Yin said, furrowing his brow as he waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the two disciples quickly fled the scene. Before long, an elderly man appeared before Jiang Yin. "Jiang Yin, you killed one of our elders, and now you dare to come to our sect. What is your intention?" the elder inquired, frowning. "What intention? I have no ulterior motives. You all came to my sect to cause trouble, and now I cannot even seek a little retribution," Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the elder's expression darkened. "You killed our elder, and now you come to confront us? How can such a thing be allowed? I am not here to confront you. You must have misunderstood. I merely seek some Yuan crystals, as you have indeed caused me losses, have you not?" Jiang Yin smiled. The elder's eyes flared with anger upon hearing this. "How dare you? Do you think our hidden palace is made of clay?" Unfazed by the elder's words, Jiang Yin smiled and replied, "I knew you wouldn't willingly give me the Yuan crystals. How about this? I challenge you. If I defeat one of you, you will give me 1 Yuan crystal. If I defeat the second, you will give me 2 Yuan crystals, and so on. What do you say?" The elder nodded, a smile creeping onto his face. "Very well, let me see just how formidable this so-called Jiang Yin is." Shortly thereafter, the elder led Jiang Yin deeper into the hidden palace. Upon entering, ding, task completed. Enter the inner gate of the hidden palace. Task reward, 10 layers of the Proud Dragon technique. Current level of the Proud Dragon technique, 70 layers. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yin didn't think twice. He was still quite busy at this moment. "Jiang Yin, we have over 100 disciples here. If you succeed in your challenges, I will give you 10 bags of Yuan crystals." "What do you think?" the elder said with a smile. "10 bags of Yuan crystals. You certainly know how to boast. Nevertheless, 10 bags will suffice. Do you intend to fight me all at once, or one by one?" Jiang Yin inquired with a grin. "Form formation?" the elder commanded. As the command fell, all the disciples of the hidden palace positioned themselves strategically, their Yuan powers flowing in unison. Seeing the formation, Jiang Yin hesitated momentarily but then smiled. "Well, it seems you've prepared quite a bit in that case. Don't blame me for taking action. Divine Destruction Seal. With that, a golden seal appeared behind Jiang Yin. Feeling the pressure from the appearance of the seal, the disciples of the Hidden Palace activated their formation, Spirit Sword Formation. As the command was issued, a massive sword materialized above their heads, crashing directly into the golden seal. Poof! The sword shattered upon impact with the seal. Is this all you've got? You still dare to challenge me? Hurry and hand over the Yuan crystals. Jiang Yin immediately turned to the elder and asked. At this moment, the elder wore a frosty expression. Glaring at Jiang Yin, I advise you to tread carefully. Our Hidden Palace is not a third-rate sect you previously dealt with that could not retaliate. I know. You are a second-tier sect. However, even if it were the Celestial Temple, I would not be concerned. In your opinion, who is stronger, your Hidden Palace or the Celestial Temple? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Hesitating for a moment, the elder sighed. Very well, we concede this time. But remember, we will not let this matter rest. With that, the elder tossed 10 bags of Yuan crystals in front of Jiang Yin. If you won't let it rest, then so be it. Why quibble over Yuan crystals? Jiang Yin remarked, picking up the Yuan crystals from the ground, somewhat dissatisfied. Jiang Yin left the Hidden Palace and returned to the well, where all the outer disciples were drenched. What happened to you all? Jiang Yin asked curiously as he emerged from the well. Are you all right? Dugui asked, looking at Jiang Yin with concern. Of course, I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Jiang Yin replied with a smile. The others rolled their eyes at Jiang Yin. Why on earth did you jump into the well? We were led to believe you had gone mad. We even planned to descend and rescue you. Who would have known you would go missing? With no other choice, we could only wait for you above. An external disciple lamented. I am not foolish enough to leap into the well and end my life. I discovered there was something amiss with the well, and out of sheer curiosity, I jumped in. Fortunately, I found the entrance to the Hidden Palace, which is why I dared to emerge from the inner sanctum. Jiang Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. I thought you regretted taking us on and were about to jump into the well to end it all. Du Gui remarked awkwardly. What purpose would that serve? Jiang Yin chuckled. Who knows? If it weren't for the fact that our Yuan crystals are in your possession, do you think we would have had any inclination to descend and rescue you? One disciple scoffed. Hearing this, Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation. These blunt and outspoken individuals, even if they have entered the Hidden Palace's inner sanctum, will inevitably be expelled sooner or later. Thankfully, I took them away. Otherwise, they might have brought ruin upon themselves in the Hidden Palace. Enough of your complaints. Let us hurry along. My sect awaits your arrival. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Elder. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, everyone nodded. Soon after, they tidied up, and Jiang Yin led them to the Valley of Death. Upon entering, Jiang Yin spotted Zhuang Xinyue directing others at work. I have returned, Jiang Yin announced as he approached her. Oh, our grand sect leader has decided to return after all. I thought you had no desire to come back to our humble sect. Zhuang Xinyue teased upon seeing him. Jiang Yin smiled awkwardly at her remark, then glanced at the group of external disciples behind him before quickly adding, I did not return empty-handed. I brought back a whole group. These are the people you brought back? Zhuang Xinyue inquired with a hint of confusion. Yes, what of it? Jiang Yin responded, equally perplexed. Well, it is a given that you would seek out promising individuals for our newly established sect. Yet, why do you persist in bringing back those who lack potential? Among this group, the only one with a commendable cultivation level is well past 50. Who knows how much longer he can endure? Zhuang Xinyue lamented. Seeing her dissatisfaction with his recruits, Jiang Yin could only smile awkwardly and reply. They are here now. What can I do? Besides, they abandoned their own sect to follow me. I cannot simply cast them aside. What? They abandoned their own sect? Such individuals are hardly desirable, Zhuang Xinyue exclaimed, as a member of the sect and the leader of the Qinkuan Palace. She could not comprehend the notion of betraying one's sect. To her, regardless of how the sect treated them, those born into it were bound to it for life. Betraying it was an affront that invited scorn from all sections. Lower your voice. They did not intend to betray their sect. They were left with no choice, though be precise. Their sect betrayed them, Jiang Yin explained, recounting the events that unfolded in the Hidden Palace. I cannot believe the Hidden Palace looks down upon external disciples so. Such a sect is certainly flawed, but betraying one's sect is still wrong. Nonetheless, as you are the leader here, if you wish to take them, Then so be it that I have my Qinkuan palace to tend to. Do as you please. I must get back to work. With that, Zhuang Xinue returned to her blueprints. After Jiang Yin returned to the Grand General's mansion, he noticed everyone busy tidying up the place. Housekeeper, what is going on here? Jiang Yin asked Chen Kuan, puzzled. Sir, you have returned. We are conducting a thorough cleaning. Since the Grand General's mansion has reopened, we have not had a proper cleaning. With so many people in the house now, I thought it was time for a thorough sweep, Chang Kuan explained. Indeed, a cleaning is quite beneficial. However, if you tire, do take a break. The Grand General's mansion is vast. This is not a task to be completed in a day, Jiang Yin smiled. Rest assured, we are all quite capable, Chang Kuan replied, continuing with his tasks. Just then, two elderly men approached the Grand General's mansion. Is this not the Grand General's mansion? One of the elders asked Chang Kuan at the entrance. Yes, who are you? Chang Kuan inquired, looking at the two men with curiosity. Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that your good days are numbered, one elder declared proudly. Chang Kuan, sensing their arrogance, felt a twinge of annoyance, but understood their demeanor indicated they were prepared for a confrontation. So he refrained from further comment. Who are you seeking? Chang Kuan asked coldly. Who else would we be looking for but Jiang Yin? Tell your master to step out. I have matters to discuss with him. The elder replied with a smug smile. If you wish to meet our master, you may wait at the entrance. I shall inform him, Chang Kuan said before turning away. Sir, Chang Kuan called at Jiang Yin's door. Hearing his voice, Jiang Yin ended his meditation and slowly walked to the door, asking, what sort of individuals are they? They are two elderly men, and they have specifically requested to see you. I am uncertain of their intentions. Chang Kuan expressed his concern. Specifically requested? Show them to the reception room. I will be there shortly, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Hesitating for a moment, Chang Kuan said, Sir, should I not just send them away? They seem rather difficult to deal with. There's no need. Let them cool off in the reception room. Perhaps the heat outside has made them irritable. Serve them the bitterest tea to temper their tempers. Jiang Yin suggested. Chang Kuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly and nodded, very well. Returning to the entrance of the Grand General's mansion, Chang Kuan found the two elders still waiting. Gentlemen, our master has instructed me to invite you to the reception room. He will be with you shortly, Chang Kuan announced cheerfully. Humph, a mere Grand General dares to treat us this way. Do you know who we are? One elder scoffed. I do not know who you are, but this is the Grand General's mansion, and it is not your place to be so presumptuous. Guards. As his voice fell, several guards rushed out, ready to keep a watchful eye on the two men. If they dare speak disrespectfully to the Grand General's mansion, throw them out. If they can engage in civil discourse, escort them to the reception room. How ridiculous that a couple of sparrows think they can act boldly in the Grand General's mansion. Chang Kuan's anger flared at the elder's arrogance. Chang Kuan had mastered the art of pompousness in his youth, and as he aged, he honed it to perfection. How could these two elders possibly compete with him in such theatrics? You dare speak to us in such a manner? One elder exclaimed furiously. What of it? Even if the emperor of the Great Zhou were here, he must adhere to our rules. How dare you flaunt your power here? Are you more formidable than the emperor of the Great Zhou? Chang Kuan retorted angrily. Taken aback by Chang Kuan's words, the two elders exchanged glances, their expressions deepening with contemplation. They realized Chang Kuan was not only trying to intimidate them but also probing for their background. Ha ha, very well, let us keep our cool and await Jiang Yin in the reception room, one elder conceded. Chapter 46. The Three Great Families' Mission. As the second elder attempted to smooth things over, both sides gradually calmed down. Soon, the guards escorted the two elders to the reception room, while Jiang Yin remained deep in his training. The two elders waited in the reception room for an entire afternoon. What is the matter with this Jiang Yin? How dare he leave us waiting like this? Does he look down on us? The more impatient elder grumbled. Do not rush. Jiang Yin is doing this intentionally. Do not be so hasty, lest you fall into his trap, the other elder replied calmly. Just as the elder finished speaking, Jiang Yin leisurely walked in. I apologize for the wait. I was occupied with a matter. Thank you for your patience, he said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, both elders' eyes glinted with irritation. So, you are Jiang Yin? Your recent notoriety has been quite remarkable. You have trampled upon the Zhang family. As you are aware, our three top-tier families are closely linked. Be wise stepping on the Zhang family. Have you considered the implications for our two families? Are you effectively challenging us? One elder sneered. Oh, Thus, it seems that you two have become the other two prominent families. When I launched my attack on the Zhang clan, you refrained from intervening, and as a result, the Zhang family has already been thoroughly subdued. Now you choose to show yourselves. What do you call this? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the two elderly men were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Regardless of the circumstances, it was your actions that led to the downfall of the Zhang family. Hence, you must bear the responsibility, one elder proclaimed. Oh, I wonder how you expect me to take responsibility, Jiang Yin replied, suppressing his anger while maintaining a smile. The three prominent families each oversee the officials and merchants of the imperial city, as well as various clans, and the Zhang family is the official family. Therefore, we hope you can replace the Zhang family and become one of our three prominent families, one elder said with a grin. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Yin began to understand. After all this commotion, they had discerned that they possessed more potential than that old fellow Zhang Zhidao, thus seeking to assume the role of officials in place of the Zhang family and become one of the three prominent families. I must apologize, but I am uninterested in your proposal. I am merely residing temporarily in the Zhou kingdom, and I truly have no desire to enter the court as an official, Jiang Yin responded with a smile. You claim to have no interest, yet you truly do. Are you not aware that the Zhang family has lost the emperor's trust? Our three prominent families are on the verge of disintegration because of you. Do you not feel the weight of this responsibility? Another elder exclaimed passionately. What does this have to do with me? I have shown restraint due to your advanced age. If you continue to speak irrationally, do not blame me for expelling your two families from existence, Jiang Yin retorted coldly. Humph, what audacity! Do you even realize the power we wield? You wish to expel us. Do you think I am akin to the Zhang family? With merely the imperial family behind me? We have no need for the imperial family, that is beneath us, the elder replied with pride. You have one incense stick's worth of time to depart. Otherwise, you shall not leave. I will make you understand how the Zhang family fell from grace, Jiang Yin proclaimed with a smile, returning to his seat of authority. However, upon hearing this, the two elders simply sat down and leisurely sipped their tea. Time passed swiftly, and soon the incense stick had burned out. Yet the two elders showed no signs of leaving. It seems you believe that the forces behind you can offer you protection? Remember my words. From this day forth, the three prominent families of the capital shall vanish. With that, Jiang Yin waved his hand, and the smiles on the faces of the two elders vanished. Just as the two were about to speak, Jiang Yin raised his hand, sending them flying out. Ding! Task received. Annihilate the three prominent families. Task reward, 10 layers of essence technique. The system's prompt echoed once more. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yin smiled and strode out of the general's manor. The steward, Chung Kuan, had long since grown accustomed to such situations. He directed the guards to dispose of the two corpses at the mass graveyard. At the entrance of the Chen family estate, Jiang Yin walked in directly. Who are you? How did you get in here? A guard blocked Jiang Yan's path, asking warily. I came to kill, he replied, waving his hand as a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, piercing the guard's head. Enemy attack. A distant guard witnessed the scene and shouted urgently. Upon hearing the guard's warning, the entire Chen family sprang into action, quickly surrounding Jiang Yin. From this day forth, the Chen family shall cease to exist. Jiang Yin declared, drawing out the thunderbolt spear. A thunder dragon surged forth, crashing into the Chen family's guards, scattering them in disarray. Stop! A voice rang out as an elder stepped forward. Jiang Yin, I have already sent someone to negotiate with you. Why do you still wish to annihilate my Chen family? The elder inquired, perplexed. Negotiate? Forcing me to replace the Zhang family as one of the three prominent families and begging you, the Chen family, to spare me. This is your idea of negotiation? What a fine notion indeed today. I have come to discuss matters with you. With that, Jiang Yin commanded the Thunder Dragon to charge at the elder. Master, be careful. Countless guards rushed toward the Thunder Dragon, attempting to intercept it before it reached the elder. However, none succeeded, and only after the Thunder Dragon had sent the Chen family head flying did it finally dissipate. Master! The surrounding guards hurried to the elder's side, but upon closer inspection, they discovered that the head of the Chen family had already perished. How could this happen? What shall we do now? A guard whispered. Send a signal for the reinforcements from that sect to come. Jiang Yin is simply not someone we can handle, another guard said hesitantly. Shortly thereafter, a red signal flared into the sky. Observing this situation, Jiang Yin smiled, having prepared for this moment, and sat down to await the arrival of the Qin family's backing. Not long after the signal flare ascended, a group of individuals stormed into the Qin estate. However, these newcomers were not the Qin family's allies but rather members of the Zhao family, one of the three prominent families. Jiang Yin held no interest in these individuals, and upon witnessing the death of the Qin family head, they showed no inclination to engage, merely observing Jiang Yin, fearful that he might suddenly turn on them as well. Before long, three men clad in Taoist robes slowly entered the Qin estate. What on earth is going on with your Qin family? Why must we intervene in every matter? What purpose do you serve? One of the men expressed dissatisfaction upon entering. Isn't it only right for your sect to protect us in exchange for the monthly offerings we provide? Another man interjected. The three were taken aback, astonished that a mere Qin family would dare speak to them in such a manner. I say, young man, who do you think you are to speak to us like this? Do you even know who we are? The man queried coldly, glaring at Jiang Yin. Who are you? What does it matter to me who you are? Oh wait, a more pertinent question would be why you must resolve the trouble that I represent for the Qin family. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Oh, so you are the one who forced the Qin family to seek our assistance? Who are you? The man asked, amusement flickering in his eyes. I am Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin stated calmly. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's name, the three men were momentarily stunned, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in their eyes. You are Jiang Yin? We are from the Spirit Guardian sect. We heard you recently sought compensation from your sect regarding losses incurred at the Hidden Palace. Is there truth to this matter? One of the men inquired coldly. You have merely heard rumors? It seems the Hidden Palace has not disseminated this information widely, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. What do you mean by that? The three men asked, puzzled. Not only did I seek compensation from the Hidden Palace, but I also took away their outer sect members. As of now, the outer sect has joined my own sect. Jiang Yin replied with a grin. I have long been curious. What is the name of your sect? Why is there no record of it to date? One of the three, who had remained silent, asked. As for my sect's name, I have yet to decide. You are the Spirit Guardian sect, are you not? I believe I have heard of you, but are you not located in the northwest? When did your reach extend so far? This is the Great Zhou dynasty, after all, Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. This is a matter for our sect. I cannot disclose it. Could you, for the sake of the Spirit Guardian sect, spare the Qin family? The leader among the three asked. Spirit Guardian sect? Do you think a mere sect beneath the Celestial Temple would have any influence here? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the three men were taken aback. A hint of sharpness appearing in their eyes. So, it seems today, it is imperative that we eliminate you. The leader among them declared coldly, eliminate me? Do you even have the capability to do so? Jiang Yin retorted, swinging the Thunder Dragon spear, unleashing a Thunder Dragon that surged toward them. Seeing Jiang Yin take action, the three were momentarily stunned, quickly retreating to evade the Thunder Dragon's assault. Yet, they were unaware that the Thunder Dragon had long since transcended mere spiritual form. Possessing its own consciousness, in no time, the Thunder Dragon caught up to them. Spirit Guardian technique? The leader among the three realized their predicament and swiftly formed seals with both hands, intending to shatter the Thunder Dragon. However, all their attacks fell upon the Thunder Dragon without inflicting any damage. Instead, they only served to enrage it, causing the Thunder Dragon to accelerate. Before long, the three were sent flying by the Thunder Dragon. By the time the Qin family's guards arrived before them, they were shocked to discover that the three had already perished. How could this happen so quickly? One guard exclaimed in astonishment. It's over. The Spirit Guardian sect is no match for Jiang Yin. The Qin family is finished, another guard uttered despondently, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yin had no interest in these guards and merely dismissed them, while the Zhao family members who had come to assist were swiftly slain by him. Having concluded these matters, Jiang Yin made his way to the Zhao family estate, only to find it utterly deserted. So soon? Have they all fled? Jiang Yin glanced at the Zhao family's residence, noting the disarray on the ground, with gold and silver jewelry and fine clothing strewn about, clearly indicating a hasty departure. Just as Jiang Yin prepared to pursue, a group of people surrounded the Zhao family. Jiang Yin, we have been waiting for you for quite some time, one of them declared. Jiang Yin paused momentarily, then smiled and inquired, So, you mean to say that you are waiting for me? Indeed. We of Wuyin Valley are here to eradicate you, this scourge of the continent. Upon finishing their statement, The group arranged themselves into a peculiar formation. Seeing this, Jiang Yin chuckled softly, activating his thunder body, and patiently awaited the formation's completion, the Sword Lotus. Noticing Jiang Yan's apparent underestimation, the leader's eyes gleamed with excitement as he shouted, "And a Sword Lotus." Composed of myriad blades, manifested before Jiang Yin, the lotus shot directly toward him. Uncertain of the attack's potency, Jiang Yin sensed that merely relying on his thunder body might not suffice to withstand this Sword Lotus. "Thunder Dragon!" The command resounded, and the Thunder Dragon surged forth, colliding directly with the Sword Lotus. In an instant, the entire Sword Lotus shattered, causing the Wuyin Valley disciples who had invoked it to spew blood and be sent flying. Jiang Yin observed with a cold smirk, then mockingly asked, "Is this the extent of your strength?" Hearing his words, the disciples, despite their injuries, struggled to rise and continue the fight. However, Jiang Yin would not grant them such an opportunity. Summoning the Thunder Dragon to annihilate all the disciples of Wuyin Valley. Success. Task completed. Annihilation of the 3 great families. Reward, Level 10 Essence Technique. Summary, Level 30 Essence Technique. As the announcement resonated, Jiang Yin felt a jolt of energy. He surveyed the now desolate Zhao residence, chuckling to himself before setting the place ablaze. By the time Jiang Yin returned to the general's mansion, it was already the dead of night. After accomplishing all this, he anticipated a period of tranquility, yet, the following morning, a visibly troubled Zhuang Xinyue returned. "What happened?" Jiang Yin inquired, noticing her distressed expression. "I just received intel that the Tianji Bureau has been wiped out. All who participated have been ambushed and perished, and the traitor is none other than the true leader of the Tianji Bureau, the Feng royal family," Zhuang Xinyue sighed. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yin furrowed his brows. Success. Task completed. Identify the traitor of the Tianji Bureau. Reward, Level 10 Proud Dragon Technique. Summary, Level 85 Proud Dragon Technique. The task's prompt did not bring Jiang Yin any joy. He realized he had forgotten about this task. And had he remembered, many lives could have been spared. It's all right. I will surely take revenge for this. I sensed something amiss at the time, and it seems the Feng royal family is indeed a staunch ally of the Heavenly God Palace. Everything they have done, including the Tianji Bureau, was likely to gather all forces opposing the Heavenly God Palace, waiting for the right moment to strike and eliminate them all. Jiang Yin remarked, his brow creased. The Feng royal family truly is a despicable entity. Zhuang Xinyue clenched her fists and frowned. Chapter 48. The Turmoil in the Zhou Kingdom. Task received. Annihilate the Feng royal family. Reward, Level 5 Proud Dragon Technique. Hearing the task prompt, Jiang Yin smiled and said, "Rest assured, since the Feng royal family has committed such acts, I will not let them go. I will ensure that all those connected to the Tianji Bureau are avenged." "Jiang Yin, what do you intend to do? Are you really going to kill the Feng royal family?" Zhuang Xinyue questioned, astonished. "Yes, what difficulty lies in that?" Jiang Yin replied with a grin. "You must understand that every royal family is protected by sects. The Feng royal family is said to be guarded by a sect called Shufeng sect, which is a Level 2 sect." Zhuang Xinyue expressed, a hint of concern in her tone. "A Level 2 sect? Have I not provoked enough of those already? Just yesterday, I entangled myself with 2, Jinhuan sect and Wuyin Valley. Are you familiar with these 2 sects?" Jiang Yin inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinyue rubbed her temples in exasperation and replied, "It seems that trouble follows you wherever you go. Both Jinhuan sect and Wuyin Valley are Level 2 sects, but their reputations are not particularly prominent, whereas Shufeng sect is renowned, said to house a master at the Nine Thunder Realm." "The Nine Thunder Realm? What is that?" Jiang Yin questioned, perplexed. "You don't even know about the Nine Thunder Realm? It's hard to fathom how you cultivate," Zhuang Xinyue lamented, shaking her head. "Currently, your cultivation should be at the Guiyuan realm. And the next level is the Guotian realm, but there exists an additional realm in between, the Nine Thunder Realm. Upon reaching the Nine Thunder Realm, lightning descends from the heavens to enhance your physique. The effects of this enhancement depend on the nature of the lightning itself. Are you saying this person's cultivation exceeds mine?" Jiang Yin asked, bewildered. "Not necessarily. The Nine Thunder Realm is merely a body refinement stage, not a cultivation stage, and does not confer any inherent advantages to cultivation. They remain at the Guiyuan realm," Zhuang Xinyue clarified, shaking her head. "How could such a person exist in another sect? Normally, shouldn't they be taken away by the Heavenly God Palace?" Jiang Yin queried. "Under normal circumstances, yes, but Shufeng sect is different. as is the entire Feng royal family. They are staunch allies of the Heavenly God Palace. To be precise, if not for their inadequate foundation, they would have rebranded themselves as a branch of the Heavenly God Palace, Zhuang Xinyue explained, her brow furrowing. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Jiang Yin grasped the situation and asked, how many royal families like the Feng royal family or sects like Shufeng sect, loyal to the Heavenly God Palace, exist on the continent? There are many loyalists to the Heavenly God Palace, more than you might imagine. Moreover, we at Qian Kuren Palace lack the capacity to compile such detailed statistics. From our current assessments, at least 2/3 of the nations or sects are under the dominion of the Heavenly God Palace. As for how many of those are staunch loyalists, I cannot say. Zhuang Xinyue lamented, shaking her head. Jiang Yan's understanding of the Heavenly God Palace was once again reshaped. Realizing the extent of loyalty across nations and sections very well, let the construction of the sect be handled by those beneath us. Let us pay a visit to the Feng royal family as a leisurely excursion. Considering how busy you have been lately, Jiang Yin suggested with a smile. All right, let us go together. I'll feel more at ease with you by my side. I've been overwhelmed by blueprints lately. My eyes can hardly bear it, Zhuang Xinyue replied, rubbing her eyes. With that, the two tidied up briefly before departing from the capital of Zhou Kingdom. Meanwhile, within the Zhou royal palace, what does Jiang Yin intend to do? Look at what the palace has become. The entire court combined barely numbers more than half of its former strength. Where are my ministers? Where are they? Qin Xinkuan bellowed from his throne, fury evident in his voice. None among Zhang Zhidao and the others dared to speak. Are you all mute? Is there no one capable of uttering a word? Weren't you all so formidable before? You claimed you could defend the Zhou kingdom when you annihilated the General S mansion, yet this is how you protect it. Qin Xinkuan roared in response to Qin Xinkuan's outburst. Zhang Zhidao glanced at the door and sighed. Your Majesty, at that time, you tacitly approved of this matter. Upon hearing Zhang Zhidao dare to refute him, Qin Xinkuan let out a cold laugh and retorted. Zhang Zhidao, are you now trying to distance yourself so cleanly? Your Zhang family is no longer even among the three great families. They have all been wiped out by Jiang Yin alone. What do you have left to argue about? What use do you have for me now? Get out. Hearing Qin Xinkuan's words, Zhang Zhidao frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, as you wish. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhang Zhidao exited the palace, leaving Qin Xinkuan to clench his fists tightly. He understood that in the current Great Zhou dynasty, no one was willing to stand with him, for any association with the royal family would inevitably draw Jiang Yin's ire. And many who had not attended court that day had perished because of Jiang Yin, fleeing with their families from the Great Zhou. Seeing Zhang Zhidao depart, Qin Xinkuan's mood soured further, and he waved his hand. Everyone leave. Soon, all present vacated the premises. Sighing, Qin Xinkuan lamented, Do you seek vengeance? A voice echoed through the hall. Who is it? Startled, Qin Xinkuan shouted, hastily demanding. As the voice faded, a figure gradually emerged before him. Who are you? Gazing at the elderly figure that appeared before him, Qin Xinkuan, filled with confusion, inquired, Who I am is of little consequence. What I wish to ask you is, have you contemplated vengeance? Jiang Yin has left your great Zhou dynasty in ruins. Do you not yearn for retribution? The old man chuckled as he replied, Of course I desire it, but what can I truly do? Jiang Yan's power is far too formidable. He is not someone a mere great Zhou dynasty can withstand. At this moment, aside from enduring, do I have any other path to pursue? Qin Xinkuan spoke wearily. The elder responded with a smile, You once thought so, yet now the circumstances have changed. I have arrived. And since I am willing to intervene, I shall certainly assist you. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Xinkuan then asked, Who exactly are you? Chapter 49. The Bamboo Forest Valley Me? I wonder if you have heard of Zhengshan Valley? The old man inquired with a smile. Zhengshan Valley? You are from Zhengshan Valley? Qin Xinkuan sprang up from the dragon chair, excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, Indeed. I have come here under the orders of my sect to eliminate Jiang Yin. However, I feel that merely eliminating Jiang Yin would be futile. If we are to act, we must eradicate all those he has left behind, such as the maids and stewards. The old man chuckled and remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinkuan felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of coldness enveloping him. Are you suggesting extermination of his entire clan? Qin Xinkuan responded in shock. Yes, he has defied your commands as the sovereign of the Great Zhou. Should he not be punished by total annihilation? The old man looked at Chen Xinkuan with a puzzled expression. That is indeed the case, but I have already obliterated the Jiang family once. Should I return for a second time, I would irreparably offend Jiang Yin. Chen Xinkuan hesitated and asked, are you truly concerned about a mere 4 individuals posing a threat to you? After Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue departed the Zhou kingdom, they slowed their pace, leisurely strolling along, for the system had only assigned him a task without imposing a time limit. While Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue meandered, a notification chimed. Ding. Emergency task received. Task: proceed to the Piamiao Palace. Task reward: Aolongju, level 10. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Yin turned to Zhuang Xinyue with curiosity. Do you know of the Piamiao Palace? Piamiao Palace? What do you seek there? Zhuang Xinyue asked, puzzled. Nothing much. Just a casual inquiry. Could you accompany me there? Jiang Yin quickly questioned. That is not possible. The Piamiao Palace, true to its name, is elusive and transient, appearing in different locations each time. As Zhuang Xinyue explained. She suddenly turned to Jiang Yin, her expression one of astonishment. Ah? What Piamiao Palace? I know I must go to the Piamiao Palace. Jiang Yin nodded. No, I meant that the Piamiao Palace is right behind you. Zhuang Xinyue gasped. What? Jiang Yin turned in surprise to see a grand palace manifesting out of thin air behind him. Let us venture inside. Due to the task at hand, Jiang Yin had no alternative but to enter with Zhuang Xinyue. Upon entering the Piamiao Palace, they were greeted by several disciples emerging from within. Welcome to the Piamiao Palace. As the words fell, a stunning woman clad in azure appeared before them. Jiang Yin frowned, while Zhuang Xinyue furrowed her brows. Is this truly the Piamiao Palace? Indeed, the azure-clad woman replied with a smile. What brings you here? Jiang Yin, still frowning, stated, our sect master wishes to meet with you. The azure-clad woman turned and led the way for them. They followed her deep into the palace. Before long, the three emerged from the palace, and Jiang Yin observed that this opulent palace was merely a fade. The true essence lay beyond it. Yu Piamiao Palace certainly values appearances. While the palace is grand, the inner sanctum seems rather simple, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the azure-clad woman glanced at him, hesitated, and chose not to respond. While Zhuang Xinyue tugged at Jiang Yin, signaling him to refrain from further comment. As the three ascended to the mountain's peak, a notification chimed. Ding. Check-in at Piamiao Palace. Check-in successful. Task reward: Aolongju, level 10. Summary: Aolongju is currently at level 85. Feeling the surge of energy within his body, Jiang Yin smiled. Your presence has truly brought great honor to the Piamiao Palace. As his words faded, a man dressed in white appeared before them, smiling as he introduced himself. I am the master of Piamiao Palace, named Emoju. We pride ourselves on welcoming esteemed guests, and you two are indeed distinguished visitors to this continent. Thus, we invite you to the Piamiao Palace. May I inquire what business Master Emoju has in calling us here? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Actually, we have no ulterior motives. Piamiao Palace is not the heavenly god temple. You can rest assured. We have summoned you merely to present each of you with a treasure. Please do not refuse. Any renowned individual from the continent is welcome to visit Piamiao Palace and claim a treasure. Free of charge, Emoju explained with a grin. Upon hearing Emoju's words, Jiang Yin chuckled and replied, if a notable figure appears on this continent, you bestow them a treasured at this rate. Will not the treasures of Piamiao Palace soon be depleted? Emoju laughed heartily. Ah, Mr. Jiang Yin, you possess a delightful sense of humor. We have ample treasures at Piamiao Palace. If we can exchange treasures for the safety of Piamiao Palace, why would we not do so? What do you mean? Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Zhuang Xinyue interjected. This Piamiao Palace is the only sect not under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly God Temple, and there has been no assassination order issued against it. It is said that the relationship between the Heavenly God Temple and Piamiao sect is quite amicable. You can maintain such a good relationship without joining the Heavenly God Temple? Is that true? Jiang Yin questioned, intrigued. Indeed, it is true. All cultivators on the continent are aware of this matter. It seems that the Lord of the Heavenly God Temple, Kong Pai, received treasures from Piamiao sect during his youth, which is why he has not acted against Piamiao Palace. After all, Piamiao sect can be considered his benefactor, Zhuang Xinyue explained with a smile. Upon overhearing Zhuang Xinyue's and Jiang Yan's whispered conversation, Emoju inquired with a smile, have you two made your decision? If you are ready, please follow me. The treasures you receive will not be what you wish for. Rather, What you receive will depend on your fate. I am but a guide." With that, Emoju rose and led them directly to a bamboo grove. "Here, esteemed guests, lies the sacred ground of our sect, the Bamboo Forest Valley. The treasures within are the culmination of the efforts of several generations of our Piamiao sect. Please enter," Emoju smiled. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that we will find treasure simply by entering?" Jiang Yin asked with a grin. No, no. The Bamboo Forest Valley itself is a rare-grade immortal artifact. It possesses its own consciousness. Thus, you must undergo trials set by it. Based on your performance during the trials, it will determine what treasures you will receive, Emoju clarified. Chapter 50. The Zhangjian Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue slowly ventured into the bamboo forest. However, after walking for quite some time, they found nothing. Is Emoju deceiving us? How could there be nothing at all? It has been so long. Even if there were no trials, there should at least be some treasures. Jiang Yin remarked, glancing at Zhuang Xinyue with amusement. Zhuang Xinyue looked at him and smiled. This is a rare-grade immortal artifact. It means it has its own consciousness. You should refrain from speaking carelessly, or it may hold a grudge against you. A grudge? An immortal artifact? It can hold a grudge? Jiang Yin chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. However, soon enough, Jiang Yin spotted a cave ahead. Upon entering the cave, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. It was filled to the brim with immortal artifacts of all varieties. With so many immortal artifacts, could it be that our talents are extraordinary? Are we free to choose whatever we desire? Zhuang Xinyue asked with a smile. You are quite mistaken. Talent. If we are to discuss talent, the Lord of the Heavenly God Temple likely surpasses anyone's talent, yet I have not heard of him acquiring these immortal artifacts. Even if this place once held many immortal artifacts, considering the passage of time, Emoju must have given away a considerable number. How could there still be so many left? Jiang Yin questioned, puzzled, as he looked at Zhuang Xinyue. Are you suggesting that this place is a facade? Zhuang Xinyue inquired with curiosity. Indeed, based on our current observations, what we see must be false. However, there exists another possibility. All these items may be genuine, and this celestial artifact seeks to hasten our departure. Aiming to drive us away, I suspect there are far superior treasures deeper within, and this artifact merely wishes to prevent us from taking them. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement and responded, So, what shall we do? Zhuang Xinyue questioned, perplexed. Let us proceed forward. If these items are indeed real, they can remain here. Should we have erred in our assumptions, we can always return later, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Yet, just as the two were about to advance, an ancient voice resonated above them. Humans, you have but one chance here. Should you walk past, all that lies within will vanish. I am, after all, a celestial artifact. How could there be anything of higher rank? Thus, abandon your futile speculations and select a single item to take with you. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yin realized his conjecture had been accurate and responded with a grin. Since you claim there is nothing ahead, I shall continue forward. We, as juniors, feel somewhat embarrassed to take something belonging to you, esteemed elder. Our intention here is merely to observe. After speaking, Jiang Yin took Zhuang Xinyue's hand and continued deeper into the cavern. At that moment, an elder appeared before Jiang Yin, smiling as he said, Dear young friends, there is no need for formality. Please take what you wished. I possess an abundance of celestial artifacts, more than enough for your needs. Upon the elder's appearance, before Jiang Yin could utter a word, the system's voice chimed, Ding. System detection. Storage type rare celestial artifact. Detection result, intermediate. Hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Yin looked at the elder and asked with a smile. I never imagined a dignified rare celestial artifact could transform into a human form merely to obstruct you. It seems there are even better treasures within. No, you have misunderstood. I have appeared solely to prevent disappointment. After passing this point, the treasures here will indeed vanish. There is truly nothing of value inside. The elder hurriedly clarified, Is that so? Allow me to see. If there is nothing worthwhile inside, we shall consider it a mere stroll. Jiang Yin replied, and without hesitation, he pulled Zhuang Xinyue past the elder and deeper into the cave. Seeing this, the elder sighed, choosing not to say anything further. However, once he disappeared, the celestial artifacts laid upon the ground vanished as well. Soon, the two reached the depths of the cavern, which contained 4 chambers. They opened the doors to each room, discovering that every chamber was filled with spiritual energy, though they could not ascertain its rank. To determine the level, one would need to drop blood to recognize ownership, yet once bound, there would be no option for further selection, even if one was dissatisfied. Zhuang Xinyue frowned at this, while Jiang Yin chuckled and said, "No worries, leave it to me. I can identify what these spiritual artifacts are." With the system at his side, discerning the nature of the spiritual energy was a trivial task. Jiang Yin soon approached one of the chambers. Ding! System detection. Ordinary celestial item. Death axe. Detection result. Low level. Ding! System detection. Rare celestial item. Lioli fan. Detection result. Intermediate. Ding! System detection. Rare celestial item. Purple wisteria soft sword. Detection result. Intermediate. Ding! System detection. Ordinary celestial item. Hunyuan spear. Detection result. Low level. Upon hearing the system's 4 notifications, Jiang Yin immediately knew how to proceed. He glanced at Zhuang Xinyue and said with a smile, "That soft sword would be more suitable for you." Zhuang Xinyue nodded in agreement, though she was unaware of how Jiang Yin discerned the items. Still, she inherently trusted his judgment. Just as Zhuang Xinyue approached the soft sword, Jiang Yin moved towards the Lioli fan. Ding! System detection. Divine artifact. Town of the Wasteland Tower. Detection result. Top level. At that moment, another notification from the system chimed. Divine artifact. Town of the Wasteland Tower. Where is it? Jiang Yin wondered, looking around in astonishment, only to discover a stone figure in the chamber, cradling a tower-shaped sculpture. Initially, Jiang Yin had thought it was merely a statue, but he was taken aback to realize that the sculpture actually held a genuine divine artifact. Upon this revelation, Jiang Yin hurriedly dashed to Zhuang Xinyue's chamber, just in time to see her reaching for the soft sword. "Wait a moment," Jiang Yin called out. Zhuang Xinyue halted, looking at him in confusion. "Do not take those items. The true treasures are not here, but rather behind you," Jiang Yin urged. Hearing his words, Zhuang Xinyue turned to see a stone sword held by the sculpture behind her. "Isn't that just a statue?" she asked, puzzled. "Indeed, it is a statue, but the true treasure lies within it," Jiang Yin explained, moving closer to the sculpture. Ding! System detection. Divine artifact. Slashing the azure sword. Detection result. Advanced. You should drip your blood on the sword held by that sculpture. You will likely see its true form, Jiang Yin suggested with a smile. Nodding, Zhuang Xinyue complied, allowing her blood to fall onto the sword's surface. Almost immediately, the statue began to tremble violently, and the soil covering the sword swiftly fell away, revealing the slashing the azure sword. Go ahead and take it. That is the genuine treasure. With that, Jiang Yin returned to his own chamber and, following Zhuang Xinyue's example, dripped his blood onto the statue. In no time, the statue shook, and the town of the Wasteland Tower emerged before Jiang Yin's eyes. He grasped the tower, but in an instant, he felt himself being drawn into it. Such a lowly cultivation level. "Daring to disturb me?" A hollow voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Yin opened his eyes to find himself engulfed in darkness, unable to discern anything. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Humph! I am the spirit of the town of the Wasteland Tower. It is commendable for humans to be ambitious, but is your greed not excessive? With such a lowly cultivation level, how dare you attempt to wield a divine artifact? Do you not fear my backlash as the spirit?" The voice responded, "A divine artifact? Do you truly believe you are one? I see through your facade. You are but a broken artifact, by rank. You may be a divine artifact, but in essence, you are inferior to an imperial artifact. Otherwise, how could a rare celestial artifact have subdued you?" Jiang Yin had not dared to speculate thus before, but now, engulfed in darkness, he surmised that perhaps his soul had entered the town of the Wasteland Tower. Understanding this, he swiftly inspected the tower's interior, discovering that its essence was extraordinarily chaotic, and it was clear that it could not attain the rank of a divine artifact. Humph! Even if I am damaged, it is still beyond the grasp of a mere Huanyuan realm cultivator like you to subjugate me. Are you insulting me? The town of the Wasteland Tower retorted angrily. Huanyuan realm, you say? Would you like to return to being a divine artifact? Jiang Yin inquired. The town of the Wasteland Tower fell silent. You must long to reclaim your former glory, that time when you were a true divine artifact. Although I may not be powerful now, I am confident I can grow stronger. I recognize that many possess higher cultivation than I, yet only I have discovered you. What does that signify? It signifies our fated connection. Heaven has allowed me to see you and for you to find me. which means we are chosen by destiny. Jiang Yin boldly engaged his persuasion skills. As a human, if he could not convince a slightly sentient spiritual artifact, then his intelligence would indeed be wasted. Chosen by heaven? Yet your cultivation is insufficient to aid my restoration? The town of the Wasteland Tower questioned, bewildered. Realizing that he had made headway, Jiang Yin replied, "Of course I can help you recover. But not at this moment. I am still young and evolving. I have opportunities. I can even begin learning artifact crafting now. It is not too late. This is my unique advantage and the reason I dared to seek you as a Huanyuan realm cultivator." Hearing Jiang Yan's persuasion, the town of the Wasteland Tower hesitated before responding, "You make a valid point, but rules cannot be broken. If you wish to possess me, you must shatter the restrictions I have set." Suddenly, a figure identical to Jiang Yin emerged from the darkness. "This is another version of you. Everything you possess and know, he will too. You must find a way to defeat him. Only by overcoming him can you earn my recognition." The town of the Wasteland Tower stated. Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, realizing that all his words had been in vain. He was to undergo a trial. Very well, Jiang Yin spoke with a hint of helplessness. Soon, he formed seals with his hands, invoking the Annihilation Divine Seal. As his voice echoed, a colossal light imprint surged towards another Jiang Yin. However, that Jiang Yin remained utterly still, and as the light imprint was about to engulf him, Jiang Yin questioned, "Is this the end?" "Indeed, it is over," came the voice of the Zhanhuang Tower. In an instant, Jiang Yin found himself back in his own realm, the Zhanhuang Tower materializing in the palm of his hand. Recognizing that his persuasion had indeed borne fruit, Jiang Yin understood that the tower had desired to accompany him all along. Otherwise, it would not have shown leniency. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the tower away and proceeded to Zhuang Xinyue's chamber. Upon entering, he saw Zhuang Xinyue seated on the floor, cradling the Zhan Cong sword in her hands, her eyes closed, evidently engaging in the trial of the sword. Jiang Yin settled down, observing her intently. At that moment, he noticed Zhuang Xinyue's entire body trembling. "Alas, it appears your friend has failed the trial," the voice of the Zhanhuang Tower echoed in his mind. "What shall we do now?" Jiang Yin inquired, perplexed. "What else can be done? Simply abandon it. Do you intend to assist her?" The Zhanhuang Tower replied, puzzled. "Of course. Since you pose the question, it must mean you have a solution." "Please, share it," Jiang Yin pressed directly. "Indeed, there is a method. You merely need to let a drop of your essence blood fall upon your friend's forehead, then sit before the Zhan Cong sword. This way, your primordial spirit can also enter the sword. However, this is tantamount to cheating, and the Zhan Cong sword will not permit it. You may only observe, yet you can offer your friend sufficient guidance." The Zhanhuang Tower said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded, then followed the tower's instructions, positioning himself opposite Zhuang Xinyue. Once his primordial spirit penetrated the Zhan Cong sword, he beheld Zhuang Xinyue being suppressed and rendered immobile by the sword. He yearned to assist her but was obstructed by an invisible force. Upon noticing Jiang Yan's presence, Zhuang Xinyue felt a surge of anxiety. Gradually, she managed to rise from the ground, yet at that moment, the Zhan Cong sword lunged towards her. "Be careful," Jiang Yin shouted from a distance. Reacting swiftly, Zhuang Xinyue sidestepped the attack, but the sword relentlessly pursued her. Why does it feel as though the Zhan Cong sword intends to slay Zhuang Xinyue? Is this not a trial? Jiang Yin questioned, bewildered. Indeed, it is a trial. Yet who told you that trials do not result in death? I was persuaded by your words, but evidently, your friend failed to convince the Zhan Cong sword. The Zhanhuang Tower lamented. Just then, Zhuang Xinyue was struck back by the sword, and when she recovered from the ground, the sword was poised against her neck. Chapter 52. Negotiation. Come on, this is enough. This young girl possesses commendable talent, though she has yet to fully develop. There is no need for such severity, the Zhanhuang Tower remarked with exasperation. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged behind the Zhan Cong sword. Casting a glance at the Zhanhuang Tower, "Do you think I am like you, easily swayed by trifling favors to follow a mere human?" How do you know? Have you been watching me all along?" The Zhan Cong sword retorted. "I knew you could not let me go," the Zhanhuang Tower replied, transforming into a handsome man, albeit still slightly lacking in comparison to Jiang Yin. The man then charged towards the Zhan Cong sword. "Get lost," she commanded, sending him flying. "I do not wish to see you." Return at once, the Zhan Song sword declared. Very well, the Zhan Huang tower conceded, glancing once more at the Zhan Song sword before reverting to its tower form. Human, you are no match for me, but I indeed desire to leave. Here is the deal. I shall seal half of my power. I will only unleash my full strength when you are in peril. Consider it a punishment. Upon concluding, the Zhan Song sword slowly closed its eyes and vanished from sight. Ding. System detection. Rare celestial artifact, Zhan Song sword. Detection result, intermediate. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yin realized that the Zhan Song sword had sealed its own cultivation. Let us depart. Jiang Yan's primordial spirit exited the realm. Soon, Zhuang Xinyue regained consciousness and turned to Zhang Nan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. You need not thank me. You ought to thank this most troublesome fellow. Jiang Yin replied, producing the Zhan Huang tower from his possession. Who is the most troublesome? Guess who is the most troublesome? Your entire family is the most troublesome. I am a divine artifact, and you dare to claim yours is the most troublesome. Do you not comprehend the rarity of divine artifacts? The Zhan Huang tower exclaimed in indignation. However, it soon fell silent upon witnessing Jiang Yin extend his hand, conjuring a divine light sword, then another gesture producing a divine thunder gun. How can you possess so many divine artifacts and in pristine condition? The Zhan Huang tower exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I mentioned that we are fated, so what do you have to say now? Jiang Yin inquired with a grin. I maintain that my choice was correct. With so many divine artifacts accompanying you, following you is undoubtedly wise, the Zhan Huang tower replied, grinning. It is time to leave. Point me to a destination, Jiang Yin stated before leading Zhuang Xinyue away. Ah, it seems the two of you have returned triumphantly, Emoju remarked, observing their emergence with a smile. All is well, and I thank you, Palace Master Emoju, for your generosity, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Not at all, it is the custom of our Piao Miao Palace. Well then, our humble abode is rather small, so I shall not impose further. I hope you both remember the assistance offered by Piao Miao Palace. Farewell, Emoju said, waving his hand. Instantly, the two found themselves enveloped in a flash, the Piao Miao Palace vanishing, and they returned to the scene as it was when they first entered. This Piao Miao sect is indeed mysterious. It appears and disappears without a trace, Jiang Yin commented with a chuckle. Indeed, had it not been for this, the Piao Miao Palace would not have taken advantage of our vulnerability to subdue us. The Zhan Huang Tower replied with resignation. Jiang Yin was taken aback to learn that the Piao Miao Palace had only seized them when they were at their weakest. Enough of this. Let us head to Feng Nation, he declared, leading Zhuang Xinyue onward. As they journeyed, the two ambled leisurely, devoid of any urgency, yet the passers-by remained oblivious to their true intent, to annihilate a royal family. At long last, they arrived at Feng Nation, but upon entering its borders, they were met with a throng of celestial clan members. Why are there so many celestial clan people here? Have they not always lingered around the celestial hall? Jiang Yin wondered aloud. This Feng Nation has long been a loyal supporter of the celestial hall, and with the recent happenings in the Tianji Pavilion, it seems this nation has become yet another branch of the celestial hall. Zhuang Xinyue replied, exasperated. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Yin guided Zhuang Xinyue into a city. How far is this from the capital of Feng Nation? He inquired. Approximately 5 days' journey remains. Our pace is too slow. If we continue at this rate, our round trip will take over a month. Zhuang Xinyue expressed her dissatisfaction. Destroying the royal family is secondary. The primary goal is to help you unwind. Is it not tiresome to gaze at blueprints all day? Jiang Yin chuckled. Very well. I suppose you do have a point, Zhuang Xinyue replied, rolling her eyes at Jiang Yin before breaking into a smile. Yet, her smile captivated the surrounding onlookers, who stood in awe. Hey, what do you think of that girl? One remarked. Boss, she's a catch. In bed. It would undoubtedly be delightful. Another chimed in. Upon overhearing the group's crude remarks about Zhuang Xinyue, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow. He subtly extended his fingers, channeling a surge of energy that struck the speaker. The man gazed at Jiang Yin with shock, bewilderment filling his eyes before he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang. What has happened to you? His companions rushed forward, only to discover he was lifeless. How dare you silently assassinate Xiao Liang? Gather all brothers and track down those two. I must inform young Master Wu. The leader commanded, turning to leave. As the group dispersed, Jiang Yin led Zhuang Xinyue away, remarking, This is how we deal with such ruffians. Well then, if you have the ability to confront them, do not flee. You were the one who allowed them to intimidate you into hiding, Zhuang Xinyue responded with a laugh. Was I truly frightened? I simply wish to keep our movements discreet. Should our whereabouts become known, it would disrupt our mission to eliminate the royal family of Feng Nation, Jiang Yin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhuang Xinyue. Ding, mission received. Exterminate the Wu clan. Task reward, 10th level of essence technique. Upon receiving the system's mission, Jiang Yin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Initially, he merely wished to reach the imperial city of Feng country in peace. However, before even arriving at the imperial city, the system demanded that he annihilate a family. Such an action would inevitably expose his whereabouts, leading to the royal family of Feng country setting their sights on him. I say, system, isn't the task assigned by the royal family of Feng country rather meager? If I reveal myself here, the royal family will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly, and that would be perilous. Could the reward for the task from Feng's royal family be increased? Chapter 53, Discovery. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the system fell silent for a moment. Ding, task reacquired. Annihilate the royal family of Shui country. Task reward, 15th level of Proud Dragon technique. This was the system's first response to him, and Jiang Yin felt a surge of excitement within. What is wrong with you? Zhuang Xinyue, noticing Jiang Yan's fluctuating expressions between helplessness and amusement, asked with concern. Nothing, just a bit happy. All right, let us go, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Before long, the two found an inn. Boss, a room please, Jiang Yin said with a grin. How many? The innkeeper asked, puzzled. Just one, Jiang Yin stated directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden pain shot through his waist, prompting him to glance at Zhuang Xinyue. What are you doing? Zhuang Xinyue whispered. What do you mean, what am I doing? You're the one pinching me, Jiang Yin retorted helplessly. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinyue bit her silver teeth and said, last time, there was no room. And you took one at this time? You didn't even ask and just took one. What do you mean by that? Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Yin chuckled awkwardly, then shifted his gaze and said, you don't understand, we are already being watched. It's not very safe. Being together is relatively safer, isn't it? Zhuang Xinyue hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, all right, I'll let you off this time, but remember, don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Jiang Yin nodded in response. Soon, the room was ready, and Jiang Yin led Zhuang Xinyue to their quarters. After traveling for so many days, I can finally sleep in a bed, Jiang Yin exclaimed as he lay down. I say, Jiang Yin, this bed is mine. You can sleep on the floor, Zhuang Xinyue protested. What, again me? Jiang Yin sighed as he reluctantly vacated the bed he longed for and slowly made his way down. Of course it's you. Who else could it be? Hurry up and get down, Zhuang Xinyue instructed. Before long, Zhuang Xinyue lay down on the bed and declared, let us rest for the night, and we shall set off tomorrow. Don't think of anything else. Otherwise, you'll be in serious trouble. With that, Zhuang Xinyue prepared to sleep. Humph. Jiang Yin let out a soft snort and began to set up his makeshift bed on the floor. Meanwhile, within the city, at the Guo family residence. What? Xiaoliang is dead. How could you let this happen? He was perfectly fine, and you allowed him to die. He was the youngest son of the family head, the one most beloved. If you report this to the family head, you will be doomed, the Guo family's steward shouted furiously. We certainly understand that. So we were hoping you could assist us, a man said softly. Producing a premium essence crystal, the steward accepted the crystal, then smiled and said, all right, rest assured, this matter is no longer your concern. You should leave quickly. I will report to the family head. With that, the steward hurried away. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Come in. After the voice fell, the steward slowly walked in. Family head. I have something to report. A middle-aged man in the room replied indifferently. What is it? The young master is dead. The steward whispered. What? What did you say? The young master is dead. Who did it? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Unclear. The guards you assigned to the young master said they went to buy things for him. And when they returned, the young master was dead. I suspect someone assassinated him, the steward said, frowning. What were those guards doing? Where were they? I will have them punished severely. The middle-aged man slammed his palm down, shattering a teacup on the table, then shouted angrily, Family head, please don't be angry. I have already punished those guards. But the pressing issue now is to find out who killed the young master. The steward urged. You make a valid point. Immediately seal the city and conduct an investigation. We must ascertain who was behind this, and crucially, investigate the whereabouts of the 3 young masters, the middle-aged man commanded directly. Upon hearing his words, the steward nodded and quickly left the room. However, it was not long before the steward returned. Family head, I have investigated thoroughly, I asked everyone, and today only the eldest young master left home. Coinciding with the time of the young master's death, the steward said softly. The eldest young master? Humph, it must be him. He harbored jealousy towards Xiao Liang. Capture him and bring him to me. I shall inquire what he was up to, the middle-aged man shouted angrily. At this moment, Jiang Yin remained unaware that the trouble he caused had inadvertently led to the steward's oversight. The next morning, as Zhang Nan and the others prepared to leave the city, they found the city gates sealed off. What is the reason for this? Jiang Yin sighed in frustration. Originally, Jiang Yin intended to eliminate the royal family of Feng Country first, then return to destroy the Wu family. However, with the Wu family sealing the city, it meant he had to deal with them first before turning his attention to the royal family of Feng. Just as Jiang Yin felt disheartened by this turn of events, Zhuang Xinhua looked at him and asked, Now that we can't leave, what should we do? If we can't leave, then we might as well go back. Let us stay another day. Jiang Yin had already made up his mind to eliminate the Wu family that night, so he believed the city would only be sealed for a day at most. How do you know it will only take one night? Zhuang Xinhua asked curiously. I'm guessing. Now, let us hurry, Jiang Yin replied. Soon, Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinhua returned to the inn. However, unbeknownst to them, as soon as they arrived at the city gate, they were spotted by the guards stationed there. They did not recognize Jiang Yin, but they were familiar with Zhuang Xinhua. Before long, they discovered which inn Jiang Yin was staying at. Boss, I have news. I found the ones who assassinated the young master. They are currently at the inn. What should we do? A guard rushed to a man and asked. Since we found them, we cannot let them leave here. Tonight, we'll find a time to eliminate them and take the bodies to the steward for him to deal with, the man said, taking a swig of his drink and speaking fiercely. Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinhua stayed in the inn for the entire day. In the dead of night, ding. The system alerted him, indicating the presence of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin immediately opened his eyes and called out to Zhuang Xinhua. Xinhua, wake up, there is someone outside. Zhuang Xinhua opened her eyes, glanced at Jiang Yin, and asked, What do you mean? There are people who want to kill us, so we should stay awake for now, lest we miss seeing the sun rise tomorrow. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Zhuang Xinhua shot him a glare, then got out of bed and approached the door, her broken song sword already in hand. Chapter 54, 10th Level of Essence Technique. Soon, the door was kicked open, and several men stormed into the room. Who are you? Jiang Yin asked coldly upon seeing the intruders. Who we are? Don't you remember? One of the men replied coldly. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yin sneered and said, I remember now. You're the ones who were harassing my friend at the entrance, right? Humph, we didn't harass your friend, but the issue now is that you killed the son of our family head. So your good days are over, the man scoffed. I think it's your good days that are coming to an end. With that, Zhuang Xinhua sprang into action, sending 2 of the men behind him flying. The others hesitated, not daring to advance. You've offended the Wu family. Even if you kill us, you won't have a good time, the man shouted furiously. Looks like you are from the Wu family. Thank you for the information. Jiang Yin then swiftly ended the man's life with a single strike. Seeing the man dead, Jiang Yin frowned and said somberly, Let us go. We're heading to the Wu family. Before long, the 2 arrived at the Wu family estate. Meanwhile, the head of the Wu family was still suspicious of his eldest son. However, before he could investigate further, the cries of several guards drew his attention to the entrance. Who goes there? The Wu family head shouted angrily. Quickly, Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinhua walked in slowly. Who are you? The head of the Wu family exclaimed in alarm. Who are we? Does the head of the Wu family not know? Are you not currently sending people to hunt us down? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Hunt you down? What are you talking about? The head of the Wu family questioned in confusion. Jiang Yin, upon hearing this, also looked at the head of the Wu family with a puzzled expression. At that moment, the steward stepped forward, gazing quizzically at Jiang Yin. The 4 of them exchanged bewildered glances. But it was the steward who first regained his composure and excitedly declared, Master, this must be the person who harmed the young master. and now this individual has come to confront us. Upon hearing the steward's words, the head of the Wu family nodded and said, "Ah, so it was you who harmed my son, and you even forced me to doubt my eldest son. Guards, seize them and kill them." At the head of the Wu family's command, countless guards rushed forward. Seeing them, Jiang Yin chuckled and turned to Zhuang Xinyue, saying, "How about we have a competition to see who can resolve this situation quicker?" "All right," she agreed. As her words fell, Zhuang Xinyue immediately took action. "You're cheating," Jiang Yin exclaimed as he charged towards the group of guards. However, it was evident to all that these guards were no match for either Jiang Yin or Chu Bing. "Master, take the young master and hide in the secret chamber for a while. I will keep watch here," the steward suggested. "Very well," the head of the Wu family responded, already panicked, as he led his eldest son into a secret chamber under the guard's protection. Once the head of the Wu family entered the secret chamber, the steward smiled and surveyed the situation around them. After Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue dispatched the last guard, the steward knelt on the ground and, with tears in his eyes, pleaded, "Please, no more fighting. I know I was wrong, but these actions were all commanded by the master. They have nothing to do with me." Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback by the steward's demeanor and questioned in confusion. "It was all the head of the Wu family's doing? Then why did you just accuse me? Isn't that what a steward is supposed to do?" The steward replied passionately, "Fine, you make a fair point. Since you've stated it was the head of the Wu family's doing, I will certainly deal with him, so do not worry. Just tell me the location of the head of the Wu family, and I will let you go," Jiang Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Zhuang Xinyue quickly glanced at him, for it was evident to all that the steward was lying. Observing this, Jiang Yin smiled back at Zhuang Xinyue. Soon after, they followed the steward to a secret chamber, where 2 guards stood at the entrance. "Steward, you?" One guard began to speak, pointing at the steward, but before he could finish, his throat was slit by the steward. "Gentlemen, the master is inside." Witnessing the guard's demise, the other guard wisely knelt down, pretending to see nothing, while the steward nodded in satisfaction and addressed Jiang Yin. Observing such guards and such a steward, Jiang Yin could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the head of the Wu family. "Come out, those inside. I am already at the door. Will you not invite me in for a cup of tea?" Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Inside the secret chamber, upon hearing Jiang Yin's voice, the head of the Wu family grew fearful. With only his eldest son beside him, he said, "My son, I have treated you well in the past, and now is the time for you to step forward." He looked at his eldest son. The eldest son, taken aback, exclaimed, "Father, are you truly willing to abandon me?" "It is not that I wish to abandon you, but I have no other choice at this moment. You can see for yourself. I have no one left to rely on. If I had any other option, I would not push you forward," the head of the Wu family lamented. Hearing his father's words, the eldest son shook his head helplessly and replied, "You gave me life, so if you wish to push me out, I shall say nothing." "Very well, you stay safe here. I will go out and take a look." Soon, the eldest son slowly made his way toward the exit. However, just as the head of the Wu family relaxed, the eldest son suddenly drew his sword and struck at his father's neck. "You," the head of the Wu family said in shock. Gazing at his son, "Father, do not blame me. You are the one who pushed me away, do not worry. On this day next year, I will burn extra paper for you, and I will take over the Wu family." With that, the eldest son withdrew his sword and decapitated the head of the Wu family. Jiang Yin, growing impatient outside, was about to enter when the door of the secret chamber swung open. Upon seeing the eldest son emerge with the head of the Wu family in hand, Jiang Yin was utterly astonished. Not only Jiang Yin, but Zhuang Xinyue and even the steward were equally shocked. "Eldest son, you?" the steward exclaimed in disbelief. "I have slain my father. Please let our Wu family go," the eldest son pleaded as he knelt before Jiang Yin. Mission accomplished. Annihilate the Wu family. Reward, level 10 of Essence Technique. Status, currently at level 50 of Essence Technique. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Yin felt no joy. Instead, a surge of hatred welled within him. "You killed your father?" Chapter 55, The Man in Black. Jiang Yin hesitated and asked, "Is that so? Were you not the one who wished for this? I merely helped you to avoid staining your hands with blood." The eldest son replied directly. Hearing this, Jiang Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Is someone like him worthy of being kept alive?" Zhuang Xinyue questioned coldly. "Kept alive? What purpose would that serve?" Jiang Yin said, raising his sword to strike the eldest son. Wait, the eldest son shouted in alarmed. Do you have any final words? Jiang Yin inquired immediately. I have already helped you accomplish what you wanted. Why do you wish to kill me? The eldest son asked. Bewildered. Why do I wish to kill you? Do you not understand what you have done? Even if your father treated you poorly, you cannot kill your father. He is the one who brought you into this world. Jiang Yin replied. The one who brought me into this world? You are right. The one who brought me into this world is my mother. This man cares only for the glory of his family and has never regarded us, his children, and do you know? My biological father personally killed my mother. The eldest son wept as he spoke. Jiang Yin, upon hearing this, looked at the steward behind him in confusion. The steward nodded helplessly in response. Why? Jiang Yin asked directly. The reason is simple. My father wished to take a concubine, but my mother refused. Tio silence her. My father directly killed her, while my mother labored for the Wu family her entire life, only to meet such a tragic end. Upon hearing the eldest son's words, Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned and turned to the steward, asking, Is this true? In response to your inquiry, indeed, such events transpired. The lady did protest. And in his annoyance, the master ultimately killed her, the steward lamented. Your master is truly a man of merit, Jiang Yin remarked with a sigh. The eldest son continued, just moments ago, you forced us into the secret chamber. And my father sought to push me out. Tell me, is such a father truly deserving of my respect? While Jiang Yin still could not comprehend why one would kill their own father, he felt sympathy for the eldest son's plight. As Jiang Yin hesitated, Zhuang Xinyue took decisive action, slaying the eldest son. Regardless of your reasons, patricide is unforgivable. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, the surprise on the eldest son's face vanished, replaced by a smile. All right, this matter is resolved. We should leave quickly. With that, Jiang Yin led Zhuang Xinyue away. The two did not linger within the city but proceeded directly outside its borders. You acted too quickly just now? Jiang Yin remarked, glancing at the silent Zhuang Xinyue. I acted too quickly? Were you hoping to spare him? Zhuang Xinyue asked in confusion. His father truly did not treat him like a biological son. In such circumstances, is he not justified? Jiang Yin questioned. While I do not know how you perceive this, consider the father. It is indeed wrong to kill one's wife merely for the desire to take a concubine. However, the eldest son's resentment toward the head of the Wu family stems more from the neglect of his contributions to the family. Zhuang Xinyue expressed discontentedly. Indeed. Jiang Yin nodded and remarked, this is the crux of the issue. He is no longer a child. He is quite grown, as an adult. If he cannot comprehend such fundamental truths, how can one expect him to lead the Wu family? If he were to ascend as the next patriarch, do you truly believe he could steer the family well? Zhuang Xinyue replied with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yin cast a glance at her. He understood that neither he nor Zhuang Xinyue was in the wrong. They merely viewed matters from different perspectives. He focused on individual relationships, while she was concerned with the future of their power dynamics. Having come to this realization, Jiang Yin had no intention of continuing to debate with Zhuang Xinyue. However, at that moment, he halted his steps and coldly stated, You have been trailing me since we left the city. It's time for you to reveal yourself. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xinyue immediately grew vigilant and quickly turned to look behind her. There, a man clad in black appeared in Jiang Yan's wake. You noticed me? The man asked, astonished. Otherwise, what would it be? In truth, I detected your presence long ago. I was merely waiting, anticipating your move. I did not expect you to maintain such composure. I sensed your murderous intent numerous times, yet you restrained yourself. It seems you have been searching for the right opportunity, Jiang Yin said with a smile. You are correct. I have indeed been seeking the right moment. Unfortunately, I have yet to find a suitable opportunity, and now that you have discovered me, I have decided to forego waiting and simply eliminate you. The man replied with a grin. You think you can kill me? Who do you represent? Some sect or family? Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. Family? Do you truly believe any family could afford to support someone of my caliber? Are you suggesting the Wu family? Don't be ridiculous. Even if the Wu family were to exhaust their wealth, they could not sustain me. The man in black chuckled. So, you are from the Divine Hall? Jiang Yin retorted with a cold smirk. Sort of, but not quite. I am of royal lineage, though you will never guess which royal family I belong to. The man in black replied with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin declared, Since I cannot guess, I shall force you to reveal it. With that, he lunged towards the man. However, in that instant, the man in black moved swiftly, evading Jiang Yan's assault, and chuckled, "I apologize, but I did not come here to engage in combat. I merely wanted to greet you and make it clear that I have been following you. Do not let your guard down, for the next time I appear, my intent will be to kill." Jiang Yan frowned upon hearing the man's words, and as he watched the black-clad figure vanish, he muttered, "Himph, you are fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, you would have met your end." Once the black-clad man had departed, Jiang Yan snorted and remarked, "Enough. He has already gone far away, so what good is it to continue discussing it?" Zhuang Xinyue looked at Jiang Yan with a sense of helplessness and said, "That person is exceptionally powerful. He is the strongest I have ever encountered, even surpassing the elders of the Divine Hall." Chapter 56. Blood Heaven Organization. Is this person truly that formidable? Although the Divine Hall's branches are classified as third-tier sects, they are significantly stronger than their counterparts in the same tier. An elder from such a sect could rival one from a second-tier sect, Zhuang Xinyue said, furrowing her brow. Indeed, this individual is anything but ordinary. Tio possessed such prowess. One can only imagine how powerful this country could become. Jiang Yin responded, also frowning, "Never mind. He has already left. Let us hasten to the Wind Nation. We should remain vigilant along the way," Zhuang Xinyue said with resignation. Acknowledging her words, Jiang Yin nodded and replied, "Very well, let us make our way to the capital of the Wind Nation." The two quickened their pace, but even after a day had passed, they could not shake off the persistent follower. "How is this possible? We have been on the move for an entire day, and yet we cannot seem to lose him," Zhuang Xinyue remarked, perplexed. Hesitating, Jiang Yin contemplated before saying, "It is of no consequence. We shall simply assign someone to keep watch at night." Zhuang Xinyue nodded in agreement. Soon, the pair began to take turns resting. Under the cover of night, the man in black approached the perimeter of their camp and scrutinized Jiang Yan's tent. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously advanced towards it. "Are you planning a sneak attack? Huh?" The man in black turned around in surprise, only to find Jiang Yan standing right behind him. "You? When did you?" The man in black stammered, "It is quite dark tonight, and I cannot sleep. Let us have a chat. What is your purpose in following us? I do not recall having wronged you," Jiang Yan said. Sitting down with a smile, "I received orders to eliminate you, yet I am aware that I am no match for you. So I have been searching for the most opportune moment," the man in black admitted directly. "The most opportune moment? Allow me to be clear. As soon as I detected your presence, you lost your chance for a secure strike. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your organization must have grown impatient with your inaction." Jiang Yin remarked with a grin. It's Jiang Yan's words. The man in black trembled slightly, then glanced at him and asked, "How do you know?" "Just a guess. You would do well to act quickly, or your loyal organization may soon turn against you," Jiang Yin stated, leisurely making his way back to the camp. After Jiang Yin left, the man in black looked at the assassination token in his hand and muttered softly, "Could they truly betray me?" The following morning, Jiang Yin and Zhuang Xinyue purposely slowed their pace, strolling leisurely along the path. Yet, the black-clad man continued to follow them at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of action. Why hasn't he made a move? Aren't we in a position of advantage now? Is there no opening to exploit? Zhuang Xinyue queried, looking at Jiang Yin with confusion. He is waiting for something he trusts. Jiang Yin replied, somewhat helplessly. Something he trusts? Zhuang Xinyue asked, puzzled. Just then, a surge of true essence emanated from behind them, but neither moved to evade it, as they sensed it was merely the residual energy from a confrontation. Soon after, the residual force dissipated. Jiang Yin glanced back at the site of the clash, calculating the distance. It was precisely where their pursuer had been. It seems something has transpired. We should go check it out, Jiang Yin declared, dashing towards the location. Zhuang Xinyue nodded in agreement. Before long, they reached a hillside, where two black-clad figures were locked in combat below. "Isn't that the person who has been following us? Who is he fighting?" Zhuang Xinyue inquired, bewildered. "If my guess is correct, it should be someone from the same organization. It appears that his prolonged surveillance raised suspicions within the organization, resulting in this situation," Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinyue nodded and asked, "So what should we do now?" "Let us refrain from intervening for the moment. I wish to see how this unfolds," Jiang Yin decided. Although he intended to observe, He soon found himself disappointed, as the two fighters exchanged not a single word, resembling two formless entities engaged in a battle. Apart from the occasional wave of true essence, there seemed to be little of substance occurring. These two are quite taciturn, Jiang Yin remarked with a sigh. Before long, the confrontation concluded. The figure who had been trailing Jiang Yin fell to the ground, evidently without the means to resist. The other black-clad man approached him slowly. Betrayers of the organization must die. With that, the man lifted the blade in his hand, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause resonated from behind. Who goes there? The man in black exclaimed, spinning around, and I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed this spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Jiang Yin chuckled. Huh? What do you mean? The man in black asked coldly. Nothing much. What organization do you belong to? Jiang Yin inquired with a grin. The man in black remained silent, merely glancing at Jiang Yin before addressing the fallen figure. So this is Jiang Yin? Indeed. Why not test his strength? After you do, you will understand why I have yet to make my move. The man in black replied with resignation. Very well, I shall see for myself. Once I have slain Jiang Yin, I will return to settle matters with you, the black-clad man proclaimed, charging toward Jiang Yin. Zhanhuang Tower, capture him, Jiang Yin commanded, gesturing for the tower to emerge. As the Zhanhuang Tower soared forth, a powerful suction force emerged. The black-clad man attempted to resist, but soon realized he could not withstand it in no time. He was drawn into the tower. Jiang Yin looked down at the fallen black-clad figure and, with a smile, asked, Can you get up by yourself? Certainly. The man in black struggled to rise from the ground and then turned to Zhang Nan, saying, Thank you for saving me this time. Zhang Nan replied, Do not misunderstand. I had no intention of saving you. I merely captured you and require your survival. Now, tell me, which organization do you belong to, and to whom do you pledge your allegiance? Jiang Yin smiled as he inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the man in black paused momentarily, casting a glance at Jiang Yin before helplessly smiling and replying, I am a member of Blood Heaven. We are an assassin organization. Initially, Blood Heaven had no obligation to serve anyone, but recently, our leader seems to have made contact with the Emperor of the Great Zhou, so we are now serving the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing the assassin's words, Jiang Yin chuckled and said, I see. Chapter 57. The Blood Heaven Division. So it is the Emperor of the Great Zhou who has taken action. I was wondering who possessed the strength to locate someone like you. It turns out to be the Emperor. This clarifies things, but now there remains one question. What do you intend to do next? Are you planning to return? I assure you, if you do, it will lead you only to your demise. Zhuang Xinyue interjected with a furrowed brow. I am well aware of that, but even if I do not wish to return, where else can I go? The man in black lamented. You can accompany me. I can help you create an assassin organization that rivals Blood Heaven, or even surpasses it, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Do not make such reckless claims. Zhuang Xinyue quickly intervened, though it was already too late. Really? You can truly help me establish an organization comparable to Blood Heaven? The man in black exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, what I seek is an organization of assassins with warmth, not one that is cold and detached. Jiang Yin affirmed with a nod. Very well, I will accompany you. If you deceive me, believe me, I will show you no mercy, for killing is the only skill I possess. My name is Hao Yin, he declared. Hey, Jiang Yin, did you not hear what I said? Did you not promise to think carefully before agreeing? Zhuang Xinyue expressed her exasperation. What is it? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. Do you understand what kind of organization Blood Heaven is? Do you dare to utter such harsh words? Zhuang Xinyue replied helplessly. Jiang Yin, still confused, turned to Zhuang Xinyue and asked, Isn't it just an assassin organization? Why take it so seriously? An assassin organization? You truly underestimate it. It is not that simple. You must understand that Blood Heaven is no ordinary assassin organization. From what I know, although Blood Heaven ostensibly reports to the Celestial Hall, in reality, it is not truly under their control and operates independently of them. Zhuang Xinyue explained with a sigh. Jiang Yin was taken aback by the formidable nature of Blood Heaven and quickly inquired, So, what level does Blood Heaven hold among the sects? It is roughly at the level of a first-tier sect. However, there are rumors in the outside world that I cannot verify. They say there are true high-level warriors within Blood Heaven, but those warriors rarely reveal themselves. The Celestial Hall has refrained from taking action against them out of fear of those high-level warriors. If those mysterious figures are involved, Blood Heaven could easily become a top-tier sect, Zhuang Xinyue elaborated, her expression one of resignation. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Jiang Yin finally comprehended the gravity of his previous statements. No matter. Since I have made a promise, I will certainly fulfill it. I do not care about the branches of the Celestial Hall, nor do I concern myself with the main hall, Jiang Yin declared coldly. Zhuang Xinyue was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing her temples in frustration. Hao Yin, just follow me. I will ensure that you build the strongest assassin organization, Jiang Yin affirmed with a nod. Hao Yin, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. He was well acquainted with Jiang Yan's capabilities and audacity, having witnessed Jiang Yan's destruction of 2 branches of the Celestial Hall. For now, Hao Yin was aware that he himself lacked the courage to confront the Celestial Hall alone. Having resolved matters concerning Hao Yin, the 3 of them promptly set off towards the royal palace of the Wind Kingdom. However, along the way, a notification chimed. Task received. Eliminate the Blood Heaven Division. Task reward, forging technique. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Yin immediately halted. What is it? Zhuang Xinyue asked curiously. It's nothing. Hao Yin, is there a Blood Heaven Division nearby? Jiang Yin inquired, looking towards Hao Yin. Hao Yin opened the map and examined the surroundings. Confirming, indeed, there is a Blood Heaven Division here, but it is extremely concealed. I do not know its exact location. I am merely an assassin. Nodding, Jiang Yin began to utilize his essence technique to search for the Blood Heaven Division. Soon, they arrived at a gorge. This should be the location of your Blood Heaven Division. Jiang Yin pointed towards the mountaintop, where a palace-like structure emerged. It appears to be. Its position is similar to that of the division I stayed at. Hao Yin remarked with a smile. Your Blood Heaven organization is indeed affluent. This division looks more luxurious than the branches of the Celestial Hall. What is the source of your funding? Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. I am not certain. It is likely from the tasks we undertake. Hao Yin shrugged and replied helplessly. Enough talk. Let us proceed. Jiang Yin led the 2 of them to the foot of the mountain where the division was situated. However, just as Jiang Yin stepped onto the first stair, a gust of sword energy shot out from the woods. Retreat. Jiang Yin sensed the sword energy and swiftly fell back, shouting. The other 2 followed suit, narrowly evading the attack. Who goes there? Jiang Yin called out immediately. As his voice echoed, a man emerged, coldly stating, above is the Blood Heaven Division. Who are you? We are here to conduct business with you. Is this how you treat your guests? Jiang Yin replied icily. Conducting business? If it is business, you should go to our base in the city. How could you come directly to our division? Moreover, our division is extremely secretive. How did you find this place? The assassin questioned, perplexed. I am an assassin of Blood Heaven. I brought them here. This individual has an enormous business opportunity that requires the division's authorization. Hao Yin quickly produced his token and stated. The man inspected the token and remarked, this is indeed a Blood Heaven token. But what kind of task is significant enough to warrant bringing guests to the division? Clearly, the man had been convinced that Jiang Yin and the others were indeed guests. Unfortunately, the task is quite substantial and involves many complexities. Normally, we would refuse such tasks, but the price offered was far too enticing, even including conditions we could not refuse, which is why we brought them directly to the division. Hao Yin whispered, Brother, please do not put me in a difficult position. You must tell me what kind of task it is. I need to report it up the chain. If you do not disclose it, I cannot relay the message and you cannot enter, the assassin insisted helplessly. Very well, I will tell you. Their target this time is the royal family of the Wind Kingdom, Hao Yin said reluctantly. The royal family of the Wind Kingdom? Is it necessary to involve so many people? Is it the emperor? The assassin asked, astonished. No, it is not one member of the royal family. It is the entire royal family, Hao Yin stated, recalling Jiang Yan's earlier explanation. What? The whole royal family? Is this a complete extermination or the destruction of a royal household? The man's shock was evident as he stared at Jiang Yin. Yes, my target this time is to annihilate the royal family of the Wind Kingdom. Jiang Yin declared resolutely. I must ask, brother, do you truly dare to accept such a task? The man continued to look at Hao Yin in disbelief. We initially refused, but the conditions offered were simply too compelling to decline. However, according to regulations, I cannot disclose those details, so please hurry and report it. Hao Yin replied forlornly. Very well, please wait here. I will go report it now. You understand the rules. I cannot allow you up until I return. The man instructed. Rest assured, Hao Yin nodded. Once the man departed, Jiang Yin turned to Hao Yin and asked, "Is that all it takes?" "Certainly. With this, all the high-ranking members of the division will come to receive you. Yet, you still have not mentioned what your true intention is in bringing me here," Hao Yin queried, puzzled that of course, it is to eliminate him. "Since he dares to act against me, do you think I will endure it?" Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Hao Tian cast a shocked glance at Jiang Yin. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xianyu had already surmised Jiang Yan's intentions when he sought out the Blood Sky branch, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Thus, when Jiang Yin declared his intent to annihilate the Blood Sky branch, she was not taken aback. "Oh, obliterate the Blood Sky branch. Even though it is but a branch. It houses numerous formidable experts. Just the three of us? Is that not a tad too challenging?" Hao Tian hesitantly remarked, "It is not three, but he alone. I have no desire to intervene. It is best left to him while we merely observe the spectacle." Zhuang Xianyu replied with a grin. "She speaks the truth. You need only watch and ensure that none escape." Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Hao Tian opened his mouth, about to object, but suddenly recalled that Jiang Yin had single-handedly destroyed the Celestial Hall branch. It should not be overly difficult to eliminate a Blood Sky branch, and this was a perfect opportunity to gauge Jiang Yan's prowess. With that thought, Hao Tian opted for silence. Before long, a man returned and addressed Jiang Yin. "Please, our boss wishes to speak with you." Jiang Yin nodded in response and proceeded directly to the Grand Hall atop the mountain. "Are you the one seeking to engage in grand business with us?" Several elders sat in high positions within the hall, gazing down at Jiang Yin as they inquired, "I dislike conversing while looking up at others. It would be best for you to come down. Otherwise, I fear our negotiations may be for naught," Jiang Yin stated candidly. The elders hesitated momentarily before slowly descending to stand before Jiang Yin. "Are you now prepared to answer our inquiries?" they asked. "I am the one wishing to conduct business with you. According to the terms I previously proposed, once the royal family of Feng Kingdom is overthrown, I will invade Feng territory. Upon my success, I shall grant you half of Feng Kingdom's domain, and within my territory, I shall allow your Blood Sky to develop freely," Jiang Yin promptly declared. Upon hearing his words, the elders hesitated before asking, "Are you certain it will be a free development?" "Of course, not too freely. As long as your influence does not grow to a level where it can contend with me, that will suffice." Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "Very well, it is a deal. However, before we finalize this agreement, we require evidence of your capital to make such claims," one elder stated directly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yin inquired. Puzzled, "Since you dare assert that you can eradicate the remnants of the Feng Kingdom, you must be a citizen of a nation. Pray tell, which nation do you hail from?" The elder pressed. It was evident that he sought to investigate Jiang Yin further. "Do you wish to scrutinize me? The personnel at your stronghold have already conducted an investigation while I was present. If you require another round, it seems you lack even this modicum of sincerity." "In that case, I believe our discussions need not continue," Jiang Yin scoffed. "Sir, we harbor no such intention. How about this? Simply provide me with your name, and that should not be too much to ask." The elder smiled at him. "My name is Jiang Yin," he replied, revealing no intention to conceal it, knowing that these individuals would soon meet their demise. "Jiang Yin? Why does that name sound so familiar?" the elder murmured in confusion. However, another elder suddenly gazed at Jiang Yin in disbelief, exclaiming, "You are Jiang Yin? Have you recalled? Alas, it is too late. I have already arrived." With that, Jiang Yin waved his hand, summoning the town suppression tower, which then soared toward the elders. "Jiang Yin, you wander into hell when heaven offers no path. Since you have come, do not think to leave," he declared. In an instant, the elders lunged toward Jiang Yin. "Town suppression tower, absorb," Jiang Yin commanded. A powerful suction force emerged, nearly lifting all the elders off the ground. Yet, as they were high-ranking members of Blood Sky, they could not be so easily drawn in. "Humph, mere parlor tricks," one elder scoffed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, which enveloped him in a protective barrier. The other elders followed suit, completely disregarding the town suppression tower's pull. "I say, town suppression tower, cannot you muster a bit more strength? You were once a divine artifact. How is it that you cannot manage to absorb even this small number of people?" Jiang Yin languidly remarked. "Listen here, lad. You only know how to criticize me. I am a damaged divine artifact, not the complete ones you possess. If you wish for me to absorb them, then release your true essence to assist me," the town suppression tower transmitted to Jiang Yin. Upon hearing the tower's words, Jiang Yin chuckled and promptly infused his true essence into the tower. With Jiang Yan's support, the town suppression tower significantly enhanced its suction power, leaving all the elders astonished as they realized the force had surpassed their control. "Everyone, hold on! This suction cannot last long," one elder shouted. "Is that so? Then I shall let you persist a while longer," Jiang Yin retorted, amplifying the output of his true essence. The suction intensified, lifting all the elders off their feet. And soon, they were all drawn into the town suppression tower. "What will happen to them after you consume them?" Jiang Yin asked the tower, perplexed. "Pa, what do you mean by consume? Do not use such revolting language." "I merely confine them," the tower replied. Chapter 59. Windstorm City. Upon hearing the town suppression tower's words, Jiang Yin nodded, saying, Yes, they are merely confined. But what will be the consequence for them?" "Well, as for consequences, they will probably turn to ashes in about 3 days. My tower contains countless flames, and no one can endure longer than 3 days within it, not even those mighty beings. However, that was when I was still a divine artifact. Although there is some difference now, dealing with these individuals should still take no more than 3 days." The town suppression tower chuckled. "Oh, that is acceptable. How many can you contain?" Jiang Yin inquired, voicing his concern. "Several thousand without issue," the tower grinned. "Very well." Jiang Yin nodded and then surveyed the empty hall, stating, "Let us proceed to deal with the remaining assassins." With that, he led the 2 companions away. Shortly after exiting the palace, the assassins gathered at the entrance, clearly sensing the fluctuations of true essence within. "Sir, may I ask what transpired inside?" The assassin who had escorted them immediately questioned upon recognizing Jiang Yin and his companions. "Nothing of note. Merely, your elders have all perished," Jiang Yin replied, before summoning the town suppression tower once again. In an instant, all the assassins were drawn into the tower before they even had the chance to react. It was no wonder the assassins did not guard against Jiang Yin. When he emerged, he bore no aura of malice, nor did he carry the scent of blood, for throughout the ordeal, he had not lifted a finger himself. He had merely activated the town suppression tower. Observing the desolate blood sky branch, Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation. Such a place, now left so empty. What a pity, he sighed. Hao Tian shot Jiang Yin an exasperated glance. Noting, the blood sky branch ended up this way, did it not stem from your own doing? Enough, let us make haste to depart. I suspect the commotion here will soon attract the attention of nearby sentinels or assassins within the city. Once they catch wind of it, our escape will be far more difficult, Hao Tian urged. Very well, let us depart. It is imperative we attend to our business. Should we encounter any more blood sky branches along the way, we shall obliterate them as well, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Ding, mission completed. Annihilate the blood sky branch. Mission reward, crafting technique. Upon receiving the mission notification, Jiang Yin smiled and nodded. Soon, the trio departed from the location. However, shortly after their exit, numerous shadowy figures rushed into the grand hall. Where are the branch members? One cloaked figure inquired, puzzled. Unclear, Captain, it is uncertain. They should have received word of our inspection. Could it be that everyone here has fled? Another shadowy figure speculated. Impossible. This branch is one of our 6 major divisions, and several elders, including the administrators, are loyal to Blood Sky. Search thoroughly. We must find them, alive or dead, the captain ordered firmly. Understood. The other shadowy figures nodded in agreement. Before long, all the shadowy figures returned. Captain, there is no one. I have scoured every nook and cranny, yet found no one. One shadowy figure reported. N01. How can that be? A branch with over 100 members has simply vanished. Another shadowy figure exclaimed in disbelief. Uncertain. All I can attest is that we genuinely found no one. The shadowy figure replied helplessly. Enough. I shall report this matter to headquarters. Let them decide, the shadowy figure concluded with resignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was leading his 2 companions along the path to the royal city of Feng Kingdom. That Jiang Yin, we have been traveling for an entire day. Should we not find a place to rest properly? Hao Tian hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring, shall we take a break? But do you know if there are any resting places nearby? Jiang Yin asked in puzzlement. Of course, I know. Not far ahead. There is a fork in the road. If you go left, you'll reach a city that I believe is called Windstorm City, Hao Tian replied thoughtfully. Windstorm City? Then let us go take a look. It would be a perfect opportunity to rest and enjoy some good food. We haven't had anything delectable in days, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Before long, the three arrived at Windstorm City. However, upon entering, Jiang Yin frowned, perceiving a scent of blood lingering in the air. Something seems amiss here, Jiang Yin remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, there are bloodstains on the streets, suggesting a recent battle. Moreover, there are many injured individuals around. Could it be that Windstorm City has come under attack? That shouldn't be the case, as the Celestial Temple mediates such conflicts, and Windstorm City is part of the Wind Nation's territory. Surely the Celestial Temple would assist them? Zhuang Exinyu replied, equally concerned. Just then, as the three pondered the situation, a guard approached and blocked their path. You three, who are you? The guard, still stained with blood, immediately questioned. We are from the Zhou Nation. Merely passing through and seeking an inn to rest, Jiang Yin promptly replied. Zhou Nation? You don't seem like bad people. Very well, you may enter, the guard nodded in response. I must ask, dear guard, what has transpired within the city? It appears as if a fierce battle has recently occurred. Are we in danger? Jiang Yin quickly inquired. Fear not, our prison collapsed, and the inmates escaped. We were just conducting a city-wide search for them. You are not in danger. Most of the prisoners have been apprehended, and only a few remain at large. Rest assured, we are systematically searching every household, the guard reassured with a smile. Upon hearing the guard's words, Jiang Yin nodded and said, Understood. You have truly worked hard. The guard smiled in return and waved them off as he resumed his post. Once the guard had departed, Jiang Yin led the two of them to 2 rooms, subsequently bringing them into one. This place doesn't seem particularly safe. We should remain vigilant while we sleep. If danger arises, remember that safeguarding your safety is paramount, Jiang Yin stated firmly. All right, I understand, Hao Tian replied cheerfully. I have a question, Hao Tian said. What is it? Speak up, Zhuang Exinyu urged. I want to ask why 3 of us are sharing 2 rooms. Are you 2 men to share one? Is it because you lack funds? Jiang Yin interjected. You misunderstand. Hao Tian will occupy 1 room alone, while the 2 of us will share the other. For safety's sake, I know I might get scolded for saying this, but could you please wait until I finish speaking? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Exinyu, who had already raised her hand, retracted it. Go on, let's see what you have to say, she said. What I meant to convey is that I fear there might be lecherous individuals in this inn. I wish to protect you. After all, the 2 of us men would be safe together, but you, as a woman, would be vulnerable alone, Jiang Yin clarified. Lecherous? How absurd. I think you are the biggest lecher here. Zhuang Exinyu retorted. After saying this, she glanced at Hao Tian. I'm feeling tired. I shall take my leave now. With that, Hao Tian exited the room. Noticing Hao Tian's departure, Jiang Yin felt an ominous sensation and turned to Zhuang Exinyu, saying, Could you refrain from striking my face? With a resounding slap, a red handprint appeared on Jiang Yan's cheek. You hesitated too long, Zhuang Exinyu chuckled. Soon after, Jiang Yan's cries of despair echoed through the room. How tragic! Hao Tian shook his head helplessly. In the dead of night, several individuals clad in prison garb appeared around the inn. Boss, the entire city is searching for us. What should we do? One prisoner nervously addressed their leader. What are you afraid of? At least we are safe for now. No one can trace us here. This inn has many spacious rooms. We should find an unoccupied one to hide in, and once the officials leave, we can find a way to escape the city, the leader declared, promptly scaling the building. The other prisoners followed suit, climbing up to the rooftops. However, just as they were about to enter a room, a voice emerged from behind them. Are you the escaped prisoners? At the sound of this voice, the prisoners turned to find Jiang Yin standing before them. Are you an officer? How did you discover us? One prisoner asked, fear evident in his eyes. Ding. System has received a task. Safely escort the prisoners out of the city. Task reward, Starfall Iron. System explanation. Starfall Iron is one of the primary materials for repairing the Town of Desolation's tower. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yin sighed and turned to the prisoners. You wish to leave the city, correct? I will help you, but do not question my motives. Consider me simply bored. For now, let us take refuge in my room, he said, turning to enter his chamber. Boss, can we trust him? One prisoner inquired. If he hasn't turned us in to the officials, then we can trust him. Follow his lead, the leader of the prisoners replied, showing decisiveness as he led the others into Jiang Yan's room. Make yourselves comfortable. By dawn, I will find a way to escort you out of the city, Jiang Yan said, exasperated. Zhuang Xianyu eyed the prisoners and frowned. Are you certain you want to help them escape? The guards are actively hunting them. Have you devised a plan to get them out? Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation and turned to the prisoners. Now, tell me how you ended up in that prison. At Jiang Yan's prompting, anger flared in the eyes of the prisoners. Humph. It was due to our grievances with the Celestial clan. These guards did not care who was right or wrong. They simply apprehended us, the leader exclaimed. Understanding their plight, Jiang Yin realized why the system had tasked him with their protection. It was due to their opposition to the Celestial clan. Well then, since you have enmity with the Celestial Temple, I shall be frank. My name is Jiang Yin, and I believe you have heard of me. I too have grievances with the Celestial Temple, so you can place your trust in me? He said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's declaration, the leader of the prisoners paused in surprise before exclaiming, You are Jiang Yin? Indeed. What of it? Jiang Yin replied, puzzled. Are you the Jiang Yin of the Zhou Nation? The prisoner pressed again. Yes, Jiang Yin confirmed with a sigh. Wonderful. We have finally found you. After we got into trouble, we sought you out to join forces against the Celestial Temple, but we were apprehended before we could leave the city. Meeting you here makes our imprisonment worthwhile, the leader declared excitedly. Since you share my sentiments, I will certainly assist you. I am currently looking to form an assassin organization and require skilled individuals. Would you be interested in joining? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. An assassin organization? Is it yours? The leader of the prisoners inquired, bewildered. Of course it is mine. Why else would I be recruiting you? Jiang Yin replied with a chuckle. Very well, as long as it is yours, we will do whatever you ask. However, if it is not, please do not enlist us. Our enemies are the Celestial Temple, and ordinary individuals lack the ability to protect us. Even if they have the will, the leader said resignedly, rest assured, since I have called you here, I have means to protect you. Jiang Yin assured them. He soon summoned Hao Tian. What do you think of them? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. What do you mean by think? Hao Tian replied, perplexed. I have mentioned before that I want to establish an assassin organization comparable to Bloodheaven. What do you think of these individuals? Jiang Yin elaborated. Hao Tian approached the prisoners, scrutinizing them before asking, Have you all killed before? Yes, we have killed members of the Celestial clan, but we were subsequently captured, the prisoners responded. If I were to ask you to kill now, would you dare? Hao Tian questioned out of course. What is there to fear in killing? The prisoners answered boldly. The leader of the prisoners chuckled and said, All right, I now present you with a task. There are many guards outside searching, and I believe their target is you. You have two choices. The first is that I hand you over to Jiang Yin for his disposal. As for how he will handle you, I cannot say. The other option is to go out now and bring back the head of a guard each. I will be watching you until you complete the task, Hao Tian directly stated. Upon hearing the mention of killing guards, some of the prisoners grew apprehensive. Master Jiang Yin, if we choose not to join this assassin organization, can we still leave alive? The leader of the prisoners asked, a hint of fear in his voice. Of course, I will still take you out, but I will not let you join me because what I seek are those who truly dare to oppose the heavenly temple. Not mere talkers. I have no need for those who only speak. Jiang Yin chuckled. Hearing his words, several of the prisoners felt a surge of determination. Indeed, they had always claimed to oppose the heavenly temple. Yet now they hesitated even to kill a few guards. Chapter 61. 5 spirits. Very well, we accept. We shall go kill a few guards and bring their heads back for you, the prisoner leader declared. Wait, I have a stipulation. You may have misunderstood my meaning. Assassins are inherently solitary, often working alone. If there are too many, it raises the target's wariness. What I mean is that I will take you out one by one to kill the guards. And you must not be discovered. If anyone gets caught or spotted by the guards, I will help you evade danger. However, you will lose your chance to join our organization. Hao Tian smiled and said, What is there to fear? None of us are cowards. As long as we think carefully before acting, we will surely succeed. We agree. The prisoner leader said firmly, No, I do not want your agreement. I want them all to agree. From now on, what you say only represents yourself, not them. They are now independent individuals, not your subordinates. Hao Tian responded directly. Upon hearing his words, the old prisoner nodded, then looked at the others and asked, What do you all think? Boss, you are right. We are not lacking. We will join, a prisoner said after a moment of silence. Yes, we will join. Seeing that everyone chose to join, Jiang Yin smiled. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, They had passed his test. However, for Hao Tian, being a true assassin of exceptional intellect, these individuals would need to impress him with their actions. Now that you have all agreed, from this moment until dawn, which is approximately 4 hours, I will give each of you half an hour. If you do not return with a head in half an hour, whether because you've been caught or discovered, it will be deemed a failure. Remember, assassins do not have the luxury of failure, for one failure means death or exposure of the organization. If the organization is exposed, even if you return alive, you will be ruthlessly discarded, and that is no different from death. Hao Tian said once more. Upon hearing this, the prisoner leader hesitated before saying, I will go first. After all, I am the leader. I will set an example for the brothers below. Good. Hao Tian had no objections to who would go first. Soon, the prisoner leader jumped out of the window without hesitation. Hao Tian nodded at Jiang Yin and followed suit. Jiang Yin glanced at the remaining prisoners, counted 4, and then smiled, asking, Do you truly wish to join Hao Tian's assassin organization? Did you not say it was yours? One of the prisoners, quite astute, immediately questioned, sensing a discrepancy in Jiang Yan's words. That is indeed true, but as you can see, I am not an assassin. I manage you and assign tasks. To put it simply, the actual manager is Hao Tian. I merely assist you when issues arise. Jiang Yin explained with a smile, As long as you can protect us, it matters not whose organization the assassins belong to. In truth, we do not genuinely wish to join the assassin organization. To be precise, we do not want to join. Joining the assassin organization could mean losing our lives at any moment. Who does not wish to live? However, we seek vengeance, and the assassin organization can not only protect us but also train us. A prisoner smiled as he spoke. Well said. Jiang Yin nodded with approval. Zhuang Xinyue had remained silent, but she could tell that Jiang Yin was genuinely pleased with these individuals. Before long, Jiang Yin engaged in conversation with the group. However, just as they were talking, the prisoner leader returned. Master Jiang Yin, I have brought back a head without being discovered by the guards, the prisoner leader asked, puzzled. I am right behind you. Hao Tian replied directly. Master, how did I perform? The prisoner leader asked excitedly. Jiang Yin was also curious about the performance of the prisoner leader. Not bad. You indeed show potential as an assassin. You tracked that guard for 3 streets and executed him when he strayed from the group to relieve himself. You did well in that regard, but you wasted too much time. You must understand that before you acted, there were 3 opportunities to eliminate that guard, and you nearly squandered all your time. What if he had no intention of relieving himself within 15 minutes? Hao Tian said coldly. I apologize, the prisoner leader said, feeling a sense of embarrassment after initially feeling proud. There is no need to apologize. Your first attempt was commendable. You performed better than the vast majority of assassins on their first try. So do not be too hard on yourself. Just ensure to train diligently in the future. Hao Tian reassured him, understanding the principle of balancing criticism with encouragement. Who will go next? Hao Tian asked the remaining 4 individuals. I will go. The astute prisoner whom Jiang Yin favored replied. Good, off you go. Hao Tian nodded. Soon, Hao Tian and the chosen individual left the inn. Jiang Yin turned to the prisoner leader and smiled, asking, What are your names? In response to Master Jiang Yin, we are all from impoverished families and do not have any notable names. Furthermore, while executing the task, I took a moment to glance at my home. I saw that it was devoid of any light. Given the nature of the heavenly temple, it is likely that our families. The prisoner leader said, his voice tinged with sadness. Since you have lost your names, I shall grant you new ones. If you successfully enter the assassin organization, you shall be known as Golden Spirit, Wood Spirit, Water Spirit, Fire Spirit, and Earth Spirit. These will be your new names, Jiang Yin declared promptly. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the prisoner leader nodded and assigned the names. Before long, Hao Tian returned with the astute prisoner. Why are you back so soon? Did you fail the task? Jiang Yin asked, his concern evident. No, this lad is quite clever. He directly ambushed the patrol group, targeting the one at the back, and did so without making a sound. By the time the guards realize what happened, it will likely be the next day. Hao Tian remarked with evident approval for the individual. Chapter 62. Perfecting the plan. Both Hao Tian and Jiang Yin were thoroughly impressed with the clever prisoner. All right, next, Hao Tian said as he took the next person and left the premises. This time, Jiang Yin did not engage in further conversation but closed his eyes to prepare for cultivation. Master Jiang Yin, may I inquire how you intend to lead us out? Surely, you do not mean to kill our way out? The astute prisoner asked with curiosity. Hearing this, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and hesitated before saying, "To be honest, I am not entirely sure, but given the current situation, it seems more appropriate to fight our way out." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the astute prisoner frowned and replied, "I have just surveyed the layout of the city. If we were to fight our way out, while you could escape, the people you brought along would also be safe. However, the rest of us would not be able to leave, as if one door were to cause a commotion. The other three could quickly reinforce." With this, Jiang Yin frowned and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" "In truth, I do have an idea, but it requires you to make a sacrifice. I wonder if you would agree." The astute prisoner said. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinhua looked at the prisoner with confusion. After all, she and Jiang Yin were there to save them, yet they were asking the two of them to pay the price? What is the reasoning behind this? If we are to speak of contributions, it should be the case that two individuals selected by them should take on the responsibility. How shall we contribute? Jiang Yin, unlike Zhuang Xinhua, did not overthink the matter. After all, the task assigned to him was to escort them out of the city. Given the nature of the mission, it was entirely reasonable for him to contribute. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the astute prisoner turned to him and inquired, "Do you truly agree to contribute? What does it matter? Moreover, since you and your leader have already passed Haoyan's scrutiny, you have effectively joined my assassin organization. Your leader is named Jinling, and you shall be referred to as Mu Ling. Do you understand?" Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Jinling and Mu Ling exchanged glances and nodded in unison, saying, "Thank you, Lord Jiang Yin, for bestowing us with names. Very well, now let us discuss what you require of my contribution." Jiang Yin inquired with a puzzled gesture. "It is quite simple. Your strength is formidable, and it would not be a challenge for you to break through. However, we are not capable of such feats. Therefore, my suggestion is that you and your leader, Jinling, along with one of us, should charge through the eastern gate, while the rest follow your lady through the western gate. However, you must go first to divert the attention of the guards, allowing us the opportunity to escape. Afterward, we shall regroup in the woods outside the city," Mu Ling stated directly. Upon hearing Mu Ling's proposal, Jiang Yin nodded and smiled. "How can you be so certain that you can breach the western gate?" "It is quite simple. Based on our observations and our knowledge as locals, the western and eastern gates are in close proximity. Moreover, the western gate is heavily guarded. If any incident occurs at the eastern gate, the western gate will undoubtedly send reinforcements, and given the heavy guard, the number of reinforcements will be significant. Consequently, the western gate will become the weakest point," Mu Ling explained with a grin. Jiang Yin then turned his gaze to Jinling. "Lord Jiang Yin, Mu Ling is the most intelligent among us. His strategy is undoubtedly sound. It was only because I overestimated my own abilities and failed to heed Mu Ling's advice to hide that we ended up captured." Jinling remarked earnestly, "Very well, I understand that I shall carefully consider Mu Ling's suggestions," Jiang Yin replied directly. Upon hearing Jinling's words, Jiang Yin pondered for a moment before stating, "All right, I will thoroughly evaluate the feasibility of Mu Ling's plan." With that, Jiang Yin closed his eyes. Though it appeared he was meditating, he was actually running through the plan Mu Ling had proposed in his mind, searching for any potential flaws. However, while Jiang Yin was deep in thought, Haoyan returned with another individual, but upon seeing Jiang Yin with his eyes closed in repose, he refrained from saying anything further, simply stating that they had passed. He then departed with the fourth individual. When Haoyan returned with the fourth person, Jiang Yin still had not opened his eyes. "Passed." Next, Haoyan stated directly. Upon hearing this, the fifth individual followed Haoyan out, but at this point, dawn was breaking and vendors had begun to set up stalls on the streets. Busily preparing watered tea that moment, Jiang Yin opened his eyes and turned to Mu Ling, saying, "Your plan has its flaws. There are 5 of you attempting to escape. If we follow your division, it seems we can only send a maximum of 3 through the gate, which means there will still be 2 individuals remaining in the city. Therefore, they will not maintain a strict guard at the eastern gate, placing immense pressure on your attempt to breach the western gate." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Mu Ling looked at him in astonishment. "You need not gaze at me so. When it concerns your lives, I must be cautious. Your plan is commendable, but upon further reflection, it likely contains shortcomings. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea of yours, wasn't it?" Jiang Yin smiled and replied, "Indeed, it was indeed a spontaneous thought. However, what if the enemy truly reinforces the eastern gate?" Mu Ling responded. Somewhat reluctantly, "I cannot entertain what-ifs. Your lives are singular, with no chance for a do-over. Thus, a single what-if could cost you your lives, Jiang Yin stated firmly. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Mu Ling hesitated before asking, "Then what do you propose we do?" "Your plan is quite good. It merely requires some refinement. I shall charge the eastern gate with Jin Ling and one other, making a total of 3 of us, while Haoyan takes 1 person to assault the southern gate. Concurrently, my lady will conceal herself with the other 2. This group of 5 is sufficient. Once we successfully break through, you may walk out openly. Of course, we will leave our garments for you," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Mu Ling could not help but acknowledge that Jiang Yan's plan had significantly reduced the danger for their 5-member team. If they managed to escape while all still clad in prison garb, it would indicate that there was no longer a need for a stringent defense of the city, as they would have already slipped away, allowing them to leave without arousing suspicion. In a wonder Lord Jiang Yan thinks so thoroughly. "I cannot compare," Mu Ling stated directly. "Enough of the flattery. I merely refined your plan. Now, is there anyone who has yet to undergo Haoyan's trial?" Jiang Yan inquired, glancing at the 4 individuals present. "Everyone has completed it except for the 5th. Jian Ling replied. "The 5th is the weakest among us in terms of cultivation, yet possesses a meticulous mind." Chapter 63. The crisis of the 5th. Upon hearing Jin Ling's words, Jiang Yan looked at him curiously and asked, "How does he compare to Mu Ling?" Jin Ling replied, "In terms of pure intelligence, the 5th is slightly superior to the 2nd, but only by a hair. However, the 5th is taciturn and perceives certain truths without voicing them. He is honest, and even if he understands he will suffer a loss, he will still comply with your scheming." "What about in terms of cultivation?" Jiang Yan asked, perplexed. "The 5th is indeed a problem in that regard. Although he possesses the highest intellect among us, he is the weakest in terms of cultivation. At times, I wonder if all his talent has been devoted to his intellect, leaving him devoid of any aptitude for cultivation." Jin Ling replied with a hint of exasperation. Just then, as the group conversed, Haoyan returned, bloodied, accompanied by the equally bloodied 5th individual. "What has transpired?" Jiang Yan inquired, puzzled by the sight. "The mission failed. He cannot enter the assassin organization," Haoyan stated matter-of-factly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yan asked, bewildered. "He was discovered during the mission. Although he successfully killed a guard, he was spotted, which nearly led to the guards uncovering our location. Thus, he is unqualified," Haoyan explained directly. Upon hearing that the 5th individual was unqualified, the others gazed at him in shock, for he was the most intelligent among them. "That is impossible. The 5th could not have failed." "May I inquire what exactly transpired?" Mu Ling frowned and inquired. He did indeed utilize stealth to eliminate a guard, but his prison garb was far too conspicuous, especially when stained with blood. Passers-by immediately fixated on him, and some even alerted the guards, who then discovered him as he made his way to the inn. Had I not intervened and eliminated the guards pursuing him, he might still be under pursuit, Haoyan stated solemnly. Upon hearing Haoyan's account, Mu Ling expressed reluctance, saying, "That was merely due to our attire, not a reflection of our skills. This is, at best, a matter of ill fortune. How can you deem this a failure? As an assassin, being discovered and leading the enemy back to headquarters, do you find that acceptable?" Haoyan retorted coldly. Upon hearing Haoyan's words, Mu Ling fell silent, for he recognized the truth in Haoyan's statement. The 5th had acted quite foolishly. "5th, with your intelligence, you cannot possibly be unaware of this. Please explain what transpired," Mu Ling urged, looking at the 5th individual. However, the 5th remained silent, merely staring intently at Haoyan. "Regardless of his reasoning, this mission has failed. Very well, the 4 of you may join my assassin organization, but the 5th cannot," Haoyan declared directly. Upon hearing Haoyan's words, the 4 individuals fell into silence. "I apologize. We 5 brothers have always been together. Wherever we go as one. I can accept that the 5th may perish during the mission, but I absolutely refuse to abandon him," Jin Ling stated resolutely after a moment of silence. "Yes, if the 5th cannot join, then neither shall we," Mu Ling nodded in agreement. The other 2 individuals, though they said nothing, conveyed their steadfast resolve through their determined expressions, clearly echoing the same sentiment. "Remember, you are assassins. Assassins cannot afford to be sentimental. You are not qualified as assassins," Haoyan asserted directly. Upon hearing that the other 4 would be forsaken by Haoyan, the 5th turned to Jiang Yan and asked, "Now that all 5 of us have failed, can you still assist us in escaping this place?" "Of course, since I have promised you. I shall certainly lead you out." Jiang Yin assured them. Jiang Yin spoke directly. And upon hearing this, Lao Wu nodded slightly, then turned to Hao Tian and said, regardless of whether you believe it or not, I deliberately exposed myself, and I also intentionally came to this inn. What? Hao Tian looked at Lao Wu in astonishment, while Jiang Yin evidently inferred Lao Wu's intentions and chose not to interrupt him. You tested the four of us, but I also wish to test you. Or rather, your assassin organization. I want to see if we provide the organization with absolute guarantees, will it stand by us in critical moments? If the organization can easily disregard our lives, then we too shall not hesitate to abandon the organization in the future. Lao Wu stated directly. Hao Tian, taken aback by Lao Wu's words, responded, after so many years as an assassin, it's the first time I've heard of one daring to test the organization. You are the first. However, regardless of your reasons, your mission failed, and consequently, your companions failed as well because they sought to protect you. You cannot join my organization. Assassins must be devoid of emotions. Lao Wu, in response, displayed little emotion, merely casting a somewhat ashamed glance at the other four. Enough. All of you. Refrain from speaking further. Go rest for a while. The day has already dawned. We shall act tonight. Jiang Yin waved his hand, interrupting Mu Ling, who was about to speak. All right. Mu Ling glanced at Jiang Yin, nodded, and led the others out of the room to Hao Tian's quarters. Hao Tian, do you remember what I told you? Jiang Yin asked, looking at Hao Tian once the surroundings were clear of outsiders. Of course, I remember. You said you would help me build an organization that rivals, or even surpasses, Blood Sky. Hao Tian nodded excitedly. Yes, but you may have forgotten one crucial detail. Let me ask you, how did Lao Wu perform during the operation? Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. He performed exceptionally well, one might say perfectly. However, he failed to conceal his true self in the later stages, which led to his exposure. Hao Tian replied solemnly. This indicates he possesses the qualities of a capable assassin with a sufficiently meticulous mind. He simply wished to test the organization, and it was for this reason that you expelled him? Jiang Yin questioned, puzzled. Indeed, a killer who cannot trust the organization is certainly not devoid of emotions. Hao Tian asserted, though you believe you are not a good assassin. Do not forget, you too doubted Blood Sky and sought to test it, which led to an attack by the organization's assassins, resulting in your alignment with me. What distinguishes Lao Wu from the initial version of yourself? Have you also forgotten that I mentioned I aim to cultivate an organization of assassins with emotions? Rather than a mere tool for killing, Jiang Yin spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Hao Tian suddenly laughed, genuinely delighted. Jiang Yin looked at Hao Tian in confusion. Oh, you truly wish to nurture assassins with emotions? Hao Tian remarked, smiling. Indeed. Chapter 64, Red Face, White Face. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's affirmation, Hao Tian nodded and continued. In fact, I was also testing you moments ago. I wanted to see if you sought to mold us into true assassins or friends. It seems you wish for us to become your friends, which pleases me greatly. Rest assured, I will assist you in creating an organization of assassins with emotions. Moreover, these 5 individuals have indeed passed my test. You were testing me? Jiang Yin asked, perplexed. Yes, perhaps I am not a qualified assassin myself. I wanted to ascertain whether you would genuinely protect us, which is why I tested you, to see if you would safeguard Lao Wu. If you can protect him, you can protect us. Hao Tian replied with a smile. Oh, what exactly was your trial? Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. The manner of killing, the awareness of an assassin, and character. All these can be cultivated later. What I wish to see is whether they can sacrifice for their comrades. Lao Wu passed, and the other 4 willingly withdrew for Lao Wu. They too passed. However, I did not inform them, as the final trial has only just begun. I want to observe whether they can survive and break through this ordeal. Hao Tian stated with a smile. I have noticed that your male scheming can sometimes be even more intricate than ours. Jiang Yin remarked. All right, you all can talk among yourselves. I shall go practice. With that, Zhuang Xinyue closed her eyes and began her training. After hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled and turned to Hao Tian, recounting the plan they had devised. It is quite thorough. We can proceed with the plan tonight without any need for further additions. Hao Tian nodded, smiling. However, as the two conversed, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Jiang Yin asked, eyeing the door warily. Lord Jiang Yin, it is I, Lao Wu, came Lao Wu's quiet voice. Come in.as the invitation was given. Lao Wu entered the room. Lao Wu, why are you here instead of resting? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Lord Jiang Yin, there is an issue with the second brother's plan. so I wish to refine it. After all, this matter concerns the safety of us all. I could not remain silent. Lao Wu replied after a moment of contemplation. Come here, share your plan. Jiang Yin gestured for Lao Wu to approach. Soon, Lao Wu stepped forward and articulated his thoughts. Hearing his ideas, both Jiang Yin and Hao Tian looked at Lao Wu in astonishment. What troubles you, my lords? This plan was conceived on a whim. If there are any flaws, you may refine it. Lao Wu hurriedly said, No, your plan aligns perfectly with Jiang Yan's. How long did it take you to devise this? Hao Tian queried, puzzled. About half an incense stick's worth of time. I was contemplating this plan while on a mission. I just found no opportunity to speak until now, with everyone off practicing. Lao Wu reflected. Upon hearing Lao Wu's words, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of inadequacy. After all, he had spent nearly 2 hours devising his plan, while Lao Wu had crafted his in merely half that time. All right, your plan aligns with Jiang Yan's and has already been refined. You should return to rest, Hao Tian stated directly. Hesitating momentarily, Lao Wu sighed, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Lao Wu. Were you about to say something? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. I initially thought I could earn merit this time and hoped to ask the two of you for a favor. However, I did not expect Lord Jiang Yin to have already refined the plan. Since that is the case, I feel it would be inappropriate to ask for your assistance, Lao Wu replied helplessly. Do not worry. Your ability to conceive this plan is already a merit in itself, as it has reinforced my convictions. Now, please share your matter. I will do my utmost to assist, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Since you claim the assassin organization is yours, I wish to request that you allow my 4 brothers to remain. They are all suitable candidates for assassins and wish to follow you. They will not disappoint you, Lao Wu expressed earnestly. Is it truly that simple? Jiang Yin asked, taken aback. Yes, so does that mean you agree? Lao Wu inquired, exhilarated. Jiang Yin nodded. Just then, the door swung open, and 4 individuals walked in. Jiang Yin and Hao Tian were already aware of their presence outside, so they were not surprised. However, Lao Wu looked on in astonishment at the 4. What brings you here? Lao Wu asked, stunned. Come now? Lao Wu, did you think you could remain silent without alerting us? Did you assume our cultivation was as low as yours? We knew when you stepped out and followed you. We lingered outside for quite some time. Who would have thought the second brother's plan would be so easily discerned? Jinling chuckled. Apologies, second brother. I had no choice. I feared that if I spoke directly, you would be angered, but this concerns our safety, so I could not be negligent, Lao Wu replied hastily in no worries. I am aware my plan has flaws, and Lord Jiang Yin has helped me refine it. But you, young man, knew to plead for us. Yet you did not think to plead for yourself? Mu Ling teased Lao Wu. Observing the 5 individuals bantering, Jiang Yin could not help but smile. With their camaraderie, his vision of cultivating an organization of assassins imbued with emotions seemed increasingly attainable. Do you not realize the urgency? We are to commence the mission tonight. Hurry back to your quarters and train diligently, or none of you will be saved. Zhuang Xinyue remarked coldly, her eyes now open. At her words, the 5 exchanged frightened glances and promptly exited the room, their spirits dampened. What was the need for that? Once they finish speaking, they will naturally return, Jiang Yin remarked with exasperation. Do you not notice something? You and Hao Yin are both exceedingly easy to converse with. The two of you aspire to establish an emotionally connected assassin organization, yet have you forgotten that an organization imbued with emotions is still, fundamentally, an assassin organization? While emotions are permissible, must it be to such an extent? You seem utterly unafraid of your positions as leaders. If you continue down this path, they will certainly not heed your commands. Thus, it is imperative to have someone play the role of the stern authority. Zhuang Xinyue said helplessly. As for training assassins, Hao Yin excels in that, and Jiang Yin is adept at discerning character. But when it comes to managing assassins, both are lacking. Fortunately, with Zhuang Xinyue's presence, their weaknesses are somewhat concealed. It's a good thing we have the lady. Otherwise, we could not possibly keep those rascals in line, Hao Yin sighed in relief. Then smiled as he spoke. Indeed, we owe much to Xinyue. Chapter 65. The 5 spirits' mission. Upon hearing their praises, Zhuang Xinyue shot them an exasperated glare, then closed her eyes to begin her meditation. In the dead of night, after a day of recuperation, everyone had regained their peak condition. Hao Yin, you take the 5th, while I will lead Jinling and Shui Ling. Let us charge forth. After giving his orders, Jiang Yin departed with the two individuals. Before long, Jiang Yin and his companions arrived at the designated location. Jiang Yin immediately activated the Annihilation Seal. This time, his intention was not to escape but to create a tremendous uproar, drawing all nearby military forces towards this area. Soon, news of the Eastern Gate being attacked reached the other three gates. Rapidly, reinforcements from the other three gates rushed to Jiang Yin's location. Observing the arrival of the reinforcements, Jiang Yin smiled, then began to charge through the gates. The guards surrounding them were no match for Jiang Yin, who sent them retreating in a frenzied that moment. Jiang Yin and his companions were clad in prison garb, leading everyone to believe they were mere prisoners. However, just then, Haoyan from the southern gate, accompanied by the fifth, launched their assault. The southern gate's defenses were alarmingly lax, resulting in insufficient manpower, and soon the two broke free. Jiang Yin, too, led his companions in a breakout. All 5 prisoners had escaped. The guards within the city were thrown into chaos, as the notorious prisoner they sought had slipped through their fingers. Before long, the 5 regrouped in the woods outside the city. "How are you? Are you all right?" Jiang Yin inquired of the two, in no worries. "I truly underestimated this fellow. His methods are ruthless. He has the makings of a true assassin." Haoyan nodded with a smile. The 5 of them waited atop a tree until dawn broke. Not long after, the disguised Zhuang Xinyue and her 2 companions appeared in the woods. Jiang Yin approached them with the 4 individuals. "All right, you may change out of those clothes now," Zhuang Xinyue said with a smile. "Ding. Check-in successful. Mission accomplished. Safely escort the prisoners out of the city. Mission reward, Starfall Iron." Upon receiving the mission notification, Jiang Yin nodded with a smile, swiftly changing out of the prison garb. "All right, let us set off," Jiang Yin said cheerfully. "Lord Jiang Yin, we are deeply grateful for your assistance this time. Such great favor requires no words of thanks. When we meet again, should you require anything of us, do not hesitate to ask. We shall not hesitate at any cost," Jinling said, turning to lead the 4 away. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yin asked, gazing at the 4 with curiosity. "Did you not say we could not join your organization? Therefore, we must seek out other factions to oppose the Divine Hall." Jinling replied helplessly. "Enough. That was merely a test for you. Now that you have proven yourselves," Jiang Yin said with a smile. The 5 were taken aback by Jiang Yin's words. "Indeed, you have successfully passed my assessment. You have succeeded," Haoyan added with a grin. "Succeeded? We truly succeeded," Jinling exclaimed in astonishment. "That of course, why would we deceive you? Now, do you wish to accompany us?" Jiang Yin asked with a smile. "Absolutely, we are most eager to join," Jinling replied hastily. "Well then, let us continue on our journey to the capital of the Wind Nation," Jiang Yin said with a smile. "Though you have joined the organization, your training must not wane. You are still not yet qualified assassins. I believe I need not elaborate on this. From this day forth, we shall train as we travel, and I shall entrust your training tasks to Haoyan," Zhuang Xinyue stated flatly. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, the 5 exchanged fearful glances before nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Haoyan shook his head helplessly, then remarked, "Indeed, this group truly needs someone to oversee them." Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. To avoid complications and to facilitate the training of the 5, they deliberately chose a narrow mountain path, which they traversed for 3 days. 3 days later, in a deep mountain range. "Jiang Yin, it appears there is a Blood Heaven branch at the mountaintop. Should we engage?" Haoyan inquired immediately. Hesitating for a moment upon hearing Haoyan's query, Jiang Yin turned to the 5 behind him and asked, "How is your training progressing?" "It should be sufficient now," Jinling replied promptly. "Very well, I shall assign you your first task. Eradicate the Blood Heaven branch," Jiang Yin said with a smile. The Blood Heaven branch? Us?" Jinling asked in astonishment. "Yes, indeed." "What, are you apprehensive?" Jiang Yin responded cheerfully. "Our strength? The Blood Heaven is a well-established assassin organization, and a top-tier one at the IS. It not a bit reckless for us to simply march in." Jinling expressed hesitation. "Reckless? What is there to fear?" Jiang Yin asked, bewildered. "They fear defeat and death," Zhuang Xinyue sneered. "Death? Madam, we are not afraid of dying. It is merely that our organization has only just been established. Should we fail and expose our organization, would that not hinder its future development?" Jinling quickly countered. "Rest assured, even if you were to fail, your organization would remain undisclosed, for none of the assassins from that branch will survive. They will all accompany you to the grave." Jiang Yin assured with a smile. "Very well, then let us proceed." he concluded, and the five turned to depart. Seeing this, Hao Yin chuckled and said, I shall accompany them. After all, our opponent is Blood Heaven, and they are not to be trifled with. Jiang Yin nodded in response and said, Very well, take care. You must remember to stop them if they engage in any dangerous activities. Regardless, this is merely a trial. They must not lose their lives. In the assassin world, they are novices, and it is only natural for novices to struggle against veterans. Hao Yin nodded in agreement. Soon, under Hao Yin's leadership, the five began their mission, while Jiang Yin leisurely made his way toward the mountaintop alongside Zhuang Xinyue. Along the way, Jiang Yin noticed the occasional body lying on the ground. The entire mountain path was devoid of any opposition, indicating that Hao Yin and the five had effectively dealt with all the vigilant assassins stationed along the route. They performed admirably, as there were no loose ends, Jiang Yin remarked. Zhuang Xinyue was also quite satisfied with the performance of the five spirits and Hao Yin. Before long, the two reached the mountaintop, where the arrival of the six had already thrown the area into disarray. Jiang Yin observed as the six relentlessly assaulted a grand hall guarded by dozens. Enough, everyone return, Jiang Yin commanded with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the six bloodied individuals made their way back to Jiang Yin's side. Who are you? This is the Blood Heaven branch. You will not escape unscathed, a cold voice from one of the assassins challenged. The Blood Heaven branch? How fortuitous. We were seeking you. I am Jiang Yin. And I heard you have formed an alliance with the Zhou Kingdom? Chapter 66. Breaching the defense. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the assassin stared at him in shock and asked, You are Jiang Yin? Indeed, I merely wish to inquire if your alliance with the Zhou Kingdom is genuine, Jiang Yin stated directly. And if it is, what of it? The assassin replied. Since you are Jiang Yin, you should be aware that we indeed have allied with the Zhou Kingdom. And considering you are from Zhou, we are thus allies. Is it not a bit excessive of you to treat your allies in this manner? The assassin nodded, then chuckled. Oh? Allies. So, is it the duty of allies to assassinate each other? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. You know? The assassin said in astonishment. Of course I know. I merely asked to confirm, lest I mistakenly take vengeance on the wrong individual in the future. Jiang Yin smiled. Everyone? Charge. They are outnumbered, so do not fear. The assassin, having spoken, charged directly at Jiang Yin. After all, they understood the principle of capturing the leader first. However, it soon became evident to them just how formidable this king truly was. For Jiang Yin did nothing but summon the Xinhuang Tower, effortlessly drawing all the cloaked figures into its depths. The five spirits gazed in astonishment at Jiang Yin, marveling at how easily he had dispatched their foes. Enough of staring at me. Quickly check to see if there are any stragglers, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in agreement and swiftly began their search. Before long, Jiang Yin heard a faint voice emanating from within the grand hall. Who are you? How did you get in here? What happened to the people outside? Jiang Yin glanced at Zhuang Xinyue. Puzzled. Let us go in and see. It must be a straggler, she said resignedly. Jiang Yin nodded and led her inside. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yin surveyed the occupants and frowned, for instead of assassins, he found a small boy clutching a wooden sword. Child, what are you doing here? Jinling asked softly, her eyes on the boy. I came with my brother. He said he had to come here to retrieve something. And when things got chaotic outside, he told me to wait here while he went in, the boy replied timidly. Listen, child, you should leave quickly. Do not speak of this to anyone, but your brother may not be coming back. Jinling said with a heavy heart. What do you mean? What do you mean my brother won't return? Did you capture him? Release my brother? The child exclaimed, brandishing his wooden sword with fervor. Enough, Jiang Yin said coldly. The boy, frightened by Jiang Yin's tone, looked up at him, tears welling in his eyes. Big brother, you're so fierce. Why are you so angry? The child burst into tears, rubbing his eyes. I am fierce because you are old enough to know better. Yet you remain ignorant. Do you not realize what your brother does every day? Jiang Yin asked in a chilling voice. I don't know. What does my brother do every day? The boy cried. Fine, since you are unaware, let me enlighten you. Your brother spends his days taking lives, and those who take lives may themselves be killed. Do you understand? Although Jiang Yin wanted to tell the child the truth, the words faltered on his lips. Where is my brother? Where is he? The boy continued to sob. Jiang Yin, growing increasingly irritated by the child's tears, finally said, Your brother is gone. He is dead. What? You're lying. That is impossible. My brother would never die. You are all liars. My brother said not to trust liars. Give him back to me. I want to take my brother home. The child wept uncontrollably. Listen to me. Your brother is truly dead and will not return. Out of pity for your youth, I will spare you. You may leave, Jiang Yin said, preparing to depart. The others, seeing he was merely a child, lowered their guard. However, at that moment, the boy glared at Jiang Yan's retreating figure, a flicker of hatred in his eyes, before he lunged forward, thrusting the wooden sword at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin had anticipated a child's sneak attack, but upon seeing the wooden sword, he couldn't help but chuckle, lowering his defenses. Despite his lack of preparation, Jiang Yin, having trained in the Thunderbolt body, believed that even without activating his abilities, a mere wooden sword would not harm him. At least, that was what he thought. Yet, in a shocking twist, the wooden sword pierced Jiang Yan's body, causing him to drop to his knees in pain. Jiang Yin! Master Jiang Yin! Several voices cried out as they rushed to his side. Jiang Yin ignored them, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the wooden sword embedded in his back. How is this possible? He gasped in shock. Enough of that. Let me examine your wound. Zhuang Xinyue said decisively. After assessing Jiang Yan's injury, she frowned, exclaiming, "This is a serious wound, and the blood around it is black. There is something wrong with this wooden sword. Could it be poisoned?" Hao Tian asked. Turning to the boy, the child, now frightened, stammered, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to find my brother." Hao Tian's murderous intent began to wane, but upon considering Jiang Yan's poisoning, he hesitated before asking, "Where is the antidote?" "Antidote? What antidote?" the boy replied, confused. Hao Tian realized that the child was too young to understand the ways of assassins, so he asked, "What about the wooden sword you have? Where did it come from? What did your brother say when he gave it to you?" The boy glanced at the sword still lodged in Jiang Yin's waist and hesitated before replying, "It's my brother's. He brought it home one day and said it was for self-defense. He told me I could use it to protect myself, but I must never let it harm myself or touch anyone else." Hao Tian frowned at the child's words. This is futile. The wooden sword was given to him by his brother, and he had no knowledge of its toxicity, he said with resignation. Zhuang Xinyue, concerned, asked, "So what do we do now? Are we just going to wait here?" "Do not worry about me," Jiang Yin replied, gritting his teeth as he pulled the wooden sword from his side. Clang, the system announced. Detection in progress. Detection complete. Thunderbreak wood, low grade. System prompt. Although it is low grade, it is precisely the type that counters the host's body. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jiang Yin examined the sword in his hand and chuckled bitterly. "No wonder. This is Thunderbreak wood. You recognize it as Thunderbreak wood?" Zhuang Xinyue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You can identify it?" Jiang Yin asked, puzzled that I can't identify it outright, but I know Thunderbreak wood is rare and originates from trees that have survived lightning tribulations. Such wood naturally counters the bodies of those with lightning attributes. Zhuang Xinyue explained gravely, "I am aware." Jiang Yin nodded. "But how did you recognize it?" Thunderbreak wood looks similar to ordinary wood, and once made into a sword, it becomes even harder to distinguish. I cannot identify it, but my cultivation and body refinement techniques renders me immune to ordinary sword strikes. Yet this child, wielding a wooden sword, managed to seriously injure me. Apart from Thunderbreak wood, I cannot think of anything else that could accomplish such a feat, Jiang Yin said, anxious that Zhuang Xinyue might discern something. "So what do we do now?" Zhuang Xinyue asked. Perplexed, "Do not worry. Once the Thunderbreak wood is removed from my body, I will heal on my own," Jiang Yin assured her. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xinyue nodded. Before long, Jiang Yin's wound miraculously healed itself. "Is that all it takes?" Zhuang Xinyue inquired, still skeptical. "Yes, as long as no further complications arise. Regarding the lightning poison from the Thunderbreak wood, there is no need for concern. I am naturally of the lightning attribute and am not afraid of such toxins," Jiang Yin said with a smile. Zhuang Xinyue nodded in understanding. Soon after Jiang Yan's recovery, the group departed, wary of lingering too long for fear of attracting the attention of nearby Blood Heaven assassins. After all, the Blood Heaven division was nearby, and it was likely that more assassins lurked in the vicinity. However, Jiang Yin was determined not to waste time on these individuals. Yet, as Jiang Yin sought to avoid their gaze, it seemed fate had other plans. As several young assassins passed by, one of them suddenly lost his smile, replaced by a grave expression. This person carries a murderous aura, and there is a hint of bloodlust about him. He appears to be injured. He seems familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? The young man inquired of his companions. Oh, come on, stop overthinking it. We've just completed our mission. Didn't I tell you? It's just a morning's work. And your brother is still at the division. Hurry and take your brother home. Another young man chuckled and remarked upon hearing the words of his companion. The speaker smiled in response, yet as the group ascended the mountain, the sight of scattered corpses left everyone in shock. Oh no, my brother! The young man dashed into the main hall of the division, and upon seeing his brother standing there, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is your brother all right? Another young man inquired anxiously as he entered. He's fine, but it seems he was frightened. He hasn't uttered a word since. The young man continued. I just observed that the deceased brothers were all killed by a single stab from behind. Judging by the technique, it must be the work of assassins. I fear a new assassin organization has set its sights on us. This matter must be reported to headquarters immediately to bolster vigilance against others in our industry. The leader of the group stated firmly. Jiang Yin, having led the group on a long journey, asked, How are you all doing? Do you need to rest? Rest? I think not. If we take a break, it's easy for the enemy to catch up, and we risk being discovered. Although we are not afraid of them, we cannot expose our organization just yet. Hao Yin replied with a hint of resignation. Let us take a short break. The three of us can manage. But it seems the five of them are struggling, Zhuang Xinyu remarked, glancing back at the five individuals who had fallen far behind. Very well, we shall wait a moment. I believe that even if they discover us, they will need a moment to recover, she concluded. Soon, the group took a brief respite, but Jiang Yin soon sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Someone is coming. Everyone be cautious, he warned. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the group became alert. Finally, we see some people. Brothers, who are you? And where are you headed? A young man inquired with a smile directed at Jiang Yin. We are bound for the capital of the Wind Kingdom. How about you? Jiang Yin replied with a grin. Observing them closely, Jiang Yin noted that they were not from the Blood Heaven faction. The leader of the group appeared to possess mediocre skills, while the few attendants behind him demonstrated respectable cultivation. Thus, Jiang Yin deduced that they were likely a young master from a certain family, accompanied by his guards. Oh? The capital of the Wind Kingdom? What a coincidence. We are headed there too. What is your purpose? I don't recall seeing you in the capital, the young man exclaimed excitedly. We are seeking relatives. Our family is just ordinary folk. Due to the recent calamities in our country, we can no longer remain there, hence our search for relatives. Judging by your demeanor, you must be a young master, Jiang Yin responded with a smile. It's nothing much. My family has some influence, the young man replied. After a moment, he turned his attention to Zhuang Xinyu. May I ask about your relationship with him? He inquired with a smile. This is my wife. She is somewhat timid, so she tends to remain quiet around strangers. I hope you can understand, young master, Jiang Yin quickly explained. However, upon hearing Jiang Yin describe Zhuang Xinyu as timid and reticent, Hao Yin and the others, despite knowing it was inappropriate to laugh, couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yin shot them a disapproving glare. Being timid is nothing to be ashamed of. A little practice will suffice. I must warn you, brothers, there are many bandits in these mountains, so you must be careful while escorting a fair lady. Chapter 68. The contest. Upon hearing the young man's words, Jiang Yin and his companions turned to him. You needn't worry about that. With our protection, my wife is perfectly safe. Jiang Yin reassured him with a smile. Oh? Is that so? Your confidence suggests that you and your companions possess considerable skills. How about we have a little contest? The young man suggested with a grin. Are you certain? Jiang Yin replied, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For some reason, the young man felt a twinge of concern at Jiang Yin's smile. But after considering his own abilities, he chose not to voice his worries and nodded in agreement. Initially, Jiang Yin intended to take the lead himself, but he quickly realized that this was a rare opportunity for training. He turned to Hao Yin and said, You take charge. This is an excellent chance to hone our skills. Hao Yin understood Jiang Yan's intent and addressed the 5 accompanying spirits, who will step up first. The 5 spirits exchanged knowing glances, and soon, Jin Ling stepped forward. As per tradition, I shall scout the way, he declared with a smile. As Jin Ling advanced, the young man smiled at the sight and turned to one of his guards. Instructing him quietly, You are the captain of the guards. You take charge. He then lowered his voice and whispered, Eliminate them. The guard captain, puzzled by his young master's command, nonetheless felt compelled to obey. He selected the most skilled and ruthless among his men, saying, "Xiao Sha, you go. Remember to use lethal force." Xiao Sha nodded and approached Jinling. "What is your name?" he asked. "Dio, I need to introduce myself before laying a hand on you." Jinling replied with a grin. "No, I wish to engrave your name on your gravestone," Xiao Sha retorted, shaking his head. Jinling chuckled. Having undergone rigorous training as an assassin, his every move was deadly. In a straightforward confrontation, a guard would find it nearly impossible to defeat an assassin. "Let us begin," Jinling said with a smile. The clash between the two resulted in explosive reverberations echoing around them. Observing the battle, Jiang Yin turned to Zhuang Xinyue and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Zhuang Xinyue glanced at the combatants and replied with a smile, "I believe Jinling will emerge victorious. I suspect Jinling has the greater odds." Jiang Yin agreed with a grin. "So, that means Jinling will win? Correct?" Zhuang Xinyue shot him a playful glare. "No, it's merely a matter of probability. Jinling is an assassin whose every strike is lethal, while the opponent, despite being a guard, is also using deadly techniques. This indicates that the leader must have instructed him to go all out, which puts Jinling at a disadvantage. In the long run, he may very well lose." Jiang Yin remarked, "It's merely a contest, and they're resorting to lethal techniques? How shameless." Zhuang Xinyue frowned, but Jinling is also using lethal techniques. However, Jinling is not entirely without hope. If this goes on long enough, the guard's physical advantages from his training in the military will come into play. Yet, the lethal techniques learned in the military are limited. Once they are exhausted, Jinling will have his chance to counterattack. Jiang Yin chuckled, "So you mean it all hinges on whether Jinling can endure until then?" Zhuang Xinyue confirmed with a glare. Jiang Yin nodded. Before long, as Jiang Yan's words faded, the guard exhausted all his lethal techniques, while Jinling had been on the defensive all along, having sensed the murderous intent from the outset. Once the guard's lethal moves were fully displayed, Jinling seized the moment and unleashed a decisive strike. Xiao Sha stood in shock as Jinling's fist pierced through his abdomen. Jinling withdrew his fist, looked at Xiao Sha's lifeless body, smiled, and returned to Jiang Yan's side. "I did not disgrace my mission," he said with a grin. "Well done. You performed admirably. Now go clean yourself up. We don't want blood everywhere." Jiang Yin praised, admiration shining in his eyes. Zhuang Xinyue shared the sentiment, though her slight aversion to blood made her less fond of Jinling's bloodied appearance. "Big sister." Jinling hastily returned to the group. "Oh no, now Big Sister will scold me," he lamented. "Boss, how did we end up with such a fierce woman? Indeed, did you not see? When she gets angry, even our captain dares not speak." The five discussed amongst themselves. "What are you all chattering about? Instead of gossiping, shouldn't you be honing your skills? Look at you. It took so long to deal with a single guard. Imagine how difficult it will be to execute tasks in the future." Zhuang Xinyue scolded, glaring at the five. The five promptly ceased their laughter. "I must ask, brothers, are you not taking this a bit too far? It was merely a simple contest, and yet you resorted to murder?" The young man, seeing his guard's demise, did not seem overly concerned. Instead, he sought to confront Jiang Yin. "Did you not give your people a lethal order before the contest? My hearing is quite acute." Jiang Yin chuckled and said, "You, my brother, possess quite the skill. Given that, let us engage in another round." As his words fell, the captain of the guard behind the young man stepped forward. While the youth may have disregarded the guard's fate, the captain could not, for they were the ones who stood together daily, bound by profound sentiments. The captain retrieved the body of the deceased Xiao Sha and turned to the young man, saying, "Young master, I wish to take the field." "Very well, but do take care to ensure your safety." Although the young man was entirely indifferent to the life and death of the guards, as the heir to the family, he understood the importance of employing others wisely. Should he grant the captain's request for vengeance, the captain would undoubtedly be grateful to him. Upon hearing the master's words, the captain cast a grateful glance at the youth before stepping forth. Next, the captain directed his gaze at the assembled crowd, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "I shall." Hao Tian, sensing the captain's ire and aware of his formidable prowess, stepped forward without hesitation. "You are their captain, are you not? I seek vengeance for my comrades. Since you have emerged, let your life serve as the price for retribution." The captain of the guards responded with a cold smirk. Chapter 69. Provocation. Upon hearing the guard captain's words, Hao Tian smiled and replied, "If you seek revenge, then come forth." I am eager to witness your strength." With that, Hao Tian executed a swift maneuver, positioning himself directly before the guard captain, drawing his blade and striking at him. However, Hao Tian's quick reflexes were matched by the captain's, who unsheathed his own weapon and blocked the attack effortlessly. The clash of blades resonated, causing both combatants to stagger back slightly from the force. "Not bad at all. I had assumed you were merely a decorative pillow," the captain taunted. "Since you possess some skill, I shall reveal my true capabilities." With that, the captain charged at Hao Tian once more. The speed of the guard captain seemed astonishing, raising concerns in Zhuang Xinyue's heart. Can Hao Tian withstand this? Indeed, the captain's swiftness is unparalleled among all I have encountered. However, rapid assaults often come with diminished power. I believe Hao Tian will manage. After all, a killer's instincts are sharp. Even if he suffers some blows, they will be merely superficial, Jiang Yan reassured her. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xinyue glanced at him, questioning, "Why have you become so cold-blooded?" Jiang Yan chuckled softly, responding, "It is not that I am heartless. You will understand soon enough. Such high-velocity attacks quickly drain stamina and weaken their potency. Even if struck, as long as one guards vital areas, the worst will be but a minor wound. Soon enough." The captain's pace began to falter, and one could hear his labored breathing. "The moment has arrived. Let us see if Hao Tian can seize this opportunity," Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. Yet, just as Jiang Yan's words echoed, the fatigued captain launched another assault on Hao Tian. This time, however, Hao Tian grasped the captain's wrist with precision, catching him off guard. The captain, taken aback, was stunned. Before he could react, Hao Tian twisted his wrist, channeling a surge of energy directly into the captain's body. The captain immediately attempted to mobilize his own energy to counter this intrusion, but a sudden cry of pain escaped him as he felt a sharp sting in his wrist, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian plunged his blade into the captain's abdomen. Upon witnessing the outcome, Zhuang Xinyue turned to Jiang Yan, puzzled. What just transpired? Quite simply, Hao Tian first released a surge of energy into the captain's body. While the captain was preoccupied with defense, Hao Tian took advantage of this moment, exerting pressure to inflict pain, causing the captain to drop his weapon. In the moment of the captain's shock, Hao Tian swiftly struck. Jiang Yan explained with a smile. Zhuang Xinyue nodded, seemingly impressed. In essence, the earlier maneuvers were merely a prelude to the final strike. Indeed, to execute such a series of tactics in such a short time, Hao Tian is indeed a professional assassin, Jiang Yan remarked, filled with admiration. Before long, Hao Tian returned, while the captain of the guards lay lifeless on the ground. "You?" The young man, witnessing the demise of the captain, could no longer remain seated. He rose, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Hao and the others, speechless for a moment. The death of the captain, their mightiest ally, left him anxious about the perilous journey ahead. The youth pondered, then turned to Jiang Yan and the others, exclaiming, "How could you kill him so casually? How am I to proceed on my journey?" Jiang Yan regarded the youth with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "This challenge was proposed by you. Your own lack of strength is not our fault." Although Jiang Yan felt some guilt for having taken 2 lives, he could not condone the youth's behavior. "I understand. Otherwise, I would not be in this predicament. I do not wish to burden you further. I aim to reach the imperial city of Fenghua. Therefore, I propose that you escort me there as a form of atonement. Of course, I shall compensate you for your services," the youth declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan scrutinized the youth before hesitating and replying, "While this is not entirely out of the question, our services do come at a high price. Are you able to afford such expenses?" "Of course. I am a member of the royal family of Fenghua. What could I possibly lack?" the youth boasted with pride. However, he soon realized he had inadvertently revealed his identity and hastily added, "Enough about me. Let us simply discuss whether you will escort me or not. Certainly, if pay is involved, we shall gladly escort you. Once we have delivered you safely, we shall continue on our way." "As it is indeed convenient," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Before long, the group proceeded toward the capital of Fenghua with the youth in tow. Along the path, the youth surveyed the vast forest around them, a frown creasing his brow. "This forest is so expansive. When shall we emerge from it?" "I cannot say. However, according to the map, it should take around 3 days. Yet, our pace is exceedingly slow, making it difficult to estimate how long we will truly take." Jiang Yin responded with a hint of exasperation. Are you implying that I am the one slowing you down? The youth retorted, agitated. This sentiment echoed not only in Jiang Yan's mind, but also among the guards who had been following the youth. Though they had not dared voice it, indeed, it appears so, Jiang Yin affirmed, seemingly unaffected by the flicker of ire in the youth's eyes. As the youth prepared to unleash his anger, one of the guards intercepted him. Whispering, "Young master, please bear with it. We are not their match at this moment." Heeding the guard's caution, the youth nodded in acquiescence. "Then I shall attempt to hasten my pace." With a glance at Jiang Yin, he suppressed his frustration and conceded, "I will do my best to keep up." Jiang Yin had initially hoped to provoke the youth into revealing more about his identity, but he did not expect his tactic to backfire. "Let us hasten our journey," Jiang Yin stated, somewhat irritated. Thus, the group resumed their trek. In the dead of night, the youth remarked, "Might we not take a moment's respite? Traveling in the dark can be perilous." He cast a wary glance at the enveloping darkness. Jiang Yin regarded the youth and shook his head in resignation. "Why so timid?" "Very well. We shall rest for a spell and set out at dawn." Throughout their journey, Jiang Yan's incessant provocations finally pushed the youth to his limit. "On what grounds do you speak to me thus? Do you even comprehend who I am? My status is far beyond yours," he retorted, his voice filled with indignation. At last, the bait had been taken. Hearing the youth's outburst, Jiang Yin smiled slyly. Chapter 70. Infighting among mountain bandits. What difference does it make? Do you truly believe I am merely an ordinary person? Allow me to enlighten you. I hail from a prominent family as well. You too come from a distinguished lineage. What right do you have to judge me? Jiang Yin provoked deliberately. Family? Ha! I am a member of the royal family. You, a mere scion of a clan, have no standing to argue with me. The youth scoffed disdainfully. Jiang Yin regarded the youth with a quizzical expression, asking, "A royal family member? And yet you travel with but a handful of guards? Who do you take me for?" As the youth bristled at Jiang Yan's disbelief, he made to draw a weapon, only to be restrained by a guard. "Young master." The guard's timely intervention brought the youth to his senses, and he shot Jiang Yin a withering glare. "Believe what you will. Once we reach the imperial city of Fenghua, you shall understand." Upon hearing the words of the youth, Jiang Yin felt an overwhelming impulse to strangle the attendant. Soon after, everyone returned to the camp to rest. However, at that moment, a group of mountain bandits appeared around the camp. "Boss, these individuals seem to be wealthy. From their conversation, it appears one is a young master from a prominent family and the other a member of the royal family of Feng Nation. They must be exceedingly affluent," one of the bandits exclaimed excitedly, "a member of the Feng royal family. If we lay our hands on them, what good will it do us? After all, we are currently within Feng's territory." The bandit leader expressed with concern, "Don't worry, boss, we bandits are like shadows. We strike and vanish without a trace. How could we possibly be detected? And even if we are discovered, what can Feng do? We can always leave and seek refuge in another nation. We bandits roam wherever we please." Another bandit quickly interjected. "All right then, let us seize this golden opportunity. Inform the brothers to prepare. Once they drift into slumber, we shall charge in," the bandit leader commanded. In no time, all the bandits were ready. Charge. With a single command from the bandit leader, they surged towards the camp. Yet, upon their arrival, they found the camp completely empty. "What is going on? How did you check?" The elderly bandit bellowed angrily. "I'm sorry, boss. We saw them enter the tents. It should have been accurate," the lookout bandit replied, feeling aggrieved. Just then, a voice resonated from behind the bandits. "In the dead of night, one cannot even rest peacefully. Are you looking for us?" Jiang Yin appeared behind them with a smile. "Huh? You? When did you arrive behind us?" the bandit leader asked, astonished. "When? I've always been right behind you. And not just me, but all of us," Jiang Yin replied. As his voice fell, Hao Tian and Wu Ling burst forth, and the young master accompanied by several attendants emerged as well. "You dare to plot against me?" the bandit chief inquired, agitated. "Plot against you? Not at all. We merely sensed someone was trailing us and wished to ascertain your intentions. However, your audacity is indeed remarkable. Knowing our backgrounds, you still dared to act against us? Thinking us easy prey, or perhaps you intended to rob us and flee?" Jiang Yin chuckled. "Unexpectedly, we have been discovered. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal our intentions any longer. hand over your valuables, or else your lives will be forfeit, the bandit leader declared coldly. Oh, do you truly believe we are not your match? Why not take a look behind you at your little minions? Observe their current state. Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the bandit chief glanced around, only to be shocked to find that nearly all his men were sprawled on the ground, leaving only the strategist by his side. The strategist turned to the bandit leader and asked, "Boss, what shall we do now? What shall we do? How should I know?" At this moment, all of us combined are no match for a single one of them. I knew this matter would not be simple, yet you insisted on robbing them. Now look where we are. You tell me what we should do? The bandit leader lamented. Boss, you shouldn't say that. I was merely acting for the benefit of our bandit group. The other bandit retorted. Witnessing the two bandits argue, Jiang Yin shook his head in exasperation and asked, "Have you finished your quarrel?" "Finished," they both replied, lowering their heads. "Good, now that you're done, let's discuss why you felt the need to rob us. Also, when can we expect to leave this forest?" Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. "We intended to rob you and then depart from Feng Nation. There are far too many followers of the Heavenly Temple within Feng's territory, and most of their wealth is entrusted to the temple. We cannot seize anything substantial. We have resorted to this out of sheer desperation," the bandit leader explained helplessly. "Very well. How long until we can exit this forest and reach the capital of Feng Nation?" Jiang Yin pressed. "To exit this forest, given your pace, it will likely take 5 days. Once out, it will take an additional day to reach the capital of Feng Nation," the bandit quickly answered. "Oh, are there more bandits like you ahead?" Jiang Yin asked, intrigued. "There are 2 more groups, but they are significantly stronger than us. Typically, they do not engage unless they are certain of a bountiful haul," the bandit leader replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded. Understanding the situation. "Very well, you should take your men and leave. This place is unsuitable for your kind of business, and in the future, refrain from such actions. Keep your eyes wide open and be mindful of those around you. Not everyone is worth targeting." Grateful for Jiang Yan's counsel, the bandit leader glanced at his companion and coldly remarked, "Thank you for your warning. My lord, I have now seen the true nature of those around me." Jiang Yin nodded and then led his group directly into the tent. The bandit chief turned to the strategist beside him and slapped him across the face, saying, "This slap serves as a warning. Get out of my sight and do not let me see you again. Should we meet next time, it will not be a mere slap, but rather a blade." The strategist quickly nodded and hurried away. Chapter 71. Recognition. Jiang Yin was unaware of how the bandits were dealt with. At that moment, he was troubled by another matter. "I say, weren't we supposed to be resting? Why can't we sleep now? They are merely a group of bandits, and we have already defeated them. Can we not rest securely on their territory?" One of the royal members expressed with reluctance. "Remember, we are only here to ensure your safety. We have no obligation to heed your commands. From now on, if you utter another word, you will come to know what it means to be surrounded by danger," Jiang Yin replied, dismissing the man. Seeing Jiang Yin in such a state of agitation, Hao Tian and Wu Ling could no longer suppress their laughter. "What are you laughing at? Stop it, everyone!" Shuang Xinyue chimed in, unable to hold back her own laughter. "Is it amusing? Would you like to laugh some more?" Jiang Yin asked coldly, surveying the group. "We stop laughing. And no more laughter," Hao Tian quickly replied. "Stop laughing. Or should we find more to amuse ourselves with?" "It is quite entertaining," Jiang Yin remarked, his expression unyielding. Yes, it was all too evident how furious Jiang Yin was. No one dared to laugh further. "Are we done? If you're finished laughing, then get to patrolling. Did you not hear the bandit mention that there are 2 more groups ahead? If a band of bandits ambushes you, it will be quite the embarrassment," Jiang Yin scolded. Upon hearing his words, everyone quickly got to work. As the night wore on, the royal member could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. "I can't go on. I refuse to move any further, and no matter what you do, I will not budge," he declared passionately. Hearing this, Jiang Yin shook his head in resignation. "Why can't you act like a man? My wife, a mere woman, does not complain like you do. I am a royal by blood. How can I be compared to you commoners? I must rest. I cannot go on. I feel as if I am dying from exhaustion." The man replied helplessly to his words. Jiang Yin felt an urge to strike him, but at the last moment he refrained. "Fine, we shall rest for a while," Jiang Yin conceded with a wave of his hand. As his words resonated, the group began to set up camp. Once they had finished, Jiang Yin announced, "Let us rest throughout the day. and we shall continue our journey at night. Yes, the group replied in unison. Jiang Yin looked around and remarked, it has been a while since I tasted some game. Xinyue, shall we hunt for some together? Zhuang Xinyue glanced at the royal member who was staring intently and frowned slightly. All right, soon. The two departed from the camp. Humph. Once we reach Feng Nation, you will ultimately be mine. I will let you flee, and I shall see where you can escape to, the man mumbled under his breath. Huh? What did you say? Hao Tian, who was nearest, asked curiously, though he could not catch the full meaning. Oh, nothing, I was merely commenting on how hot it is today. The sun is quite intense, the man replied hurriedly. After the man finished speaking, he directly entered the tent. Hao Yin looked up at the clouds above and, filled with confusion, remarked, isn't it supposed to be overcast? It clearly looks like it's going to rain. Soon, Jiang Yin, accompanied by Zhuang Xinyue, searched for game in the mountains, but they found nothing except for a corpse. Clearly the work of nearby bandits. Shall we head back? Zhuang Xinyue said helplessly. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yin nodded in resignation. Yet another opportunity for game had slipped away. However, at that moment, Jiang Yin suddenly glanced at the sky, recalling something, and turned to Zhuang Xinyue, saying, let us go to the lakeside. There's bound to be something good there. With that, Jiang Yin pulled Zhuang Xinyue directly to the lakeside. Upon arrival, Jiang Yin wove a fishing net from his true essence, casting it into the water and retrieving dozens of fish. Let us go. We're having grilled fish, Jiang Yin exclaimed with a smile. Seeing the bag of fish in Jiang Yin's hands, Zhuang Xinyue questioned curiously, how did you know there would be fish here? Because it's an overcast day, Jiang Yin replied with a grin. Zhuang Xinyue still found it hard to comprehend, but refrained from pressing the matter further. Soon, the two arrived back at the campsite, cheerfully announcing, we have grilled fish to eat. The surrounding people rushed over at Jiang Yin's words. The nobleman, wishing to exit the tent, hesitated, thinking of his status. How could he partake in grilled fish? He could only nod helplessly, however. The fish was quickly grilled to perfection, and the aroma wafted into the tent. The nobleman slowly crawled out of the tent and began to feast. I thought you weren't going to eat? Jiang Yin said with a hint of exasperation. You called everyone out to eat, and I thought you weren't joining us, so I didn't grill any for you. What you're eating now is mine. He added, oh, just let me have a bit now. When we get to the Wind Kingdom, I won't share any with you, the man replied between bites. Just then, Hao Yin approached and whispered in Jiang Yan's ear. IVE gathered some information. This person is named Feng Wuxian. He is supposedly a prince of the Wind Kingdom, lost among the common people, but whether that is true or not is uncertain. However, Feng Wuxian is said to be quite confident, to the point where even his guards believed him. The captain of the guard died because of it. Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, Jiang Yin let out a cold laugh and then turned to Feng Wuxian, asking, who exactly are you? Didn't I already say? I'm a noble. Consider me a prince, Feng Wuxian replied, continuing to eat. I've met many princes of the Wind Kingdom, but I've never seen you. Are you really of royal blood? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. You haven't seen me because I just arrived. Once my identity is confirmed, you'll see me often, Feng Wuxian replied with a grin. Hearing this, Jiang Yin hesitated for a moment before stating, no matter who you are, I want my compensation for this trip. If I don't receive it, I will kill you. Do you believe me? Feng Wuxian looked at Jiang Yin and then hurriedly replied with a smile, rest assured, you will receive every bit of what I promised. Even if I weren't a noble, my family is still quite affluent. I am certain we can afford it. Jiang Yin nodded with a smile and then turned to leave. Humph, you wretched fool. Once I reach the Wind Kingdom and gain my father's approval, you can await your demise. To think you still dare to ask for money from me. Chapter 72. The ambush. Not long after their conversation, rain began to pour in the forest. Jiang Yin understood that they could no longer proceed on their journey and would have to wait. All right, inform Wuling and the opposing guards that there's no need for a watch. In this kind of rain, they want to launch a surprise attack. So let us return, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Hao Yin nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Hao Yin returned with Wuling, and at that moment, everyone was soaked, leaving water inside the tent as well. Wuling and Hao Yin expected Zhuang Xinyue to scold them, but to their surprise, she didn't scold them at all. Instead, she took out some cloths to wipe the water off the ground. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Wuling quickly apologized in unison. It's all right. Just make sure to dry yourselves off so you don't catch a cold. Zhuang Xinyue replied directly. Watching Zhuang Xinyue busily cleaning the floor, Jiang Yin realized that from the beginning, she had never disliked them. She was merely managing them as she had in the Qinkuan Palace. But deep down, she truly cared for them. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Wuling looked at Jiang Yin in shock. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. That's just her own opinion. Jiang Yin said with a smile. But upon hearing Jiang Yin, Zhuang Xinyue shot him a glare and then turned to Wuling, saying, What are you staring at? Hurry up and tidy yourselves and then come help me. Do you want me to scold you? The group quickly nodded and began to assist Zhuang Xinyue in cleaning up. Just then, a notification sounded. Ding, mission received. Infiltrate the bandit stronghold. Mission reward. Rawwood branches. Note: rawwood branches are one of the main materials needed for the Towning Tower. Upon hearing the system's message, Jiang Yin looked around in confusion. Help, soon. He heard shouts of alarm from the surroundings. Just as Jiang Yin was about to rush out, a sharp blade pierced through the tent. The others, upon seeing this, tore the tent apart and swiftly leaped outside. As they emerged, most of the bandits surrounded them. Are you all right? Jiang Yin asked, glancing back at the group with concern. Yes, we're all fine, Hao Yin replied with a smile. Deal with him. I'll give you a stick of incense as time. Jiang Yin said, smiling. After assessing the bandit's strength, Hao Yin nodded and said, No problem. A stick of incense as time will be plenty. With that, Hao Yin charged forward with Wuling. Jiang Yin smiled, thinking, as long as they're confident. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xinyue had already formed an energy shield around her body using her true essence to block the rain. Jiang Yin, seeing this, also created an energy shield of his own. Soon, the battle concluded. Jiang Yin calculated the time and felt it was about right. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuang Xinyue interjected, You've exceeded your time. Hearing her words, everyone looked at Jiang Yin in confusion. Stop looking at me. I don't know either. If I had known, I would have said something. But since it's your sister-in-law who said so, it must be true, Jiang Yin said with a smile. The group shook their heads helplessly. What will happen if we exceeded it? Hao Yin asked anxiously. I have my own penalties in mind, but not right now. With that, Jiang Yin grabbed a bandit and pulled him into Feng Wuxian's tent. Now, tell me, where is your stronghold? Jiang Yin directly asked. Feng Wuxian trembled in the tent, and upon seeing Jiang Yin and the others bringing a bandit in, he hurriedly shouted, What are you doing? Why did you bring a bandit in here? To interrogate him, of course, Jiang Yin replied with an air of indifference. Interrogate? Why not do it in your own place? Why come here? What are your intentions? Feng Wuxian retorted angrily. Are you mentally challenged? Didn't anyone tell you my tent is damaged? Jiang Yin replied, equally exasperated. Damaged? Tents can get damaged? What kind of shoddy goods did you buy? Feng Wuxian laughed heartily. Are you done laughing? If you're finished, then be quiet. I still need to interrogate him. Jiang Yin stated directly. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Feng Wuxian fell silent and watched from a corner. Aren't you typically reluctant to take action? Why did you choose to target us today? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. Yes, we usually don't take action, and we're especially disinclined to deal with people like you. However, our bandit leader received a letter yesterday, and then he decided to take action. We just small-time bandits. Please let me go, the bandit pleaded, nearly in tears. If you want me to let you go, you can, but you need to guide me to your stronghold, Jiang Yin replied directly. I can take you to our stronghold, but you can't expect me to guide you there without consequences. Why leader despises traitors. If he finds out I became a traitor, I'll be doomed. The bandit said anxiously, I don't care about that. I just want to know your bandit location, Jiang Yin insisted. All right, I'll tell you, but you mustn't say it was me who informed you. After that, the bandit took out a map. Jiang Yin took the map, looked it over and said, the location you mentioned is the very peak of this mountain. Isn't it? Yes, that's right, it's the mountain S peak. Our stronghold is right there. The bandit spoke directly, and upon hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded. He then waved his hand, knocking the man unconscious. Boss, why did you knock him out? Hao Tian asked in confusion. Did I not mention that we mustn't let him be discovered? This is the only way to ensure he remains undiscovered, Jiang Yin replied with a smile, before tossing the man aside. All right, let us wait here. Once the rain stops, we shall set off to inspect the bandit's lair. I am curious to see what kind of letter could incite the bandits to act against us, Jiang Yin said with a cold smirk. Boss, do you think you might be affiliated with the Celestial Temple? Hao Tian whispered. I too have entertained that suspicion, but without concrete evidence, I cannot be certain. However, I feel the likelihood is rather slim. If the celestial temple wished to make contact, it would surely be through a sect, not a bandit. Would they not fear the repercussions of consorting with bandits? Jiang Yin mused in perplexity. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Hao Tian nodded in agreement and fell silent. Before long, the rain ceased, and Jiang Yin led the group towards the mountaintop. "Why don't you all go ahead? I will wait for you in the tent," Feng Wuxian said in a somewhat timid voice. "That's fine, but do not forget the nature of the individuals currently residing in our camp." Jiang Yin replied. Chapter 73. The treasure is food. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Feng Wuxian promptly shut his mouth. It was absurd. He was hiding precisely because he feared the bandits. Returning now would only lead him directly into their clutches. Soon, Feng Wuxian ceased to speak. The group quickly reached the mountaintop, but Yi Hao was surprised to find that there was not a single lookout in the bandit stronghold. "Hao Tian, you have 2 incense sticks worth of time to resolve this," Jiang Yin instructed immediately. As soon as Jiang Yan's words fell, Zhuang Xinyue produced an incense stick and, with a flick of her hand, ignited its tip. Seeing Zhuang Xinyue's seriousness, Jiang Yin could only shake his head in resignation. "Hurry along then." "Understood," Hao Tian replied, leading the 5 spirits into the bandit stronghold. Before long, chaos erupted within the stronghold. However, Jiang Yin noticed Zhuang Xinyue had discarded half of her incense stick. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. "You instructed them to seize the stronghold, but as assassins, they should not charge in recklessly. They ought to utilize their stealthy methods instead, remaining undetected," Zhuang Xinyue explained with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Yin shook his head in exasperation. Thankfully, he was not the target of Zhuang Xinyue's scrutiny. Otherwise, his fate would not differ much from that of Hao Tian and the others. Before long, the second incense stick burned out, and Hao Tian returned with the 5 spirits. Noticing the extinguished incense, Hao Tian looked contrite. "I sincerely apologize. We were delayed again. It's quite all right." "Your tardiness is to be expected," Jiang Yin replied honestly. If Zhuang Xinyue had not broken their incense, they would have completed their task in time and earned their reward. Beep. Check-in successful. Task completed. Sign in at the bandit stronghold. Task reward, log branch. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yin sighed in relief and remarked to the group, "The weather appears to be turning again. We should seek shelter in the bandit stronghold." "All right, we shall remain here," Feng Wuxian said with a smile. The group soon entered the main hall, where the bandit leader was seated. "Are you the bandit leader?" Jiang Yin asked the seated figure. "Indeed, and who might you be? What brings you to raid our stronghold?" "I do not recall that you were among those we have previously attacked," the bandit leader replied with a smile. "Oh? You remember all those you have robbed?" Jiang Yin probed, intrigued. "Not all, but I can recall 8 out of 10. In any case, you were not among them. Now, tell me, who has sent you? Your methods of killing suggest a connection to an assassin organization. Are you perhaps affiliated with Bloodheaven?" The bandit leader retorted with a cold smile. "You are quite perceptive. I cannot disclose that information, as our identities must remain confidential. However, I need to know why you have ambushed our camp." "What is your true motive?" Jiang Yin inquired, smiling. "Ambushing you was never my intent. I assign my subordinates a different task. There's someone with the surname Feng among you," Jiang Yin replied directly. The bandit leader initially resisted but seemed to suddenly recall something, asking in confusion, "So, must someone with the surname Feng die?" "Indeed. The individual who provided me with this information insisted upon it, claiming that if I were to eliminate the person with the surname Feng, I would be rewarded with 5 mountain strongholds and protection to expand my own influence for his use." The bandit leader chuckled. "And you believe that?" Jiang Yin observed, bemused by the bandit leader's seemingly foolish trust in one statement. "Of course, I would not believe so easily. However, I have seen this," the bandit leader said. Producing a token, Jiang Yin took the token and examined it, then handed it to Zhuang Xinyue, asking, "Do you recognize this?" "Certainly, this is a token from the Imperial Palace of the Feng Kingdom. It signifies that it was someone from the palace who issued this order." Zhuang Xinyue replied with a smile. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Feng Wuxian hurriedly shook his head. "Impossible. Is someone in the palace truly seeking to kill me? That cannot be. I am a prince. Who would dare to do such a thing?" "Humph, a prince. In the court, fratricide is common. Do you think your status as a prince affords you safety? I can assure you that not only are you not safe, but your royal identity may also entangle you in peril." Zhuang Xinyue replied with a smile. Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, Feng Wuxian took a step back, glancing at the guards behind him. Who sent you? It was His Majesty, one of the guards responded. Hearing that it was the Emperor of the Feng Kingdom, Feng Wuxian breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly said, Since it is my father, I shall trust you for now. But how shall we deal with this bandit? Jiang Yin looked at the bandit leader and said, Take us to your treasure chamber. Huh? Treasure chamber? What treasure chamber? The bandit leader asked, puzzled. The place where you keep your valuables, Jiang Yin replied directly. Oh, I understand now. Allow me to lead you there, the bandit leader said. However, as the bandit leader stood up, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. When they arrived before the tallest building in the stronghold, Jiang Yan's killing intent intensified, for if this grand structure were filled with treasures, one could only imagine how many people they had robbed. Yet, as the bandit leader opened the door, Jiang Yan's killing intent dissipated, replaced by a look of confusion. Is this truly your treasure? Are you certain? Jiang Yin questioned, bewildered. Indeed, this is our treasure. These provisions sustain our lives. Do they not count as treasures? Moreover, we cultivate our own food. These are not items we have stolen. They are grown by us. Only when the harvest is poor or when we encounter exceptionally wealthy individuals do we resort to robbery. And even then, we seek only wealth, not lives, the bandit leader explained with a smile. Moreover, Jiang Yin noticed a hint of contentment in the bandit leader's eyes as he spoke. This was certainly not feigned, but rather genuine appreciation for the provisions. Individuals like you are not inherently wicked. Why choose the path of a bandit? It seems that the Feng Kingdom is not governed poorly. Would it not be far better to live as an honest person than to become a bandit? Jiang Yin inquired, perplexed. Good. That is your perception of good. You are not a citizen of the Feng Kingdom. How would you know the lives of its people? Do you have any idea how much we must pay to the Celestial Temple each year? Chapter 74. Collapse upon hearing the bandit leader's words. Jiang Yin looked at him and asked, Isn't your yearly tribute voluntary? Surely it is not forced? Voluntary? The Celestial Temple claims it is voluntary, but our king does not. Our king mandates that every household must contribute 2/3 of their provisions as tribute to the Celestial Temple. We are left with merely 1/3 of our rations for the entire year. And we have no means to store food here. Come winter, we shall starve. Yet the Celestial Temple and the imperial family seem oblivious to our plight. The bandit leader lamented. So you have taken refuge atop the mountain to avoid paying tribute to the Celestial Temple and the imperial family? Jiang Yin asked in confusion. Indeed. But the pressing issue is that the royal family of Feng Kingdom is about to launch an extermination against us. We have received this news, which has caused us some concern. Fortunately, we have this letter now. We can only decide to act. We also speculate that this letter likely originates from the royal family of Feng Kingdom, as it is not uncommon for royal families to turn against one another. The mountain bandit helplessly replied. Upon hearing the bandit's words, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow and hesitated before saying, It seems that this prince beside us has drawn unwanted attention. I must ask, Prince, does this mean we will need to raise our price? Very well. Whatever sum you demand, I shall provide, as long as you spare my life, Feng Wuxian hurriedly responded. Hearing Feng Wuxian's words, Jiang Yin chuckled and said, Good, your willingness to pay is commendable. Everything can be negotiated. But I must warn you, should you fail to offer the payment, do not blame me for the consequences. Well then, I have said all that needs to be said. You may consider how we should proceed. The bandit leader lamented. Jiang Yin glanced at Zhuang Xinyue and said, Let him go. After all, he is not a villain. We should observe what these people are truly about. After Zhuang Xinyue spoke, she turned to the guards behind Feng Wuxian and asked, What do you intend to do? Nothing. How could they possibly know our route of action? If you claim there are no spies among us, I cannot believe you, a guard replied anxiously. Zhuang Xinyue smiled as she inquired, How would I know? You should be aware. If you do not know, how could you convey messages to your master? Upon hearing Zhuang Xinyue's words, the guard grew even more frightened and quickly retreated, attempting to flee. However, as he turned, he found Jiang Yin standing right behind him. When did you? The guard exclaimed in shock. Himph, after following us for so long, have I not provided you with enough surprises? Jiang Yin asked with a grin. The guard hastily shook his head. I feel there have been quite enough surprises. Why, then, are you so astonished? Jiang Yin chuckled. Indeed. But before the guard could ponder further, Jiang Yin waved his hand, and a surge of true energy struck the guard, sending him flying. How dare you harm me? Do you not know that I am a man of the crown prince? If you kill me, The crown prince will not forgive you. The guard gritted his teeth. Is that so? What makes you so certain that your crown prince will know you perished at our hands? Jiang Yin retorted. And with a swift gesture, he unleashed another wave of true energy, cleaving the guard in two. What now? Feng Wuxian? Jiang Yin inquired, looking at him. How would I know? The man you killed is not to be associated with me. Feng Wuxian clearly expressed his fear and quickly asserted. Haha, you certainly distance yourself well. However, even if you manage to dissociate, what difference does it make? We are all of one body. Your actions are no different than mine. The crown prince will perceive us as your subordinates, and thus, we will bear the consequences for your deeds. Tio put it more accurately, it is you who is in trouble, while we remain unscathed. Jiang Yin warned Feng Wuxian. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Feng Wuxian was thoroughly frightened, shaking his head as he exclaimed, No, no, the crown prince will not think that way. I merely seek wealth and glory. I can align myself with him. You have said enough. Jiang Yin pointed to the corpse on the ground and added with resignation. No, my entire life, my very existence, has been extinguished. Feng Wuxian, in a state of bewilderment, remarked, What do you mean? Upon hearing Feng Wuxian's words, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow in frustration and hesitated before saying, There is no need for excessive worry. With us around, you will undoubtedly reach the capital of Feng Kingdom safely. Undoubtedly? You speak so confidently, yet this was only the first wave of assassination attempts. Who knows how many more will follow? What do you expect me to do? Feng Wuxian lamented. Seeing Feng Wuxian in such distress, Jiang Yin sighed and said, Why must you be this way? There are still alternatives available. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, all you need to do is walk. You shall take care of your journey, and we shall ensure your safety. Easy for you to say. It's my life at stake, not yours. How can you be so carefree? What do you expect me to do? Feng Wuxian cried out, unable to absorb Jiang Yan's words. Are you still a man? You turn yourself into such a state over a trivial matter. It is truly embarrassing. Zhuang Xinyue chided Feng Wuxian with an eye roll. You speak so easily. Why don't you give it a try? Feng Wuxian continued to weep. Faced with Feng Wuxian's behavior, Jiang Yin felt exasperated and declared, Let us depart. Allow him to remain here on the mountain. Becoming a bandit suits him well. With that, Jiang Yin led the group down the mountain, while Feng Wuxian's guards looked at their weeping master with dissatisfaction but refrained from speaking out. With no orders from the Emperor of Feng Kingdom, they decided to wait for Feng Wuxian to calm down before proceeding. Now unburdened by Feng Wuxian, Jiang Yin and the others increased their pace significantly, covering a distance in one day that would have taken them 2 days previously. All right, night has fallen. Let us all rest. After a long day of travel, we must be weary, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Indeed, without this dead weight, we are all quite pleased, Hao Yin replied. As the group settled in for rest, the sentry, Jinling, suddenly called everyone awake. Stepping out of the tent, Jiang Yin was met with the sight of a great fire burning not far behind them. This cannot be the mountain bandits' lair, can it? Hao Yin instinctively remarked, Trouble! The crown prince of Feng Kingdom is killing to silence witnesses, Jiang Yin said, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the blaze. Jiang Yan's speed was astonishing, and the others, striving to keep pace, pushed themselves to their limits. After running for half the night, they finally arrived at the camp. Upon arrival, they found many people moaning in agony, while others were frantically running around with containers, evidently attempting to extinguish the fire. It's over. These mountain bandits have lost their homes, Hao Yin lamented. Put out the fire, Jiang Yin commanded. Soon, everyone began to hustle about. By dawn, the inferno had finally been quelled, or rather, everything within had been incinerated. Go and search for Feng Wuxian, Jiang Yin instructed. Quickly, the group began to look around. They discovered the bodies of the bandit leader and Feng Wuxian's guards, yet Feng Wuxian himself was nowhere to be found. Where is the eldest sister? Hao Yin asked in confusion. Realizing his oversight, Jiang Yin, who had been preoccupied with firefighting, suddenly remembered Zhuang Xinyue was missing. What are you standing around for? Quickly, search for her, Jiang Yin shouted in anger. At that moment, Jiang Yin was at a loss for words, feeling guilty for having lost someone while attempting to save a fire. Just then, Zhuang Xinyue approached, accompanied by Feng Wuxian and 2 guards. What are you all searching for? Zhuang Xinyue asked, noticing the commotion. We're looking for the eldest sister, Jinling instinctively replied. However, She quickly realized her faux pas and turned to Zhuang Xinyue, eldest sister. How did you end up here? We thought you… Thought I what? Thought I had perished? Zhuang Xinyue inquired curiously. Yes, Jianling nodded. I am not so easily defeated. While extinguishing the fire, I saw 2 guards taking him away, so I pursued them. Little did I know, they had more pursuers behind them. I held off the pursuers and brought him back, Zhuang Xinyue explained with a sigh. Why did you undertake such a dangerous task, if you had seen them? Why did you not call for me? Jiang Yin approached Zhuang Xinyue, visibly upset. My abilities are sufficient. As long as it isn't a second-tier sect elder, I would be unharmed. Moreover, second-tier sect elders are generally no match for me. Zhuang Xinyue replied with a smile. That does not justify such reckless behavior, Jiang Yin said helplessly. Enough about me. Let us discuss these 2 guards. I believe we have been mistaken all along. These guards were indeed sent by the Emperor of Feng Kingdom, but not to protect him. Their facade of protection conceals their intent to eliminate him, Zhuang Xinyue remarked. What? The Emperor of Feng Kingdom wants him dead. What does that mean? Why not simply refrain from retrieving him? Why resort to murder? Jiang Yin questioned in bewilderment. I am unsure. It seems to be a pact with the Temple of Heaven. You should inquire with them. They were just about to act when I caught them in the act. Zhuang Xinyue explained. Zhuang Xinyue smiled as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yin furrowed his brows and subsequently inquired. So what exactly is going on with you all? To be honest, this is not our fault. It is entirely due to this individual's ineptitude. He is nothing but a waste. The command from our sovereign has always been singular, to publicly protect him while covertly assessing whether he possesses the qualities of a ruler. Our sovereign mentioned that the crown prince is excessively ruthless and thus unfit for kingship, primarily because he has previously slain members of the Celestial clan. A guard lamented. He has killed members of the Celestial clan? How did this happen? Is your Wind Nation not sworn to follow the Celestial Temple to the death? How could you suddenly kill people from the Celestial Temple? Jiang Yin asked, his interest piqued. And he laughed as he continued. Initially, we had a so-called Heavenly Mechanism Bureau, and our crown prince joined it to gain everyone's trust in their presence. He killed a member of the Celestial clan, a mere commoner. This incited their wrath, and it was only when our sovereign articulated the initial intentions behind the establishment of the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau that the Celestial Temple's suspicions began to wane. After our sovereign personally destroyed the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau, the Celestial Temple finally spared our Wind Nation, though they still harbor grievances against the Crown Prince. The guard spoke with resignation. Oh, so this is a tale of your sovereign's insistence on provoking the Celestial Temple and failing to manage the situation properly. And then what? Did your king choose him? Of course not. Our king has numerous princes. However, those princes mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind. In the end, with no other choice, our king selected him, knowing that the crown prince would likely attempt to eliminate this individual. Thus, our king dispatched us to protect him while secretly observing whether he is fit to be a king. If he is, we protect him. If not, we eliminate him, all while appeasing the crown prince. The guard explained plainly. For the sake of pleasing his son, your king is willing to kill his other son. Your Wind Nation is certainly intriguing, but so, did you conclude that this individual is unworthy? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. Indeed, we determined that this individual was lacking. It was our captain who first voiced this opinion, but he perished during a duel with you, leaving us without a guiding force. We kept delaying, but with the crown prince now intent on silencing him, we realized we could no longer procrastinate. If we did, our brothers would be wiped out. Hence, we resolved to eliminate this person to curry favor with the crown prince. The guard lamented. What a splendid drama! It is a pity I departed midway. Had I remained, I might have witnessed this spectacle, Jiang Yin remarked with a chuckle. What does the Celestial Temple desire? Which prince do they want? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. They desire the crown prince. The Celestial Temple also advocates for this person's death, the guard replied. Indeed, although the crown prince has killed their kin, he has exchanged that life for greater value. The Celestial Temple is divided on the crown prince. Some wish for him to ascend as the emperor of the Wind Nation, while others prefer to find a puppet ruler instead, another guard added. Your nation's heir apparent's affairs are so crucial that an outsider from the Celestial Temple is intervening in your fate, and you all seem unconcerned? Have you all been brainwashed by the Celestial Temple? How could you be so foolish? Jiang Yin was bewildered by the guard's thoughts, as they appeared oblivious to the concept of shame. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the The two guards felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet they dismissed it, considering the speaker was from the Celestial Temple. After all, if their king was indifferent, why should they, mere soldiers, concern themselves? Chapter 76. Aspiring to be a sovereign Feng Wuxian, what are your thoughts? Jiang Yin asked, turning to the previously silent Feng Wuxian. I just want to ask you. The Celestial Temple truly has no interest in choosing me? Feng Wuxian questioned the two guards. None, they replied. What about my father? Also none, and the Crown Prince? None as well. With 3 consecutive rejections, Feng Wuxian's confidence plummeted, and he sank to the ground. No one supports me at all. What am I to do? There is simply no one who wants me. He expressed in confusion. Seeing Feng Wuxian in such a state, Jiang Yin felt a pang of sympathy, and a new idea emerged in his mind. Young man, do you wish to be an emperor? The emperor of the Wind Nation? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Feng Wuxian opened his mouth, but could not finish his thought. Do not hesitate. Speak your mind. Do you wish to be one? Jiang Yin pressed with a smile. Can you assist me? Feng Wuxian asked, bewildered. Of course, as long as you truly desire it, I can help you. But the prerequisite is that you genuinely want it, Jiang Yin replied cheerfully. You certainly have a way with words. You, a mere member of the Zhou clan, think you can make him emperor? One guard scoffed. I am Jiang Yin, he declared plainly. Jiang Yin? I thought you were a bunch of herbs and spices. The guard exclaimed, suddenly realizing who Jiang Yin was, and looked at him in shock. Indeed. How do you know me? How could I not? You are Jiang Yin. We truly failed to recognize a mountain of greatness. And I sincerely apologize, the guard said, astonished. Jiang Yin? Who is Jiang Yin? Feng Wuxian asked, puzzled. How do you not even know Jiang Yin? He is a formidable force, having single-handedly challenged 2 branches of the Celestial Temple, as well as several third-tier sects, second-tier sects, and countless families, including top-tier families. It is said he is currently organizing his own faction, the guard exclaimed excitedly. Feng Wuxian was only interested in one thing amidst the guard's words about other matters. This Jiang Yin? Who could single-handedly confront the branches of the Celestial Temple? Can you truly challenge a branch of the Celestial Temple by yourself? Feng Wuxian asked, exhilarated. Of course. Not only can I confront a branch of the Celestial Temple, but I could also annihilate the royal family of the Wind Nation. The only question is whether you possess the heart of a ruler. If you do, I will assess your potential, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. I do, Feng Wuxian stated decisively. Good. Since you possess that ambition, the matter becomes simple. I will assist you in the Wind Nation, but you must alter your weak character. A ruler must exude dominance. If you lack that, your attempts at dominance will merely appear as weeping. A ruler cannot afford to cry. If tears must be shed, they should be done so discreetly, Jiang Yin asserted. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Feng Wuxian nodded and said, What should I do? Tell me, and I shall comply. From this moment forth, during our journey through the Wind Nation, I will subject you to rigorous training. It may be arduous and frustrating, but if you think of your grand ambitions, you should be able to endure it. If you genuinely wish to become a ruler, Jiang Yin said with a smile. All right, I can endure, Feng Wuxian affirmed with a smile. Ding! The system has received a new mission. Assist Feng Wuxian in ascending to the throne. System reward, 10 levels of the Proud Dragon technique. Upon receiving the system's task, Jiang Yin nodded with a smile. All right, let us commence. We shall set off now, and you must not stop until I say so. Even if you can hardly run, you must keep moving. Resting is not an option, Jiang Yin instructed firmly. Understood, no problem, Feng Wuxian responded immediately. Soon, the group began their journey. Hey, Jiang Yin, what are you planning? Are you truly going to support this Feng Wuxian? Zhuang Xinyue asked softly. Indeed. What of it? Jiang Yin replied, puzzled. What are you thinking? Such a person is utterly unfit to be a ruler. Moreover, what advantages would his ascension bring us? Zhuang Xinyue questioned with uncertainty. To consider the benefits, there are indeed many. Here is my reasoning. If we were to eliminate the royal family of the Wind Nation, the majority of the populace still adheres to the Celestial Temple. Thus, we would inadvertently bolster the Celestial Temple's power. If another king rises up against the Celestial Temple at this juncture, would that not serve our interests? Besides, we cannot establish our assassin organization within the Zhou Nation. Can we? Jiang Yin stated with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhuang Xinyue asked, Are you suggesting we establish the assassin organization in the Wind Nation? Precisely. In a place once deemed the most secure by the Celestial Temple. We shall create an organization to oppose them. I wonder how the celestial temple will react. Jiang Yin mused with a smile. Ah, you truly are remarkable, Zhuang Xinyue replied helplessly. However, she soon seemed to recall something and hastily inquired. But have you considered what if this Feng Wuxian becomes uncontrollable? No, have you forgotten what you just said? He is not cut out to be a king. He still needs us to stabilize the situation, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Observing Jiang Yan's uncanny ability to assess a person so accurately, Zhuang Xinyue looked at him and said with a laugh, with such words, I am starting to feel a bit afraid of you. Afraid of what? Afraid that I might scheme against you? Or is it your heart that you fear? Jiang Yin inquired with a chuckle. Get lost? You have not behaved properly for a single day? Zhuang Xinyue retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yin. She then turned to the group and said, I mean you all, can't you walk a bit faster? This is meant to be a training exercise. Not a leisurely stroll. Theo, you think this is effective for your training? After saying this, Zhuang Xinyue took off running, prompting everyone to hastily follow suit. However, this left Feng Wuxian in quite a predicament. As he had exhausted all his energy by then, I say, Your Highness, could you possibly move any faster? You're falling behind. One of the two guards accompanying Feng Wuxian lamented. If you're in such a hurry, why don't you just go ahead? Feng Wuxian replied helplessly, I would like to, but Mr. Jiang Yin has instructed us that if you rest without permission, we are authorized to eliminate you, the guard stated bluntly. Sigh, brother. Why don't we just dispose of him? Then we wouldn't have to deal with this burden, the other guard whispered. Well, you have a point, but won't Mr. Jiang Yin come after us for that? And what about the prince? Where is he? He was just beside us. Chapter 77. Testing Feng Wuxian was not deaf. He heard every word of the guards' conversation, knowing they were sent by Jiang Yin to oversee his training and that they were prepared to kill him. How could he not run with all his might? Soon, after several days of travel, they finally arrived at the capital of the Feng Kingdom. Upon reaching the capital, let us first find an inn to rest. Jiang Yin suggested, Feng Wuxian, you cannot inform your father of the news you have until you meet his requirements. Otherwise, you will ultimately meet your demise. Yes, I understand, Feng Wuxian nodded. Jiang Yin, it seems we have drawn some unwanted attention. Should I go and deal with it? Hao Yin approached Jiang Yin and whispered, No need. It is daytime. Let's observe the situation tonight and allow Wuling to handle it, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Before long, Jiang Yin led everyone to the inn. After traveling for so many days, we must take a good rest. As for those lurking in the shadows, we need not concern ourselves with them for now. They will be dealt with in due time. Jiang Yin concluded, and everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Shortly thereafter, Wuling followed Jiang Yin into his room. Why don't we go investigate those lurking in the shadows? Wuling suggested, noticing Jiang Yan's indifferent demeanor. However, Jiang Yin soon composed his expression, saying, There is no need for us to act just yet. If we are indeed being followed, we can strike when the time is right. Wuling furrowed his brow. Just then, they heard voices from outside the room. Our master wishes to check in. You can figure out how to manage it. Otherwise, go negotiate with the other guests to see if they can squeeze in a bit. A man's voice commanded. Clearly, the man spoke with a threatening tone, as if ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The innkeeper, appearing troubled, replied, Sir, you see, this inn has only a few rooms, and the guests who arrived earlier are clearly not easy to deal with. If you ask me to offend them, it would jeopardize my livelihood. The man chuckled darkly. If your guests are difficult, does that mean we are easy to deal with? You ought to consider who my master is. If you wish to continue operating this inn, you better think carefully about your words. The man's threat was evidently effective. The innkeeper hesitated for a moment before knocking on Feng Wuxian's door. Believing this room's occupant might be more accommodating. Hello, may I discuss something with you? The innkeeper asked with a forced smile as Feng Wuxian opened the door. Feng Wuxian remained silent, immediately noticing the two men behind the innkeeper. What is it? Speak plainly. After a brief pause, Feng Wuxian finally spoke. The innkeeper sighed in relief, realizing he had indeed chosen the right person. The two guests behind me have run out of rooms. So we were wondering if you could spare one, the innkeeper explained. As soon as he finished speaking, a noise from behind startled him. He turned around in a panic, fearing that the guests might be displeased. Our room is also fully booked. You should leave, Jiang Yin interjected, his gaze fixed intently on the two men before him. It was evident that these two men were not ordinary guards. They had clearly spilled blood before. However, when they checked in, The innkeeper had mentioned there were still 4 rooms available, all of which were occupied by Jiang Yan's group. This meant there were no rooms left in such a situation. If someone insisted on staying at the inn, there must be an ulterior motive. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the innkeeper looked ready to weep. As expected, those men were indeed difficult to deal with. Feng Wuxian had initially considered offering a room, but upon seeing Jiang Yan's warning glance, he refrained from speaking. After a short while, the man before them said, "In that case, we shall not impose any further. Please enjoy your stay and have a pleasant journey." With that, he turned and left, leaving Feng Wuxian baffled. Once the 2 men departed, Jiang Yan turned to Wuling and said, "Follow those 2 men. They are likely up to no good." Upon hearing this, Wuling hurried after them, while Jiang Yan led Feng Wuxian into his room. "Why didn't you let me continue speaking?" Feng Wuxian asked, puzzled. Jiang Yan replied, "Those 2 men do not genuinely wish to stay at the inn. If I am not mistaken, they are here for you." Feng Wuxian was momentarily at a loss for words, looking at Jiang Yan with confusion. "Why do you say that?" "As soon as we entered the inn, they followed us in. They must have overheard everything the innkeeper said," Jiang Yan explained. "So, knowing full well there are no available rooms, they insist on checking in. I suspect their true objective is to ascertain your whereabouts." At that moment, Jiang Yan felt more certain than before. His initial guess had now solidified into a conviction. Upon realizing this, Feng Wuxian felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After all, in such a place, if the crown prince discovered him, what fate could await him? "Should we leave the Feng kingdom?" Feng Wuxian hesitated before tentatively suggesting. Hearing Feng Wuxian's words, Jiang Yan showed no surprise but instead grew serious. Looking intently at Feng Wuxian, "If you do not wish to take the risk now, you will spend your life evading the crown prince, which would mean you are unworthy of ever contending with him." Feng Wuxian was momentarily stunned, wanting to say something but merely moving his lips without uttering a sound. The fact that the crown prince had remained unharmed until now indicated his capabilities. "Even if you wished to escape, once he discovered your whereabouts, there would be no escape for you," Jiang Yan urged. Yet, Feng Wuxian soon fell silent, eventually saying, "I understand, I will not speak of such things again." Feng Wuxian realized he could not retreat now. Although fear gripped him, he understood that only one of them could survive against the crown prince. Seeing that Feng Wuxian had grasped the situation, Jiang Yan nodded, signaling for him to leave. Before long, Wuling returned. "Did you encounter the crown prince?" Jiang Yan inquired upon seeing Wuling's heavy expression. Wuling nodded gravely, saying, "Indeed, they are agents of the crown prince, sent to scout the area. There are likely more of them lurking nearby, but we did not spot them." Chapter 78. Target. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was not surprised at all. That no matter. "Keep an eye on Feng Wuxian. Those people will likely make their move tonight." Jiang Yan glanced at Wuling and arranged for him to stay close to Feng Wuxian. The group refrained from going out again. On one hand, they awaited the arrival of those individuals, and on the other, they conserved their energy, for there would be a fierce battle to fight upon entering the Feng kingdom. As night fell, the atmosphere grew tense as the group heightened their vigilance. Before long, they heard a commotion outside the room, indicating that something was amiss. Feng Wuxian attempted to step outside to see what was happening, but Wuling quickly blocked his path. "They are after you. Do not make any sudden movements." Wuling directly addressed Feng Wuxian, observing that although Feng Wuxian seemed somewhat restless, he had managed to calm himself to a certain degree.